birds and beasts, fish and shrimp in the streams, mountains, rivers and seas, winds, fire, thunder and lightning. Every existence harbors the potential for transformation into a spiritual essence, ascending to the status of a spiritual beast, where the mightiest among them can even mirror the ecosystem, nurturing kin, claiming territory as sovereigns, and arrogantly styling themselves as great lords. To be crowned Lord of Beasts is the will of all creatures. To be titled Duke is the aspiration of all mankind. The mist-shrouded Python Sparrow Mountain, the grave-strewn Meng Bridge, the mechanical dominion of the Cyber Metropolis, and the soul-piercing Huzhong Pavilion. Countless secret realms, formidable for humankind to conquer. Thus, the spirit tamer traverses the path of fate, wielding innate talent, forging alliances, and journeying alongside beasts, confining spirits and dispatching generals, chasing deities and driving away demons, issuing edicts to seal the world, 1,000 treasures concealed within the sleeves. A mere trifling skill. Zhang, with a smile that dances on the edge of amusement, remarked. In all the world, who could possibly rival Jiang in a single clash? With eyes that devour the tale, dispelling illusions and revealing myriad laws. Behind him, a tiger reclines on the hilltop, a dragon glides through the depths of the sea. The verdant mountains may slightly diminish my grandeur, and even the mighty rivers and seas cannot match my vastness. Chapter 1. The youthful kind gaze like a viper's venom. 5 millennia ago, in a world dominated by beasts, humanity was but livestock. Fast forward to today. In a realm of humanity, beasts roam wild, and the wells and rivers maintain their boundaries. The foremost credit belongs to the spirit tamer. Excerpt from Li Wenshu's dramatic narration of the history of spirit tamers. As autumn dawned, in the province of Shandong, Linjiang County, the ground lay blanketed in pure white snow. Shandong Province, nestled in the northern region of the Divine Land, possesses a unique climate that resembles winter for 3 seasons, making it a favored exile destination for emperors of yore. Moreover, its vast expanse stretches nearly 200,000 kilometers. This proximity to Shandong Province renders cities closer to it increasingly susceptible to this chilling fortune. Take for instance Linjiang County, which is a mere 50 li away. As the nation's leading contributor to the GDP of the cotton weaving industry, the cotton-padded coats are as ubiquitous in Linjiang County as the local attire. It is thus evident how impoverished the economy of Linjiang County truly is. But the Ni Luo Alley remains lively. At this moment, it bustles with activity. Dozens of children sit on small stools, gathered around, half of them wide-eyed and eagerly focused ahead, fearful of missing a single detail. Directly in front of them, under the eaves of a traditional building with flying eaves and curled corners, 2 glowing red lanterns flicker, and a grand sign stands prominently. In the center, Jiang Clan Spirit Beast Cultivation House. Below it, a figure clad in a military green cotton coat is seen, diligently inscribing characters on a blackboard. Crack! The chalk snaps, yet the youth claps his hands, just in time to finish. Snow Mountain Wolf, a member of the beast family. His clear voice resonates from his throat as the handsome youth gazes at the myriad pairs of eyes before him, smiling warmly. This was the assignment I left for you yesterday. Though it does not belong to the realm of spiritual beasts, it possesses spiritual energy. Can anyone tell me why this is so? Swish! Before his words had fully settled, a child eagerly raised their arm, even leaning forward in excitement. The youth nodded slightly, smiling. Wang Daniu, you may speak. Yes, Jiang Master. The child, donning a tiger-headed hat, replied in a childlike tone before suddenly springing to his feet. However, he exerted too much force and stumbled forward into the snow. Faint laughter echoed around him. But unlike his peers, he did not appear distressed. Instead, he brushed the snow off himself and exclaimed with enthusiasm. Because it was once a descendant of a spiritual beast, it inherited some spiritual energy. The youth nodded approvingly, that eye in the distance. A man stood straight at a tea stall, a hint of pride evident on his face, hastily proclaiming to those around, Maida Bao is only 7 years old. The surrounding crowd responded with kind smiles. Under the sign, before the blackboard, the youth paused and inquired, and what else? Anything else? The boy in the tiger-headed hat took a step back, incredulous. Jiang Master, I know. Another little girl stood up, casting a sidelong glance at the boy in the tiger-headed hat before continuing. Spiritual energy is colorless, odorless, formless, and intangible. It can freely traverse through all matter in the universe until it finds a compatible entity. For it. The little girl furrowed her brow, somewhat at a loss. She had forgotten the next part to awaken its intelligence, allowing it to develop a reservoir capable of accumulating spiritual energy, thus enabling it to ascend to the rank of a spiritual beast. The youth completed her thought, nodding in satisfaction. Springflower answered splendidly. Please take your seat. Yes. The little girl returned to her seat, rolling her eyes at the boy in the tiger-headed hat. This was something she had learned from her mother. Whether it be birds or beasts, mountains or rivers, winds, fire, thunder, and lightning, or even inconspicuous tools or machinery, all possess the potential to become spiritual beasts. This extraordinary life form can continually evolve, transcending the hierarchies of existence, and may even surpass all beings. Summoning winds and rains, shifting mountains and filling seas is but a trifling matter. The youth wielded a simple twig as a makeshift pointer, gesturing towards the chalk-written words on the blackboard. They're the favored ones of the ancient world, and the history of humanity being domesticated is inscribed in the annals of today. 9 out of 10 houses lay vacant, a commonality of antiquity. Had it not been for those who proposed an alternative approach, walking alongside beasts, forging contracts with amiable spiritual beasts amidst discrimination, abuse, and oppression, and extracting spiritual essences from them to compensate for humanity's inability to actively generate reservoirs. Had it not been for this, perhaps today's harmony would not exist. Upon concluding, the youth gently pointed towards a boy at the back. Otherwise, he would have no chance to enjoy a lollipop. The little boy shyly smiled, continuing to savor his sweet treat. Behind him, someone shook their head, sighing deeply. The knowledge related to spirit tamers is vast and intricate. Today, we shall focus solely on spiritual beasts as a conclusion to these past 2 months. Now, everyone, please turn to the page from yesterday in Jiang Clan's collection of early education on spiritual beasts for infants. As dusk settled, the streetlights flickered to life, casting a warm glow upon parents carrying their children, making their way home. Little Jiang excels in his studies, who in the 10 li and 8 villages is unaware of his prowess. At such a young age, he understands so much he is destined for greatness. Indeed. Most importantly, he is kind-hearted, possessing a gentle demeanor. I wonder which family will be fortunate in the future. Farewell, little Jiang. Little Jiang, this is a small token from our family. It's not a precious item, just some cured meat made from Snow Mountain wolf, a time-honored family recipe, with a touch of spiritual energy sealed within. You start school tomorrow with the busy schedule of your 3rd year. Make sure to eat well and replenish your spiritual energy so you can become a spirit tamer sooner. Goodbye, Jiang Master. The girl named Springflower, who had previously answered a question, gazed up at the youth with admiration and waved at him, standing by the door. Wait, class is over. I should call you Brother Jiang now. Goodbye, Brother Jiang. Farewell. The youth, holding the cured meat, nodded with a smile. At that moment, a hearty voice suddenly called out beside him, Jiang Master. Turning at the sound, the youth saw a man with rough skin, prominent brows, and large eyes placing a bundle of gray fur on the ground. It was speckled with fragments of ice crystals. 50 pounds of Snow Mountain wolf fur. The man tightened the threadbare cotton garment that clung to him, his weathered face betraying a hint of shyness, even a trace of humility. This is what you requested. It's all that remains at home, and I have brought it all for you. Uncle Wang, at your age, you needn't call me Master Jiang. I am merely a high school student. The boy lowered his gaze to inspect the furs, then affectionately reached out to stroke the round-faced Wang Daniu, standing beside him. The latter gazed up at the boy with unabashed admiration. It is no mere empty title. Your kindness in teaching the children about spirit beasts during the summer is a true favor. The man, scratching his head with a simple-hearted grin, replied, Though I have read little, I understand what gratitude means. Even as an old hunter, there are many things I remain ignorant of. If only the children could grow to be like you. They certainly will. The boy gently caressed the cheek of the round-faced child, whose softness revealed that he had grown up and loved. By the way, the man suddenly stammered, shifting awkwardly, his throat faltering. You need not rush to give me this money. Wait until you have saved a bit more, and then. Upon hearing this, the boy chuckled lightly and turned to go inside, saying, Please wait a moment. The middle-aged man's breath quickened, and his pupils dilated. In his line of sight, the boy emerged, beaming, cradling a pristine, human-sized egg. Uncle Wang, what do you think of this spirit beast egg? Quite splendid, isn't it? The boy raised a hand to pat the surface of the large egg, speaking amiably. This is an egg of a first-tier ice bear. Although it is but a first tier, it is in a complete form and does not require further consideration for evolution. Should Dania desire to become a spirit master in the future, it will have grown by then. All he needs to do is gain admission to the Spirit Master class at Lingjiang No. 1 High School. Acquire Spirit Calling Jade. The chances of success will be considerably higher. As he gazed at the Spirit Beast egg, the man's lips trembled, his expression growing increasingly flustered. I do not have enough money. You have more than enough. The boy smiled gently. Uncle Wong, my studies keep me occupied, leaving me little time to hunt wolves in the Great Snow Mountain without your assistance. I would not have been able to gather these 500 pounds of wolf pelts in time. This favor, Jiang Air will always remember. With that, the boy clasped his hands together and bowed slightly. Observing the boy's demeanor, the middle-aged man felt a tumult of emotions within him. Joy, excitement, relief, and gratitude surged in waves. I will remember this too. Tears welled in the man's eyes. The sturdy figure moved to tears. He removed his outer garment and carefully accepted the Spirit Beast egg, cradling it like a treasure, then looked down at his child. The round-faced boy gazed back at him, wide-eyed. By the way, as he was about to leave, the middle-aged man seemed to recall something and turn around, earnestly advising, Master Jiang, the county has been rather unsettled. Lately, even the Zhou family chain of Spirit Beast stores in the county center has been robbed. Although the government has organized a crackdown, I have heard that there are still some who have evaded capture and have come to your area. You must be cautious. The boy nodded with a smile. Just then, a sudden clattering sound echoed from the breeding house behind him. Faintly, other noises seemed to follow. A look of confusion crossed the middle-aged man's face as he wondered if he had misheard. Uncle Wong, the boy spoke suddenly, grinning. It is getting late, and you still need to leave the county. You should take Dania home now. Yes, the middle-aged man replied repeatedly, his face gradually brightening with joy. Until next time. As he watched the two figures, one large and one small, gradually fade from his view, the boy's smile slowly faded as well. After a few moments, he turned calmly to face his own Spirit Beast shop. After a brief pause, the corners of the boy's mouth curled slightly. His expression was both kind and benevolent, yet with an underlying edge akin to a serpent's venom. Chapter 2. The Eye of the Tail and the Art of Binding. The furnishings within the room appeared somewhat antiquated, with scarcely a hint of modern technology. Neatly arranged on several shelves were a few remaining Spirit Beast eggs, although only a handful were left. The majority of the space lay desolate, with only the small nest that housed the eggs still present. This situation was unavoidable. To operate a Spirit Beast shop, one must not only possess qualifications, connections, and procurement abilities, but foremost, a legitimate first-tier or higher Spirit Master is essential. This was precisely what the Jiang Spirit Beast shop currently lacked. Jiang Zheng's academic performance was commendable. He was indeed well known among the student and parental community of Lingen County. Yet, he was still not a Spirit Master, nor had he awakened his destiny or grasped the pathway talent. Had it not been for the assistance of a familiar uncle at the Lingjiang Spirit Master Association, coupled with his outstanding academic achievements, the qualification for the Spirit Beast shop would have been revoked the moment his father, Jiang Hu, vanished a year prior. Jiang Zheng's daily life revolved around the shop. Logically, with the school registration day fast approaching, he should have been preparing instant noodles, finishing his evening routine, and getting some sleep. However, he did not return to his bedroom. Instead, he wandered through the shop, ultimately arriving at a discreet corner that was not easily observable. He discarded a 30-pound Snow Mountain wolf pelt and crouched down, calmly observing the flickering spray-painted patterns in the corner. Finally, he brought his fingers together before his mouth. Silence array. As his words faded, a few white light particles began to detach from him, ultimately merging into the patterns before him. With a sudden brightness, the patterns became vividly clear, while the surrounding world fell into an eerie silence. He could even hear the rhythmic beating of his own heart. Feeling this peculiar transformation, the youth broke into a grin. It worked. At that moment, an ambiguous voice echoed in his ears. They are struggling, preparing to break free. Estimated time until liberation, 1 minute and 20 seconds. In the vast emptiness of the room, this voice struck a jarring note. Yet, the youth's expression remained unchanged, as though he had long since grown accustomed to it. He slowly stood, wiping the sweat from his brow as he made his way to a nearby workbench. Upon it lay some pre-ground purple powder, fragments of the vine erosion grass. This plant, found on the Great Snow Mountain, was commonly used to create highly corrosive liquids that only affected the flesh. In Lingen County, renowned for its snow cockroaches, it was particularly effective. However, 7 years prior, The government had prohibited the procurement and sale of any insecticides containing its ingredients due to its association with a certain case. It was said that someone had acquired a large quantity of insecticide, extracted the components of vine erosion grass, and concocted an extremely potent corrosive and spreading liquid, rendering the victim utterly invisible in this world. This led to complications during sentencing and capture, necessitating the intervention of certain spirit masters with destiny, who ultimately uncovered the truth. Since then, vine erosion grass had been banned from appearing in urban areas nationwide. Yet, such orders could not deter Jiang Zheng. The reason was simple. He had both seekers and believers in equal measure. The only institution in Ling'an County dedicated to training spirit masters was the county's sole key high school, Lingjiang No. 1 High School, which only offered 2 classes of spirit master training each semester. This was the only legally sanctioned training facility by the government and the Spirit Master Association. Gaining admission to Lingjiang No. 1 High School was akin to scaling a mountain. While the cultural classes were manageable with diligence, the Spirit Master classes were akin to a vast army crossing a single log bridge. Thus, in this context, Jiang Zheng, as the most outstanding student in the Spirit Master class, having achieved first place in academic, physical, and skill assessments, willingly devoted his time to imparting knowledge of spirit beasts to others without compensation. His significance was evident. In this barren county, there was not a family that did not hope their child would one day become a spirit master, escaping the shackles of poverty and achieving a leap in social class. This hope was even more fervent among those living in the countryside beyond the county. The vine erosion grass had been secretly provided by a doctor from a village outside the county, grateful for Jiang Zheng's guidance of the children. Could it be that such a selfless and virtuous young man would misuse it? The village doctor firmly believed it was impossible. Jiang Zheng had merely stated it was for exterminating cockroaches. With a loud clang, copious amounts of powder were poured into a water tank. As Jiang Zheng vigorously stirred with a stainless steel rod, estimated time until liberation, 40 seconds remaining. A pungent odor began to waft through the air, and the once clear well water turned increasingly purple and viscous. Estimated time until liberation, 25 seconds remaining. The youth withdrew the rod, nodding with satisfaction, his smile unwavering. Estimated time until liberation, 10 seconds remaining. He tossed the rod to the ground, which made no sound as it landed. Calmly, Jiang Zheng overturned a table, opened a wooden box beneath it, and retrieved an item that should not have been there. 5 seconds remaining. Jiang Zheng expertly readied a sharp arrow, its blade glinting coldly. 2 seconds. The fruit knife sliced through the rope, and in a chain reaction, the door before him burst open with a thunderous crash. Despite the cold weather, it could not mask the overwhelming stench that filled the room. Dark red blood stained the floor, already congealed into ice. A young man, clad in dark attire and marked with multiple scars, struggled to free himself from the bindings of the wolf's rope, attempting to move forward, only to collapse to the ground with a thud. His severed tendons and weakened body did not perform miracles. Yet, he refused to succumb. He lifted his head as best he could, his eyes filled with a desperate longing for life. The silence array enveloped the area, isolating all sounds within a 10-meter radius, rendering the space a true silence. However, lip movements were still visible. "I will speak." The young man knelt, his crimson eyes reflecting profound terror. "I will tell you everything." Across from him, Jiang Zheng held a crossbow, a faint smile gracing his lips. Whoosh! Thud! The arrow pierced the young man's throat with immense force, propelling him against the wall, his body instinctively convulsing and rolling until he fell silent. Jiang Zheng leisurely reloaded the crossbow, releasing 2 more arrows. Once he confirmed the young man's demise, he blinked and began moving forward. He stopped at the door, peering in with an innocent expression at another curled figure in the corner. It was a woman. Her exposed face was quite lovely, albeit somewhat dirty. She looked at the youth with fear, yet her bindings did not loosen as the young man's had. Jiang Zheng smiled at her. "Why do you not flee, stranger spirit master?" The woman's teeth chattered, her body trembling. Jiang Zheng sized her up for a moment, then approached with the crossbow, casually extracting a paper talisman from his pocket. Release. White spiritual energy surged into the talisman, which began to burn without flame. As the howling winter wind gradually infiltrated the room. "Do not scream, nor move recklessly," the youth said with a smile, gently shaking the crossbow in his hands. "Of course, shouting is futile, and movement will yield no benefit. Here lies a spirit lock array set by my family, and your spirit calling jade is firmly in my possession. Not to mention the lacerations on your wrists and ankles, so it would be prudent to remain still." The woman trembled slightly and nodded in acquiescence. "One chance, one question. Just like yesterday." The youth leaned against the wall at the far end, maintaining the utmost distance from the woman, and softly inquired, "What brings you to my home?" The woman opened her mouth, her voice hoarse. "If I tell you, will you let me go?" "Certainly," The youth chuckled softly. In this entire region, who does not know that Jiang Er is the most benevolent of souls, never engaging in conflict? I swear, if you speak, you shall live. Upon uttering these words, he tilted his head slightly and added, should I lie, my entire family shall ascend to the heavens. The woman swallowed hard, her complexion darkening. We harbor no ill will, she stated, asserting her position. It is merely that we lost something long ago, and only recently discovered it may be within the borders of Shandong province. We were dispatched to Linjiang County to seek it out. I sincerely apologize for trespassing here. She inclined her body slightly forward, her chest barely concealed, almost beckoning. I am Qinqian, and I, stop right there. The youth glanced down, awkwardly averting his gaze. I am not familiar with you. Do not divulge so much. The woman's expression remained unchanged, yet her heart felt a flicker of hope. To survive, in this barren land, where the populace is coarse and the economy of Linjiang County is poor, many toil in the snowy mountains as hunters. This youth before her is likely one of them. But he is still just a boy. As her mood shifted from despair to optimism, she leaned forward again, forcing a smile that bordered on seductive, yet unbeknownst to anyone. As she relaxed, a tide of resentment swiftly built within her. How could a dignified first-tier spirit master be reduced to this? Young man, she licked her lips, deliberately letting her gaze drift downwards. It appears I have taken a wrong turn. Might you grant me clemency? You possess spirit energy and seem youthful, surely. You must be a student from a local academy? To possess such profound spirit energy at your age is indeed remarkable. Why not accompany me? And you may yet secure a promising future? Is that so? The youth appeared hesitant, yet subtly intrigued. Indeed, the woman's eyes sparkled, hastily weaving her lies. You are a prodigy, a rare gem. Rather than languishing here, it would be far better to. Before she could finish her sentence, the youth suddenly interjected, what was lost? An egg? Yes. The abrupt inquiry caught the increasingly elated woman off guard. But as she spoke, her alluring demeanor abruptly stiffened. She realized something. Her eyes locking with the youth's, and she wished to say more, yet was swiftly engulfed by a cycle of dread. The youth continued to smile at her. After a moment, he slowly lowered his head, his previously narrowed eyes gradually opening wide. There seemed to be no emotion within his pupils, creating a stark contrast to the smile that graced his lips and the indifference reflected in his gaze. The woman's pupils dilated, for in her line of sight, the youth's eyes underwent a subtle transformation, the black gradually turning white, compressing and rising like the presence of a serpent or a scorpion. Qinqian has discerned your intentions. Her mental defenses have crumbled. Though tumultuous, it is generally palatable. Yet the spirit of the beast is of elevated quality. The eye of the tail is in the tasting process. Tasting complete. Reward, causal spirit technique, binding spell. After a few moments, the youth beamed with a bright smile, bringing to mind the warmth of spring. Then he pulled the trigger. Whoosh! Chapter 3, The Hatching of Spirit Beasts. 5 lords in attendance. This was indeed a lesson from the heavens. It taught me to relinquish resentment, to dispel sulkiness, and to renew myself, to alter my temperament. The youth hummed a tune, placing the empty jar at the doorway. He then clapped his hands and entered the bedroom, bending over to gaze under the bed. There lay a locked leather chest. He dragged the chest out, running his fingers over its tattered surface, and his expression gradually calmed. In that dimly lit environment, had someone been observing him, they might have glimpsed the pupils in his eyes standing erect, radiating an unsettling chill. Moments passed as he expressionlessly unlocked the chest. Almost instantaneously, a dazzling starlight spilled forth from the crevice, accompanied by a flurry of snowflakes that seemed to materialize from thin air. They landed upon Jiang Zhang's skin, leaving a refreshing chill in their wake. The youth silently regarded the contents of the chest. Ecological spirit beast egg. Form analysis not unlocked. Hatching required. Potential analysis not unlocked. Hatching required. Attributes: primary ice, secondary thunder, wind, earth. Hatching time: expected to hatch normally in 7 days. Current progress quantified at 9502. Your spirit energy is insufficient. It has been updated and is now adequate for assisting in hatching. A voice, indecipherable in gender, echoed once more in his ears. It bore an emotional quality, yet upon closer examination, it merely articulated its statements. Gazing at the spirit beast egg, the youth's eyes softened. He raised a hand to the black-patterned shell, caressing it gently. The shell trembled slightly, as if responding to his touch. This egg had been entrusted to him 6 months prior. To be precise, it had been bestowed upon him by Jiang Hu, who was believed to have vanished for nearly a year, suddenly appearing before him one fateful night and presenting him with this spirit beast egg. Jiang Er, the man burst into the house at midnight, only to be swiftly subdued by the spirit lock array that the youth had laid out. Spirit masters, long accustomed to the nourishment of spirit energy, often find themselves momentarily incapacitated, akin to newborns, if their energy is abruptly cut off. The man evidently fell into this category. However, rather than succumbing to embarrassment, he puffed out his chest, a smile unexpectedly gracing his face. Seeing you like this, I can rest easy. Zhang, clad in pajamas and holding a crossbow, silently observed him. The man continued, this is a gift for you. Raise it with confidence. No one knows of its existence. The chest arced through the air and landed before Zhang. The youth refrained from reaching for it, instead furrowing his brow. Where are you headed? Mind your own business. The man retorted, struggling to steady himself against the wall. Raising you until today, I admit, I have wronged you with my frequent reprimands. The youth regarded him, gently shaking his head. I have never erred in any matter, so I shall not forgive you. I never expected you to. The man gritted his teeth, casting one last glance at the youth before turning away and quickly vanishing into the night. The recollection faded. Gazing at the snow-white spirit beast egg adorned with intricate black patterns, the youth felt the chill in his palm, aware that the little creature within was interacting with him. He had safeguarded this egg for half a year. Was it finally time for it to hatch? A faint thrill coursed through the heart of the youth. The spirit beasts are the very essence of the spirit masters. Perhaps it is destiny. In any case, the ethereal energy can awaken the consciousness of myriad substances, endowing them with the capacity to accumulate spiritual energy within their reservoirs. Only humanity is incapable of such a feat even after 5 millennia of history. With countless generations of exceptional individuals striving forward, humanity has devised the mind scripture, a technique that permits the accumulation of a minuscule amount of spiritual energy. To this day, no human has managed to become a spirit master without forming a contract with a spirit beast. While entering into a contract with a spirit beast does not guarantee one's ascendance to spirit mastery, foregoing such a contract unequivocally precludes the possibility of achieving it. All things are inferior, yet the mastery of spirits reigns supreme. This is not merely a platitude but a deeply entrenched belief that resonates within the hearts of people across all nations. It remains an immutable truth, unshaken by the advancements of modern technology, which can suppress most spirit beasts through military might. As the keystone of humanity's ascent, the status of spirit masters has only grown more venerable through the passage of time, endowed with myriad astonishing abilities. Among these is the previously mentioned awakening destiny, as well as the path gifts that only spirit masters can wield post-awakening. Contemplating this, the youth licked his dry lips, his gaze growing ever more fervent. The spiritual energy he had accumulated the previous day was insufficient, yet today promised more, clearly linked to the rewards bestowed upon him by the Eye of the Serpent. Causal binding techniques? He murmured, his mind racing with thoughts. The origins of spiritual techniques predominantly stem from certain destinies, while some derive from spirit beasts. These techniques have been painstakingly extracted through the ages, their potency diminished, and are now offered as universal means for both spirit masters and aspiring ones. The most prevalent type of spiritual technique is elemental, encompassing over a dozen specific attributes that mirror those of spirit beasts, each varying in difficulty, power, and function. Additionally, there are healing, defensive, and enhancement techniques, among others. Among them, the rarest are the causal techniques, which further divide into curse and blessing categories. As for the binding technique, the youth slowly closed his eyes to immerse himself in the experience. Moments later, he abruptly opened his eyes. Cause and effect? Equivalent exchange? Cost and reward? Indeed. Fortune and misfortune coexist, both present. When Zhang finally entered the room, carrying a few items, the clock on the wall had struck midnight. The floor was cluttered with various objects, such as a bright yellow jade pendant, a large handful of multicolored herbs, and a freshly sterilized fruit knife. Everything was prepared. The youth sat cross-legged on the ground, licking his parched lips. In the next moment, he inhaled deeply and declared solemnly, I vow. Suddenly, almost as soon as the words left his lips, a wave of heat surged through his body. Anticipating this, he raised his hand to roll up his sleeve. Several thumb-sized black patterns materialized on his skin, slowly rotating. The youth's pupils instantly narrowed. Cocooning patterns. Insect to cocoon, cocoon to butterfly. Feasting on the ruler's bounty. Loyalty to the ruler's cause. Zhang fell silent for a moment before lifting his gaze forward. The mirror reflected his familiar visage, stopping just short of his neck. Feeling the burgeoning heat within him, Zhang's breaths grew heavier, and he could only manage. Feasting on the ruler's bounty, double the suffering. Loyalty to the ruler's cause, double the spiritual energy. As he spoke, he grasped the fruit knife and decisively slashed it across his palm. The pain was sharper than anticipated, causing his brow to furrow. Having grown accustomed to a life of comfort, he had not felt such pain in a long while. He sensed the black patterns on his body writhing. Suddenly, Zhang raised an eyebrow. Spiritual energy was continuously being generated within him, quickly replenishing what he had lost and further increasing. After 3 breaths, it gradually subsided. His spiritual energy had doubled, yet the pain persisted, compelling him to lower his head and examine the wound in his palm. Just as he thought, Jiangzheng gasped for breath, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. The long-lost pain stripped away the facade of gentleness he had worn for years, revealing an extreme madness. The reward had concluded, yet the cost was far from over. To cease the pain entirely, he would likely need the wound to heal first. Moreover, it seemed he should be grateful he had not yet become a spirit master. The spiritual essence within him was insufficient. Otherwise, the price of double the suffering would not suffice to compensate for the double the spiritual energy. What a remarkable trade-off between cost and reward. Jiang Zheng's gaze suddenly shifted downward. Could this work? Feasting on the ruler's bounty slows the wound's healing. Loyalty to the ruler's cause aids its hatching. No effect. Indeed, it was ineffective. Feasting on the ruler's bounty accelerates the bleeding. Loyalty to the ruler's cause assists in hatching it. A brief warmth enveloped him, and Jiang Zheng could visually perceive the black patterns flickering across his skin. The youth licked the corner of his mouth, his smile finally contorting. Feasting on the ruler's bounty accelerate the bleeding, slow the healing, and double the pain. Loyalty to the ruler's cause. Join me in aiding its hatching. Whoosh. The familiar black patterns spread more swiftly than before, and the wound in his palm bled at an alarming rate. The youth hesitated not a moment, swiftly channeling all his spiritual essence into his right fingertip, pouring it into the spirit beast egg before him. Boom. A resplendent white light swiftly enveloped the surroundings, elevating the brightness of the room and abruptly engulfing the howling youth. Yet, no one noticed that in the very instant before the white light consumed him, his eyes suddenly erupted with an even more dazzling brilliance. At the ends of the earth, clouds stretch for countless miles. The Kunpeng spreads its wings. Across the vast seas, the Jade Palace reaches its utmost splendor. A dragon opens its eyes. In the technological metropolis, the future meets the future. The emperor gazes down, the bridge of withered wood. Amidst the bones of the capital, a ghost looks up. The rolling furnace, amidst 1,000 flames, pays homage. Fire roars. The rulers are filled with great fury. Can they perceive it? The prophecy has indeed proven accurate. In this age of great strife, a moment of counterattack. Silence. So, can anyone present tell me, who exactly is this person? And where is this person now? Chapter 4. The Lord of the Snowy Mountains. Lick, lick, lick. The youth lay motionless on the ground. Lick, lick, lick. The boy furrowed his brow slightly, tilting his head. Lick, lick, lick. Jiangzheng suddenly opened his eyes. Almost simultaneously, he brought his fingers together before his mouth. Ice pillar. Nothing happened. The emptiness of spiritual energy within him did not yield a response. But the little creature beside him was startled, scuttling backward on all fours. This left Jiang Zheng momentarily stunned, prompting him to hastily rise and turn to look at the little creature's position. One large, one small, one above, one below, one tall, one short. They are gazing at each other intently. Ah yes. Jiang Zheng clutched his head, finally recalling the events that had transpired earlier. He had been momentarily stunned, observing his surroundings. It appeared to be merely a localized, spiritual energy disturbance. It was not severe enough to cause structural collapse or draw undue attention. Suddenly, a wave of pain surged through him like a tide, causing the veins on his forehead to bulge ominously. Drip, drip. Lowering his head, he noticed blood flowing fervently from his fingertips, staining the floor beneath him. The small creature sniffed the air and licked its lips. To be frank, it was somewhat intrigued. Upon noticing this, Jiang Zheng inhaled sharply and looked down at his palm. A grotesquely vivid scar was oozing blood, and he could even glimpse the stark white of bone through the gaping fissures. He had overexerted himself. Realizing this, the youth immediately scanned the ground around him, quickly identifying some items he had previously scattered. A collection of crooked wooden boxes. With a clatter, he strode over, enduring the pain as he half-kneeled to open one, glancing inside before snapping it shut. Not this one. After 2 more unsuccessful attempts, Jiang Zheng finally located what he sought, the muscle tear healing blood pill. This pill had been a gift from his uncle, who worked at the Lingjian Spirit Association in Linjiang, presented to congratulate him for ranking first in the entire school at the end of the term. It contained various spiritual herbs and was crafted by a professional spiritualist, specifically designed to treat lacerations. Its price was exorbitant, nearly 10,000 for a mild effect, over 10,000 for medium strength, and around 30,000 for a potent variant. However, Jiang Zheng could not afford to examine it closely. He simply tossed it into his mouth and began to chew vigorously. The flavor was exceedingly complex. As he swallowed, the youth looked down at his palm once more. Suddenly, an intense stabbing pain surged through his chest, causing his breathing to grow labored. Numerous muscle fibers appeared at the wound, as active granulation tissue sought to embrace its counterpart across the divide, until they merged completely and healed together. This process was undeniably painful, rendering the youth's expression increasingly ghastly. In the next moment, he moved his hand, feeling only a slight residual sensation in his palm. He was healed. Jiang Zheng exhaled in relief, wiping the fine beads of sweat from his forehead, and then turned his gaze towards the small creature. The latter was feigning nonchalance as it approached the spot where the youth had been, crouching down to fervently lick the pool of blood on the ground. Judging by the traces on its lips, it must have indulged quite a bit during Jiang Zheng's brief unconsciousness. This was a tiger cub. Its fur was as white as snow, adorned with numerous black stripes. Its eyes were golden, and it possessed short, stout limbs that exuded strength. Jiang Zheng fell into a moment of contemplation, a flicker of thought crossing his mind. Strictly speaking, the northern regions were indeed among the most abundant in tiger-type spirit beasts. For instance, the nearby Great Snow Mountain. This little creature bore a resemblance to the ice tiger cub, found within the Great Snow Mountain. A common breed capable of maintaining a second-grade talent. Yet, it was merely a resemblance. Jiang Zheng had seen photographs of ice tiger cubs, and they were not nearly as white as this little one, merely leaning towards a lighter hue. Moreover, their eyes were not this striking golden color, but rather blue. An unusual color? Jiang Zheng hesitated and shook his head. It likely was not. An unusual color merely indicated a deviation from the typical hues of spirit beasts, but did not imply any physical alterations. For instance, the subtle protrusions on the cub's back. Could they be the result of a hybridization of characteristics? That seemed off as well, for even the eggs of ice tiger cubs did not present such features. Whether it was the 0- or 1st-grade ice tiger cubs, or even the 2nd-grade yellow tigers and ice beasts at the foot of the Great Snow Mountain, or the 3rd-grade ice-biting tigers and 4th-grade horned saber-toothed tigers within the mountain. The spirit beast eggs born from their unions had always differed from their original shells. It seemed the little creature sensed Jiang Zheng's gaze upon it, for it let out a contented burp and squatted on the ground, staring at the youth with round, curious eyes, observing the gradual rise of his own. Name: Snow Mountain Lord. Species: ecological beast, tiger type. Strength: 0 grade, level 1. Potential: 7 grade, level 6. Attributes: primary ice system, secondary thunder system, earth system, wind system. Talent: low-level ice and snow affinity, low-level mountain lord bloodline, low-level blood feeding, low-level tough skin, resistance to all laws, cannot be enhanced, mountain god's expectation. Skills: tiger roar, bite, heavy strike, tiger's glare, avalanche. Evolution path: ice tiger cub, ice tiger beast mountain, lord tiger, snow mountain lord. Description: acknowledged for service, hope from the mountain god. Dual wings sprout from the back, the tiger's roar shakes the earth, revered by the name bestowed by the mountain. With a sudden rustle, the youth instinctively took a step back, inadvertently stepping on a pile of plastic. The unexpected noise startled the small creature. Snow Mountain Lord? The youth murmured, his pupils constricting gradually. The title of Lord is conferred only upon those spirit beasts of formidable strength, typically those of 7th grade or higher. For instance, the Flame Lord, residing in the southern, forbidden level secret realm known as the Sea of Dead Fire. Clearly, this little creature did not meet the qualifications, yet its potential brushed against the periphery of lordship. What could be the reason for this? It was evident: its lineage. Spirit beasts can be broadly categorized into 4 types: ecological, elemental, mechanical, and special. Within these categories, there are further subdivisions, such as plant, beast, cold mechanisms, and hot mechanisms, among others. However, in essence, ecological species encompass the most common terrestrial and avian creatures. Mechanical species are those that have gained sentience through tools. Elemental species pertain to the likes of wind, thunder, water, and fire, while special species encompass a myriad of forms, including the undead and flora. Biological species tend to be more versatile, while mechanical species lean towards offense and defense. Elemental species favor long-range attacks, and special species are often soul-oriented. Theoretically, there is no definitive hierarchy among these categories, but that does not mean they are absolute. Can mechanical species not also favor long-range attacks? Or special species not also embody versatility? Moreover, once they evolve, are they unable to explore different paths? Clearly, that is not the case. Each spirit beast, regardless of its parents' levels, has a 90% probability of reverting to the initial form of one parent, merging the characteristics after birth. However, the higher the parents' levels, the greater this probability becomes, and after the 3rd stage, it plummets to an astonishingly low fraction. This minuscule probability arises from another scenario, known in professional terms as inheritance. In such cases, the spirit beast directly inherits the evolutionary form of its parents without inheriting their levels. The little creature before him was evidently a descendant of the Snow Mountain Lordess form. A little Snow Mountain Lord. Chapter 5, Departure. The little Snow Mountain Lord tilted its head, exuding an air of innocence. The individual before him evoked a sense of familiarity within him. At the moment of a spirit beast's hatching, it instinctively regards the first creature it encounters as akin. Not to mention, even prior to its emergence, it had already felt an innate affinity for the spiritual energy emanating from the young boy before it. One should not underestimate the awareness of spirit beasts while encased in their eggs. They are born as spirit beasts, requiring no awakening of intellect. Even within their shells, they possess an intrinsic sensitivity to spiritual energy, effortlessly discerning the source of the energy that envelopes them daily. This innate awareness is precisely why spirit tamers prefer to personally engage in the hatching process rather than relying solely on subsequent subjugation. The spirit beasts hatched under such circumstances are more likely to achieve a profound connection with their tamers. For an ordinary person aspiring to become a spirit tamer, there are 3 formidable trials to overcome, colloquially referred to as the 3 trials of spirit tamers. The first trial involves amassing spiritual essence. The second focuses on nurturing a robust spirit beast, and the third necessitates the formation of a binding contract. Each of these trials requires one to possess a spirit beast, with the profound connection being an indispensable step within the third trial, the binding contract. Jiang Zheng pondered for a moment before tentatively extending his palm. The little creature blinked its eyes, displaying no hesitation, and eagerly scampered over on its short legs, affectionately nudging its nose against his palm. Jiang Zheng instinctively stroked the creature, reveling in a privilege he had never before experienced in either his past life or this one. How warm. Little one, do you wish to stay by my side? The Snow Mountain Lord raised its head in response, its expression somewhat bewildered. Having just been born, it could not yet comprehend human speech, yet it sensed the boy's emotions. Jiang Zheng smiled gently, clearly understanding its confusion. Thus, he refrained from further speech, instead standing up to survey his surroundings for a moment before making his way toward the pure yellow jade pendant that had been pushed into a corner. Oh! The little creature tilted its head, dutifully following him. After picking up the pure yellow jade pendant and inspecting it from various angles, Jiang Zheng let out a slight sigh of relief. The material of this spirit-calling jade exceeded his expectations. He then turned around and crouched down, placing it before the little one. The creature curiously gazed at the spirit-calling jade, sniffing it a couple of times. And suddenly its eyes brightened as it licked its lips. Hungry again? Jiang Zheng chuckled, saying, "This is not food. It may very well be your future home." The spirit-calling jade serves as a resting place for spirit beasts and is among the most vital tools for spirit tamers. Each piece of spirit-calling jade can accommodate a maximum of 1 spirit beast, yet it cannot harbor a beast of a higher grade than itself. While it possesses stringent absorption limits, it can accommodate lower-tier beasts without restrictions. The grade of spirit-calling jade is somewhat inconsequential. It merely reflects varying values determined by color. The colors range from yellow, orange, blue, green, cyan, red, purple, to black. The purer the hue, the superior the quality, providing the spirit beast with greater comfort, and even leading to gradual strengthening. However, only the first-grade yellow spirit-calling jade can accommodate spirit beasts from 2 tiers, specifically from Tier 1 to Tier 2. This is an ability that other grades of spirit-calling jade cannot achieve. The primary reason, Jiang Chen speculated, is that the materials for the first grade are not overly expensive, allowing for experimental endeavors. However, the subsequent grades cannot replicate this due to the exorbitant costs of their materials, making large-scale production unfeasible. The price of spirit-calling jade is relatively high. Logically, as a core tool for spirit tamers, it should not be priced as it currently is. Yet, due to government policies, spirit beasts belonging to tamers are prohibited from appearing in any public spaces within cities. Violators face hefty fines from the Spirit Tamer Association, with severe cases leading to special criminal liability. This special criminal liability is a punitive measure specifically targeting spirit tamers. Consequently, the price of spirit-calling jade has soared. Even a second-hand yellow spirit-calling jade is priced around 10,000, comparable to high-quality low-tier spirit beast eggs. Jiang Zheng's spirit-calling jade was not purchased with his own funds. It was a remnant left by his father at home. Although he did not seek the other's consent, Jiang Zheng was indifferent to whether permission was granted. If it were unacceptable, the other could simply voice the objection. If silence was maintained, it implied consent. The spirit-calling jade possesses a unique allure for spirit beasts due to its distinctive material. However, the little creature's eager anticipation was purely a manifestation of hunger. "I have prepared a plethora of Snow Mountain wolf pelts for you," while each contains limited spiritual energy. The abundance will surely suffice, Jiang said, cradling the little one and pressing their foreheads together. As he felt the creature's tongue licking him, Jiang erupted into laughter. So, will you become my companion? The boy inquired once more, kneeling on one knee and placing the little one before the spirit calling jade. If you wish, connect with it through your spiritual energy, and then relax. Before he could finish, the little creature emitted a delighted roar, its body lunging forward as its black paw landed squarely on the spirit calling jade. With a resounding thud, a brilliant light enveloped the darkness of the room, consuming the boy, whose smile grew ever softer. Morning dawned. The young boy swiftly took a broom, sweeping away the accumulated dust within the room and disposing of the refuse into plastic bags. He also made sure to include the empty glass bottles. Having accomplished this task, Jiang placed his hands on his hips, a radiant smile gracing his face. Despite having slept only 3 hours the previous night, he felt no fatigue. Rather, he was invigorated and brimming with energy, the adrenaline still surging through him. At the dining table, the little white tiger was fervently licking the milk in its bowl, occasionally pressing its milk-slicked head against a nearby pile of gray fur and greedily inhaling the scent. The delicate wisps of white spiritual energy wafted into its nostrils, sending delightful shivers through its entire body. Ah, how wonderful! The boy exclaimed. The little one raised its head, gazing dreamily at the boy approaching it. Let us go, he said, seizing the opportunity to affectionately rub the little tiger's head before snapping his fingers toward the yellow spirit calling jade tied to his waist. Time to board. With a playful cry, the little creature shook its head and stumbled forward, colliding with the spirit calling jade. As the flickering lights faded, the jade swayed gently. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the ethereal silhouette of a small white tiger. However, the boy did not rush to exit. Instead, he approached a large dog bowl in the corner, alongside several bags of dog food. The bowl already contained some pale purple freeze-dried food. Calmly, he added a few scoops of dog food to the bowl until it was filled to the brim, then lifted it to carry toward the roll-up door. As if sensing his approach, a chorus of scratching and low whimpers echoed from outside the door before he even arrived. Upon raising the door, several stray dogs of various colors and appearances, all enveloped in thick fur, looked up at him with exuberance, with some familiar pups even rolling over in greeting. These were long-haired dogs, a breed native to the north, endowed with certain spirit beast qualities. Their thick fur shields them from the cold, and their digestive capabilities are remarkable, allowing them to effectively process pest control substances containing vine-infested grass. Seeing this, the boy smiled slightly and set the dog bowl down. You must be starving, huh? Despite the unpleasant odor wafting from the dogs, his expression remained unchanged. He gently caressed the soft fur of the pack of dogs, whispering tenderly, "Eat, eat. Make sure to finish your meal." The morning streets were not particularly bustling, save for the breakfast shop across the way. "Xiaojiang, you're up quite early," remarked the man, busy frying food, wiping his face with a towel and gazing at the boy with a simple, honest expression. "You must try the freshly made pastries. They are delightfully crispy." The boy crouched on the ground, smiling and shaking his head. "Has your elder not returned yet?" In the breakfast shop, a busy woman, taking a moment to wipe the tables, leaned against the wall and teased the boy. "It's unacceptable for the shop to lack an adult. How about marrying our Hunyu after high school? We all adore you." "What are you talking about? Xiaojiang is destined to become a spirit master. He has no time for marriage at such an early age." The boy watched this scene with a smile. The man, with a serious demeanor, turned to his wife and said, "Men must prioritize their careers before anything else. Oh please, back when you were poor and came to my family with nothing but your strength to propose, did you think of establishing a career first?" The man's face flushed instantly, and after a moment of silence, he managed to reply, "Times have changed." "Indeed, times have changed." The woman scoffed and added, "You've become quite polite. How about letting them get engaged first?" The man appeared slightly swayed. "Well," he cleared his throat and turned back to Xiaojiang with a smile. "Xiaojiang, I must thank you for selling me Hunyu's spirit beast egg at a discount. Who knows, you might become a spirit master yourself and look after one another." "He left early," she remarked. The woman rolled her eyes at her husband and carried the water basin for wiping tables back into the house. "I doubt Xiaojiang is interested." "No worries," the man said, wiping the sweat from his brow. "After all, we're neighbors, and we'll see each other often. Good things take time. Hunyu likes him as well. What is the saying? Childhood sweethearts. Haha, what is there to fear? Just take it slow. Even an iron pestle can be ground into a needle." Chapter 6. This world is truly fascinating. The boy stood at the intersection, counting the moments. He glanced down at his phone. It was 6:21. Considering the time, they should be arriving soon, right? Jiang. Before he could lower his phone, a clear voice called out. Almost immediately, among the two figures in his line of sight, A young man in a security uniform waved and rushed toward him. Upon reaching him, he leaned on his knees, panting. I'm late. I'm so sorry. It's fine, Pingu. I must thank you for patrolling this area every day, keeping an eye on the shop for me. No need for thanks, it's my duty. By the way, how is your health? I've recovered. That is good to hear. The young man affectionately ruffled Jiang Zheng's hair. I owe my position as a security officer to your father selling me that spirit beast egg at a low price. It's nothing special. I'm just doing my rounds. Why not let me take you to school? No need. The boy shook his head, pointing to the bus approaching in the distance. The bus is here. I'll just take that. All right then. The young man said no more, simply accepting the key from the boy's hand and casting a casual glance downward. You can go now. I promise nothing will happen. Just then, his eyes widened in surprise upon seeing the yellow spirit calling Jade, looking at Jiang Zheng with genuine delight. Have you found your desired spirit beast? The boy nodded with a smile. That is wonderful. The young man's face lit up with joy. With a spirit beast, the path to becoming a spirit master is virtually assured. The boy scratched his head, feeling a bit shy. Thank you for your kind words. Go on, go on. As he watched the boy board the bus, the young man couldn't suppress a proud smile. Li Gu. At that moment, the young man beside him withdrew his gaze and curiously asked, is he the Jiang Zheng from Linjiang No. 1 High School? That is him. The young man replied, brimming with pride, not hiding his admiration for Jiang Zheng. In nearly 20 years, another student has achieved full marks in written exams, physical tests, and practical assessments in the second year of high school. The younger man looked at him with a hint of skepticism, remaining silent. What flattery! I thought you were him. Sensing the scrutiny from beside him, the young man coughed lightly and then said, do you know him? It's all over the news. How could I not know? The younger man pouted, a hint of defiance in his tone. I heard Linjiang No. 1 has been hanging banners for almost an entire summer. Haha, indeed. The young man could no longer contain himself, shaking his head in amusement. He was genuinely happy for Jiang Zheng. 5 years ago, he had learned of a new spirit beast shop opening, and thinking of the discounts for the grand opening, he decided to check it out. He never anticipated choosing a remarkably good spirit beast egg. That was the first time he had seen the boy. As he recalled, the young man's smile suddenly faltered, as if remembering something. His expression then shifted to a more subdued demeanor. Yet, that day, the boy had been wary, looking at him indifferently while standing beside his father, as if he were prey on a chopping board. The young man would never forget the chilling sensation that had coursed through him at that moment, the hair on his body standing on end. Although he had failed to become a spirit master a year later, he was accepted into the direct police academy in Shandong province. When he returned to express his gratitude, the boy had already transformed, appearing as gentle as he was now. This made the young man often ponder whether he had misjudged the boy 5 years prior. Counting the moments, he chuckled softly, shaking his head. Now graduated from university, having returned to his hometown to serve, equipped with profound professional knowledge, he still could not discern the boy's true nature. This boy must possess a genuine kindness. To claim it was a fade would be utterly terrifying. Even he himself could not believe it. Thus, he must have misjudged 5 years ago. It had to be so. Linjiang No. 1 High School is the finest high school in Linjiang City, due to its unique geographical characteristics. Various industries in Linjiang City are relatively underdeveloped, and the same applies to educational resources. Were it not for the government's direct intervention, how many teachers would willingly stay in such a relatively barren place, where 3 seasons feel like winter, to educate the youth? Therefore, even with government support, Linjiang City ultimately had to concentrate its best teaching resources to establish the only independent key high school in the city. Simultaneously, it is also the sole high school in the city approved by the Spirit Master Association to offer Spirit Master courses. They even provided manuals for students to practice basic Spirit Master techniques. In the eyes of the people of Linjiang, this was the best arrangement conceivable. Consequently, nearly all middle school students in the city aspired to enroll in Linjiang No. 1 High School, while those confident in their chances were even more eager to enter the Spirit Master program, hoping to seize an opportunity to become a Spirit Master and lift their impoverished families from hardship. The boy sat by the window, gazing out at the world beyond. The structure of Linjiang County is rather unique, as it comprises 2 separate landmasses connected by 5 grand bridges, seamlessly creating a cohesive entity. At this moment, a bus traverses one of these magnificent bridges. Above, a flock of somewhat peculiar-looking seagulls soars through the sky, yet they are not spirit beasts. 4 wild spirit beasts cannot enter human cities. Beneath the bridge lies a frigid, frozen lake surface. Although Linjiang County is indeed home to a river, it only melts during the summer months each year. Thus, it would be more accurate to describe it as a vast expanse of ice rather than a flowing river. Gazing through the glass down at the icy layer, the figures of a few individuals appear as mere black beans. Most are engaged in the art of ice top spinning. a cherished toy from the memories of the northern inhabitants of the divine land, and a fragment of Jiang Zhang's own past. His gaze suddenly darkens. Calculating the passage of time, he realizes he has inhabited this world for 5 years. In his previous life, he did not possess the common traits of a typical transmigrator. He was not an orphan. He belonged to a loving family. However, he was abducted, as were those children around him. As for his parents, they were individuals of ill repute. From birth, his eyes bore a permanent anomaly, vertical pupils. Though he had never visited a hospital, his eyes possessed no extraordinary abilities at the time. They were simply terrifying. That alone was sufficient to subject him to beatings. Throughout those prolonged years of his youth, he endured countless brutal assaults and multiple broken bones. He was only aware that during those midnight hours spent languishing in a pigpen, his sole thought was to survive. To live on was to embrace a future. He had no childhood, no joyful experiences, nor any companions to share warmth with. Children raised in such an environment hardly know the meaning of warmth. Each day was filled with vibrant learning experiences, mastering the art of lockpicking, begging, fighting, and delivering goods. He excelled in every endeavor, particularly in begging and deception, weeping with such sincerity and smiling with such innocence. Over time, this earned him his parents' favor, leading to fewer beatings, while his siblings grew increasingly resentful and even fearful of him. But what did it matter? He remained indifferent. As long as he survived, he cared not for others' opinions. Then, on the day he reached adulthood, his parents celebrated his very first birthday. His siblings clapped with forced smiles, while his parents proudly recounted his exceptional qualities and the potential of taking over their business. He nodded with a smile. Then, wielding the fruit knife meant for cutting the cake, he swiftly severed each piece, allowing the blood to stain the only clean cake present. From that day forth, he was free, seeking a semblance of a normal life, yet alas, it eluded him. His eyes were too horrific, and he lacked understanding of his employers. This was understandable, for which employer could tolerate an employee who insisted on clocking out on time? Thus, he meandered into his 30s, ultimately resigning himself to fate. He would return to his original profession, striving to attain greatness once more. His new employer gazed at him with admiration, declaring him a prodigy in the field. Jiang Zheng enjoyed his time with this individual until a colleague revealed the absence of a base salary, no commission, and a wage system that paid out for the previous year at the end of the current one. This revelation incited a hearty laugh from him, prompting him to turn and brandish a knife as he entered the building. Upon exiting, a speeding dump truck barreled towards him, crashing through the surrounding wall and striking its target. At this point, he conceded. So be it. Each day he awoke unscathed was a blessing. He had grown weary of such a life. Truth be told, he did not perceive this as punishment for his past transgressions, but rather as a form of destiny. However, he had no evidence to support this notion. When he next opened his eyes, he felt the pain of his battered young body, surrounded by swirling snow and howling winds. As for his attire, he recalled having perused various novels, gaining a modicum of understanding. Yet, he had no time to ponder such matters. Instead, he promptly bit his tongue, utilizing the sharp pain and blood to invigorate himself. Otherwise, he might have inadvertently declared a second demise. Last time, he succumbed, but this time he would not. Having traversed into this realm, he wished to linger a while longer. Thus, he persevered. Such peculiar eyes, accompanied by a gifted talent, could they be retracted? Indeed, they could. Mute? Merely a result of a parched throat preventing speech. The Great Snow Mountain is beset by natural frost storms 100 times each year. And your parents abandoned you here, hoping for your demise, yet you managed to survive? It seems fate has spared you. A man's voice, gravelly and raspy, spoke. If that is the case, I shall offer you a choice. I wish to reside in Linjiang City. I once had a child, but later discovered he was not of my blood. If you wish to live, bow to me, and I shall take you with me. But let me be clear. I have many issues, so you must always remember to be grateful. Surviving is a blessing granted by me. Thud. Oh, such decisiveness. Your character aligns with my preferences. This is indeed fate. From now on, you shall bear my surname, with a single character for your name, Zhang. Jiang Zheng. This splendid name is now yours. With that thought, Jiang Zheng slowly opened his eyes. I remember. Father, I have always remembered. Had I not remembered, upon discovering the spirit lock array, talisman, I would have immediately posted it in our home to honor you. In the next moment, he smiled with an air of nonchalance, his expression radiant. I sincerely thank you, Jiang Hu, not only for the joy of living, but also for the sheer intrigue this world presents. Chapter 7. What difference is there between this and being interrupted while relieving oneself? Next stop, Linjiang No. 1 High School. Linjiang No. 1 High School is approaching. Please ensure you have all your belongings before disembarking. The loudspeaker announced the stop as the bus gently swayed with movement. A group of high school students clad in blue and white uniforms, much like Jiang Zheng, huddled together at the back, now pointing and whispering towards his direction. Is that him? Absolutely. My cousin was in class 2 of spirit manipulation last year and was utterly infatuated with him, constantly showing me his pictures. No way we could be mistaken. Infatuation is one thing. He is somewhat handsome, just like me. You're not even close to that level. Hiss. How can you speak like that? All right, enough. Someone scoffed, casting a glance at Jiang Zheng's position. Confirming he likely could not hear them, they disdainfully turned away, muttering, handsome? What a joke. Is that what you call handsome? Are you blind? Shoo, lower your voice. Lower my voice. At this age, children are particularly sensitive about their image. Jiang Zheng understood them well, for in his time, his siblings had used far more vulgar language than these youngsters. Taking a deep breath, he restrained his gaze from the window, his radiant smile unwavering. New classmates. He rose to his feet, kindly addressing the suddenly flustered high schoolers, who were now scrambling about. Clearly, they had not anticipated that the youth before them would engage with them. What is the difference between this and being interrupted while relieving oneself? Yes, yes. The carriage continued to sway. The leading high school student swallowed nervously, managing to muster a faint smile. Senior, we are the new students this year. Upon finishing his words, they tugged at their school uniforms adorned with badges, awkwardly presenting them to Jiang Zheng. At Linjiang No. 1 High School, all students are required to wear the school badge, regardless of whether they belong to the regular class or the elite spirit class. However, the styles of the badges differ between the two, judging by their attire. It was evident they were all from the regular classes. Hello, juniors, Jiang Zheng greeted with a smile, his perfect grin akin to a breath of spring air. Our school has a commendable atmosphere and excels in both academics and the arts, as everyone is committed to diligent study. I am certain you will not disappoint. Yes, yes. Thank you, senior. The group bobbed their heads in agreement like chicks pecking at grain. There was little choice. The reputation of the young man before them was formidable. The recent deluge of news coverage about him was no fabrication. For anyone who attended or was about to attend Linhai No. 1 High School, it was nearly impossible to escape his shadow. With a triple crown in academics, athletics, and skills, he was akin to a high school version of a top achiever. Even those who might covertly disparage him or harbor dislike could not help but respectfully address him as senior in his presence. Otherwise, among the high schoolers, a boy with a cousin in the spirit class suddenly wiped the sweat from his brow. Although his cousin had been eliminated from the spirit class this year, she had once confided to him that this remarkable senior, despite his many admirable qualities, occasionally left her feeling somewhat estranged. After her 8th confession, the senior seemed to have grown weary. In those moments, his usually gentle eyes conveyed a hint of indifference, and he had even instilled a sense of fear within her, as if being scrutinized by a fierce beast. Since then, she had not dared to appear before Jiang Zheng again. He had also heard from her that this senior never initiated conflicts with classmates, always wearing a smile. Yet, even the school bullies appeared more docile in his presence. I've read novels. The boy shouted silently within. Isn't this precisely the archetype of a shadowy mastermind? With this thought, his legs began to fidget. Just then, he sensed a gaze directed toward him. It was the gentle senior, yet his eyes carried a profound significance. The bus slowly pulled away, leaving behind a group of trembling peers and a boy with a backpack, his face adorned with a smile. He was currently surveying the throng of people before him. Today marked the orientation for new students, and thus the entrance of Linjiang No. 1 High School was teeming with figures. Numerous families surrounded their children, their various admonishments echoing in the air. Study hard, my dear, strive to transfer to the spirit class next year. Sweet daughter, I will bring you beef every day. Make sure to exercise. Endure for a year, enjoy a lifetime. You must strive to get into the spirit class. In the face of their parents' expectations, the children exhibited diverse reactions. Some mirrored their parents' resolute determination with solemn nods, while others displayed worry in their eyes, lacking confidence. Many appeared distracted, seemingly indifferent to the weight of their parents' hopes, lacking even the courage to contemplate. However, this was to be expected. Jiang Zheng held his head high. Even after gaining admission to Linjiang No. 1 High School, entering the spirit class was no simple feat. Each grade level only offered 2 spirit classes. The entrance examination was the easiest way in, requiring merely satisfactory scores in both academics and athletics. Jiang Zheng had accomplished just that. Nevertheless, even after entering the spirit class, continued retention was not guaranteed. From the first year onward, students in the spirit class faced monthly assessments, along with midterm and final examinations. Yet there would be no immediate eliminations. However, beginning in the second year, those who performed well would either advance or remain, while those who underperformed faced significant risks. They could either be demoted or, in some cases, transferred to the regular classes. The root cause of this was twofold. The school lacked sufficient resources, and keeping those without hope merely added to financial burdens and sorrow. even among the students of the spirit class. Those who could break through the 3 barriers before the special college entrance examination and secure an opportunity for further education were exceedingly rare. Yes, you read that correctly. Those who failed to clear these 3 barriers would have no chance to participate in the special entrance examination and would only be eligible for the standard examination. This was an unavoidable reality. The harsh truth of life in a small town was laid bare here. Yet none of this concerned Jiang, for at the school gate, a colorful banner was prominently displayed, proclaiming, "Warmest congratulations to our senior Jiang of the current 3rd-year spirit class for securing the top rank in the school for 3 consecutive years. Excelling in the final assessments of academics, athletics, and skills." Gazing at the banner, the young man took a deep breath, feeling the biting chill of the air fill his lungs, and his smile broadened further. Achieving this was no simple task. It required not only an astute mind but also a stroke of luck, alongside relentless dedication and hard work. His dedication was genuine, and he had often pushed himself to the limits. Yet, such matters were inconsequential. Winning was paramount. In this second chance at life, he vowed to make it a brilliant one, starting with his academic journey. Chapter 8. What if? As he crossed the street toward the school, numerous students who recognized Jiang greeted him. "Good morning, senior." "Hello, senior." "Long time no see, senior." In response to these greetings, the young man smiled and nodded, gracefully weaving through the crowd. Observing him, many parents tugged at their children's ears, chiding them. "Look at him, and then look at you. Does that seem right? Mom, stop it. How can I compare to him? Ugh, I told you to study hard." The reprimands flowed freely. Just as Jiang was about to step through the school gates, a voice tinged with hostility suddenly rang out from a distance. "Jiang." The young man halted his steps. He did not turn around, but rather twitched his ear. Amid the cacophony surrounding him, a group of individuals was unmistakably approaching him. Quickly retrieving the memory associated with that voice, the young man raised an eyebrow. He then turned his body, almost as if foreseeing the encounter, and swatted away the hand reaching toward him. The sound of the slap echoed, leaving the boy with dreadlocks momentarily stunned. The surrounding boys exchanged glances, clearly witnessing this awkward scene, yet none uttered a word. They merely pursed their lips, feigning interest in their surroundings. The boy with dreadlocks rubbed his wrist, and, upon gazing at the smiling young man before him, his expression grew noticeably cautious. "Have you mastered the ear identification technique from your 6 senses?" The young man replied with a slight smile. "Halfway there." The boy with dreadlocks remained silent, scrutinizing him. After a brief moment, he let out a scoff, his eyes filled with apprehension. "I don't believe it." The youth remained unresponsive, merely smiling. After a few breaths, the individual with dreadlocks suddenly inhaled deeply, forcing a strained smile onto his face. "Jiang, have you made your decision? Will you transfer your family's spiritual beast shop to me? I assure you, I will not take advantage of you." With a sly smile, he fixed his gaze directly into the boy's eyes and continued, "What I mentioned before still stands. The price will be absolutely fair, without any exploitation on my part." "I shall not sell," came the firm reply. "Do not be so resolute, Jiang." The dreadlocked individual raised his chin slightly, his tone intensifying. "In this day and age, can your family even sell a single spiritual beast egg? Not to mention the trouble the county has stirred up, bringing in a gang of ruffians to vandalize shops. Even our Zhou family chain of spiritual beast stores has suffered losses. Who knows when they might pay your family a visit?" Upon finishing his words, he stepped closer, speaking earnestly. "Your family lacks a spirit master. Sooner or later, you'll find it impossible to maintain this shop. It would be wiser to sell it to my family. Take the money and acquire some resources." Before he could finish, the dreadlocked individual seemed to recollect something and spoke in a voice almost laced with temptation. "By the way, the report is due today, and next Monday, the contract for the spiritual beast will be signed, along with the nurturing assessment. You surely have not found your ideal spiritual beast yet, have you? Those spiritual beast eggs in your possession are merely the ones our family discarded. You mustn't hold them in high regard. Why not allow our family to provide you with one? What do you think? I do not intend any mockery. These are sincere words. As long as you are willing to sign an investment contract with our Zhou family, we are prepared to invest in you." The youth smiled faintly. "So, you have been troubling me all this time for the sake of an investment?" He observed the loquacious dreadlocked individual, then suddenly unfastened his school uniform, causing the other's gaze to instinctively drift downward. "Rest assured, our Zhou family will certainly provide you with an exceptional spiritual beast, yes?" His voice trailed off, his attention fixed on the summoning jade at the boy's waist. In the next moment, his eyes narrowed. "You already possess a spiritual beast?" "Indeed." Jiang replied with a warm and amiable smile. "I have already chosen my companion." The dreadlocked individual fell into silence. After the boy departed, Zhou Cheng's silence remained deafening. He had not anticipated that the proud Jiang would indeed find a spiritual beast he deemed worthy. Given his understanding of Jiang, the latter would never settle for mediocrity. This realization made Zhou Chang click his tongue, his brows knitting together tightly. At that moment, a subordinate brightened up. "Young master." He jogged closer and whispered, "Should we consider alternative methods?" Zhou Chang's eyes sharpened as he turned to look. The subordinate's body quivered slightly. "You see, opportunities are bestowed upon the prepared. Here comes a chance to act. For instance, we could set a fire, burn a few things first. I've seen it written in novels. That way, we could lower the price." Just as he fervently spoke, his peripheral vision caught a hand swiftly approaching. Smack! A sharp sound echoed once more. The subordinate's head spun, and he quickly toppled to the side. Had it not been for a companion catching him in time, he would have surely fallen to the ground. The surrounding crowd froze momentarily. Such a conspicuous action and sound could not escape their notice. Many parents frowned and cast their gazes toward the scene. "Hey, what are you doing?" A figure of justice approached with a frown. However, before he could get closer, a child beside him suddenly seized his arm and whispered something in his ear. In the next moment, the figure of justice's expression stiffened, and he could only cast a sympathetic glance at the boy on the ground whose face was rapidly swelling, before shaking his head and walking away. He could not afford to offend anyone, especially since his child was about to take the Spirit Master entrance exam. In the entire Linjiang city, there were 21 shops selling spiritual beast eggs, of which 13 were part of the Zhou family chain. It was said that among the remaining few, apart from one on the brink of bankruptcy, the others had at least some stake owned by the Zhou family. Indeed, it was not a matter of taking offense. The other parents felt similarly. They all chose to turn a blind eye, leaving behind Zhou Chang, whose hand was still raised in anger, and his trembling subordinate, who was in tears. "You've read too many novels, haven't you?" Zhou Chang seethed with fury, grabbing his subordinate by the collar. "Do you think I genuinely want that wretched shop?" The subordinate covered his face, too afraid to speak. 2 years in high school, twice at the top, twice with perfect scores in both academics and physical skills. Linjiang hasn't seen anyone like me in 30 years. Do you think I'm a fool? Do you think the Zhou family is a joke? He emphasized the last few words, lowering his voice. The surrounding boys fell silent, not daring to breathe a word. Truly foolish. Zhou Chang furiously released his subordinate's collar, casting him one last glance before turning back towards the school. The onlookers exchanged glances, most of them following suit. Only one boy, familiar with the situation, sighed and murmured, "Zhou Chang is sincere, but not in the sense of genuinely wanting to buy the shop. Rather, he is sincerely eager to throw money around." Do you believe that even if Jiang Zhang sold the shop, the following day Zhou Chang would present him with a contract, returning the shop exactly as it was? The swollen-faced subordinate appeared lost and confused. The boy patted his friend's shoulder and sighed again. "Do you know how resources are distributed across various regions? It all depends on merit. Do you think the poverty of Linjiang County is merely because it deserves to be impoverished? It's because we haven't produced any promising talents for years. Though we are closest to the Shandong province in the north, in terms of strength, we are the farthest from it. Every year, during the special college entrance examination, we are relegated to the bottom ranks. With such performance, where do we find resources? Hence, the county urgently needs a local prodigy to break this vicious cycle, to demonstrate to the province that the Linjiang County government and the Spirit Master Association are not merely idling. And Jiangzheng is the most likely candidate. Although there exists an uncertainty named the Spirit Master 3 trials, Jiangzheng is evidently more outstanding than other students. Until he completely fails, no one will dare to provoke him. Zhou Chang, a well-known second-generation figure in the county, understood this well. Do you think he entered the Spirit Master class through the back door? His academic performance is genuinely commendable. The boy's expression grew complex. He wouldn't engage in futile endeavors. Keeping us around is merely for the enjoyment of being surrounded by admirers. He won't require us to do anything, nor will he offer us any assistance. After speaking, the boy shook his head and said, "You are not suited to remain by his side. It would be best to leave." "And you?" The subordinate sobbed a couple of times, gazing at his friend. "You've always been clever. Even entering the Spirit Master second class, knowing full well he will give you nothing, why still cling to him?" The boy paused for a moment. What if? He managed to speak, his smile appearing exceptionally strained. "My family is poor, my parents are ill. What if he truly could lend me a hand? What if?" Chapter 9 Jiangzheng, as steadfast as a mountain, ever striving for excellence. As the winter break came to an end, today was not a day for classes, but merely for registration. Jiangzheng wandered through the familiar campus, occasionally pausing to admire the flourishing snow orchids, which had grown even more abundant. As the most common spiritual herb in the northern region, its primary use involved grinding it into powder and evenly applying it to areas afflicted by injuries. Ordinary students seldom utilize it, yet those in the Spirit Master class are quite familiar with it. Jiangzheng has only used it once. It was pleasantly cool and rather comfortable. "Hello, Senior Jiang. Senior Jiang, you are even more beautiful than flowers." "Stop it. Isn't that embarrassing?" The playful and teasing words emanated from a group of girls in the distance. However, when the youth turned to look, most of them hurriedly ducked their heads, shyly retreating while playfully jostling each other. The boy merely smiled and took it in stride. His popularity among the girls at school far surpassed that among the boys, to the extent that he could almost daily spot his name on the confession wall. The classroom of the Spirit Master class is situated in a standalone teaching building named Chanyun Building. As the name suggests, it is hoped that those aspiring Spirit Masters studying here will achieve great success in their endeavors. Unfortunately, very few students have managed to do so thus far. There are quite a number of students in front of Chanyun Building, as many new students and parents come to visit. Yet, each selected freshman in the Spirit Master class stands tall, proudly displaying their unique badge, seemingly fearful that others might overlook it. Jiang Zheng comprehends their sentiments. When first introduced to the role of a Spirit Master, the children's minds brim with fantasies of future success. During this phase, words of caution are often ineffective. However, as they gain a clearer understanding of the profession and experience their first monthly exam, such illusions quickly dissipate, often morphing into profound anxiety. Senior, a group of freshmen, giggling and teasing one another, bravely approached the top of the stairs. One girl with a ponytail, who was kicking pebbles while carrying a new backpack, inquired, "Where is the Spirit Master class for the first years?" "We just arrived. Chanyun Building has 3 floors, each housing 2 classes corresponding to their respective grades, along with some facilities provided for you." Before he could finish his explanation, the ponytail girl turned to them, blinking her eyes, "Since you are newcomers, your class is naturally on the 1st floor." The boy was momentarily at a loss for words. In the distance, several acquaintances of the ponytailed girl paused, curiously pointing in this direction. Sensing the attention around him, the boy's cheeks flushed slightly. Yet he took a deep breath. "What are you afraid of? You've already made it into the Spirit Master class. What is so wrong about asking for a contact number?" After a moment's hesitation, he stepped forward. However, before he could speak again, the ponytailed girl smiled and shook her head, then covered her mouth with her hand, whispering, "Dating is not permitted in the Spirit Master class." The boy was taken aback. "What? This is the time for hard work, not for romance." The ponytailed girl placed her hands on her hips, declaring with conviction, "First, focus on serious matters, got it?" After saying this, she patted her waist, causing a spirit-summoning jade to sway side to side. Upon seeing this jade, the boy suddenly felt a bit self-conscious. Upperclassmen are not required to wear badges. Initially thinking she was just an ordinary senior, he now realized she was from the Spirit Master class, which only made him more infatuated. He pressed his lips together, his eyes gradually igniting with enthusiasm. "That makes sense." Gathering his courage, he stepped closer. Then, "Senior, you must wait for me." "Huh. Even though this is our first meeting, I understand your unspoken intentions. We can talk later." Zhang Er. At that moment, the ponytailed girl suddenly twitched her ears and decisively turned to look down the stairs. Instantly, her face lit up with a radiant smile, and she waved enthusiastically. "Why did you take so long to arrive?" Jiang Zheng halted, smiling as he gazed at the ponytailed girl. Thud, thud, thud. She hurriedly dashed down the stairs, aiming to throw herself at Jiang Zheng. Yet, Jiang Zheng merely watched her approach with a smile, and as she neared, he raised his hand and flicked her forehead. Thud. The boy exerted no force, causing her to yelp in surprise, clutching her head and staggering slightly. "Ouch, that hurt." One must maintain a respectful distance between genders. Jiang Zheng grinned at her. "Tiger girl, you need to exercise some restraint." "Ouch, ouch, enough already." The girl, referred to as Tiger Girl, rubbed her forehead and pouted, muttering, "I've been traveling for so long. And you didn't even send me a message on WeChat. Can't friends keep in touch regularly?" "Not quite the same." Jiang Zheng replied with a half smile. "Friends do communicate, but they don't constantly send good morning and good night messages. Do you think I'm oblivious to your ulterior motives?" Looking at the girl before him, Jiang Zheng sighed softly. This girl is the daughter of the breakfast shop across the street, named Li Qingrong, affectionately called Tiger Girl. She is a spirited young lady raised in her parents' love, firmly believing in their childhood bond. In the first 2 years of arriving in this world, the boy meticulously planned his path, and Li Qingrong's family provided substantial assistance, particularly in the culinary aspect. Jiang Zheng never cooked. He relied on his own efforts, unwilling to waste time on such matters, especially since he had not studied cooking and needed to quickly acquire knowledge. That was when he met this little girl. Jiang Zheng acknowledges that he has exploited her emotions, and to label him a scoundrel would not be an exaggeration. However, he has always been somewhat hypocritical. Not a truly good person. After a brief moment of remorse, he brushed the matter aside. Moreover, Li Qingrong is not at a disadvantage. She has managed to establish herself in the class, a feat he contributed significantly to. This is his way of repaying her. Though hypocritical, he is not heartless. Furthermore, Li Qingrong can offer him much more than just that. On the steps, the expressions of the newcomers gradually froze. "Senior, do you remember what you just told me?" A voice came from the side. The boy, bewildered, turned to see two seniors standing nearby, chuckling as they addressed him. "Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't indulge in daydreams. Li Qingrong has no time for you." "So this senior's name is Li Qingrong? How lovely." Feeling the surrounding gazes, the boy became somewhat flustered. "But, the senior just said the school doesn't allow dating." "The school has no such rule. Especially concerning the Spirit Master class, it all depends on individual self-discipline. If you must waste your energy on such matters, it only indicates that you are unfit to become a Spirit Master." The seniors exchanged glances and shrugged. "So, Li Qingrong merely doesn't want you to pursue her because she is currently preoccupied with someone else." Upon hearing this, the boy's expression suddenly stiffened. But the senior and he are just. "Relax." One of the seniors patted the newcomer's shoulder, grinning as they continued. "You really don't know who he is?" The boy turned to look, squinting, then his eyes widened in recognition. He hadn't paid close attention earlier, but now he recognized him. Li Qingrong's talent in the Spirit Master class is quite average. Yet her self-proclaimed childhood friend happens to be the top student in the entire school, excelling in assessments. The senior shook his head with a sigh. "Do you think Li Qingrong would be interested in you? Are you more handsome than Jiang Zhang? Or do you possess greater abilities? I am quite warm-hearted. Impressive. But dogs should be prioritized over you. You must understand that success is contingent upon human effort." Haha. The senior laughed heartily, giving a thumbs up to the defiant boy. "I'm astounded. After you managed to navigate the first month in the Spirit Master class, then you may speak." The dialogue on the steps was somewhat unclear to Jiang Zhang, yet he could glean the gist from the snippets. In response, he felt a tinge of helplessness. Emotions are indeed a tangle of intricacies. At this moment, he could not afford to be swayed by even the slightest influence. For Jiang Zhang, true to his name, stands as steadfast as a mountain, always striving ahead. If the path forward inevitably entails loss, then Jiang Zhang sincerely opined, perhaps it might not matter all that much. Chapter 10. The back row by the window, the king's hometown. In the campus, the flow of people is quite considerable. Linjiang No. One high school rarely opens its doors to the public, thus only a handful of days each year permit outsiders to enter. The orientation for new students is one of those days, making it easy to imagine the number of eager parents bringing their children to see. In front of Changyan Building, many noticed Jiang Zhang and Li Qingrong. Some parents recognized Jiang Zhang's face, their eyes rapidly darting away from the two. Meanwhile, some students regarded the scene with indifference. "Hey, son, that Jiang Zhang and that girl, they're not dating, are they? How do you know?" "Of course, because I study here." Countless such conversations unfolded. Li Qingrong, too, was aware of the gazes surrounding her, yet her demeanor was far more composed than one might expect. In fact, these stares bore no semblance of influence over her. "Look," Li Qingrong remarked, unzipping her thick winter coat to reveal a soil-colored spirit-calling jade, brandishing it in front of the young man with a flourish. "Had it not been for my father finally relenting to buy me a spirit-calling jade before the holiday, I might have been unable to take you along with my ice bunny treasure this summer to strengthen our bond." As she spoke, wisps of white spiritual essence began to drift gently from the earthy jade. It vaguely resembled the shape of a rabbit. Jiang Zhang, with his hands in his pockets, shook his head lightly. "It's for sale, not a gift. The price is hardly distinguishable from a gift." Li Qingrong chuckled, two dimples forming on her cheeks. She pressed her face affectionately against her spirit-calling jade, appearing exceedingly endearing. "Once I conquer the 3 trials and truly become a spirit master, I will ensure it undergoes a special evolution, rather than just the ordinary kind." Jiang Zhang smiled faintly. Each spirit beast that hatches from an egg does not retain its initial form indefinitely. With the passage of time, when the accumulated spiritual essence is sufficient or certain special conditions are met, it can transform, as the public commonly understands, through a process known as evolution. In theory, the evolution of spirit beasts is not limited in number, yet the current record stands at 5, with the vast majority hovering around 3. At this thought, Jiang Zhang suddenly paused. From Ice Tiger Cub to Snow Mountain Monarch, that constitutes 5 stages, but beyond Snow Mountain Monarch, there remain 3 additional evolution processes. Cumulatively, that amounts to 8. Is Snow Mountain Monarch particularly unique, or Jiang Zhang slightly raised his head, his gaze profound? Contemplating these matters now seems somewhat premature. Although there are limits in terms of quantity, the evolution of each spirit beast does not adhere to a singular path. It is influenced by factors such as environment, capability, and items. Thus, it may evolve into a form starkly different from its kin. For instance, a spirit beast named Earth-Tooth Mouse has even seen its first stage evolution branches expand to 7 distinct forms, with subsequent evolutions blossoming in myriad directions. Would you prefer to evolve it into Guanghan Rabbit? The Guanghan rabbit is the most challenging and gifted type of spirit beast available in the first evolution choice for the Ice Bunny treasure. However, to evolve into it, the Ice Bunny treasure must endure mediocrity in the first stage, for this hidden evolution can only be unlocked at the second stage. Not at all, Li Qingrong pouted, ultimately sighing. While the Guanghan rabbit is splendid, my family would likely have to exhaust all their resources to afford a bag of jade cinnamon residue, let alone the required jade cinnamon branch. My parents may indulge me, but I cannot be so extravagant. Li Qingrong shook her head, reviving her spirits. Even if Guanghan rabbit is out of reach, evolving into a fluff rabbit beast at the first stage is still acceptable, as it also counts as a hidden branch, right? Plus, its third evolution, fluff rabbit matron, could help with pill grinding and earn some money. Jiang Zheng could not help but interject. Only the Guanghan rabbit can comprehend pill grinding. Oh dear, I know you excel in studies. Please, spare me further details. Li Qingrong stamped her feet, her nose scrunching in playful annoyance as she gazed reproachfully at the young man before her. You've lectured me enough. Let us talk about you. Pointing a finger at Jiang Zheng's chest, Li Qingrong pouted. Do you still not have a spirit beast that you fancy? Oh, the spirit master assessment is on Monday. You better not. I do, Jiang Zheng replied gently. It's called Zai Zai. It's an anomalous ice tiger cub. Wait. Li Qingrong blinked, momentarily stunned. Anomalous? A naturally powerful tiger-type spirit beast? Indeed, Jiang Zheng replied with a bright smile, choosing not to elaborate further as he brushed past Li Qingrong's shoulder and ascended the steps ahead with quick strides. Let us hurry. We cannot afford to waste any more time. Teacher Chu is likely already waiting for us. Changyan building comprises 3 floors, dedicated to the Spirit Master class for all 3 grades of high school. However, it is not merely a structure with classrooms. On the contrary, the interior is furnished with remarkable professionalism. Each floor exhibits considerable height differences, giving the 3-story Changyan building an appearance akin to a typical 5- or 6-story edifice. The primary reason for this is that each level houses corresponding training facilities and gyms, with even the gym meticulously divided to address various aspects of physical training. The 3rd floor is where the senior class resides in the Spirit Master program. Jiang Zheng ascended the staircase, soon arriving at the bustling 3rd floor. Parents crowded outside, passionately advising their children about the 2 classes before them. These 2 classes are the final step to becoming a Spirit Master. If you are diligent enough, perhaps you may find yourself here in the future. The young man stood calmly outside, smiling. Excuse me, thank you. As the crowd turned, many widened their eyes and made way for him. Is this Jiang Zheng from Linjiang No. 1 High School? There is no doubt. His photo was in the enrollment brochure. Hearing such remarks, the young man nodded humbly, occasionally bowing slightly to parents who made eye contact with him. Good looks cannot compare to good character. Some praised Jiang Zheng, remarking, this child has an excellent demeanor. He appears quite commendable. You know, I have a relative selling cooked food in a small alley downtown. I heard this lad volunteers to teach everyone during the summer. Really? Wow, that is quite impressive. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the youth stepped forward with a smile, approaching the door adorned with the emblem of the 1st class of Spirit Masters, gently pulling it open. With a resounding clang, as he peeked inside, the few gazes within the classroom converged upon him. Jiang Zheng, a familiar figure, rose, exclaiming, come over here. Jiang Zheng remained stationary, merely offering a bashful smile. He discerned that not all the eyes were welcoming. A small fraction harbored caution and scrutiny. Jiang Zheng was acutely aware of this. Although adept at disguise, he acknowledged that most could not see through his facade. Yet, many present were familiar faces, capable of discerning subtle cues from their past interactions. After all, the youth had not always adhered to the path of virtue. He had experienced moments of anger, though few were privy to those instances. Sit here? A friendly voice beckoned, pulling out the chair beside him. No, thank you, the youth replied, scratching his head, his gaze drifting towards a particular spot, the back row by the window, the homeland of the king. That was, after all, where the protagonist ought to be seated in any tale or narrative. Jiang, are you sitting there again? That spot is too cold. What is the appeal? Before he could finish, a girl with a ponytail emerged from behind him. Hey, Jiang, is that really how you address him? With that, Li Qingrong forcefully nudged Jiang Zheng's back. Come on, let us move over there. Jiang Zheng, perplexed, turned to her. Shouldn't you be with your friends? Didn't you say they advanced to the next class? Li Qingrong pursed her lips, ultimately exhaling a sigh. She surveyed the entire class, then, with a hint of disheartenment, replied, yes, they advanced, but one went to Shandong province, and another to a regular class. The youth suddenly grasped the situation. This was not an advancement. It was a dismissal. The little spirit beast egg had hatched into a little pig. Yet she remained in the same class while now facing the prospect of selling her spirit beast. As Li Qingrong spoke, hands on her hips, shaking her head. She lamented. Oh, Jiang Zheng was familiar with the little flower she mentioned. She was a farmer's child, perhaps due to her parents' years of labor. Her physical constitution was commendable, and she was diligent in her studies. After moving to Linjiang County, she succeeded in entering the Spirit Master class during her high school entrance examination. She had remained in the second class of Spirit Masters for both her first and second years, and while she had expected to continue into her third year, she was ultimately relegated. As for selling spirit beasts, that was mandated by law. Ordinary citizens, unless they were Spirit Masters, could not privately raise spirit beasts within the city. Nor could they purchase spirit beast eggs without proper channels, except through the spirit cultivation institutions established in various cities, such as the Spirit Master classes at Linjiang High School. It would have been fine for the little flower if she were outside the county. But wishing to continue her studies within the county meant she had to abide by the law. Although the little pig was a common spirit beast, the price of its egg was consistently higher than that of the actual beast, indicating that her family likely expended considerable effort to acquire it. Yet, in the end, it was all in vain. Jiang Zheng's gaze fell slightly. This was the harsh reality that the general populace faced on the path to becoming spirit masters. How could mere words encapsulate such hardship? Chapter 11. Being an ordinary person is quite satisfactory. A woman, her hair neatly pinned up, carried a thermos cup, moving leisurely up the stairs. A prominent scar extended from her neck, through her left eye socket, and up to her forehead, yet her eyes appeared unscathed. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice that her face, as cold as ice, featured a right eye that occasionally wavered with movement, while the left remained eerily still, as if it were a prosthetic. Her name was Chu Chong, the homeroom teacher of Jiang Zheng's first class of spirit masters. Within the school, opinions about her varied widely. A decade prior, she had been a figure of prominence at this very institution. One of the few to successfully ascend to the status of spirit master and gain admission to a prestigious university in Shandong province, majoring in spirit studies. Her graduation photo still adorned the alumni wall. Yet, no one knew the trials she had endured. All that was known was that within 2 years of graduation, she returned to the school bearing her ghastly scar. Jiang Zheng was among the first cohort she taught. The initial spirit beast that had once appeared in a group photo with her was never seen again, and alongside it, her radiant smile had vanished as well. Teacher Chu. The students descending the stairs were the first to notice her, their eyes widening slightly, awkwardly halting their steps, nervously nodding in greeting. Chu Chong calmly lifted her gaze. Little flower? It's me, Teacher Chu. The girl, with slightly darker skin, lowered her head, seemingly reluctant for the woman before her to see her expression. Thus, the woman remained silent, merely gazing into her eyes. Little Flower's eyes appeared somewhat misty. A moment of silence enveloped the staircase. As the homeroom teacher of the first class of Spirit Masters, although Little Flower had never studied in her class, both classes shared the same floor and utilized identical resources. Therefore, she recognized her, having also heard results from colleagues regarding some students. Aren't you going upstairs to have a look? I recall you had a good relationship with Li Qingrong? No, I've already seen them. Little Flower hurriedly raised her hand to wipe away the tears cascading down her cheeks, forcing a smile as she spoke. You still have matters to attend to. I should return to my class for roll call. Chu Chong silently observed her, counting the seconds. She gently nodded, her expression remaining as indifferent as ever. Not uttering any words of comfort, preparing instead to brush past Little Flower's shoulder and depart. As they brushed past each other, Little Flower, who had been keeping her head down, suddenly bit her lip and, with a hint of reluctance, lifted her gaze. Teacher Chu, there is no possibility. Chu Chong did not halt her stride, but spoke as if foreseeing the future. Gather your emotions. Being an ordinary person isn't so bad. Such a response evidently took Little Flower by surprise. I understand my spiritual aptitude is lacking, but if I could form a contract with the little pig and receive its feedback, then perhaps I. With a sudden pause, the woman at the top of the stairs sighed softly. Little Flower, face reality. Do not linger in futile fantasies. Chu Chong turned to face the girl below, her voice devoid of inflection. In truth, not only can you not become a spirit master, but many of your classmates, and even some from my own class, may not have that opportunity either. Little Flower stood frozen. To become a spirit master, talent, physique, and ability are all indispensable. We have stringent criteria in this regard. You must meet the baseline before you can aspire to reach the second or third criteria. At this juncture, Chu Chong shook her head slightly. If you fall behind, how can you hope to catch up to the subsequent criteria? Do you believe it can be achieved solely through effort? If effort alone could accomplish everything, then I. Chu Chang's words trailed off abruptly, leaving the conclusion unspoken. After a moment of slight silence, she spoke. Go on, Xiaohua. Remember to study diligently. Becoming a spirit master is not the only path to success. You do not understand. This road is fraught with countless fragments. Being an ordinary person is truly quite good. Jiang Zhang's gaze drifted far beyond the window, his mind preoccupied with various thoughts. For instance, the exclusive spirit trials of the third year, or the spirit assessment scheduled for the day after tomorrow. In truth, they could not yet be considered true prospective spirit masters. They were merely a group of students. Even though society and the school had arbitrarily categorized them as prospective spirit masters, this was merely to foster a sense of identity among them, attempting to spur their ambition. To become a prospective spirit master, the spirit assessment served as a formidable obstacle prior to the spirit trials, gauging whether one possesses sufficient talent after acquiring a spirit beast. More precisely, it assessed whether the feedback received after establishing a formal contract with the initial spirit beast could elevate one to the threshold of being a prospective spirit master. Indeed, such talent assessments were only conducted in the third year. There were myriad reasons for this. The talent of a spirit master is not immutable. It can evolve or be enhanced. The school provides students with an opportunity for improvement, allowing a span of 2 years. However, if one ultimately fails to succeed, the youth turned his head, calmly observing the classmates chatting amongst themselves, their brows occasionally furrowing. It seemed that many would ultimately walk away from this path, a reality that everyone was evidently aware of. Just then, a cool voice resonated from outside the classroom. Please, all parents, vacate Changyun building immediately. The matters to follow are not suitable for your attendance. Enough. Teacher Chu has arrived. Shoo. The reputation of Teacher Chu was well known among the students of Class 1. Even the few students who had recently joined hurriedly aligned their hands on their desks, sitting up straight. The classroom fell into a profound silence in an instant. Accompanied by a faint sound of footsteps, the classroom door swung open, revealing a somewhat slender figure entering their line of sight. Simultaneously, a pair of indifferent eyes began to scan the classroom, pausing momentarily only when they rested upon the smiling youth. After a brief moment, she nodded gently and stepped forward, placing a dark thermos on the table. Stand up. Some students who had just transitioned into the class noticed the silence and thought to leave a good impression on the teacher, only to find a chilling gaze directed straight at them. Everyone, sit down. The woman withdrew her gaze, slowly organizing the items on the podium. Students, I do not require you to adhere to those formalities here. Oh. The student who spoke sat down, feeling somewhat embarrassed. New students may not be familiar with my style. I do not wish to impose rigid etiquette upon you, for your chosen paths are divergent. The road of a spirit master is fraught with challenges beyond description. It demands vigor from you. The woman crossed her arms and continued, I prefer a more straightforward approach. So let us delve directly into the matter at hand. Teacher. Li Qingrong glanced around, reluctantly raising her hand. Zhou Chong has not yet arrived. She and Zhou Chong had always been in the same class, naturally recognizing each other. Back in Jiang Zhang's first year, Zhou Chong had intentionally led a group of unruly friends to confront him after school, had it not been for Jiang Zhang's desperate stand. It might have been him who ended up in the hospital, rather than those 8 individuals. Good heavens, Jiang Zhang had even scraped his skin. Hence, she genuinely disliked this individual, but as the former class monitor, she felt obligated. I know. Chu Chong nodded and said he is on leave. Now, students who possess spirit beasts, please raise your hands. Upon her words, Chu Chang's gaze fell directly upon the youth by the window. Upon seeing Jiang Zhang smiling and raising his hand, the woman first let out a quiet sigh of relief, followed by a hint of surprise in her brow. Jiang Zhang maintained his smile. In a flurry, the majority of the classroom raised their hands. The woman scanned the room, nodding slightly. Not bad. It seems everyone has found their desired initial partner. Those who have not need not worry. The school has professional suppliers who can provide spirit beast eggs. If finances are tight, they also offer spirit beast loan services, with installments extending up to 24 months. Feel free to inquire further as needed. However, as your homeroom teacher, I must remind you, Chu Chang's tone suddenly grew more serious. The spirit assessment is just around the corner, and you must choose your initial spirit beast over the weekend. Otherwise, you all understand the consequences. You may disperse. Jiang Zhang, please come with me. Chapter 12. Even in another world, there exists a pure-hearted prince. The woman walked ahead while the youth followed behind. The office was located on the same floor as the classroom, but deeper within the building. As she opened the office door, they found a disheveled man slurping instant noodles. Chu Chong, are you done? The man glanced at her, his slurping unabated. Would you like a bowl of noodles as well? Burp. No, thank you. Chu Chong replied coolly, Assistant Rome. Would you mind stepping out for a moment? The man bit off a piece of noodle, chewed thoughtfully, and silently regarded her. Then, his gaze shifted past the woman to see Jiang Zhang, who wore a gentle smile. This instantly brightened his expression. Ah, isn't this Jiang Zhang? Long time no see. You didn't call me during the holidays. My apologies. The youth stood straight at the door, expressing a hint of regret. I was quite busy over the summer. I understand. The The scruffy man chuckled heartily, scratching his messy hair. I saw the news. I heard you've been tutoring children from ordinary families. That must be exhausting. However, the man paused slightly, his smile dimming a bit. You haven't said anything you shouldn't. Have you? Like about spirit techniques? Of course not. The youth waved his hands repeatedly, hastily adding, I still know my limits. I've only shared some basic knowledge. That's fine. I trust you. As he passed by the youth, the man patted his shoulder. I've often heard Uncle Lee mention you at the Linjiang Spirit Association. He speaks highly of you, saying that children as kind-hearted as you are rare. So, don't slack off in your third year, understood? The man clenched his fist, seemingly encouraging Jiang Zheng. Keep it up. I believe you will surely become a spirit master. Thank you for your kind words. Watching the man depart with a smile, Jiang Zheng's expression gradually calmed. This assistant roan was not a teacher within the school, but rather a public officer sent by the Spirit Association to monitor the fair allocation of resources in accordance with regulations. Indeed, resources related to spirit summoning are exceedingly precious, and since the association has resolved to assist Linjiang No. 1 High School, it is improbable that they would lack any means of oversight. Otherwise, instances of embezzling spirit resources are not uncommon across various locales. Some individuals possess a greed and audacity that far surpasses ordinary imagination. The reason for his fervent enthusiasm towards himself is quite straightforward. He yearns to escape this desolate place devoid of any charm. Jiang Zheng raised his chin slightly. Although this assistant roan is responsible for monitoring the school, he can also garner achievements from it. The origin of these achievements lies in whether the school can cultivate competent new spirit summoners. Currently, Jiang Zheng's prospects appear the brightest. Moreover, he not only has potential, but also seems quite formidable. If he can maintain this momentum, it is likely that he will be officially reassigned in no time. Although he is uncertain of his destination, in his heart, he believes any place would be preferable to this dilapidated county town, which occasionally suffers from power outages and water shortages. Please sit. The woman casually gestured towards the adjacent chair, prompting the youth to smile anew and obediently take his seat. Chu Chong had no intention of engaging in idle chatter. She merely cast a glance at the spirit summoning jade at Jiang Zheng's waist and remarked coolly, When did you find your spirit beast? The youth replied without hesitation, A long time ago. Is that the reason you previously declined the school's offer? Taking only the spirit summoning jade? Chu Chong turned her chair to face him directly, locking eyes with the youth. Do you know which spirit beast the school intended to provide you? The youth shook his head curiously. It was a special plant-type spirit beast known as Snow Ginseng Baby, with a second-grade talent. Chu Chong sighed. Is the spirit beast you found comparable to the Snow Ginseng Baby? After pondering for a moment, Jiang Zheng smiled. Chu Ban, it should be about the same. You understand what I mean. Chu Chong interrupted him, gazing into his eyes, and spoke each word with a sense of gravity. Among the spirit beast cubs in the northern regions, the price of the Snow Ginseng Baby has always been high, not merely due to its grade 2 talent level or its rarity as a plant species in the north, but because of its primary passive ability, spirit recovery. In spirit summoning tests, as long as you successfully form a contract and generate a reservoir, it can provide you with the utmost first feedback. This is something that the vast majority of initial spirit beasts cannot accomplish. Furthermore, the emphasis of this first feedback is placed on the enhancement of spiritual energy, which is typically the most challenging aspect for ordinary individuals to improve. Not only that, but its secondary passive ability, medicinal properties, can even slightly enhance your talent after the feedback. Chu Chong took a deep breath. While your talent should be commendable, and your rate of spiritual energy growth has consistently met standards, wouldn't it be better to increase it a little more to enhance your chances of future success? As she spoke, Chu Chong seemed to have a sudden realization, falling into a brief silence. Jiang Zheng, meanwhile, adopted a contemplative expression. However, the tranquility in his narrowed eyes was unmistakable. It is widely known that the human body cannot store spiritual energy. Are we to believe that this will remain the case indefinitely? Certainly not. This is precisely why spirit beasts are an indispensable part of spirit summoners. Upon forming a contract with a spirit beast, a reservoir will emerge in the dantian of the human, serving as the space for absorbing and accumulating spiritual energy. Likewise, upon contracting with a spirit beast, it will proportionally share a part of its talent, spiritual energy, and physical prowess with its summoner. In simpler terms, this directly enhances your various abilities, increasing both your stamina and spiritual energy reserves. Moreover, barring any unforeseen circumstances, this enhancement is likely to be permanent. Naturally, spirit summoners cannot enjoy such benefits without reciprocity. They must also offer something in return, which is intrinsically linked to the concept of a contract. Chu Chong spoke once more. I understand that your living conditions have been rather constrained this past year, and you may not have much spare cash. But the school has devised a plan to provide you with a contract. While it spans 5 years, as long as you can become a spirit summoner, you can repay this sum gradually, without any interest. Chu Ban. At that moment, the youth suddenly interjected, "May I ask you a question?" "Go ahead." He gazed at her with wide, innocent eyes. "Your academic performance was also quite remarkable back in the day. The school must have provided you with a spirit beast egg, correct?" The youth stared intently at Chu Chang, who fell silent once more. She had already anticipated the next question. "Did you choose it back then?" Faced with this inquiry, Chu Chang opened her mouth, ultimately responding slowly, "No, I encountered my partner long before that, and kept it by my side until it hatched." Upon hearing this answer, the youth chuckled softly. "Chu Ban, I feel the same way." He stood and slightly bowed towards the woman before him. "The school has always kept me in their thoughts, and this is something Jiang Er deeply appreciates. However, like you, I simply cannot part with my partner." As he spoke, the youth gently caressed the spirit-summoning jade at his waist. The jade shimmered slightly, shedding sparse ice crystals. The spirit-summoning jade does not obscure the spirit beast's line of sight. They can indeed perceive it. However, due to the jade's average quality, its vision may not be particularly clear. Chu Chang stared at this scene in a daze. For some reason, her gaze towards Jiang Zheng suddenly grew complex, as if she were looking through this beaming and hopeful youth to someone else, a girl with braided hair affectionately crouching down to snuggle with her spirit beast. After a moment, the woman wearily closed her eyes. "I understand now. Therefore, your spirit beast is..." Jiang Zheng did not hesitate, replying, "An ice tiger cub." Chu Chang's eyes widened in an instant. "A peak second-grade talent ice tiger cub, and you dare to say it should be about the same?" The youth laughed heartily. "I'm not one to easily contradict others." His smile was pure, reminiscent of an innocent prince from another realm. Besides, it seems to be of a different hue as well. Chapter 13, The Talent Anomaly. When Jiang Zheng was finally ushered out by Chu Chang, he found himself in possession of a square metal card. Boldly inscribed upon it were the words, "Spirit Reservoir Monthly Pass." Gazing at this card, Jiang Zheng smiled faintly. "Oh, dear teacher, you seem to be rather blatant in your intentions, don't you? Before you learned that I had already chosen my spirit beast, you expressed confidence in me, yet advised me to be cautious, almost as if you were ready to hand me the snow ginseng baby directly. However, upon discovering that my initial spirit beast is the ice tiger cub, you have not mentioned the snow ginseng baby even once. You even gave me this monthly pass to the spirit reservoir, which should only have been accessible after the spirit summoning test. This is quite a valuable gift." Jiang Zheng clicked his tongue and unceremoniously tucked the card into his pocket. The spirit reservoir serves as a facility for spirit summoners to replenish and enhance their spiritual energy, primarily located within the Linjiang Spirit Association. However, Linjiang No. 1 High School has received permission from the association to construct such a specialized resource. It is situated at the back of the campus, the safest area of the school, primarily due to the rarity of the special devices within that continuously generate spiritual energy. Jiang Zheng had never visited that place before, as it was typically reserved for students after they had undergone the spirit control test. By taking such action, Chu Shang was implicitly expressing her trust in Jiang Zheng, or rather, she believed that he would undoubtedly pass the test. Upon returning to the classroom, most of the students had already departed, leaving only Li Qingrong, who was seated, idly refreshing her phone. Upon hearing some noise, she glanced towards the entrance, her gaze meeting that of the cheerful boy with tousled hair. "You're finally back. Shall we head home together?" "Sure." Upon receiving his affirmation, the girl quickly stood up, struggling to lift the backpack that belonged to Jiang Zheng, which she had retrieved from the back row. "Let us hurry. There are bound to be plenty of people heading home now. If we reach the station early, we might even snag a seat on the bus. Taking a taxi is also an option." "No, let us take the bus. Even if we don't get a seat, squeezing in with everyone will help improve our physical fitness." Observing her sparkling eyes and listening to her illogical reasoning, the boy chuckled and shook his head. Yet he did not decline her proposal. "By the way, Jiang Er, what did the teacher say to you? Was there some secret matter?" "Secret matter? What secret?" "Never mind." "Huh, I'm just asking. Let us go, or we might really miss out on a seat." Nilawa Alley. "Goodbye, Jiang Er." Li Qingrong stood across from him. Even as her long-absent parents enthusiastically pulled her towards a breakfast shop, she persisted in waving goodbye to the boy. In response, he waved back with a cheerful grin before squatting down to pick up the now-empty food bowl from the ground, while simultaneously lifting the second earthen brick he had counted from the wall. Beneath the brick lay a spare key to his shop that he had deliberately kept. The encounter with Ping Gu, a local security team leader, before leaving for school was relatively uneventful. His primary responsibilities involved apprehending pickpockets on the streets and handling cases that came to the station, though it seemed like an easy task. The journey through Nilawa Alley was no short affair, spanning nearly 5 kilometers, which consumed quite a bit of time. He estimated that Ping Gu was likely just on his way back now. If he were to wait for Pingu to return the key to him, the food would be cold by then. Unlocking the door, the boy lifted the rolling shutter, clapped his hands, and then flicked his fingers towards the spirit-calling jade at his waist, infusing his spiritual energy into it. Spirit beasts below the 4th rank cannot easily transcend the constraints of the spirit-calling jade. They require the spirit master's own energy as a conduit to manifest in the physical realm. As the specks of light faded, a small tiger cub, black and white in color, appeared on the ground, curiously surveying its surroundings. Having previously caught a vague glimpse of the environment while inside the spirit-calling jade, this was its first time witnessing the world in such clarity. "Cub, come inside." The boy spoke with a smile, gesturing towards the house. "It's time to eat." The little tiger cub, keenly attuned to the words, widened its eyes in excitement, though it still couldn't comprehend human speech. Most spirit beasts possess intelligence comparable to that of humans. Even after just one night, it recognized that the appearance of the phrase "time to eat" meant it was time to indulge. This spurred it to dash eagerly towards the interior. Watching the cub sprint towards the bedroom, the boy chuckled and shook his head. Such a glutton. Following closely behind, he skillfully laid out some gray snow mountain wolf fur on the floor, observing as the cub buried its head in the fur, inhaling deeply. He had collected this fur with the intention of facilitating this very moment. Although the snow mountain wolf was not a spirit beast, each wolf's body bore a trace of ice elemental energy, making it ideal for a newly born spirit beast to familiarize itself with and absorb spiritual energy. However, for this little tiger cub, the effect was somewhat lacking. With a 7th tier talent, the little snow mountain wolf's ability to absorb spiritual energy was akin to an instinct. Yet, Zhang felt helpless. Had he known that the spirit beast egg would hatch into this little creature, he would have opted for precious items that could be bought with real gold and silver instead. Nevertheless, it was not too late to make purchases. While taking the bus to school, Zhang had already placed an order for some special materials. However, considering the time, it seemed he would have to wait until the official start of school for them to arrive. Should I go shopping at the mall later? Although the materials were somewhat expensive due to the local scarcity, when it comes to raising spirit beasts, the cost is merely a challenge for the owner. After pondering for a while, Zhang ultimately decided to visit the mall tomorrow to gather the necessary items. As for today, he had other plans. With this thought in mind, Zhang's eyes gradually sharpened, focusing on the cub engrossed in its blissful absorption of energy on the ground. Low-level ice and snow affinity. Naturally attuned to ice and snow, this trait reduces the spiritual energy consumed when releasing ice elemental techniques by 10%, increasing their effectiveness by 10%. Chance of frost effect activation increased by 10%. Enhancement requirement, reach 1st tier. This was the innate talent of the cub as a spirit beast. Just as spirit masters awaken their pathway talents after their fateful journey, spirit beasts also possess their own talents. However, unlike spirit masters, each advancement for spirit beasts does not guarantee the acquisition of a new pathway talent, making inherited talents all the more crucial. Some talents are inherited 100% of the time, while others are not guaranteed. Theoretically, the better the talent of a spirit beast, the more inherited talents it can possess at the initial stage, thus increasing the probability of acquiring new talents with every subsequent advancement. The little creature before him boasted an astonishing 7 inherited talents. This was partly due to inheritance, but not solely attributable to it. There exists a saying in the world, spirit beast offspring that inherit the forms of their parents do have a small chance of inheriting all of their parents' talents. However, such chances are indeed quite rare. The impressive 7 talents of this cub indicated one thing. It had truly succeeded in doing so. It had inherited the full array of talents from one of its parents, who had painstakingly ascended to the 7th tier. Wow, Zhang exclaimed, shaking his head in amazement. How does that saying go? Some people are simply born into greatness. After this moment of reflection, Zhang suddenly realized something significant. His pupils trembled slightly, and his breath quickened. Wait a moment. It is currently at 0 tier, inheriting 7 talents. If it advances further, could it possibly gain entirely new talents? The boy abruptly covered his mouth, his eyes flickering with excitement as he struggled to contain his emotions. Yet, the smile tugging at the corners of his lips was unmistakable. Chapter 14. The dragon rides the clouds, the tiger commands the winds. After spending some time examining all of the cub's talents, Zhang found the little creature blissfully sprawled on the wolf fur, lazily wagging its tail. Mine, oh mine. It often wore a silly grin, prompting Zhang to chuckle and shake his head. This was hardly the demeanor of a snow mountain wolf. With this thought, he took out his phone and pressed the shutter button. Click. The flash of light disappeared in an instant, and the cub raised its head in confusion, gazing at the boy, just capturing a memory. The youth, with a broad smile, carefully preserved the item, intending to present it to the cub when it matured. Having completed this task, his mind began to ponder. The genetic talents of the cub were quite comprehensible. Low-level blood food supplementation. It can restore a certain amount of stamina through carnivorous consumption, and it can also permanently enhance its physique by a fraction, with a maximum limit of 10. Promotion requirements. Upgrade its physique to the limit before ascending to a higher tier. Low-level tough skin and flesh. It possesses a robust and powerful body, making it more resilient to blunt and internal injuries than ordinary creatures. And its bleeding rate upon sustaining external wounds will also be slightly slower. Promotion requirements. Upgrade its physique to the limit before ascending to a higher tier. Low-level mountain lord bloodline. Traditionally, the tiger is regarded as the ruler of mountain beasts, hence it is termed the mountain lord. Tiger-type spirit beasts inherently possess the ability to intimidate all beings. Weaker creatures may experience a small probability of fear upon encountering it. Its physique will permanently increase by 30. And against creatures that feel fear, every attack will raise the probability of striking a vital point by 30. Promotion requirements. Unlocked. Previous conditions disregarded. Only the ascension to the first tier is necessary. The low-level mountain lord bloodline is a fixed talent possessed by all tiger-type spirit beasts. However, it is typically challenging to enhance. Achieving such an improvement is akin to a complete transformation. In the case of the cub, it already falls within the realm of post-transformation. Thus, it merely requires methodical mastery. The low-level tough skin and flesh, along with low-level blood food supplementation, combined with the previously mentioned low-level affinity for ice and snow, constitute relatively common traits. For instance, the ice rabbit treasure that Jiang Zheng sold at a bargain to Li Qingrong also possessed the low-level affinity for ice and snow. Yet, the remaining traits could not be deemed rare. Indeed, Jiang Zheng could assert that they were unheard of. Universal resistance. It possesses a 50 resistance to all attribute-based techniques or spirit arts. The wind follows the tiger. Clouds follow the dragon. The wind follows the tiger. 4 wind-based techniques. It is naturally adept. Mastering wind-type techniques of the same stage is remarkably easy, and it also enjoys double resistance to wind-type techniques. Hope of the mountain god. It has gained the potential to become a mountain god. As long as it stands on the ground, all its talent effects will be doubled. Jiang Zheng could hardly contain his excitement, licking his lips. These 3 spirit beast talents were exceedingly extraordinary, with the last one being the most crucial. Although it appeared exceptionally simple, comprising merely a single line, the resultant effects far surpassed its brevity. Its spirit beast talents were indeed abundant. Universal resistance granted it innate 50 resistance to all elemental techniques, while the wind follows the tiger further augmented its wind-type resistance by another half. Coupled with hope of the mountain god, the cub acquired an astonishing thrice resistance specifically against wind-type spirit arts, spirit beasts, or techniques. One could confidently assert that it had become a master of wind. Contemplating the future encounters it would have with wind-type spirit beasts, Jiang Zheng found himself overwhelmed with emotion, almost wanting to howl. Taking a deep breath, he clapped his palms against his face. The slight sting helped him suppress his emotions. Exhaling deeply, Jiang Zheng squatted down, reaching out to stroke the cub's fluffy head. The latter affectionately stuck out its tongue, licking the boy's palm, but after a brief moment, it pounced back into the pile of wolf pelts to continue its indulgence. The only place in Linjiang County selling resources for spirit beast cultivation was the largest chain mall in the county, Wanxiang City. It was rumored that the owner of Wanxiang City had some connections with the county's Spirit Master Association, which enabled it to sell such materials. However, even with a monopoly over this trade, the daily profits were quite limited. This was not its fault, after all. There weren't many families in Linjiang County capable of nurturing spirit beasts. On the roadside, a black and white police car gradually came to a stop. The leading young man engaged the handbrake and turned to the boy beside him. "We've arrived. Go on." "Thank you, Pingu. Don't mention it. The headquarters is holding a meeting here tonight to discuss the recent attacks on spirit beast shops in the county, so it's just on my way." Listening to the other's words, the boy continued his actions without pause, although his pupils flickered slightly. Pingu, while checking his phone for items he intended to purchase, he curiously inquired, "I've heard the neighbors talk about it too. My family also owns a spirit beast shop, so I'm concerned. What if one day we face a robbery as well?" "Don't worry, your shop won't have any issues," Pingu chuckled, teasingly saying. "With your practice of selling spirit beast eggs at such low prices, you're practically on the verge of bankruptcy. Those suspects wouldn't even consider your modest establishment." After saying this, he shook his head with a smile and continued, "There's no need for concern. Although 2 criminals managed to escape, the headquarters suspects they have likely left Linjiang County." "How can that be?" The boy blinked in genuine confusion. "These robbers wouldn't just retreat empty-handed after taking losses, would they?" "Haha, you've read too many novels, haven't you? Your words are rather elaborate." Pingu ruffled the boy's hair, laughing. This isn't a new occurrence. Many cities in the northern region have faced similar situations recently. Our Linjiang County has been quick to respond, and under Uncle Lee's leadership, we managed to capture them all. In other cities, there are more fish that have slipped through the net. And without exception, when they fail, they uniformly withdraw from the city without leaving a trace. So our county will surely follow suit. Oh, I see. The boy understood at once, feeling relieved. Observing Jiang Zheng's expression, Pingge couldn't help but burst into laughter. No matter how mature Jiang Zheng appeared in daily life, at this moment, he was undeniably still a child. Life can be harsh. As he laughed, Pingge let out a sigh. If it weren't for Jiang Zheng's unique family circumstances, he wouldn't have had to shoulder the burden of self-sufficiency. Contemplating this, Pingge suddenly pulled out his phone, calling out to the boy who was preparing to exit the vehicle. Jiang Zheng, let me transfer some money to you. Don't hold back, spend it all. Pingge, that's unnecessary. I've sent it, accept it. TSK, are you not going to listen to what Pingge says? Quickly accept it. I'm watching you confirm it. After a bit of playful resistance, the boy eventually resigned himself to accepting the transfer. It wasn't a large sum, just 10,000 yuan, which was what Pingge had managed to save. Pingge tucked away his phone, raising an eyebrow at the boy. Now that you have a spirit beast, I don't have much to gift you, so here is a bit of money. But don't overthink it. Although it's a gift to you, it's also a gift for the cub. Make sure to spend it on it. I told Uncle Lee that Jiang Uncle would definitely leave you something good, and he didn't believe me. Now it seems I was right. This is what they call surpassing one's teacher. In a few years, the top position in criminal investigation will definitely fall to me. With that, Pingge pretended to adjust his attire. In response, the boy merely nodded with a smile. All right, you go on. I won't see you off. I'm heading to the headquarters for the meeting. Congratulations in advance on passing your Spirit Master test and becoming a true apprentice Spirit Master. Thanks for your good wishes. See you later. Goodbye. Chapter 15, Zhang Air. May your martial fortunes flourish. 2 days later, the warmth of spirit beast milk filled the thermos, its rich aroma quickly enveloping the kitchen. The youth stood in the living room, casually tossing a wrapped sandwich forward. Oh, whoa. The diminutive white tiger cub opened its gaping maw, seizing its prey with a swift motion before swallowing it whole. It licked its tongue, obediently sitting atop the table, its gaze wandering towards the thermos nearby. This is for your midday drink. Jiang Zheng discerned its yearning without difficulty. Yet, he hesitated not for a moment. Calmly declining, I have already poured you a pound of beast's milk, which meets the nutritional standards. Drinking more would serve only to satisfy your fleeting desire, offering no real benefit. The cub's ears drooped instantly, and it lay listlessly upon the table. Observing this, Jiang Zheng shook his head and chuckled softly. Such a gluttonous little tiger. It won't be long before you resemble a plump pig. The little snow mountain lord emitted a skeptical grunt, entirely unconvinced. Its intellect far surpassed that of other spirit beasts at its stage. Within just a few days, it had begun to approximate human speech patterns and familiar phrases, simulating the intended meanings with remarkable acuity. For instance, Li Qingrong's spirit beast had only last night sent a message, stating that the ice rabbit could finally grasp the gist of her words. How long had it been? At least a month since the ice rabbit's hatching. Thus, Jiang Zheng felt a genuine sense of joy. The sooner the cub comprehended his words, the more likely they could advance to the next phase of training. Just as Jiang Zheng finished tidying up, a series of knocks resounded from the iron door outside. Speak of the devil, Jiang Air. Li Qingrong's voice rang out, vibrant and unmistakably tinged with excitement. Today is the day of the spirit testing. I've called for a car, hurry out. Coming. Jiang Zheng replied loudly, placing the spirit summoning jade on the table and gesturing to the cub. He then turned and filled the dog bowl with kibble, slinging his backpack over his shoulder and grasping the spirit summoning jade, which faintly shimmered with spiritual essence, subtly resembling a tiger. As he opened the iron curtain at the entrance, the youth first disregarded the beaming girl, glancing instead at the ground around him. The long-haired dogs were conspicuously absent. Witnessing this, Jiang Zheng fell into a momentary silence, his gaze lowered. Li Qingrong, mistaking his quietude for a lack of awareness regarding the missing strays, offered a comforting remark. Oh, they must not have come today. Perhaps they found a better place, or maybe they're busy claiming territory. The wild dogs of Mudsnail Alley often engaged in skirmishes to establish their domain. The current winter was tolerable, but during the sweltering summer, the alley would be rife with chaos, leaving one dazed from the stench. Jiang Zheng mused, still contemplative, before responding to Li Qingrong. You make a valid point. I hope they can refrain from being wild dogs in the future. Yes, I share that sentiment. Just as her words trailed off, the distant sound of a taxi horn echoed from the alley's entrance. The car's here. Place the dog food at the door. When they become famished, they'll naturally return to their usual habits. Among the neighbors, only you, Jiang Air, possess such kindness. The others have no time to attend to them. This remark inadvertently included her own household in the narrative. Jiang Zheng did not respond immediately. Instead, he bent down to set the dog bowl in its designated spot. After a brief pause, he rose and suddenly declared, "I am not a good person." "What?" "Nothing, let's go." Today, the atmosphere outside Lingjiangno. One high school was particularly austere, while the interior remained unusually tranquil. Ordinary students enjoyed a day off, relishing an extra day before classes resumed. However, the students of the spirit class across all 3 grades were required to be present unless in exceptional circumstances. Numerous law enforcement officers were stationed nearby, equipped with batons and stun guns, while a select few were accompanied by imposing red-haired mastiffs, their gazes sharp and unwavering. These dogs, known as Qisha, were second-tier fire-type spirit beasts, renowned for their loyalty and bravery, making them excellent companions for various magical institutions. 50 meters from the school's main entrance, a line of caution tape was drawn. A multitude of onlookers had gathered outside the tape. Some even brought stools and sunflower seeds, sitting at the front, munching and engaging in idle chatter. "Did your son pass the entrance exam for the spirit class?" "He did, and he even got into the first class." "That's fantastic." "My little rascal nearly flunked. He barely managed to pass the physical test." "Oh dear, better not beat him when you get home. He's still just a child." "Rest assured, he's already received his share of discipline." Countless such exchanges filled the air, yet curiosity lingered as well. What a grand spectacle. Was it always like this in previous years? "You're not a local, are you?" "Heh, you must be a bit off your rocker to come live here. Life in a big city moves fast. Isn't it slower here? Besides, my daughter was just born, so I thought I'd come early to familiarize myself with the place." "Well, let me tell you. This grand affair is quite the norm. There aren't many entertainment options in the county. The annual spirit testing is, aside from the Spring Festival and National Day, the biggest holiday in the county. Is it really that extravagant? Of course, even though we can't go inside or witness the process. We can see the results on the big screen at the school gate. Do you see those kids over there? They're even placing bets. Aren't the law enforcement officers going to intervene? As long as it isn't overtly blatant, they'll turn a blind eye. Besides, who says the officers won't place bets themselves? You never know. Have you placed bets?" "I did. I placed my bet early last year on a student." "You weren't lucky enough to be here last year to seize such a foolproof opportunity. This can really be a guaranteed win." "Haha, surprising, isn't it? You look like someone who works hard for a living." The burly man chuckled heartily. Who in the county doesn't know about the literary and martial prodigy from Mudsnail Alley? If you're going to bet, it has to be on him. Though the returns aren't substantial, it's enough for a pack of cigarettes. What if he doesn't T-pass? Wait, don't jump to conclusions. I've seen this happen in big cities too, where there are students who are highly anticipated but ultimately. P.S. also named Jiang Zheng? Not quite. Then that settles it. The burly man dug a finger into his ear, smirking. Jiang Zheng is Jiang Zheng, and others are others. I have a short-sightedness and can only see him. I trust him alone. Otherwise, why would I risk my hard-earned money on him? After saying this, he gave a hearty pat on the shoulder of the bespectacled man in front of him, causing the latter to stagger and grimace, yet fearing the burly man's misunderstanding. He could only endure the pain and force a smile. Witnessing this, the burly man burst into laughter once more. "You're as fragile as a chick bone. You need to toughen up, or you'll freeze to death soon. What was said here stays here. Lingjiang County is protective of its own, and Jiang Zheng is a kind-hearted boy. If you ever say otherwise, beware of being beaten by those he has helped." With that, the burly man wore a knowing smile. Like me, the bespectacled man nodded vigorously but internally held reservations. After all, Lingjiang County was still small, a frog in a well, limited in perspective. At that moment, a commotion erupted among the crowd. "Zheng Heir, come touch him, absorb some of his scholarly aura. May your descendants be as accomplished as he. Touch him, touch him." Such exaggerated proclamations piqued the curiosity of the bespectacled man. He endeavored to weave through the throng, casting his gaze upon the figure advancing amidst the crowd. It was a youth who exuded an air of gentle refinement. Clad in immaculate attire, his smile was both poised and modest. The bespectacled man stood transfixed. To remain unfazed amidst a throng of 100 was indeed a rarity in the bustling metropolis. In that moment, he comprehended the source of the boy's popularity. After a brief hesitation, an urge stirred within him, and with a resolute determination, he too pressed forward. "If everyone else is touching, then I shall partake as well. This is what it means to assimilate into a group." Suddenly, a bellow erupted from behind him. It was the burly man. Jiang Zheng. The bespectacled man turned. The giant had somehow ascended a low tree, bellowing at the top of his lungs. "May martial prowess flourish. May martial prowess flourish." The youth turned at the sound, a knowing smile gracing his features. It turned out to be the father of Wang Daniu, the hunter. In a moment, he nodded emphatically, his eyes sparkling, and strode confidently forward. Chapter 16, The Assessment. In stark contrast to the clamorous crowd, the reactions of the constables were markedly subdued. Several individuals accompanying the Crimson Hound regarded the approaching boy with penetrating gazes, as if he were a star surrounded by admirers. Is this the nephew of Li Wenshu? Indeed, he is. No wonder he has garnered such attention. One can surmise that Li Wenshu has lent him considerable support. That may not entirely be the case. While they share this connection, we have yet to see him within the association. Their relationship may not be as close as the rumors suggest. At the end of the day, he is still his nephew. Who knows? He may very well become our junior in due course. Not necessarily. If his talent is truly as remarkable as claimed, he likely wouldn't be here merely to scrape by. If the spirit testing results are mediocre, then perhaps. That is a valid point. Here he comes. Let us proceed with the formalities and conduct the examination. This last remark was directed at the younger constables beside him. They nodded in agreement and approached the youth. It was Pingu. Please present your badge. Here. Jiang Zheng removed the badge from his chest and handed it to the typically stoic Pingu. The latter, with a serious demeanor, placed it upon the nearby apparatus. Look at the camera. Place your hand here. The youth turned towards the camera, offering a slight smile. Ding ding. Spirit energy recognition consistent. Appearance recognition consistent. Pupil pattern recognition consistent. Fingerprint recognition consistent. All standards met. Passage permitted. The frigid machine intoned its impersonal words, yet Pingu, turning his back to the others, suddenly relaxed his expression and exchanged a conspiratorial glance with the youth. The boy pressed his lips together, as if to suppress a helpless smile. You may enter. Pingu stepped aside, his expression transforming back into one of meticulous seriousness, as he extended his hand to intercept Li Qingrong, who was trailing behind the youth. He reiterated his prior words. Please present your badge. Zhang Er, you may go in first. As she watched the boy turn back, Li Qingrong waved her hand dismissively. No need to wait for me. Go ahead and listen to what Teacher Chu has to say. She surely has instructions for you. The youth paused for a moment, then swiftly nodded, showing no inclination to decline. All right. Observing the boy's receding figure, Li Qingrong inhaled deeply, her petite nose crinkling in bemusement. Wait. You truly won't wait for me? A chuckle escaped from Pingu, who, after a brief moment of mirth, resumed his serious demeanor. Yet, his voice was almost a whisper, as if squeezed through clenched teeth. Enough. The test is imminent. You best focus on the task at hand. Indeed, Li Qingrong could only sigh in resignation. Ascending the Changyun Tower, Jiang Zheng made his way directly to the classroom. Upon opening the door, he encountered a medley of expressions from his classmates, as well as a woman seated at the podium, arms crossed, eyes closed in contemplation. Hearing the noise, the woman's ears twitched, and she opened her eyes. Did you bring the spiritual materials for the spirit beasts? I did. Very well, Jiang Zheng. I have no further instructions for you. Please take your seat. With that, Chu Shang returned her gaze. She held unwavering confidence in this student, whose success in spirit mastery she considered a certainty. As the youth returned to the seat designated for the Wang family, he suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure occupying the seat before him. It was Zhou Chang. Hello. Back there. What is so good about it? The straightforward inquiry caused Zhou Chang's face, which had just broken into a smile, to freeze in place. The youth merely chuckled to himself, resuming his seat and softly muttering, However, I feel quite well at the moment. Zhou Chang's mouth quivered for a fleeting moment. After a few breaths, he inhaled deeply, suppressing the turbulence of his emotions. You still have time for jokes. It seems you truly are confident? The youth did not respond, instead calmly gazing out the window. Rather than engage in trivial banter, he preferred to appreciate the scenery. Zhou Chang took another deep breath, wishing to speak further, when the door swung open, and Li Qingrong hurriedly entered, breathless. Sorry, did you bring the spiritual materials? I did. Then take your seat. I will speak for a moment. Yes. Li Qingrong dashed to Jiang Zheng's side, but could not help rolling her eyes at the sight of Zhou Chang. Look at me. Chu Shang then rapped the podium, rising from her seat. The spirit mastery test involves you and your respective spirit beasts signing a basic contract and receiving their feedback. During this ceremony, we will also assess your compatibility with the spirit energy. Shortly, members of the association will arrive to distribute enlightenment fruits. Consume the fruits in the order your names are called, and then proceed to the gymnasium to touch the awakening crystal. The purpose of the enlightenment fruits is to augment your innate spirit energy, allowing you to attempt to resonate with the awakening crystal. Remember, your physical condition will also be evaluated by the crystal. The better your talent, the more brilliant the previously colorless and formless awakening crystal will shine. After the test concludes, while the free spirit energy has yet to dissipate, you will release your respective spirit beasts and attempt to sign the basic contract with them. The spiritual materials prepared for the spirit beasts can be returned for feeding after the session concludes. As Chu Shang's words fell, The classroom door swung open once more. Everything was in readiness. Entering was the ever-disheveled Rong Tejong. His unkempt stubble swayed slightly as he nonchalantly surveyed the diverse expressions of the students. He wasted no time with pleasantries, but directly stated, "Number 1, Zhang Chunmei. Present." A slightly plump girl in the front row sprang up, nervously regarding the scruffy man. "Step forward." Rong Tejong tilted his head towards the door. "Bring your spirit-calling jade registered as Little Piglet and follow me." Shortly after the two departed, Chu Shang calmly retrieved a remote and activated the projection screen on the multifunctional blackboard. This step was simultaneously mirrored in other classrooms. As a flurry of black and white lights flickered, a distant training ground materialized before everyone's eyes. In the center of the scene lay a transparent, diamond-shaped stone, resembling crystal, resting on a pedestal. After a few moments, a girl named Zhang Chunmei appeared at the entrance, her face awash with anxiety as she nervously tugged at the hem of her clothing. The surrounding adults regarded her with indifference until the person closest to her tossed a box in her direction. Flustered, Zhang Chunmei caught it and retrieved a fruit, iridescent and roughly the size of a small persimmon. "Swallow it whole," the other party instructed. Zhang Chunmei complied. Though the enlightenment fruit was not large enough to pose a choking hazard, it still caused her to instinctively thump her chest in nervousness. The sounds within the scene were strikingly clear, providing no respite for her frayed emotions. The classroom fell into an even deeper silence. All eyes fixated on the classmate approaching the awakening crystal until she took a deep breath and placed her palm upon it. It felt as if the collective breath of the room had ceased. In the next moment, a faint light began to intensify, yet ultimately remained at a dim glow. Observing this, Assistant Rome, who had approached the awakening crystal, seemed to have anticipated the outcome. He lifted his chin slightly and began to recite a string of peculiar numbers. Initial phase 3-3. The guidance is complete. Now release your spirit beast. Remember, you must channel all your spiritual energy into the little pig. Zhang Chunmei nodded nervously. In the next instant, a white light enveloped the newly summoned pink pig and Zhang Chunmei herself, creating a delicate thread that connected them at the center. However, just a breath later, the white filament inexplicably snapped, dissipating within seconds. The white light surrounding both the girl and her spirit beast vanished simultaneously. Zhang Chunmei plopped onto the ground, her eyes quivering in disbelief as if she had anticipated this outcome. After a moment, she raised her gaze towards Assistant Rome, with his back to the camera. The classroom could not discern his expression, yet everyone could surmise it. Assistant Rome's face was impassive, not even a flicker of his eyelids. Final phase 5-5, the test concludes. Contract failure, no feedback. Individual physique, 3rd rank, level C. Individual talent, 3rd rank, level C, spirit beast physique. 5th rank, level B, spirit beast talent. 5th rank, level B. Final evaluation, 3355, level C. No need for record. Student, please return. The classroom fell into an oppressive silence, where even the drop of a pin could be heard. Chu Shang lowered her head, letting out a quiet sigh. By the time the dazed Zhang Chunmei returned to her class, Chu Shang had already composed herself. She calmly raised her head and spoke. Zhang Chunmei. "Teacher, Let me finish," Chu Shang interrupted, maintaining her composure despite the glimmer of tears in Zhang Chunmei's eyes. "You purchased the spirit beast on loan from the school, which can be reclaimed, but it will offset the price difference between the spirit beast and the spirit beast egg. Therefore, you should discuss this with your parents, and it would be best." "Teacher, Listen to me," Chu Shang continued, her voice steady. "It is best for you to contact me as soon as possible, so you can resume your normal academic life. After this matter is settled, you should transfer to a regular class." Chapter 17, Zhou Chang's Fire Spirit. The opening cannon shot left the majority of the class looking ashen. Only Jiang Zheng and a few others remained remarkably composed. The boy's eyes flickered slightly. The grading system consists of 10 levels, with 4 standards. Ranks 1 to 3 are classified as level C, 4 to 6 as level B, 7 to 9 as level A, while 10 is not categorized under A, B, or C, but rather as special grade. It is essential to note that this does not reflect the individual or spirit beast's prowess, but rather an objective evaluation concerning physique and talent. Thus, it should not be overly taken to heart. Anyone who has had prolonged exposure to spiritual energy will not possess a 0 in talent. At the very least, they would have a rank of 1. For those like them, who have undergone system training for 2 years, maintaining a rating of 3 or above in both talent and physique is expected. This is akin to Zhang Chunmei's talent being rated at rank 3, level C. However, this merely indicates that she lacks innate talent, representing an individual who has strived through sheer effort to elevate herself from the ranks of ordinary individuals to level C. But that is the extent of it. Yet, one might also criticize the school. Students from elite spirit training classes in major cities possess superior resources. resulting in an average talent level of around rank 5. In a certain high school in the capital, it is said that the average talent can even reach the astonishing level of 7, rank A. But what of that? It is critical to remember that even the prestigious institutions, heralded as the cradle of spirit masters, do not guarantee a 100 success rate for their graduates. Thus, aspiring to become a spirit master is no simple endeavor. Students in the classroom moved back and forth at the entrance, displaying a myriad of expressions. Some, like Li Chunmei, were rendered speechless, while others were so excited they could scarcely contain themselves. "Zhang I did it!" Li Qingrong exclaimed as she re-entered the room, wildly pumping her fists. Her entire face flushed with exhilaration. Intermittent applause broke out in the classroom, the atmosphere seeming to lighten. Zhang Zhang smiled warmly, joining in the applause. Li Qingrong's talent was unremarkable, merely average in Zhang Zhang's eyes, and he found it difficult to envision her achieving any significant success on the path of a spirit master. Yet, with his assistance, she would undoubtedly manage to make a living. After pushing her back to her seat, the girl, who sought to use her success as an excuse for a hug, caught Zhang Zhang's gaze, which had shifted to Zhou Chang, who appeared serene on the screen. "Here." Zhou Chang accepted the fruit tossed to him, glanced at it, then chuckled softly and shook his head. "Assistant Rong, I don't consume this. I brought my own." "That's fine, but I'd like to take a look." Assistant Rong tilted his head slightly, ultimately nodding casually. Enlightenment fruits are quite valuable, though not prohibited. Additionally, various factors such as cultivation methods, time, weather, and moisture can influence their quality. Consequently, families with substantial resources often cultivate enlightenment fruit trees for their offspring. By the time the younger generation matures and consumes them, these fruits, having absorbed the essence of heaven and earth for years, are in peak condition, often surpassing those provided by the association. For instance, the vibrant fruit Zhou Chang produced from his pocket. After Assistant Rong confirmed its authenticity, Zhou Chang promptly took it out and devoured it. Juice cascaded over his lips. Enlightenment fruits take a year to form, but require 10 years to ripen fully. Underripe fruits must be swallowed whole to preserve their properties, while ripe ones can be consumed in any manner without concern. However, achieving full ripeness is no simple task, as the fertilizers consumed are often costly and crafted from refined spiritual materials. At this moment, Zhou Chang felt a surge of energy within his abdomen, a smile creeping onto his lips as he clenched his fist in a slight obsession. This sudden influx of spiritual energy was utterly irresistible. "Touch." Assistant Rong's words jolted Zhou Chang back to reality. No longer hesitating, he stepped forward, placing his large hand on the awakening crystal, his spiritual energy coalescing rapidly. The crystal illuminated in an instant, the brightness eclipsing all prior spirit testing conducted by his classmates, nearly filling the gymnasium with its radiance. Rong's assistant raised an eyebrow slightly, surveying the exuberant expression of Zhou Chang, enveloped in the radiant glow emitted by the enlightened stone. Quite intriguing. Yet, in the span of a mere 2 breaths, the faint smile on Rong's face swiftly dissipated, returning to a state of tranquil composure. However, not for long. The foundational contract had been successfully established. The spirit beast physique was ranked at level 6, B grade. Its innate talent was rated at level 9, a grade. Zhou Chang's personal physique was also at level 9, a grade. His individual talent was assessed at level 7, B grade. The final evaluation, B grade. The records were duly filed for close observation, with Zhou Chang from the 3rd year of Linjiang No. 1 High School marked as a key subject. As the announcement concluded, it was replaced by Zhou Chang's exuberant laughter, accompanied by the shimmering droplets of energy cascading around him, akin to hot oil meeting water. A multitude of crimson sparks leapt forth from his being. This was a manifestation of his spiritual energy attribute. Zhou Chang's family had long prepared for his journey as a spirit master. Thus, he did not cultivate the sutras and spiritual techniques provided by the local association. The spiritual energy he transformed was not the commonly seen ice attribute within the northern regions, but rather the fire attribute, renowned as one of the 3 great elemental types. Moreover, his spirit beast was also a fire-type entity, enveloped in a fiery red blaze, its limbs firmly planted on the ground. Though resembling a beast, it lacked detailed features, appearing entirely as a life form composed of flames. Zhang Zhang had encountered its information in books before. This was the flame spirit, possessing a 2nd-tier talent, classified as an elemental spirit beast. While the Zhou family could have procured a superior initial spirit beast, this particular one offered remarkable assistance to fire attribute spiritual energy, particularly beneficial during the initial stages of a spirit master's development. This was evident from the subsequent events that unfolded. Rong's assistant stepped back with an unspoken understanding. In the following instant, Zhou Chang's entire being erupted with an immense surge of spiritual energy, a swirling vortex of sparks encircling him like a crimson tornado. Once the whirlwind dissipated, Zhou Chang underwent a remarkable transformation. Fiery flames materialized around several of his joints, while his hair danced like liquid fire. The flame spirit that had been before him had vanished. Upon establishing the initial contract, there was a 40 probability of transferring the counterpart's innate talent, the primary body of fire. Rong's assistant, unfazed, jotted down notes in a slim volume. Calmly articulating. Effect. Temporarily enhances the power of fire-type spiritual techniques, increases a certain limit of energy reserves, and amplifies basic attack and defense capabilities until the spirit master exhausts their strength. The individual talent was adjusted from level 7, B grade, to level 8, A grade. The overall evaluation remained unchanged. The classroom resonated with Zhou Chang's jubilant cheers emanating from the screen. Observing the exuberant boy bouncing around, even Chu Chang nodded in acknowledgement. Following the establishment of the foundational contract, it was indeed possible for humans to acquire some special additional talents. Though the probability was relatively low and varied from person to person, as if struck by a thought, the woman suddenly shifted her gaze back to the class. Her eyes swept over the students whose expressions gradually shifted to envy and even jealousy, finally resting on the boy by the window. Jiang Zheng sat upright, merely smiling. His gaze held no envy or jealousy. It was as serene as a still pond. After a moment, Chu Chang took a deep breath, her gaze towards the boy deepening. Outside affairs are myriad, yet within, I remain. It was rare for someone to remain indifferent to another's success. It was entirely natural to experience a spectrum of emotions. Greed, anger, and ignorance were all part of the human condition, unless one held an unwavering self-confidence regarding their own worth. Next, Jiang Zheng. The door swung open, and Rong's assistant deliberately leaned in, fixating his gaze on the boy by the window, a rare smile gracing his face. Come, Xiao Jiang, it's your turn. Chapter 18, Special Grade. Hearing the commotion, the other students turned their heads towards the boy. Even Zhou Chang, who had returned to class, seemingly back to normal, yet unable to conceal his excitement, suddenly tempered his expressions. The complexity of emotions in the gazes of many was palpable. At Linjiangno, one high school, while ordinary liberal arts students fared well, anyone in the Spirit Master class could not escape Jiang Zheng's name. They either heard it from their classmates or from their parents. Outstanding personality, exceptional academics, remarkable athleticism. Everything appeared remarkably impressive. Undoubtedly, this exemplary student had become the sole representative of Linjiang No. 1 High School over the past 2 years. Frankly speaking, there was a tinge of jealousy regarding Zhou Chang's eventual success. Everyone acknowledged that, with the support of his family, his outcome was, in a sense, inevitable. Thus, they thought, if I had the same resources, I could achieve the same. Yet, should Jiang Zheng achieve a successful contract, many would introspect and find it difficult to feel jealousy. This was because the chasm between them was too vast. Jealousy could not bridge such a gap. Would he fail? Perhaps some harbored such thoughts, eagerly anticipating a dramatic twist. But they understood that the odds were akin to winning the lottery. Go ahead, Jiang Zheng. It was Chu Chang speaking. She sat at the back of the lecture hall, her gaze towards the boy imbued with significance, her words carrying similar weight. If you are well prepared, let us see how far you can go. Indeed. Jiang Zheng replied with a subtle smile, advancing calmly. Zheng Er. As the boy approached the doorway, he turned back upon hearing the voice. It was Li Qingrong. She stood up, waving her small fists, lively and spirited like a fluffy rabbit. Good luck. Seeing this, the boy smiled slightly, saying nothing. Zhou Chang stood at the doorway, ready to exchange a few casual words, only to witness Jiang Zheng brush past him without a moment's pause. Hey! His triumphant expression stiffened, and he could only begrudgingly wave his arms in frustration. You may excel beyond me in general, but not this time. My enlightened fruit is not something everyone is qualified to consume. As Jiang Zheng stepped into the corridor, he spotted a group standing centrally, clad in uniforms emblazoned with the Linjiang No. 1 High School emblem. The leading middle-aged man hastened a few steps forward upon seeing the boy emerge. Jiang Zheng recognized these individuals. He politely halted, greeting them. Principal Zhang. Here, take this. The then vice principal of Linjiang No. 1 High School. The middle-aged man promptly handed a long wooden box to the boy without further ado. Feeling the weight in his palm, Jiang Zheng quickly deduced the contents of the box, yet feigned ignorance, asking, What is this? While the enlightened fruits were indeed consumable, they could not compare to the item enclosed within this box. The middle-aged man patted the boy's shoulder with a warm smile. Although this ISNT top tier, it's the best the school could offer. I hope you 1T let down the school's expectations. His words were straightforward, yet the boy was not surprised. Having reaped the benefits provided, he naturally understood that greater responsibilities accompanied such privileges. His success was precisely what the school anticipated the most. Yes, all right, go on, go on. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the crowd before them parted ways. Observing the young man and the seemingly oblivious assistant Rong as they gradually advanced, ultimately entering the gymnasium, one could not help but wonder about Jiang Zheng's confidence. Surely, he would not falter. Rather than entertain the notion of his failure, it seemed more prudent to speculate on his potential to surpass existing records. Indeed, a middle-aged man chuckled lightly, seizing the conversation's thread, raising his hand to stroke his short beard. Let us seek out the media. If all goes as expected, we could promote this splendid occasion. Numerous gazes focused intently, while the protagonist of their attention, the youth, calmly savored the fruit in his mouth. Tart yet sweet, it was hardly delectable, yet the ethereal energy it bestowed was abundant, swiftly permeating his being until it enveloped him entirely, and it showed no signs of cessation. In response, the young man suddenly licked his lips, a smile curling at the corners before he quickly regained his composure. In the next instant, he lowered his gaze, pulling at the edges of his gloves, casting a discreet glance at the skin concealed beneath. The black patterns writhed as if fervently fulfilling their promise. Upon entering, Jiang Zheng silently intoned a binding incantation, primarily to test a hypothesis. If the binding spell necessitated a sacrifice, would the price need to be immediate, or could it be a lingering consequence? The current outcome confirmed his suspicions. The method of prolongation was viable, yet not all such methods were equally effective. For instance, when he swore to bind with the cost of suffering double the effects of future injuries, the spell did not activate. Conversely, his second incantation, which invoked a reduction of 1 year from his lifespan, proved successful. The youth's gaze deepened, revealing layers of contemplation. The simplest explanation was that the former contained too many uncertainties, while the latter presented no such complications. Jiang Zheng slightly raised his head, a glimmer flashing in his eyes before he quickly reverted to silence. This undoubtedly heightened the allure of the situation, prompting thoughts of a financial mechanism, loans. However, the concept of trading one's lifespan for rewards was perilously treacherous. For others, even with an acute sense of caution, maintaining a calm and objective perspective would be a formidable challenge. Yet Jiang Zheng was different. He had once navigated such perilous waters, acutely aware of the gambler's ultimate fate. Furthermore, he comprehended the dark thoughts that lurked within the lender's heart. Thus, the practice of bartering lifespan for rewards could not be a frequent recourse. Otherwise, human nature would shift, becoming lax and dependent. Having resolved this, the young man's subtle expressions returned to normalcy as he regarded the crystalline object before him. Not far away, Assistant Rome, who had been observing with crossed arms since their entrance, suddenly raised an eyebrow, followed by a series of rapid sniffs. In the next moment, his pupils constricted, his gaze fixating intently on the young man. More accurately, he was scrutinizing the youth from head to toe. As an awakened spirit master, the innate aptitude he possessed rendered his observational and perceptive skills exceptionally keen. This was also the reason the association entrusted him with oversight of this year's awakening at Linjiang No. 1 High School. Thus, he was now profoundly astonished, indeed, even shocked. Wait a moment. Assistant Rome took a couple of steps forward, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. The sudden shift in atmosphere hushed those around him. The other staff members paused, their expressions momentarily frozen, before their gazes darted back and forth between Assistant Rome and the young man. After several exchanges, their doubtful eyes settled on the now motionless youth. While Assistant Rome might have appeared somewhat eccentric, his reliability in professional matters was unquestionable. Despite the incredulity, if he called for a halt, the expressions of those gathered grew increasingly complex. Jiang Zheng, did you cheat? In the classroom, Chu Chang's brows knitted tightly, the sound of clattering chairs resonating as everyone abruptly stood, creating a cacophony. Did Assistant Rome call for a stop? If so, Jiang Zheng. Silence. Everyone be quiet. The last command came from Li Qingrong, though it bore little fruit. The uproar surged once more within the classroom, voices overlapping with disbelief, yet tinged with an undercurrent of inexplicable excitement and anticipation. Amidst the crowd, Zhou Chang remained impassive, taking in the unfolding scene with an expressionless demeanor, ultimately donning a barely perceptible air of disdain. Human nature is ever so predictable. How could I be deemed genuine? Yet after this contempt, he redirected his gaze towards the projection on the blackboard, fixating on the composed youth within. A moment passed, and Zhou Chang's fists clenched slightly. Based on his understanding of Jiang Zheng, there was no way the latter could have cheated, nor would he willingly place himself in such a precarious position without absolute certainty. Assistant Rome's call to stop was likely not due to any infraction. But what could it be? Lost in thought, Zhou Chang's breath hitched slightly. In the next instant, he too stood abruptly, his expression shifting to one of bewilderment. It can't be, can it? Assistant Rome, oblivious to the surrounding shifts in mood, stared blankly at the perplexed young man before suddenly reaching for his own chest. His heart raced wildly. What is this? Assistant Rong fell into a contemplative silence, only to grow increasingly exhilarated. This pulsation could signify a liberation from the confines of their county, a heartbeat resonating with the call of freedom. After a few breaths, 10. Assistant Rong's elation was palpable, his voice trembling with excitement. His mind raced with visions of a carefree existence once he relocated. What did you say? A nearby individual, unable to hear clearly, stepped forward, puzzled. The record, Assistant Rong inhaled deeply, striving to contain his fervor. Linjiang County, Linjiang No. 1 High School, Jiangzhou. Without any contact with the awakening stone, the individual talent. 10 points, exceptional. Assistant Rong's declaration plunged the room into a brief silence, swiftly followed by intensified breaths. Countless pairs of eyes converged on the youth once more, but this time, the gazes were devoid of skepticism, replaced instead by profound awe. As the core figure overseeing this awakening and a veritable spirit master, the likelihood of Assistant Rong's judgment being flawed was exceedingly low. Yet such a situation was rare, not only within their county but even in larger cities, leaving them with lingering doubts. Still, witnessing the unabashed joy upon Assistant Rong's face instilled a modicum of trust within many hearts surrounding him. Some instinctively yearned to utter expletives, only to realize the presence of cameras, prompting them to swallow their words. The others fared little better, their reactions markedly different from Assistant Rong's. It is not merely the identity of a spirit master that is significant, but rather that Assistant Rong is an outsider dispatched from the headquarters of the Spirit Master Association. While they are the indigenous inhabitants nurtured by the local community, naturally, their sentiments towards Jiangzhou, who shares the same indigenous background, run deeper than those towards Assistant Rong, fostering a sense of camaraderie akin to that of fellow townsmen regarding an esteemed junior. Thus, Jiangzhou even perceived an unfamiliar middle-aged man subtly raising his fist, exuding a benevolent demeanor and encouragingly waving his hand. This elicited a faint smile from him. Yet, despite the smile adorning his face, his heart remained far from relaxed. Instead, an alarm bell rang within him. He was aware that Assistant Rong was a spirit master, and he even knew that the latter, much like his own father in this life, was of the first stage level. However, he had not anticipated that the other senses could be so acute. The mere turbulence of his internal spiritual energy seemed to reveal everything to Rong, as if he possessed a pair of penetrating eyes. The youth's gaze lowered slightly. Jiangzhou, you must never act so recklessly again. The paths of spirit masters are fraught with unpredictable twists and turns. If one is not cautious, trouble will inevitably arise sooner or later. After sternly admonishing himself within, Jiangzhou took a deep breath and strode confidently toward the pillar that held the awakening stone. As he inhaled and exhaled, the originally crystalline and translucent awakening stone appeared to sense his presence, eerily shimmering with a faint glow. Witnessing this scene, the onlooker's eyes sparkled even more brightly. At this juncture, could there be any doubt? Contact. With Assistant Rong's rare and exuberant voice resonating, the youth simultaneously cast his gaze down toward his palm. In its center, there lay nothing but air. The youth gazed quietly at his palm, and no one could fathom his thoughts. He did not squander too much time. After a brief moment, he gradually retracted his fingers, ultimately clenching them into a firm fist. When he lifted his head once more, his eyes had taken on a much more piercing intensity. His fingertips grazed the crystal, and then he gripped it tightly, as if he had seized hold of his own destiny. In the next instant, an explosion of radiance surged forth, swiftly enveloping the entire room in brightness so intense that it was blinding. Yet, mere seconds later, the brilliance gradually diminished, ultimately retracting as if it possessed consciousness, converging at the center of the awakening crystal. This was the activation of its innate function. Perhaps the students who had previously approached and touched it were too ordinary, causing it to momentarily fail to respond to Jiang Zheng's energy transmission, resulting in an overflow toward the surroundings. Fortunately, everything had returned to normal by now. Nearby, numerous staff members were momentarily blinded by the sudden brilliance, but Assistant Rong was not among them. His heartfelt smile slightly waned. His eyes, which had been squinting with mirth, gradually opened wide as he gazed intently at the tranquil face of the youth. His own fate leaned toward reconnaissance, and his senses were significantly sharper than that of the average person. Such a luminous intensity, akin to a military flashbang, was hardly sufficient to render him temporarily sightless. Thus, he noticed something peculiar. At the instant the awakening crystal blazed to life, the youth closest to it, still a mere mortal, seemed to have no intention of closing his eyes. However, in the blink of an eye, he appeared to realize something, choosing instead to swiftly shut his eyes, which had begun to water from the brilliance. Therefore, was this a testament to the youth's resolute character, a necessity to ascertain his outcome, Or was there something more concealed? A precaution against himself? After a moment, Assistant Rong slightly raised his head, his expression returning to calm. He gradually lowered his gaze, ultimately letting out a soft chuckle. Never mind. Among spirit masters, the utmost taboo is to lay bare one another's secrets. And who among people is entirely devoid of enigmas? Moreover, given the current circumstances, it seems he will soon be transitioning to another location, will he not? Clapping his hands, Assistant Rong unabashedly expressed his fondness for the youth. Applauding vigorously in front of the crowd. Record 10. The record was completed. Compared to his earlier brevity when addressing others, the staff members now found themselves quite loquacious. Before the crystal, azure spiritual energy wafted from the seams of the youth's clothing, who was panting heavily, gently stirring the pupils within his eyes. Following his contact with the awakening crystal, he could distinctly sense the spiritual energy within him becoming more abundant. The overall sensation was akin to floating on the surface of water. Ha! Cough cough, unleash your spirit beast. Assistant Rong attempted once more to suppress his laughter, his voice breaking through, pulling the youth back to reality. Just moments ago, he had intended to seize the opportunity presented by the expanding brightness to open his tail-biting eye and gaze upon the awakening crystal. After all, such an object was exceedingly rare, and he might not have another chance to behold it in the future. Yet, ultimately, he reined in his curiosity, not only due to the admonitions echoing in his mind or his wariness toward Assistant Rong, but also because he contemplated a better, more authentic excuse. And now was the opportune moment for that excuse to materialize. Jiang Zheng took 2 deep breaths, then his gaze regained its composure. In the next moment, he unzipped his jacket, letting his arms fall, but his fingertips gently curled before they flicked toward the yellow jade pendant dangling at his waist. Clang! A crisp sound resonated as a beam of white light burst forth, landing on the ground. A woo! Almost simultaneously with the vanishing of the light, a somewhat juvenile roar echoed throughout the gymnasium. The previously cheerful smiles on the faces of the staff members faltered momentarily, as some reached instinctively to touch their chests in confusion. An overwhelming sense of pressure became palpable. Assistant Rong felt this sensation as well, causing his brows to arch, his eyes fixating intently on the small creature that had risen from the ground. A mountain lord lineage, undoubtedly a tiger-type spirit beast. Upon reviewing the registration, I initially thought I had made a mistake, but it turns out it was true. Shoo, have you forgotten who Jiang Zheng's uncle is? Oh, right. Assistant Rong paid no heed to the astonished whispers around him, merely observing for a moment before lightly clicking his tongue. Indeed, it was an ice tiger cub. Long before Chu Chang had organized and submitted the students' information, Assistant Rong had known that Jiang Zheng's spirit beast was this one. Yet now, even witnessing it firsthand, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of emotion. Theoretically, an ice tiger cub capable of progressing in an orderly fashion to the 3rd stage is not something just anyone could possess in the initial phase. Was it the assistance of the Lingjiang County government and school, or perhaps the aid of his influential uncle within the association? Assistant Rong could not ascertain. However, it appeared that Jiang Zheng was not entirely of impoverished origins. Nevertheless, this bore no relevance to him. Channel all your spiritual energy into your ice tiger cub. Upon finishing his words, Assistant Rong paused momentarily before suddenly adding, when you do so, exercise utmost caution, do not haphazardly push it, lest your spirit beast fails to absorb it in time, resulting in energy loss. Jiang Zheng listened attentively, nodding earnestly. Upon hearing this counsel, the surrounding individuals exchanged glances. Yet none dared to utter a word. Is this considered cheating? Certainly not, as Assistant Rong would never regard it as such. At most, it could be deemed as an act of concern. Jiang Zheng inhaled deeply, swiftly gathering the ethereal energy that coursed through his being, coalescing it within the palms of his hands at his chest. A fleeting azure radiance flickered momentarily before becoming increasingly pronounced, resembling a swirling sphere of gas that incessantly drew in the surrounding air. On the ground, the small ice tiger cub, seemingly attuned to this phenomenon, instinctively licked its lips. Raising its body high, its eyes fixated intently on this captivating sphere of energy that exerted an irresistible allure over it. After a few breaths, as the last vestige of spiritual energy departed from Jiang Zheng's body, an unexpected wave of weakness washed over him, causing his form to sway slightly, his complexion paling in an instant. Nearby, Assistant Rong's expression abruptly froze. What on earth? He thought, alarmed. How can he leave himself devoid of any spiritual energy? How can he possibly transfer the energy sphere to his spirit beast? Witnessing this scene, Assistant Rong's vision darkened. The idyllic image of a leisurely life spent in a rocking chair shattered in his mind like a mere illusion. No. Yet before his indignation could fully swell, he observed the ice tiger cub suddenly flick its tail. In the next moment, it leaped forward, opening its cavernous maw without hesitation to swallow the sphere of energy whole. As the sphere was ingested, an astonishing wave of energy erupted from the cub's body. Almost instantaneously, a slender line emanated from its forehead, connecting to Jiang Zheng's brow. Assistant Roan blinked, momentarily taken aback. In the following second, the air before him warped dramatically as a unique symbol materialized upon the ice tiger cub's forehead, only to promptly re-enter its form. Concurrently, an identical symbol appeared on Jiang Zheng's brow. As the extraordinary rune settled within Jiang Zheng's being, a grimace contorted his features. Two silvery beams of light gradually illuminated his eyes, causing the bones around him to tremble uncontrollably, the sound of cracking echoing incessantly. Assistant Roan's pupils dilated in shock. He understood the nature of the phenomenon unfolding before him, yet he had only heard of such occurrences, never having witnessed their manifestation firsthand. Furthermore, the boy's eyes. Assistant Roan twitched his nose, his eyelids quivering. After a prolonged silence, gazing at the youth seemingly entranced in awakening, Assistant Roan finally spoke. His voice laden with gravity, recording. Contract successful, formal contract. Personal physique, level 10, special grade. Personal talent, level 10, special grade. Spirit Beast physique, level 10, special grade. Spirit Beast talent, level 10, special grade. Final evaluation, special grade, re-recording. Assistant Roan took a deep breath. His tone suddenly imbued with a distinct fervor. Jiang Zheng from Linjiang No. 1 High School, in Linjiang County, Northern Region. Spiritual energy breakthrough, alliance contract established. Of the 3 trials of spirit taming, he has surpassed 2. Chapter 20, The Moment of Performance. The pen of the recording individual trembled violently, inscribing a prominent black mark upon the white paper. He struggled to lift his gaze, incredulity evident as he stared at the youth's position, his astonishment palpable. The trials of spirit taming. Abundant spiritual energy, robust spirit beast, alliance contract. Although these 3 obstacles on the path to becoming a spirit tamer do not adhere to a fixed order, it nonetheless seemed improbable that such conditions could be met during the first spirit taming test of the senior year. Abundant spiritual energy refers to the maximum threshold of spiritual energy attained after establishing a foundational contract with a spirit beast. Robust spirit beast necessitates the spirit beast to possess sufficient strength to reach the first stage. As for alliance contract, it signifies a profound understanding between the spirit tamer and the spirit beast, cementing their bond as true partners. Truly remarkable. The recorder sighed deeply. With only the robust spirit beast trial remaining, how could it possibly hinder the ice tiger cub, which could at least grow to a second-tier standard over time? Is the disparity between individuals truly this vast? In the classroom, the previously silent atmosphere suddenly erupted. Even the janitor downstairs could faintly perceive the commotion. Assistant Roan had just said what? Did I hear that correctly? No, it cannot be. In the spirit taming test, he has already surpassed 2 trials. Li Qingrong exhaled in relief, puffing out her chest as she proclaimed, I knew it. I knew Jiang Zheng would succeed. Wow. Zhou Chang, who had just seated himself, leaped up once more, his gaze riveted upon the large screen, the glimmer in his eyes mirroring the increasingly rapid beat of his heart. Such occurrences he had only heard his father recount. Among the trials of spirit taming, it was commonly understood that the most challenging was not the first or second trials, but rather the third, the alliance contract. After establishing the foundational contract during the spirit taming test, achieving the contract becomes significantly more manageable, while the formal contract represents an upgraded version of the foundational contract. In other words, only upon achieving the formal contract do you and your spirit beast share a bond of honor and disgrace, a testament to the trust forged between you. However, if Jiang Zheng could attain the alliance contract, Zhou Chang could comprehend, but abundant spiritual energy. Some students with exceptionally high talent and spiritual energy would experience a slight increase in spiritual energy after consuming awakening fruits and gradually engaging with awakening crystals. While this energy could not be retained within them, it belonged to them during that period. Therefore, upon successfully establishing a contract with a spirit beast, their internal spiritual energy would receive substantial recompense, potentially leading to an unimaginable surge in growth. Thus, there exists a minuscule possibility of directly breaking through the barriers of spiritual energy. But, as this thought crossed his mind, Zhou Chang tilted his head, his own spiritual energy beginning to overflow uncontrollably, his gaze becoming increasingly vacant. Father, such events, are they truly meant to unfold in this dilapidated small county? Chu Chang remained the most composed individual in the classroom. Compared to the exuberant displays of her peers, the homeroom teacher of Class 1, Spirit Tamers, merely gazed at the screen. A myriad of emotions flickered in her eyes, ultimately giving way to a wistful sigh. When she successfully ascended to the rank of Spirit Tamer during her college entrance examinations, she had believed herself to be among the elite of her age. It was only upon entering Sandong University that she realized there were indeed greater talents beyond her own. Chu Chang held her head high. Based on her understanding of Jiang Zhang, it was unlikely that he would become arrogant, yet she felt compelled to offer him necessary admonitions for the future. Only in this way could Jiang Zhang journey further, unlike herself. Just as Chu Chang fell into contemplation, an unexpected incident unfolded on the screen. Assistant Rong, positioned sideways to the camera, suddenly gestured with his hand, and moments later, the camera shook briefly before abruptly shutting down. The projection screens throughout the floor were severed entirely. This occurrence rendered the classroom silent as everyone stared, dumbfounded, at the screen indicating a lost connection, each lost in confusion. Only Chu Chang furrowed her brow, deep in thought. After a moment, her eyes widened slightly as she recalled the information she had overlooked while gazing at the screen moments ago. In the training room, the individual tasked with monitoring the recording equipment furrowed his brows deeply. He fixed his gaze on the aide, Rong, who was observing the youth. And after a brief silence filled with confusion, he complied with Rong's gesture and pressed the button to sever the connection and recording. However, after executing this action, he took a small step back, casually brushing aside the recording device at his chest, and awaited Rong's explanation in silence. During the spirit testing process, while the transfer could be halted, the recording was imperative, as it represented a crucial step in the subsequent review by the association. Clearly, Rong's signal contradicted this protocol. As a subordinate under the latter's command, he respected the order and executed it, yet this did not imply his endorsement of the directive. The activated recording device spoke volumes. It was evidently against regulations. I am uncertain of your intentions, hence I activated the recording device. Quite reasonable, wouldn't you agree? Unbeknownst to him, Rong was completely oblivious to the thoughts of his subordinate. Or perhaps he sensed something but remained indifferent. For he merely smiled benignly while observing the boy cradling the ice tiger cub, his expression tinged with confusion. At that moment, Jiang Zheng glanced blankly at the distant staff, soothing the emotions of the cub in his arms while turning his gaze towards Rong. The aide smiled radiantly, raising his hand to lightly tap the air above Jiang Zheng's eyes. Have you noticed that your eyes appear somewhat different? Eyes. Jiang Zheng hesitated, seemingly not comprehending. Rong meticulously examined the youth's expression, and finally, with a mischievous grin, he remarked, Jiang Zheng, just now, your eyes were glowing. Could you channel your spirit energy again, so I may observe? The cub in his embrace seemed to sense the shift in atmosphere, its throat rumbling as if in a low growl. Jiang Zheng instinctively grasped the nape of its neck in a gesture of comfort. All right. The youth appeared somewhat hesitant, but, after a fleeting moment, summoned his spirit energy to envelop his eyes. Meanwhile, Rong casually reached for his wrist, where a technologically advanced, wide bracelet resided. His fingertips grazed the bracelet, causing a blue light to flicker. In the next instant, a small handheld mirror suddenly materialized in his grasp, aimed at the youth, as if drawn forth from the bracelet itself. Across from him, Jiang Zheng raised an eyebrow, stepping back in astonishment as he beheld his reflection in the mirror. Just as he began to speak, he watched in disbelief as his eyes transitioned from black to a lighter hue, followed by the pupils constricting to form elongated silver-white vertical shapes, reminiscent of snake eyes. Simultaneously, Rong's gaze fixated on the boy's eyes. He mused, stroking his chin while scrutinizing the serpentine pattern. I did not misjudge. Your eyes have indeed undergone some transformation. But can an ice tiger cub transmit inherent eye-related abilities? While spirit beasts could potentially pass on abilities to their bonded spirit masters, the talents that had been transferred over the years were meticulously documented. Furthermore, if Rong recalled correctly, there had been no prior reports of the ice tiger cub exhibiting such transmission. Was this a first-time occurrence, or? Rong pondered for a moment, then suddenly turned his gaze back to the youth's face. The latter's expression remained one of shock, as if utterly oblivious to the nature of his newfound eyes. Observing this, Rong's eyes narrowed slightly, lost in thought. Just then, among the onlookers who had witnessed the scene, one individual stepped forward, a glimmer of realization in their eyes. Could it be a latent hereditary talent within his bloodline? Hereditary talent? Indeed, the individual cleared their throat and continued, if a family elder or ancestor was a spirit master, then the descendants might inherit specific abilities. Some may manifest immediately at birth, while others require a certain catalyst. If the descendants pursue the path of spirit masters and frequently engage with spirit energy, their chances of awakening increase. I see, another individual remarked, glancing at Jiang Zheng. I recall that Jiang Zheng's family operates a spirit beast establishment. Correct, his father is indeed a spirit master, albeit of only the first rank. It seems fortuitous that even one ability could be inherited. It need not be solely from his father. It could also stem from his ancestors. The discussion intensified, with the speakers growing increasingly assured. After all, there had been no prior knowledge of the youth possessing any particular talent. Thus this could only be an awakened hereditary ability. Upon hearing these words, the boy's brow furrowed, his expression a blend of understanding and confusion. He concealed his thoughts well, outwardly appearing inscrutable. Only Rome, standing across from him, remained silent. After a brief pause, Rome suddenly scratched his neck, allowing a noticeable aura to dissipate from his nostrils. Or rather, he had deliberately closed off his spirit energy. Then let it be noted, he stated, lowering his arms, casting a half-smile at the youth before turning towards the exit. Jiang Zheng has awakened a hereditary talent. The implications remain unclear. You are to report to the Lingjiang Spirit Association within 3 days for documentation. Chapter 21. A clamor of drums and gongs. Today, the testing at Lingjiang No. 1 High School was not conducted simultaneously for both classes. Class 1 took precedence, followed by Class 2. Only after Class 1 concluded entirely would the staff integrate and amend the previous processes, allowing Class 2 to commence approximately half an hour later. Jiang Zheng was the last student to be tested in Class 1. Up until he exited the gymnasium, his expression vividly conveyed the bewilderment and confusion characteristic of youth. This remained until the gym doors closed behind him. The corridor stretched endlessly, devoid of any presence. The vice principal and his entourage had long vanished, presumably occupied with other matters. Only faint exclamations from the classroom at the end echoed. Yet, the boy's countenance suddenly grew solemn. He did not return to his class, but stood quietly at the gym's entrance, his mind racing as he mentally reviewed all that had transpired. After a moment, the youth raised his chin slightly, tempering the brilliance in his eyes. He could hardly claim there were no mistakes. Rather, he had narrowly avoided disaster. Rome's perceptiveness exceeded his expectations. This was something Jiang Zheng had never anticipated. The other party was not inclined towards a combative fate. Such a realization eluded him. It was not that Rome appeared particularly formidable, but rather that his demeanor often suggested a penchant for trouble, belonging to a type prone to getting into fights without possessing the requisite martial prowess. With a deep breath, the boy couldn't help but recall another middle-aged figure flashing through his mind. Had he known that this individual shared a fate akin to his father's friend, Jiang Zheng would have been far more cautious in revealing so many vulnerabilities. After all, he had gone to great lengths over the past year to prevent any leaks regarding the spirit beast egg, rarely visiting his uncle Li. Upon their meeting, he was exceedingly disciplined, not daring to exhibit even the slightest lapse in diligence. In a world where fate intertwines, there is no room for relaxation. The means to unearth deceit extend beyond conventional methods. With this thought, Jiang Zheng's breath quickened slightly, yet he managed to regain his composure swiftly. Fortunately, his skills in deception were honed in a past life, and his ability to perform under pressure was nothing short of masterful. The little creature nestled in his arms. A half-grown cub with a tiger's head stirred its nose, licked its lips, and gazed up at the youth. Then, it emitted a low, rumbling sound, rubbing its forehead against the boy's chest. All right. Jiang Zheng suppressed his urge for 2 seconds before finally voicing a reprimand. Are you hungry? Upon hearing the commotion, the cub ceased its movements, animatedly nodding in his embrace, its round, glistening eyes sparkling with anticipation. Jiang Zheng, with a hint of exasperation, supported the cub's bottom with one hand while the other instinctively touched his own chest. It ached slightly. After all, this was the little lord of the snowy mountains. Despite his rigorous training and exceptional physical fitness, evidenced by his elite fitness rating, how could this tiny creature, merely days old, cause such discomfort? Jiang Zheng couldn't help but sigh. My elite and your elite seem quite different. All the materials were in his bag. After a brief pause, the youth stepped forward slowly and said, once we return to class, I will feed you, but we must first go back to the spirit calling Jade. The cub began to whimper. Not going back. That won't do. Although I am now a legitimate apprentice spirit master, the law stipulates that spirit beasts must not be released at will. The cub continued to whimper. All right. Consider this a request from me. It would be an inconvenience for you to stay here for a while. The spiritual materials later will surely satisfy you. Hearing this, the plump, white-furred cub licked its lips in contentment. The school was lively, and the area outside was no less bustling. A larger crowd had gathered at the entrance of Lingjiang No. 1 High School than in the morning, a sea of heads adorned with hats. Most were on tiptoe, peering at the bulletin board within the school's caution tape, where today's test results would be posted. Yet, there was still no information available. It seemed the results were yet to be announced. A bespectacled man crossed his arms within his sleeves and also peered inside. He then grimaced, suddenly slapping his forehead and muttering, I've become muddled. I actually believed in this so-called good luck charm. Given the uncertainty of matters back home, how could he trust it here? Before he could finish his thought, He noticed the burly hunter from earlier looking at him with a bemused expression. What's the rush? Hunter Wong chuckled at the bespectacled man, raising his robust arm, honed from years of hunting, and resting it on the latter's shoulder. The bespectacled man flinched, recalling the pain from earlier when the hunter had squeezed his bones. Just as he braced himself, he was surprised by a plastic cup filled with pear soup suddenly thrust in front of him. Have a sip of this warm one. It will warm you up. The bespectacled man took the cup in a daze. The steaming pear soup had left marks from the hunter's rough grip. He merely lowered his head to lick the remnants from the hunter's paw, smacking his lips a few times before hastily rubbing it onto himself. Once he completed this ritual, he looked up at the bewildered bespectacled man, grinning nonchalantly. I'm not trying to harm you. Just drink it, it's on me. Oh, I see. I was disrespectful earlier. Consider this my apology. The burly man, wrapped in a fluffy coat, revealed a hearty smile on his flushed cheeks. Outsider, rudeness is not my intention. The customs here in Linjiang are straightforward and hearty. Remember my earlier warning. Yes, he chuckled. Acknowledging one's mistakes is indeed a good habit. Hunter Wong straightened his posture, his coat billowing around him, his formidable figure resembling that of a walking bear. His gaze swept over the dense crowd, landing on the school entrance as he remarked, Jiang Air will surely succeed, there's no doubt. Look, aren't people arriving? As his words fell, the bespectacled man had yet to process them when he caught a glimpse of the previously conversing hunter suddenly darting forward. His target was the table where the two individuals he had pointed out earlier were seated. This scene made him blink. Glancing at the individuals emerging from the school with large posters in hand, he shifted his gaze back to the hunter, who was now at the table, excitedly shouting about exchanging money. Wait, the results are out, but it doesn't state who passed the test. Just as he pondered this, a surge of people suddenly rushed out of the crowd, all heading toward the same table. Quick, what are you doing? Did you place a bet with Tukai Trading? If so, the first 20 names get a set of Jiang Zheng's personally signed practice papers. Even if you didn't bet, they are selling the signed edition for 240 each. Huh, but isn't it related to the knowledge of spirit masters? Not at all. Then why would I bother? Are you foolish? We've both placed our bets. It won't cost us anything. Jiang Zheng has completed this set of papers and signed them personally. Wouldn't it be lucky to pass it on to the kids at home? Wait for me. As he watched the two figures rush away, the bespectacled man fell silent for a moment, then pushed his glasses up once more. Materialism, he murmured to himself, as if reminding himself not to make a fool of himself again. Just then, a resounding and jubilant voice rang out from the school. The results for Class 1 of Spirit Masters are out. Jiang Zheng, 10, 10, 10, 10, elite. As the announcement concluded, the sound of drums and gongs filled the air, and fireworks erupted in a stunning display of colors. This was clearly a well-prepared celebration. Those with good news turned their gaze toward the drum corps, spotting familiar officials frantically waving their arms, hoarsely urging, louder, across from them. Several county reporters were busy checking their scripts against the clock. Damn, the bespectacled man's expression changed dramatically, gritting his teeth before turning and rushing forward with renewed vigor. Chapter 22. Zhou Chong. Father, love me once more. Fireworks soared along the preordained path, bursting into a kaleidoscope of colors in the sky. The crackling sounds melded harmoniously with the rhythmic drumming, a sound that did not feel out of place. This was a ritual deeply ingrained in the hearts of the people of Xinzhou, an experience that must occur each year, whether in January or February. Inside the school, many seats in the classroom were vacant, occupied by those who had just left with the music troupe. Among the remaining students, some stood to gaze out the window, their eyes seemingly filled with relief, while others hugged their arms tightly, resting their heads on their desks, their bodies trembling slightly, as if to conceal something. There were also those who silently turned their heads to the back row by the window, now empty, the backpack that once belonged to its owner already taken. It seemed that the hubbub outside must surely be due to him. How enviable indeed. The exercise room on the third floor of Changyan Building has been designated as a testing site, compelling Chu Chang to lead this group of students who have successfully passed their examination to borrow the exercise room located on the second floor, typically utilized by the second-year students. The array of athletic equipment here is indistinguishable from that used by the third-year students. The school has not skimped in this regard. However, Chu Chang is not here to guide them in physical training. Instead, she stands at the forefront, her gaze swiftly scanning the expressions of the students before her, most of whom wear jubilant smiles. Given that they have triumphed over the first formidable hurdle of their third year and successfully forged contracts with their spirit beasts, their elation is entirely understandable. Yet, a few individuals exhibit unusual countenances, with Zhou Chong being the most prominent among them. He stands at the back, a complex expression on his face as he gazes to the left, where two figures stand. Jiang Zheng has one hand in his pocket and the other clutching his backpack, while the girl with a ponytail beside him giggles and nudges him playfully. Zhang Er, you must have studied how to nurture spirit beasts in advance, right? No, that's impossible. You've always been ahead of everyone else. Although the course on nurturing only starts in the 3rd year, you must have reviewed it beforehand. Help me. Oh please, help me. I trust you far more than myself. Upon hearing this, Li Qingrong, observing the seemingly helpless nod from the boy, fleetingly reveals a glimmer of cunning in her eyes. However, what she fails to perceive is that the boy's gaze remains unwaveringly calm. At this, Zhou Chang's frown deepens, confusion mingling with his scrutiny of Jiang Zhang. From the moment he first laid eyes on Jiang Zhang, nearly 3 years ago, he has been unable to comprehend him and genuinely wishes to inquire, what brings you to this point? Are you really not tired? Zhou Chang's family owns the largest spirit beast shop in the county, and having been exposed to the adult world through his parents since childhood, he considers himself well acquainted with the artifice and veiled brilliance of that realm. Furthermore, in the past 2 years, his family invested heavily to transfer him to a prestigious middle school in Shandong province for spirit mastery enlightenment. This was not the conventional teaching approach of the Lingjiang No. One high school spirit cultivation class. It was an elite preparatory education, regarded as one of the educational cradles of Shandong province. The students in that class prided themselves on their maturity, as many hailed from backgrounds akin to Zhou Chang's, if not better, mimicking the pretentiousness and hypocrisy of their elders to construct the social ladder that their parents occupied was a source of enjoyment for them. Zhou Chang was well acquainted with their demeanor and, ultimately, feeling ostracized due to his identity as merely a merchant's son, he chose to return to Lingjiang County for his studies. Thus, when he first encountered Jiang Zhang at the beginning of his first year at Lingjiang No. 1 High School, he felt an inexplicable sensation. Jiang Zhang bore a striking resemblance to those he had observed in that school, yet he could not definitively ascertain this. For Jiang Zhang did not possess the myriad flaws that typically accompany such superficial imitations. Consequently, he instinctively rejected Jiang Zhang, his disdain intensifying as he scrutinized him. Yearning to tear apart the facade that Jiang Zhang had constructed, to vent his emotions upon someone of a seemingly inferior social standing. Much like how that group had treated him in the past. Yet the outcome diverged significantly from Zhou Chang's expectations. He and his entourage found themselves utterly defenseless against Jiang Zhang. Nevertheless, he did not feel particularly disheartened, for he had confirmed one thing. Jiang Zhang was indeed putting on an act. For in the midst of his aggressive assaults on Jiang Zhang, he caught a fleeting glimpse of those eyes that seemed perpetually gentle, transforming into indifference in an instant. Though brief, he was certain he had not misjudged. Lying on the ground, he reveled in a sense of triumph, as if he had accomplished something extraordinary, while simultaneously pointing at Jiang Zhang with a fierce expression. You're finished. I'm going to tell my father. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhang intensified his kicks. However, when the school notified his family and his father arrived, he did not immediately seek out his son, who lay in the medical room. Instead, for reasons unknown, he proceeded to the principal's office. When he finally made his way to the infirmary, he disregarded Zhou Chang's feigned wails, even lighting a cigarette and contemplating in solitude. After a moment, his father finally directed his gaze toward him, presenting the report of his injuries, which indicated nothing more than superficial wounds. Youngest son, the smoke swirled around Zhou Chang, obscuring his father's face, yet he could hear his words. I met that boy. Li Wenshu's secretary offered me an apology on his behalf. Zhou Chang's cries abruptly ceased. He recognized that name, or rather, it was a name known to all in Lingjiang County. It was not connected to power or status, but rather for other reasons. Yet how could these two be linked? I consented, his father said, tossing the cigarette but to the ground and gently crushing it beneath his polished shoe. His weathered face unusually composed. It's beneficial for you to learn a lesson, to prevent you from falling into those bad habits. Zhou Chang found his father's words incredulous. Father, Li Zhuzhan and he may only be acquainted. There isn't a deeper connection, especially not with our family. I know after all. Li Wenshu did not come in person. His father interrupted, then fell silent for a moment before suddenly laughing. What a serious matter, how amusing. Even your principal is playing peacemaker. After beating you for so long, you haven't sustained any serious injuries. It won't affect your health at all. How could a young person in their adolescence be so restrained? Just after I met that secretary, you were on the edge of my bottom line, haha. His father chuckled, the laughter escalating. Yet Zhou Chang remained silent. He understood his father well. Such a demeanor would only arise when he discovered a product with the potential for substantial profit. We'll see in due time, his father concluded. Not lingering further as he turned and strode toward the door, his bodyguards trailing closely behind. As he departed, his voice resonated firmly in Zhou Chang's ears. If he indeed possesses exceptional capabilities, this matter will rest here. If not, your father will be there to bolster your courage. Reflecting on the events leading up to the start of school, Recalling his father's solemn admonitions regarding Jiang Zheng's performance and the spirit mastery test he had just witnessed, Zhou Chong fell into a prolonged silence, his expression suddenly taut. At that moment, Chu Chong, standing at the forefront, abruptly raised her arm, her fingertips meeting with a sharp clap that immediately captured everyone's attention. Do not let this newfound qualification as spirit masters inflate your pride. You have merely just begun. Chu Chang's voice was crisp and clear. Do not forget, there are still 3 trials of spirit mastery awaiting you. That is the true threshold you must cross. Upon hearing this, a few individuals reined in their smiles, recalling something as they turned to glance at Jiang Zheng at the back. Indeed, just moments ago, someone had effortlessly traversed 2 thresholds as if they were as simple as drinking water or eating. Chu Chong then cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Zheng, pausing briefly before continuing. Breaking through the 3 trials in the spirit mastery test is not unprecedented, while it may be rare in Lingjiang County. It is not so in the broader realm of Shenzhou. True sincerity leads to success. Do not let pride overwhelm you, for only then can you journey further. With a faint smile perpetually gracing his lips, Jiang Zheng nodded gently, his confident gaze fixed upon Chu Chong ahead. Observing this, Chu Chong subtly redirected her attention. Thanks to the advantages brought by the test, a certain number of individuals had indeed succeeded in surpassing 3 obstacles, yet passing 2 consecutive trials was not so straightforward. Moreover, it was challenging to include Jiang Zheng's remarkable achievement of transcending the spiritual reservoir. However, as a teacher, she could only phrase it thus. The implication was akin to suggesting that this cohort was the least proficient she had ever taught. Very well, Chu Chong remarked, her demeanor poised as she slightly raised her chin. Please take out all the spiritual materials you have prepared. I shall instruct you on the various methods available for replenishing spiritual energy when a spiritual beast suffers severe spiritual depletion. Chapter 23. Can I buy your life? Regarding the spiritual materials, while they may not have been topics previously covered in your studies, I trust that each of you possesses some degree of understanding about them, if only in private. In the exercise room, Chu Chong regarded the group of half-grown students seated cross-legged before her and began to speak at a measured pace. This does not constitute a formal lesson. If one must categorize it, consider it a supplementary session for those who have succeeded in the test. Now, please lay out all your prepared spiritual materials. As her words fell, the seated students began rummaging through their backpacks, soon covering the ground with numerous transparent glass vials. Within these vials resided bubbling, translucent liquids. The majority of the students produced such items, including Jiang Zheng. Yet, he was acutely aware that these did not represent true spiritual materials. In other words, they were products manufactured through modern techniques, barely qualifying as a type of spiritual material, yet failing to encapsulate the essence of the term. As mere non-spiritual practitioners, they could only access the most rudimentary and common forms of it. Jiang Zheng's prior online purchases had merely varied in flavor. However, the authentic spiritual materials were another matter entirely. The young man paused momentarily, casting a glance sideways. There, a scruffy-haired delinquent was idly toying with a transparent box, which contained something both bizarre and horrifying. A small, ice-blue heart, roughly the size of a thumb, rhythmically banging against the glass walls of its container. Yet, rather than a gory spectacle, it exuded wisps of frost that clung to the glass. Noticing the gaze upon him, the delinquent raised his head to meet Jiang Zheng's eyes. After a brief survey of Jiang Zheng's shabby belongings, he returned to examining his own prized possession. In the next instant, a smirk crept onto his lips, manifesting his delight. Is this enough to buy your life? Is it sufficient? At the front, Chu Chong, upon witnessing the glass vials produced by the students, felt no surprise. From her own satchel, she retrieved a glass vial as well. The genetic spiritual liquid could be classified as a type of spiritual material. Chu Chong shook the vial in her hand, observing the viscous liquid inside swirl in response. I have previously mentioned to you in your sophomore year that the reservoirs present in spiritual beasts, while innate, are indistinguishable from those formed post-contract with a spiritual practitioner. They share a common characteristic. Upon the demise of the host, they dissipate instantly, returning the majority of their spiritual energy to the cosmos. Unlike the crystals or beast cores depicted in tales, such entities do not exist, though it is merely that the majority do not. Given that it is a majority, some remnants certainly remain. Research conducted by the Central Strategy Department of Spiritual Practitioners indicates that the lingering spiritual energy attaches itself to specific organs and limbs of the spiritual beasts. By employing special methods and techniques to process these parts, one can create what is known as the genetic spiritual liquid, a form of spiritual material. Initially, due to the rudimentary nature of the techniques, the first generation of this liquid possessed side effects. However, with advancements in global technology, the genetic spiritual liquids available on the market today pose no safety concerns. They merely exhibit a certain degree of efficacy reduction when compared to their first-generation counterparts, colloquially referred to as being diluted, and now come in a variety of flavors for selection. To procure genetic spiritual liquid, the most common approach is to visit designated markets or supermarkets operated by spiritual associations, although you may only acquire first- or second-generation liquids at present. Moreover, they are rather expensive. Only upon fully becoming spiritual practitioners can you purchase them at a relatively reasonable price through subsidies. Hence, students from more affluent backgrounds should refrain from hoarding them prematurely. The school will distribute varying quantities of first-generation genetic spiritual liquid free of charge each month based on your academic performance. Even if some students later withdraw from the spiritual practitioner program, the distributed genetic spiritual liquid need not be returned. Upon hearing this, the seated students were visibly elated, their discussions growing animated. This was indeed a significant relief, for even the most basic first-generation genetic spiritual liquid commanded a price exceeding 2,000 yuan per bottle, and experiencing other flavors required substantial additional costs. The usage method was straightforward. The spiritual beasts merely needed to swallow it, thereby replenishing the spiritual energy within their reservoirs. Since spiritual beasts with reservoirs could consume it, spiritual practitioners could as well, but unlike the innate abilities of spiritual beasts, practitioners required special means to fully assimilate it, such as the Heart Sutra. Chu Chang deliberately paused her lecture, granting everyone a moment to absorb the information. Ah, I see, Li Qingrong nodded solemnly, lifting her glass vial to eye level. However, the genetic spiritual liquid within her vial was not the common white hue. It bore a pinkish tint. Furthermore, her vial was not the most basic first-generation genetic spiritual liquid, but rather a second-generation upgraded version with a strawberry flavor. Despite her attempts to argue with her parents that the basic version sufficed, she could not withstand the affection bestowed upon her as an only child. Chu Chang cast a calm glance over the students. Of course, I believe some of you have already taken note of my earlier statement. Since the genetic spiritual liquid is a type of spiritual material, what, then, constitutes other spiritual materials? This is the crucial knowledge point I am about to share with you. The primitive materials. With that, Chu Chang reached into her satchel once more, pondering briefly before extracting a jingling car keychain. The students' gazes followed her movements. The car key appeared unremarkable, merely an ordinary domestic vehicle key. Yet, the significance of her retrieving it was not to showcase her private transport. Consequently, their attention shifted downward to the pendant hanging from the keychain, which had produced the earlier jingling sound. It was a long, reddish-brown object, resembling nothing more than a low-quality piece of art one might find at a street market. Some wore puzzled expressions, while others appeared contemplative, their eyes widening slightly. This was the true spiritual material. Chu Chang shook the keychain, causing the elongated artifact to sway and clink, producing a clear, crisp sound. As the name implies, it is the organ or limb from a spiritual beast that retains residual spiritual energy after its death. Chu Chang suddenly inhaled deeply. For instance, this fragment in my hand is a leg bone of a certain spiritual beast. Over time, it gradually loses its spiritual essence, ultimately resulting in the form you see now. The collection of such materials constitutes a significant source of income for spiritual trainers. Thus, the extraction of these materials is an essential skill that you must master before becoming a spiritual trainer. All extracted spiritual materials, whether from spiritual beasts or trainers, unless they are particularly unique specimens, should ideally not be consumed raw for the purpose of extracting spiritual energy. This is because, within them, not only resides the essence of their former lives, but they may also conceal various side effects, such as conflicts arising from differing attributes or the exclusivity between species. The Heart Sutra possesses the ability to temporarily suppress and completely dissipate these adverse effects. Therefore, at the conclusion of my discourse, I shall distribute the additional allowances granted to you by the school upon your successful assessments. Having finished her explanation, Chu Chang quietly reached for the slender bracelet adorning her wrist. Jiang Zheng noted that it bore a striking resemblance to the one worn by assistant Rongta, albeit with slight stylistic differences. Was it a distinction between male and female designs? Just as he pondered this idly, a student, stirred by Chu Chang's words, suddenly leaped to his feet, brimming with excitement, and inquired, "Teacher Chu, is your keychain a trophy from your hunt of that spiritual beast?" The question came from a boy whose eyes sparkled with eagerness, as if he could already envision himself extracting similar trophies in the future. However, Chu Chang's movements abruptly halted. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly, and her gaze fell downward. The unexpected turn of events caused the commotion among the students to gradually wane. In everyone's memory, Chu Chang had never displayed such a vulnerable expression. After a brief pause, Chu Chang lifted her head, parted her lips, and responded in a voice that had regained its calmness. "No, it originates from my initial spiritual beast." Upon hearing this, The clamor in the classroom instantaneously ceased, leaving an eerie silence. Chapter 24. Gu, the sacred child of Gu body. The atmosphere in the gymnasium grew increasingly oppressive. The previously curious boy, now drenched in sweat, fidgeted, unsure whether to sit down or remain standing. His name was Sun Hao, a recent transfer from Class 2. The others appeared equally uncomfortable, most with their heads bowed, mimicking the urgent evasive maneuvers of an ostrich in peril. It was worth mentioning that this was Chu Shang's first public acknowledgement of her spiritual beast's fate. While there was no definitive conclusion regarding her experience, everyone had an inkling of the truth. After all, the ghastly scar on her cheek and her lifeless eyes were visible to all. Here was a figure of notable achievements, once stirring waves within the school, now relegated to teaching. It was undeniably a rather unfortunate experience. From the back row, Jiang Zheng sighed softly. Though society had deliberately obscured most information about spiritual trainers, leaving only accounts of their historical glory and success, the arduous realities they faced were seldom acknowledged. Upon becoming a spiritual trainer, the probability of reaching a natural end was merely around 40%, not even half. The likelihood of an initial spiritual beast dying alongside its trainer was even lower. Yet, it was unlikely that Chu Shang would elaborate on these statistics at this moment. The profession of a spiritual trainer commands respect due to its societal status, benefits, and economic prospects. However, it is also difficult to ascertain whether this is related to the dangers that the state has chosen to conceal about the vocation. Most importantly, these matters bear little relevance to the general populace. The way they perceive spiritual trainers is akin to viewing the specialized combat units within the military. Moreover, it is rumored that in the first semester of their senior year, a nationwide event will be organized, uniting various spiritual associations and schools qualified to train spiritual trainers for a week-long symposium and exercises. It is anticipated that this week will unveil the stark realities to these prospective trainers, prompting them to decide whether to continue down this path. Sensing the increasingly stifling atmosphere in the gymnasium, Chu Shang suddenly smiled. Though her expression appeared somewhat rigid, her intention to lighten the mood was unmistakable. Let us not digress. Class, please take your seats. Chu Shang cleared her throat and continued. Regarding the Heart Sutra, I trust you are all familiar with it. It is a product that emerged alongside spiritual arts throughout the ages. Its primary function leans toward the passive, standing in stark contrast to the active nature of spiritual arts. During your second year, you were introduced to the Six Senses technique, which is a form of the Heart Sutra. The senses of sight, hearing, smell, taste, touch, and consciousness constitute the six senses. After thoroughly mastering the Six Senses technique, your physical form will be enhanced, and it can be practiced multiple times. The eye technique sharpens vision. The ear technique enhances auditory perception. The nose technique detects toxins. The tongue technique discerns poisons. The body technique strengthens sinews and bones, and the consciousness technique manifests spiritual intuition. Now, may I ask how many of you have yet to master any of the six senses? About 5 students glanced around before awkwardly raising their hands. Chu Shang, with an expression devoid of emotion, nodded and inquired, how many have mastered one sense? With that, 3 more hands slowly rose. The lower 3 senses? After a brief hesitation, the trio nodded. The eye? Correct. Very well. Put your hands down and continue your efforts. Chu Shang gestured for them to lower their hands. The lower 3 senses comprise sight, hearing, and smell, while the upper 3 denote taste, touch, and consciousness. There is no hierarchy among them. Rather, they signify the difficulty of cultivation, which corresponds precisely with the senses themselves. Jiang Zheng observed the students calmly. In total, there were 12 students present, including himself, all of whom had succeeded in their initial spiritual assessments. Of course, this did not imply that the other 13 students in the class would bid farewell to them. In fact, only 3 students, including Zhang Chunmei, were immediately disqualified from the spiritual training class due to their significant underperformance. The remaining students would be granted another opportunity. Only upon failing again would they be relegated to a regular class, much like Zhang Chunmei and her peers. Jiang Zheng's gaze lowered slightly as his thoughts swirled. It could be said that the Six Senses technique is exclusive to Linjiang County. It was unexpectedly announced by the Linjiang County Spiritual Association 3 years ago, and various theories abound regarding its origin. Some claim that the headquarters of the association could no longer stand idly by and provided Linjiang County with a form of subsidy. Others say it was an unexpected acquisition of spoils. However, Jiang Zheng held a different perspective. Since the introduction of the Six Senses technique, the spiritual trainers of Linjiang County had practiced it ahead of time and were profoundly impressed. They openly stated that it significantly enhances human capabilities, and the effects are most pronounced upon completing the first round of cultivation. The only drawback is that it requires a certain level of innate talent. If one's talent is commendable, One can typically master 2 senses within a year and complete the first round of the 6 senses technique within 3 years. Yet, judging by the current situation, 5 individuals with no progress and 3 mastering a single sense. This level of talent cannot be deemed normal. It is rather disheartening. However, it is also understandable. Chu Chang can empathize with this scene. The children of Lingjiang County are born quite ordinary. It would not be an exaggeration to say that they have grown up rolling in dirt and mud. In such an environment, it is evident that they cannot be compared to those well-nourished children from the grand cities. Not to mention them, the 6 senses method has been made public for 3 years. Among those seniors from the past 2 years, aside from one who achieved the 3 senses just before graduation last year, only 4 others managed to attain the 2nd sense in that span. Even if the 6 senses method had existed 10 years ago, she estimates that she would have only been able to keep up with the normal pace, achieving merely the 2nd sense. Moreover, there are still 3 individuals who have not raised their hands. The 2nd sense? Li Qingrong swiftly raised her hand. But before she could speak, another voice suddenly rang out. A trembling arm slowly lifted. It was Sun Hao, the one who had previously asked a question. Teacher, I have also succeeded. Chu Chang's gaze was drawn to him first. I ear, I tongue. The combination of the first sense of the lower 3 and the first sense of the upper 3? Upon hearing this, Chu Chang raised her eyebrows slightly, scrutinizing Sun Hao closely. The attainment of the 6 senses is akin to the trials of spirit taming. There is no enforced pathway for advancement. Yet, she truly did not anticipate that someone could so bizarrely overcome such difficulties. After a moment, she said, Indeed, Sun Hao, you need not be so modest. You merely posed a question, you did nothing wrong before. All right, teacher, Sun Hao replied with a sheepish grin, scratching his head. Tasting herbs is a family tradition. My family runs a pharmacy at the east gate of the county, gathering some wild goods from outside the county. When I was a child, I craved snacks, but my family was reluctant to spend money on them, so I had to settle for some herbal remedies. Back then, they all thought I would take over the family business, but unexpectedly, I ended up doing quite well in my studies. Therefore, the first sense I cultivated was the tongue sense. Upon hearing this, Chu Chang suddenly pursed her lips, and Jiang Zhong, sitting in the back, cast a glance at Sun Hao, his expression tinged with sympathy. Among the 6 senses, the nose sense and tongue sense are the only 2 capable of detecting toxins. However, compared to the expansive capabilities of the nose sense, the tongue sense is wholly dedicated to the task of toxin detection. This implies that the boy possesses a heightened resistance to toxins, allowing the tongue sense to manifest before the more easily cultivated eye sense. An extraordinary talent for toxin detection. What kind of life did you lead as a child? Chapter 25. The Inverted Cause and the Transformation of Falsehood into Truth. After a brief pause, Chu Chang's soft voice floated through the air. You have also worked hard. Huh? Sun Hao looked bewildered, clearly not comprehending. It's nothing. Chu Chang shook her head and continued. You are doing well. Just keep up the effort. Li Qingrong, have you attained the eye and ear? Yes, Teacher Chu, Li Qingrong replied, lowering her arms, her bright eyes sparkling with excitement as her dimples danced with her words. Yet, after speaking, she quickly cast a glance at the boy beside her. Though her motion was swift, it did not escape Chu Chang's keen observation. This prompted her gaze to follow suit, settling on the calm youth beside Li Qingrong. The boy slightly widened his eyes, appearing exceedingly innocent. Chu Chang slowly withdrew her gaze. As Li Qingrong's former homeroom teacher, she possessed a very accurate understanding of this child's talents. Quite good, yet not surpassing her former self. Achieving the 2nd sense should not pose a challenge for her. But at this moment, Chu Chang keenly sensed an anomaly. It seemed that the credit for Li Qingrong's attainment of the 2nd sense did not solely belong to her. For she had heard whispers about this school flower, and she could assert with certainty that while Li Qingrong indeed worked hard, had there not been someone providing her with supplementary lessons, she would not have maintained a leading position in her class. Thus, was there someone who devised a tailor-made cultivation plan for her based on the 6 senses method? In the back row, sensing Chu Chang's increasingly certain gaze, Jiang Zheng's countenance bore no trace of unease. The pure Wang of Litong, making a comeback. After a few moments, Chu Chang redirected her attention back to Li Qingrong. It matters not. 1. This is not cheating. 2. I harbor no intention of probing further. Regardless, is it not a commendable matter that someone aids a classmate's progress? Indeed. Keep up the good work. A hesitant smile graced Chu Chang's face. Strive to also cultivate the nose sense before graduation. Yes. Li Qingrong nodded vigorously before settling back down. Yet, as she sat cross-legged, she stealthily stole a few glances at the boy beside her, which caused him to feel somewhat helpless. Was it truly necessary to be so obvious? You really cannot hide your feelings at all. Among the 12 present, 10 had already raised their hands. The identities of the remaining 2 were glaringly evident. The students seated in front turned their bodies, glancing at the 2 individuals. the dreadlocked troublemaker and the pure Wang of Litong, their gazes filled with a complex mix of emotions. Sensing their stares, the dreadlocked troublemaker snorted softly, straightening his back. Yet, his peripheral vision was also drawn to the boy on his right. To his surprise, in the progress of the Six Senses method, he found himself on par with him. Clearly, before the summer break, he had only managed to attain the eye sense. Is this the age-old tale of the wealthy relying on technology, while the impoverished rely on mutation? Zhou Chang was acutely aware that his family had invested a significant sum to assist him in mastering the Six Senses method. Many of the devices had even been procured at high prices from others. Truly, Zhou Chang endeavored to maintain a facade of calm. Yet the slight twitching of his lips betrayed the unspoken bitterness and unacknowledged jealousy within him. At the front, Chu Chang's voice rang out. Zhou Chang, please share your results. Yes. Zhou Chang suppressed his emotions, standing up to declare loudly. Eye, ear, and nose, 3 senses achieved. Well done, take your seat. Chu Chang's expression was serene. She had anticipated this outcome. A decade ago, the Zhou family was among the wealthiest in Lingjiang County. Furthermore, Zhou Chang's elder brother had been her classmate, but unlike her, he had chosen to attend a military academy after the special college entrance examination instead of enrolling in the nearby Shandong University. News about the eldest son of the Zhou family has been scarce, but it can be assumed he is at least a spirit tamer. 10 years have passed, and the Zhou family has undoubtedly risen to become the wealthiest in the county. Growing up in such a household, even if the youngest son's talent were abysmal, the Zhou family would have ways to uplift him. Moreover, with the eldest son as precedent, it indicates no issues with genetics. Chu Chang was also well aware of the daily reputation of this child. She had previously sought out Zhou Chang's parents through the school on multiple occasions during his first year. Yet, the results had been minimal. It is understandable. Taming spirit beasts is not an easy endeavor. Additionally, as the Zhou family's business grew, they gradually became lax in their discipline, which she could comprehend. Furthermore, the Zhou family has not hesitated to donate funds for the renovation of school facilities, which also serves as a form of apology for their youngest son. Under the principal's desperate pleas, Chu Chang had no choice but to turn a blind eye. However, it was imperative that true bullying of students did not occur. Otherwise, she would ensure that Zhou Chang learned a lesson he would not soon forget. Fortunately, not long after the start of the first year, someone prompted a significant change in him. With this thought in mind, Chu Chang slowly approached the boy who had remained silent throughout. Jiangzheng, what about you? As her words fell, the crowd's gaze shifted, fixing upon the youth. Jiangzheng, with his neatly cropped hair, remained oblivious to the stares, having grown accustomed to them. Jiangzheng, what about you? Are you also indifferent? Just as the crowd braced themselves to witness him raise his hand, they were taken aback when he offered a faint smile and gently shook his head. This unexpected scene stirred a murmur among the onlookers. Could he truly possess the upper 3 senses? Sigh, haven't we long been aware of Jiang Zhang's exceptional talent? He has always outshone Zhou Chang. Indeed, indeed. The remark only served to darken Zhou Chang's already sullen expression. Yet, he had no time to ponder who had spread such rumors. All his focus was directed squarely at Jiang Zhang. The reason was simple. An unsettling sensation gnawed at Zhou Chang's mind. Something was amiss, far more than just a simple discrepancy. If it merely involved the upper 3 senses, Jiang Zhang would certainly not engage in such theatrics, unless... Zhou Chang furrowed his brow, his mind racing. In the next moment, his pallid face suddenly stiffened, as if he had anticipated something, and he swiftly rose to his feet. Impossible, he exclaimed, his voice sharp, his eyes wide with disbelief, as if stung by a revelation. Just as he uttered those words, the boy turned to glance at him. A cryptic smile playing on his lips, as if to say, you cannot, but I can. Zhou Chang's voice faltered, his breath quickening. Simultaneously, Chu Chang at the front dropped her crossed arms, her eyes burning with intensity as she observed the boy sitting cross-legged. One moment, Jiangzheng, Chu Chang began. Her voice deliberate, are you implying? In the gaze of the onlookers, the boy remained motionless, as if awaiting something, until a voice echoed in his mind. Audible only to him, until his pupils dilated, only to vanish in an instant. Illusion and reality, manipulating hearts. Though toying with souls, the taste is merely bearable, flawed. Settlements, compensations, corrections, reversing cause and effect, transforming falsehoods into truths, mastering hearts, crafting exquisite feasts. The eye of the tale is currently savoring the process. Savoring concluded. Reward, 6 senses, Dharma body. Feeling his body, taut from days of strain, suddenly liberate itself as if shedding chains. Sensing the tightening of his muscles and the increasing warmth of his form, the boy finally allowed a broad smile to blossom, as though he had awaited this moment. His pearly whites gleamed as they met. The teacher's deduction is remarkably accurate. I have attained the 4 senses. Jiang Zheng beamed with youthful exuberance. Indeed, the eyes, ears, nose, and body. Chapter 26. How to Play Without Greed. As if sprouting like green onions, some students stood up, and the noise in the gymnasium erupted, akin to a bustling night market. Outside, second-year students observing the testing of Class Yuling exchanged puzzled glances, joking quietly about the possibility of the school being haunted during the day, until their homeroom teacher silenced them with a hiss. He was well aware of the source of the commotion, yet curiosity gnawed at him. What could have transpired to generate such a ruckus? 6 bursts. Incredible, Jiang Air. There must be a trick. It can't be real. The crowd surged forward, enveloping the boy in a sea of admiration and envy. Faces lit up with awe reflected in his gaze, while he simply stood there, patting his backside, silent yet smiling at everyone. Thus, no one would suspect the faint regret lingering within him, hidden beneath his outward demeanor. Unfortunately, given the current circumstances, this was as far as he could go. The Eye of the Tail had manifested since his awakening in the snowy mountain, and over the years, he had never ceased his research on it. Although hindered by his previous identity as an ordinary person, he had gleaned a substantial understanding of its workings. In colloquial terms, it was the kind of golden finger one might encounter in a storybook, a multifaceted tool endowed with the ability to discern subtle details, analyze species, instruments, and even the hearts of men. Any being that had been scrutinized by the Eye of the Tail and experienced a surge of negative emotions would, within a certain time frame and range, be seen through by him. For instance, the 2 fortunate individuals he had captured a few days prior to Jiang. This ability was immensely formidable. But what was the price for Guldang? Strength, distance, duration, fatigue. To articulate it more clearly, it was the disparity in spiritual energy strength, the distance between them, the sustainability of the effect, and the physiological fatigue incurred from repeated use of his eyes. He had attempted numerous trials, and, after extensive experimentation, concluded one truth: the Eye of the Tail was most effective against ordinary humans. With a range of 100 meters, lasting half an hour, and usable approximately 3 times a day, it was a force to be reckoned with. However, when directed towards even a first-tier Yuling master like Jiang Hu, its efficacy diminished drastically. 10 meters, 5 minutes, once. It was akin to the excruciating pain experienced by a middle-aged man. Jiang speculated that once he enhanced the thickness and quality of his spiritual energy, this issue could be addressed in stages as he advanced to become a Yuling master. Moreover, after capturing those 2 adorable souls, he confirmed that as long as a Yuling master lost their spiritual energy, the Eye of the Tail's effect would revert to the level of an ordinary person. To be frank, even if this were the sole ability he possessed, the Eye of the Tail was already quite remarkable. Yet, it was not limited to that. Another terrifying ability emerged when he achieved a trifecta in literature, physical education, and arts before the summer break. From that day forth, the Eye of the Tail would gauge the emotions of surrounding beings, whether positive or negative, and upon reaching a peak, bestow varying degrees of rewards. The rewards were closely aligned with Jiang's current desires. However, it did not provide a specific numerical value, which he found somewhat unreasonable, suspecting it might still be locked. It seemed to encourage this notion, genuinely wishing for Jiang to become a devil who toyed with the hearts of others. Most importantly, Jiang discovered another facet of this ability. It harbored an insatiable craving for souls. The souls generated by death yielded even greater effects. The residents of Mud Snail Alley were not particularly affluent, and Jiang often assisted them to maintain his fayade. This was especially true after Jiang Hu brought back the spirit beast egg. On the very first day of summer vacation, an elderly man in Mud Snail Alley passed away. His children had long since perished, leaving only Jiang to visit him with offerings during his free time. Thus, he harbored a profound sense of gratitude towards Jiang, often clasping his hand to reminisce about the past. Jiang never rebuffed these gestures, merely listening with a smile. However, in his solitude, the suddenness of death left no one aware of his passing. When the sheriff carried him out, he had already departed from this world. This incident was not instigated by Jiang, who was merely preparing to visit him. Yet, as Jiang Hu had already entrusted him with the egg of the Little Snow Mountain Lord, upon witnessing the crowd gathered before the old man's door, Jiang was immediately filled with trepidation. Fearing calamity, he stood among the throng, activating his Ouroboros eye. His intention was to probe the sheriff's psyche and ascertain the cause of the old man's demise. However, to his astonishment, the moment he opened his eye, the Ouroboros eye had already gleaned its insights. From that moment forth, Jiang comprehended the reward system in its entirety. After a night of profound contemplation, he birthed the concept of early childhood education within the Jiang family. This ability bore resemblance to the first, yet the distinction lay in the fact that Jiang could only receive rewards upon the death of the other party. Naturally, these rewards exceeded those of the first ability. The inception of the early childhood education business was not intended for posthumous reaping. It merely served as a fade for him. He was unwilling to replicate the life of his previous incarnation, nor was he deranged enough to unjustly target children. Moreover, the process of the Ouroboros required him to witness the death of the individual, or at least for it to occur shortly thereafter, much like the old man's passing. Therefore, he merely established a point of reference, for he would eventually venture beyond the county. The individuals seeking his tutelage predominantly resided outside the county. He imparted knowledge regarding spirit beasts to the children, enhancing their prospects of gaining admission to Linjiangno, one high school. What he desired was that should he encounter a situation akin to the old man's in the future, he could partake in the rewards with a clear conscience. After all, it was merely a leisurely game. However, today's reversal of cause and effect led him to ponder for an extended duration. Jiang Zheng was indeed gifted. Many attested to this, and he himself recognized this truth. Yet, to transform from a novice to an adept within a single summer seemed a formidable challenge that he acknowledged. Thus, he resolved to forge a new path, manipulating human sentiment to secure rewards. Would this not render the impossible possible in the eyes of the masses? With this thought, he commenced his intricate plans. His second-year results served as a stepping stone, unlocking the perceptions of those around him. The spirit beast testing acted as a catalyst, elevating expectations of him. At this juncture, he could have reaped the rewards, while perhaps not achieving the current outcome. Breaking through the bottleneck seemed feasible. Yet, what if he could advance further? After all, what is ambition without a hint of greed? Hence, he chose not to harvest immediately, instead continuing to masquerade under the lingering momentum of the spirit beast testing. With all attention riveted upon him, the speculations in their hearts deepened, becoming ever more tangible. Thus, the reversal of cause and effect culminated in the mastery of the four senses. Laughter and joy resonated all around, akin to stars encircling the moon. Chu Shang fell into a contemplative silence. She sensed a subtle shift in the atmosphere, yet due to the unique nature of the gathering, she could distinctly perceive the intense presence at the center of the crowd. This validated the authenticity of Jiang Zheng's assertions. Consequently, she shook her head and spoke up. All right, everyone, please return to your seats. The class teacher's word was law. Who would dare to defy? As she observed the students resuming their positions, Chu Shang's gaze met that of the boy, neither shying away, until he, with a smile, scratched his head, exhibiting a reserved demeanor. Chu Shang parted her lips, seemingly intending to offer counsel befitting her role as a teacher. Yet, recalling the boy's consistent demeanor, she ultimately settled for the four words, "Keep up the good work." Indeed, Jiang Zheng replied earnestly, "If anyone inquires, it is undoubtedly due to Chu Ban's guidance that I have flourished. You needn't be so modest. I harbor no intentions of evaluation," Chu Shang said, rubbing her nose and sighing. "This child, come now, everyone, release your spirit beasts and hold them close. Then, let us commence the feast." Chapter 27. Encountering the piglet. One shall not meet the gluttonous white tiger. Gulp, gulp, thump, thump, slurp, slurp. The myriad sounds of licking converged, as the diverse little creatures focused intently on a singular task, the complete annihilation of the gene spirit liquid before them. The sounds of contented burps echoed, accompanied by the sight of clean glass bottles being placed on the ground. This primal act of consumption, rooted deep within the essence of living beings, had finally reached its conclusion. What follows after the feast? Newly born and brimming with vitality, the little ones began to survey their surroundings, each showcasing their unique talents. Some, of amiable disposition, remained nestled in their owner's embrace, curiously gazing at the world before them. Others, spirited and lively, seized the opportunity to playfully nip at their owner's face, then wriggled free, joyfully dashing about the venue. Their owner, akin to a persistent shadow, trailed behind, attempting to rein in their spirit beast while shouting futile pleas for them to return. The onlookers regarded him with bemusement as he swayed back and forth. Finally, he lowered his voice, furtively adding a desperate pleas before speaking, attempting to feign an air of authority that was conspicuously absent in front of his spirit beast. It was none other than Sun Hao. His spirit beast was a small piglet, which ranked among the most common native spirit beasts in the realm. Though its innate potential for growth was modest, its gentle nature and ease of care rendered it quite popular. The price and expenses associated with its advancement were remarkably affordable compared to other spirit beasts of the same tier. Most importantly, it possessed a natural resilience to snow and frost, making it particularly well suited for northern regions. Here, its popularity even surpassed that of other areas. Thus, for Sun Hao to have found such a congenial little piglet was akin to striking gold. Chu Shang, observing the chaotic antics of her student's piglet, refrained from offering any reprimand. In fact, She even silenced a classmate who attempted to intervene with a mere glance. Watching Sun Hao flounder about, Chu Shang inhaled deeply. The fact that this child could achieve tongue recognition, regardless of other factors, indicated that his potential was at least average. He possessed the capacity to become a spirit beast master. Yet, if he could not even control his own spirit beast, such potential would be significantly diminished, if not entirely nullified. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Chu Shang's expression became increasingly serious. During her studies at Shandong University, she had encountered students who, despite possessing commendable abilities, were unable to assert control over their spirit beasts. Even those who succeeded in becoming spirit beast masters were not exempt from the association's imposition of spirit beast reclamation in certain instances. As for their personal trajectories, they were relegated to logistics or, like her, became teachers in the spirit beast class. Should Sun Hao aspire to such an outcome, Chu Shang would have little to say. However, judging by Sun Hao's current demeanor, it was evident that such a fate was not what he desired. The indoor commotion did not seem to wear Sun Hao down. His stamina remained commendable, having received a score of 6 in the previous test. Yet, within him, a chill pervaded his heart. Sensing the increasingly grave gaze behind him, Sun Hao's countenance gradually succumbed to bitterness. "Oh, dear uncle, have you turned me into a mere pawn for the denizens of the underworld?" His silent roar betrayed his tumultuous emotions, as the shattered dreams replayed incessantly before his eyes. The uncle he referred to was none other than his diminutive piglet. The family's apothecary had been established long ago by his great-grandfather, an ordinary man who founded it in Linjiang County during a tumultuous era beset by both man-made and beastly calamities. During this tumult, the nation made the arduous decision to focus its efforts on eradicating foreign invaders, ultimately reclaiming its territory and planting its flag even further afield. Yet, as the enemies were vanquished, a relentless tide of beasts surged forth, leaving no respite for the nation. These creatures seemed to possess a cunning intelligence, evading the assembled troops and continuously assaulting the nation's most vulnerable points. Makeshift hospitals were destined to collapse by dawn, and entire villages inhabited solely by commoners vanished from the map. In such dire times, Sun Hao's great-grandfather resolutely gathered all the medicinal herbs from the apothecary and personally escorted them to the heart of the nation for aid. However, along the way, he encountered a scattering of spiritual beasts. In a moment of life and death, he stumbled upon a wild boar. Just when he thought his fate was sealed, the boar courageously repelled the attacking beasts, accompanying him to deliver the herbs. Upon his return to the county, it is said that he not only brought back a medal of honor, but also a special permit allowing ordinary people to raise spiritual beasts. Thus, the great boar established its home and enjoyed a life of comfort. This tale was recounted to Sun Hao by his father during his youth, and the little creature before him was none other than the descendant of that great boar, whom he must refer to as Uncle Bang Bang, despite its recent birth. Alas, Sun Hao felt tears welling up, realizing that his dreams had receded even further from his grasp. Given their family's history of the so-called Southern Expedition and Northern Campaign, they were inherently unsupportive of Sun Hao's aspirations to become a spirit master. If he were to end up merely as a logistics officer, he might as well take over the family apothecary. Ahead, the deep brown lightning suddenly halted, casting a puzzled glance back at Sun Hao, causing him to startle. Yet, before he could stride forward and assert his authority, his uncle unexpectedly twitched its little snout as if sensing something, shifting positions restlessly. Moments later, the uncle's movements ceased. Its keen eyes fixated on a figure ahead, sparkling with vibrant light. "Huh." Sun Hao, bewildered, followed its gaze until he too beheld the sight. In the next heartbeat, Sun Hao's heart raced, his eyes widening in alarm. No. He watched as his uncle readied itself to charge, no longer able to conceal the slightly embarrassing moniker. He cried out, "I don't want a dark-haired person delivering my uncle." Amidst the surrounding chaos, the rear remained steadfast, exuding a warmth that starkly contrasted with the turmoil, creating a palpable sense of division. A young lad gazed tenderly at the cub nestled in his arms, gently extracting an empty glass bottle from its mouth. With a soft pop, the cub, deprived of its soothing nectar, began to wave its tiny paw, its barbed tongue lingering on its lips in longing. Its expressive eyes sparkled with yearning as it gazed up at the boy. The boy, with a resigned smile, placed the bottle among a collection of others before lightly tapping the cub's head. "Still hungry, are we?" The glutton, Jiang Zheng, tapped the cub's nose, watching as it sneezed sensitively. "This is already the 6th bottle. At this rate, I'll be bankrupt in no time." True spiritual beasts should hunt for their own sustenance. The cub looked innocently back, blinking its wide eyes. Seeing its demeanor, Jiang Zheng couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. "Now you pretend not to hear me? Zhang, do you have enough to drink?" A voice chimed in from the side. Li Qingrong, cradling a fluffy white ball, waved a bottle of genetic spirit liquid in front of him. My family got me 3 bottles. Tuan Tuan only needs 2 to reach saturation. So since your little one is such a heavy drinker, would you like to take this extra bottle? As she spoke, the fluffy creature suddenly opened its eyes. Its icy blue pupils nervously fixated on the tiger cub in Jiang Zheng's arms. This was not merely an instinctive wariness born of genetic rivalry. More importantly, as the 2 little creatures met, the cub inadvertently drooled. Jiang Zheng laughed and shook his head. No need. Save it for Ice Bunny next week. I have a few bottles in my backpack. Saturation is a technical term related to genetic spirit liquid. Spiritual beasts cannot consume unlimited amounts of genetic spirit liquid. Their intake is subject to specific guidelines based on their innate talents. Typically, 1 bottle suffices, as seen with the common piglets among their peers. However, a glutton like this cub, consuming 6 bottles without pause, is indeed a rarity in Linjiang County. Fortunately, Jiang Zheng had long prepared for this. While ordinary people cannot purchase genetic spirit liquid in bulk, the Jiang family's spirit beast shop could, even before their business license was revoked. Jiang Zheng had stocked up to the maximum quota, not to mention he had also browsed through the market. When it comes to logistical support, Jiang Zheng would never be careless, yet the cub's consumption exceeded his expectations. If this continued, they would soon find themselves impoverished. A way must be found to earn some rice. Just as the youth pondered, a cold huff emanated from nearby. Zhou Chang scoffed. Humph, if you're short on rice, feel free to let me know. What I previously told you still stands. Think it over carefully. Jiang Zheng turned his head, calmly observing. The fiery-haired youth sat there, radiating heat, while those around him kept their distance, wary of being scorched. In his arms, the flame's spirit munched on something. However, a glance at its lips revealed a hint of ice crystals spilling from its mouth, only to be incinerated in an instant by its flames. It was not merely consuming food. Like its master, it was chewing on genuine spiritual materials, casting a slightly provocative glance at those who turned to look. In its eyes, the spiritual beasts cradled by others appeared exceedingly feeble. So weak, the flame spirit could not resist the urge to twist its body, seeking an opportunity to launch an attack. Yet Zhou Chang held it tightly, never granting it a chance. Alas, the flame spirit disappointedly ceased its writhing. Fire elemental spirits are notoriously combative, and being composed entirely of fire elements, this one was no exception. However, since its master forbade it, it complied. Moreover, wasn't there a more worthy adversary nearby? The flame spirit shifted its fiery gaze towards the young tiger nestled in the boy's arms, seemingly aware. In the fleeting moment that the small white tiger turned its gaze, it was met with a similarly intense stare, its previously innocent eyes suddenly transforming into a fierce glare. Pong pong. The fire spirit was momentarily taken aback, then fell into silence. Wait a moment. Who possesses the fire attribute? Just then, a wail pierced the air. I don't want a black-haired person to deliver my little uncle. In the next instant, the cub sharply twitched its nose, its eyes lighting up with excitement. The aroma wafting through the air was even more enticing than that of its master's companion's rabbit. The cub abruptly turned around, spotting a brown wild boar dashing towards the bottles that the former had previously tasted. With its succulent flesh, it would likely be a fine meal. But no matter. Come, my meal. The cub trembled with excitement, drooling profusely. Master. Oh, I will hunt for you right away. Oh, Chapter 28. With no one to support me, I strive to fill my own belly. The little piglet charged forward, its eyes solely fixated on the lingering spirit liquid. Its forehooves pounded the ground, the sound of its hard hooves echoing, its gaze unwavering and resolute. A pig that cannot eat is not a good pig. This was a saying from its beloved grandfather, etched into the little piglet's heart. From the moment of its birth, it had been different from its siblings. Both in size and intellect, it surpassed them significantly. Its grandfather had even remarked that it bore the closest resemblance to him among his descendants, with the potential to surpass him. Yet, its foolish master did not understand it, treating it as an ordinary little piglet. One fateful night, it had even caught a glimpse of Sun House secretly sighing behind its back, as if regretting his choice of it as his initial spirit beast. Since that day, it had ceased to heed Sun House commands. With no one to support me in filling my belly, I will strive to stand firm. The little piglet's gaze gradually sharpened, until a shadow flickered in its peripheral vision. It was a white cub, panting with excitement, staring at it with eager eyes. Humph. Which sibling from the Sun family pharmacy could rival me? It seems they fail to see who I am. Wait. The little piglet shuddered, its eyes widening in terror. Where did this tiger come from? Jiang Zheng, catching a brief glance, finally noticed this audacious little piglet. In the next moment, his pupils momentarily elongated, his eyelids slightly lifting. I almost forgot about you. His attention had been entirely focused on the cub, suppressing its natural intimidation with spiritual energy to prevent the distant spirit beast from panicking while simultaneously preparing the gene spirit liquid for it. In doing so, he had overlooked this somewhat exceptional little piglet. Jiang Zheng had noticed its peculiarity during Sun Hao's spirit control test. However, through the screen, he could not fully observe the little piglet's potential. Now, upon closer inspection, it was indeed rather impressive. Yet, it was merely commendable. It was slightly stronger than the ice rabbit he had given to Li Qingrong. Name, Little Piglet. Species, Ecological Wild Boar. Strength, 0 level 2. Potential, 3 level 5. Attributes, Primary Earth Attribute. Talent, low-level tough skin and flesh, aberrant bloodline with potbelly. Aberrant bloodline with potbelly. Permanent increase of 20% in physique. Permanent increase of 10% in reservoir capacity. Accelerated absorption of spiritual energy, and slower rate of daily hunger. Skills, Potbelly Pounce. Evolution Path, Little Piglet of Thick Earth. Little Piglet Rockboar Beast. Little Piglet Toothboar. Unlocked. Description, a somewhat different little piglet, but just somewhat. The conclusion drawn from the tail circling eye aligned with Jiang Zheng's expectations. Given the already barren state of Lingjiang County, such a spirit beast was commendable. At the very least, Sun Hao would not need to consider nurturing a second spirit beast for quite some time. The upper limit of a 3-level talent with 2 accompanying innate talents. Particularly the aberrant bloodline, which is not a talent obtainable through ascension. In fact, there is at least a 90% probability that this talent originates from the spirit beast's inception, with the remaining 10% stemming from various fortuitous occurrences. Thus, Sun Hao now only needed to ponder whether his own talents could keep pace. If everyone could acquire spirit beasts of the caliber of Zhou Cheng's flame spirit water, Lingjiang County would not have fallen into such dire straits. However, Jiang Zheng's gaze shifted from the little piglet to Sun Hao, who bore a heart-wrenching expression behind him. The boy's vertical pupils opened and closed. A transparent energy surged into Sun Hao's body in an instant, yet he remained utterly unaware. Thus, he was oblivious to the fact that in Jiang Zheng's eyes, a serpentine mark encircled by a tail had suddenly appeared above his head. In the next moment, the boy slightly raised his chin. The moment the anchor point was placed on Sun Hao, Jiang Zheng had already discerned his thoughts through the tail-circling eye. So that's how it is. In a breath, the boy glanced down at the restless cub in his arms, contemplated for a moment, then suddenly loosened his grip. No. Sun Hao's heart sank in an instant. With a crash, numerous students in the distance, who had been watching, suddenly sprang to their feet. A mix of terror and astonishment flooding the air. Bang! The spiritual material in the flame spirit's mouth was finally fully digested, erupting in a display akin to fireworks within its maw. Zhou Chang habitually patted its head, yet his gaze remained fixed on the formidable opponent in the distance. His previously erratic expression gradually softened into a deep, contemplative stare. Chu Chang had been observing Sun Hao and the little piglet intently. She watched as Sun Hao trailed behind the little piglet, saw it abruptly halt to sniff, and then charged towards Jiang Zheng. Simultaneously, she noticed some anomalies. Although her prized student's pupils changed rapidly, her physical inclination allowed her to see clearly even with just one eye. So, this was the reason for Rong Su cutting off the video feed. As a true spirit master, she effortlessly deduced the preceding events. Thus, was this the ability feedback from the ice tiger cub, or was it due to other factors? Chu Chang could not ascertain and had no desire to delve deeper. She simply closed her eyes and rubbed her eyelids, a hint of melancholy brewing in her brows. Merely using a moment of spiritual energy had already taken its toll on her eyes. She suddenly revealed a bitter smile. The backlash of the contract tormented not only her body, but also incessantly plagued her heart. If her university classmates were to learn that a once bold and fearless spirit master of the martial Tao had transformed into a timid, ordinary person, they might well mock her. Chu Chang remained silent for a moment before taking a deep breath. Even so, she must persevere. She had reasons that compelled her to live. With this thought in mind, her earlier despondency vanished in an instant, replaced by a fierce determination for life and a profound loneliness buried deep within her heart. In the next moment, a sudden howl resonated through the air. Chu Chang's gaze swiftly zeroed in on the source of the sound. Just in time to witness her proud pupil, laden with myriad secrets, release her grasp. The white figure surged forth like a horse unbridled, pouncing upon the dark brown form. Jiang! The abrupt turn of events caused Chu Chang's pupils to constrict, compelling her to instinctively take a step forward. At the same time, her palm rose, abruptly gathering a swirling energy. Yet, in that moment, Chu Chang hesitated. Could Jiang Zheng truly be such a reckless child? With this thought, she hesitantly lowered her arm. Chapter 29. The spirit officer enters the county almost instantaneously as the white figure descended. The small piglet let out a terrified shriek. It struggled in vain, as its once proud physique offered no assistance. The white cub perched upon it displayed an innate hunting prowess, easily flipping it over to expose its most vulnerable belly. As it gazed into the eager, golden eyes mere inches away, the small piglet trembled uncontrollably. Yet, in the face of its prey's terror, the little Snow Mountain Lord did not seize the opportunity to attack. Instead, it stared intently, its tongue flicking over its lips. No, it truly is rather fragrant. Slurp. Drip. A transparent liquid fell upon the small piglet's forehead, the saliva that the little Snow Mountain Lord had not managed to lick away. In an instant, the small piglet ceased trembling. The next moment, a shrill cry filled the room. Gum. Uncle. The simultaneous howls echoed in response to one another. Sunhow slid forward, attempting to push away the cub that was pressing down upon his uncle. However, he had clearly overlooked one crucial detail. The cub was not merely an ice tiger cub. It was a young little Snow Mountain Lord. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the shadow drawing nearer. The cub furrowed its brow, then shifted its gaze to fixate on Sunhow's face. Suddenly, it roared. Spiritual energy intertwined with its thunderous voice, and frost rapidly spread outward from its center. The chill enveloped Sunhow, causing his skin to shiver as frost spots instantly adorned his brows and hair. This tiger's roar triggered a chain reaction. Chaos erupted in the gymnasium. The newly born spirit beasts, most of whom were still adorably naive, suddenly became restless, struggling uncontrollably in their owner's arms, their faces mirroring the small piglet's terror. Some even fainted from fright. Piglet, what is wrong with you? The bow, don't scare me. Son. The cacophony of calls and the turmoil of the spirit beasts coalesced into an abstract artistic display reminiscent of the Middle Ages. The orchestrator of this spectacle, at that moment, gazed upon them with calm composure. Zhang was not taken aback by this scene. Among those present, there was undoubtedly an extreme affection for spirit beasts. Even those from less educated backgrounds understood their value and would never resort to abuse. Thus, the environment these spirit beasts inhabited was exceedingly comfortable. Yet comfort could lead to such a predicament. The suppression at the ecological level caused them to recall the primal fear of predators ingrained in their bloodlines, rendering them restless. Zhang Li Qingrong, struggling to hold onto the ice rabbit in her arms as it kicked against her, anxiously looked at her childhood friend. What are you doing? She did not believe Zhang would instruct his spirit beasts to hunt, yet she truly had no idea what he intended to do. In response, the youth offered no words, merely a smile. Originally, he had planned to increase the difficulty during the practical course to clarify that choosing to become a spirit master meant voluntarily distancing oneself from a life of ease. Yet, he had not anticipated that the opportunity would arise at this very moment. If that was the case, then let us proceed a bit earlier. After a few more seconds, Zhang softly uttered, "Cub?" The young tiger's roar abruptly ceased. Following this pause, the cub snorted and then cleared its throat with feigned composure. The first roar was a bit too forceful. My throat is a tad sore now. Opposite him, Sunhow, his face frozen in frost, struggled to open his eyes, the biting cold making him shiver, staring in bewilderment at the ice tiger cub before him. 3 years. No, it has just been born, hasn't he it? To this, the cub disdainfully turned its head, its tail flicking dismissively against the ground. Crack, as if a well-connected button had been pressed, with that crisp sound. The thin layer of frost surrounding them shattered, scattering into the air. Without the support of spiritual energy, the frost could not maintain its form. Sunhow took a moment to regain his senses, then glanced past the young tiger towards the calm youth who was watching him intently. Zhang. Sunhow swallowed hard. Saying you. Zhang abruptly interrupted. Are you selling this little piglet? What? Sunhow stood frozen, seemingly unable to comprehend the question. Zhang rose from the ground, shrugging his shoulders. His nonchalant demeanor suggested he was merely discussing an ordinary matter. If it's for sale, you can wait until I become a spirit master and then come to take it. An eerie silence enveloped the room. The sun slowly drifted westward in the clear sky, and the crowd outside the school gradually dispersed. The spirit master test had concluded. The students from the first and second years of high school eagerly rushed to their parents, recounting everything they had witnessed on the projection screen. Meanwhile, those third-year students who had not followed Zhang and the others to the gymnasium departed the school, carrying news of those left behind to their parents. Some were overjoyed, planning to prepare a grand meal to reward their children. Others sighed in relief, patting their disappointed offspring, encouraging them to persevere. Yet others wept openly, embracing their children. Some families rejoiced while others mourned. Yet, many more gazed longingly at the campus, hoping to catch a glimpse of a particular figure, yearning for another chance to brush against fate. Let us go, everyone, disperse. The peacekeeping officers received the signal to regroup, methodically boarding their vehicles, their sirens blaring in a declaration of justice as they departed. Meanwhile, volunteers organized by the community office diligently gathered the remnants of firecrackers and litter scattered across the streets. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. Leave a contact number. All right. Under the astonished gaze of the bespectacled man, Wang Liao clumsily operated his old flip phone. My money will have great use in the future. Noticing the man's attention, he smiled, his expression devoid of embarrassment or shyness. Buying myself a phone is no big deal. It's not as if it's unusable. The bespectacled man fell silent for a moment, then nodded lightly. True. Though Wang Liao did not articulate it, as a fellow parent, he understood the significance of the savings the other had accumulated for future needs. So I'll take my leave now? Sure, see you next time. They parted ways, each carrying the ease of a chance encounter, departing with a sense of freedom. At that moment, a languid voice resonated. Boss, with so many people here, how much can you earn today? Just break even. A vendor by the street was selling barbecued skewers, leisurely seated on a low stool, speaking words devoid of credibility. As long as I don't incur losses, I would consider it satisfactory. All right, let's settle the bill. Sure, the total is 127. Today, there's a stroke of good fortune in the county. I'll grit my teeth and let you off with 120. Huh. The boss rose to gaze towards the source of the voice, only to find neatly arranged piles of coins, with the seat conspicuously empty. Were there not a few people sitting here just now? Did anyone dine here moments ago? How is there 130 yuan here? The boss scratched his head, his expression growing increasingly perplexed. In a narrow alley, two figures strolled leisurely. One was an elderly man, tall as a professional basketball player, resembling a walking power pole clad in a straight robe. He was currently nonchalantly picking his teeth with a toothpick. Beside him walked a young woman with shoulder-length hair. Her demeanor was serious, exuding an air of competence. However, at that moment, her eyes moved peculiarly, resembling a swirling blue galaxy. In the next instant, she spoke. All right, master. I have filled in the shopkeeper's memory. The tall, thin elder nodded listlessly, a bit sluggish though. Yes. At this, the woman abruptly halted, thumping her chest. Master. I shall certainly all right, enough of that. This isn't the office, no need to be so formal. The elder sighed, digging into his ear. You're still young. Be vibrant, don't be so rigid. Before he could finish his sentence, the woman furrowed her brows and interjected. Master, that's not permissible. There can be no order without rules. Moreover, you are a spiritual officer, tasked with apprehending evil and exterminating beasts. What spiritual officer? Finally, I've caught a break. Haven Ti? The elder, undeterred by her retort, chuckled softly. I am no longer a spiritual officer, but an inspector dispatched by the Royal Spirit Association of Shandong Province. Indeed, the woman promptly fell silent, acknowledging her mistake. Observing this, the elderly man let out a bored sigh. His student had always been so black and white. Perhaps that was why his colleagues were reluctant to accept her, which had allowed him to reap the benefits. How tiresome. He shook his head. Upon hearing that the beast hall of Hualu Tang misplaced something, everyone is eager to know what it is. Yet no one wishes to send anyone to investigate. Thus, the ball is tossed back and forth until it reaches San Fac. How vexing. Not only must we determine what that group lost in the northern regions, but we also need to capture the remaining two villains and bring them back to the Yamen. It's a monumental challenge. Having spoken, the elder sighed again. A band of parasitic leeches ought to be dealt with harshly by those ruffians, exterminated completely. Master, be cautious with your words. Just venting my frustrations. They've made me wander through so many cities lately that I feel diminished. The woman appeared somewhat helpless. Her master had been saying this consistently during this period. But are those ruffians truly here? Where did you get that information? An informant told me. As for its veracity, shall we investigate together? All right, master. Shall we proceed as before? No, let us change the location this time. The elder paused to stretch, his eyes narrowing into slits, casually stating, the officials in this county do not seem diligent. Otherwise, those two would not be without news. When it comes to significant matters, one must be decisive. It is imperative to act when necessary. For the more prosperous a place is, the greater the shadows it harbors. However, there exists another realm that is inherently a home to shadows. Thus the elder lowered his head, his gaze narrowing as he regarded the frowning woman. Where is the most impoverished area here? Chapter 30. Every scheme must be rooted in its cause. In the sports room, an eerie silence fell, only to be interrupted when a spirit beast caused a commotion, as if everyone suddenly remembered what had transpired. Yu Sun Hao widened his eyes, a hint of anger flickering across his rounded face as he pointed at the boy, his voice escalating. You have humiliated me. The boy, of course, would not concede. Where's the evidence? Jiang Zheng wore his most familiar smile, one that often graced his face. I was merely stating the facts. Is this not humiliation? Sun Hao stepped forward, his rage boiling. If I disregard even the initial spirit beast, what purpose is there in being a spirit master? The small piglet on the ground continued to struggle momentarily. Jiangzheng cast a glance at the piglet before turning back to Sun Hao. But wasn't he that your intention from the start? Nonsense. As his secret was unveiled, Sun Hao's gaze wavered, uncertainty creeping into his expression. On the ground, a shadow of gloom flickered in the piglet's eyes. Just then, Sun Hao clenched his fists, his previously waning momentum surging once more. In a moment of desperation, any words can be uttered, and I merely envy those obedient spirit beasts. The piglet slowly closed its eyes, yet it was still far from replacing its companion. In the next moment, it abruptly opened its eyes wide. In its inverted vision, it beheld Sun Hao, who was panting and summoning his courage as he danced awkwardly. The following second, the piglet began to struggle vigorously. This time, its efforts were fervent enough to make its body quiver. Yet, it was not sufficient to free itself, as the tiger paw remained firmly on its belly. However, the piglet suddenly turned to cast a glance at Jiangzheng. It was waiting for a command. Although Jiangzheng spoke not a word, it sufficed. This was the advantage of mutual understanding. Behind them, the boy pondered for a moment before finally nodding ever so slightly. The tiger paw of the piglet lifted slightly. With a swish, as the weight pressing down on its body lightened, the small piglet flipped over in a decisive roll, seizing the opportunity to tumble forward until it stopped before Sun Hao. You return my partner, little piglet? Before Sun Hao could finish his sentence, he felt a sudden weight on his foot. Seeing the piglet roll back, he had no time to be astonished and hurriedly crouched down to embrace it. Only upon realizing it bore no scars did he exhale in relief. Remember how you felt when you thought it was in danger? He lifted his head, meeting the boy's calm gaze. Disagreements are not unexpected. Even between parents and children, such occurrences are commonplace. But regardless of the contention, it is your companion. And some issues are not issues at all. Yes, Sun Hao instinctively nodded, yet confusion soon followed. Wait a moment. You just humiliated me. And now you are lecturing me on how to conduct myself? Unfortunately, Jiangzheng offered him no opportunity for contemplation. Well, that is good. He merely finished speaking and offered a faint smile. Witnessing this scene, a bookworm discreetly exhaled in relief, preparing to exchange a few words with his close friend, only to realize that the latter bore no trace of tension on his face. This perplexed him. His friend cast a sidelong glance at him before once again directing his gaze towards Sun Hao. In the next moment, he abruptly sighed. What a pity. What is so regrettable? It's a pity we haven't forged a connection. Upon hearing this bewildered exclamation, his friend's forehead creased with a vivid expression of disbelief. A surge of unnameable frustration welled up within him. The symptoms of his disdain for foolishness were flaring up. Yet what could he do? After all, the two had grown up together, sharing countless experiences. Moreover, he understood that it was precisely because of their close bond that he could reveal his true self. No matter the circumstances, they would progress together. Thus, he took a deep breath, striving for calmness as he said, "Are you aware that before long, we may have to engage in team training?" "I know, but what does that have to do with this?" "It matters greatly." His friend snorted in reply. "The maximum team size is 4, and since we are forming teams, we must naturally select our companions. It appears that Jiangzheng has taken a liking to Sun Hao, which is why he wishes to address this so-called risk that isn't truly a risk at all. In truth, whether or not he intervened, Sun Hao and his little piglet would eventually reconcile. After all, apart from being a bit slow, Sun Hao is a decent person. But Jiangzheng had seized this opportunity, a chance that would lead Sun Hao to express gratitude once he came to terms with it. At that point, he would likely take the next step. What nonsense. Do you really believe he would indulge that little tiger cub in front of everyone here? The bookworm awkwardly scratched his head. I've told you before not to let your studies make you foolish. Jiangzheng's actions are hardly astute. His ability to make that little piglet and Sun Hao grow close relies entirely on the rapid progression of events, leaving little time for contemplation. Coupled with the prevailing stereotypes surrounding ice tiger cubs. After all, during the years of conquest, a notorious tragedy known as the 5 tigers devouring the village did occur in a certain village beyond the county. From the perspective of beasts, their innate fear is genuine, as the diet of ice tiger cubs indeed includes little piglets. Moreover, Sun Hao's family runs a pharmacy, ensuring logistical support. No, I know you dislike him, but you needn't view Jiangzheng in such a light. You simply do not understand him. We were classmates before, and I have some insight into his character. Yet you previously encouraged me to befriend him. At that time, I never anticipated that not only would you advance to a higher grade, but you would also pass the Spirit Master test. Upon hearing this, the bookworm's expression darkened. Though we are friends, you cannot speak of me in such a manner. I originally intended to pave a way for you since he could assist Li Qingrong. He could certainly assist you too, but now that seems unnecessary. With that, his friend settled back down, adjusting his glasses. If he is willing to include Li Qingrong, then he must still be searching for one more person. He is bound to include her, given their strong rapport. It is highly probable, but not guaranteed. His friend said with a knowing smirk. This so-called prodigy in our class is not as gentle as he appears. Shall we give it a try then? Forming a team is not child's play. Even if he desires me on his team, how could he possibly want you? Would you accompany me? Good brother for life. Humph. Such useless chatter. The scrutiny of those around them did not escape Jiang Zheng's notice. He distinctly felt numerous meaningful gazes upon him. Talent may determine a spirit master's future. Yet a person is not merely defined by their talent. Wisdom is the foundation of one's existence. It could be said that in the elite spirit master class, composed of the county's finest, while everyone's talents may not be exceptional, only a handful are truly foolish. His methods, too, were not particularly sophisticated, and could even be described as riddled with flaws. However, given a moment's grace, he could devise a complete narrative of cause and effect. Yet, this was a decision made in haste, within mere seconds. Fortunately, such tactics seemed effective with someone as straightforward as Sun Hao. Every stratagem must be rooted in its cause. The rationale behind strategies may differ among individuals, but if it proves effective, that suffices. He bent down, scooping up the little cub that had ambled back, gently rubbing its nose. Well done. The cub lifted its head, its eyes reflecting the boy's earnest and gentle visage. In the next moment, it comfortably squinted its eyes, wrapping its paws around the boy's neck, affectionately nuzzling against him. Level 0, Level 2, Level 0, Level 3. Is this how one levels up? The boy chuckled, likewise pressing his face against the cub. Chapter 31. Self-strategy is the first element of growth. As everyone departed the school, the sky had yet to fully darken. The sun continued its diligent descent toward the west. Wow, it's already 3 o'clock. Time flies so swiftly. When one is engrossed, time indeed passes quickly. My father's car is outside. Would you like to hitch a ride? Forget it, it's only 3 o'clock. I'll stroll to the bus station. All right then, see you tomorrow? See you tomorrow. The sun pierced through the clouds, casting down shimmering rays of gold, enveloping them in warmth. Friends exchanged farewells, playfully linking arms, their faces aglow with the exuberance of youth. The boy stood at the top of the steps with his arms outstretched, eyes tightly shut, greedily tilting his face skyward. He allowed the sunlight to bathe his face, yearning for every inch of his skin to escape the shadows. No wonder certain antagonists in tales ultimately choose to turn toward the light. Slowly, the boy opened his eyes. How could one not feel nostalgic in such a moment? What are you saying? The freshly emerged Li Qingrong paused beside him, gazing at him in confusion. Just talking to myself. Oh. Li Qingrong nodded earnestly. She had seen Jiang Zheng in such a state before. Tales often assert that geniuses possess eccentricities, and she felt that Jiang Zheng was indeed one of those. Conversing with oneself might simply be his form of amusement. Let us go. We'll take the bus home together. No, you go ahead. Jiang Zheng slowly shook his head. The cub has had its fill, but I am still hungry. Li Qingrong's eyes brightened. Come to my house. Your house is a breakfast shop, but they also sell noodles. Have you forgotten? Forget it. I still have to pay. You and T need to spend a dime. Li Qingrong hurriedly replied. My parents adore you. How could they charge you for noodles? Stop making a fuss. I'll just go to the cafeteria. Jiang Zheng chuckled and shook his head nonchalantly. Although today is the Spirit Master test and ordinary students are on break, the teachers need to prepare lesson plans. So the cafeteria will undoubtedly provide meals. The school deposits 1,000 virtual credits into my meal card each month, and I haven't exhausted my previous balance. So I can make do with whatever. I feel like you're avoiding me. It's merely an illusion. What illusion? It's precisely as it appears. Just as Jiang Zheng finished speaking, Li Qingrong furrowed her brows and stomped her foot heavily on the ground. The soft sound of flat shoes tapping against the stone pavement echoed in the air. She gazed at Jiang Zheng, her eyes filled with a sense of grievance. You have changed. Faced with this sudden and piercing admonition, Jiang Zheng's expression gradually turned serene. He remained unmoved. The potency of these 3 words is primarily felt within romantic relationships, yet he had no intention of engaging in a love game with Li Qingrong. If his slightly intimate demeanor were to mislead their relationship into uncharted territory, he would have to find a way to rectify it. Romance was far too cumbersome and ill-suited for his current state of being. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Li Qingrong's voice once more. However, as he listened, his expression began to take on a peculiar quality. But you have always been this way. Am I the one being impatient? Perhaps so. Yet the most pressing matter at hand is to become a spirit master. She continued, but you cannot treat me this way. After all, we are childhood friends. Though they were childhood companions, their time together had been brief. Was it truly vital for him to avoid reading romance novels at this juncture? Never mind. Li Qingrong shook her head, her ponytail swaying gently. She stepped down the stairs, muttering to herself, stay calm, composed. There are priorities in every matter. Li Qingrong, you must remember this. I forgive you. We shall meet again. Jiang Zheng watched her retreating figure, a faint smile playing on his lips. Am I to conquer myself? How intriguing. Huh. Beside them, Zhou Chang, who had witnessed the entire exchange, smirked disdainfully. Jiang Er, how dare you toy with a young girl's feelings? You truly are despicable. What are you talking about? Although the crowd had mostly dispersed, Jiang Zheng remained unperturbed. He smiled gently, replying amiably, our relationship is one of pure friendship. Humph. Zhou Chang chuckled derisively. It doesn't matter to me, since it's not me you're courting, but you must not become complacent. You may win once, twice, but... Before he could finish, Zhou Chang's expression darkened further. You might win me 3 times, but you won't win every time. The threat held little weight, dear brother. Jiang Zheng smiled slightly. Is that a challenge? Would you care to join me in my family's car to the restaurant? My father wishes to meet you. Hey. Witnessing Jiang Zheng's unwavering stride toward the cafeteria ignited Zhou Chang's fury. His breath quickened in response. Jiang Zheng blatantly ignored him, causing his self-control to plummet. Young master. A distant call instinctively drew his attention. The next moment, darkness engulfed his vision. A group of older security guards stood there, their expressions inscrutable, along with several of his subordinates huddled on the ground, clutching their heads. Zhou Chang knew without a doubt that these individuals intended to scale the walls after the authorities had departed. However, he had not anticipated that, despite some guards leaving, others remained vigilant on campus. Usually appearing frail, the security personnel were effectively utilizing their individual strengths under the school's strict regulations to keep his subordinates firmly subdued. Zhou Chang's lips twitched, and so did the corners of his eyes. He approached them slowly. Among them, one individual covered his face in shame, while the others shamelessly grinned, waving frantically at him, including the junior he had reprimanded just days prior. They were pressed down, waved again, and pressed down once more. Zhou Chang took a deep breath. Zhao Dan, how could you also? The one hiding his face froze momentarily, then buried his head even lower. Zhou Chang trembled, standing alone amidst the myriad of complex gazes, caught in a tempest of confusion. The school cafeteria was not renowned for its culinary delights, yet it offered a commendable nutritional balance. Given the high-ranking officials' determination to accommodate Jiang Zheng, they were willing to procure quality ingredients. Even the most ordinary dishes contained a fair amount of minced meat. In a world teeming with spirit beasts, wild creatures existed as well, albeit their lives were far more arduous than those of humans. Many animals Jiang Zheng could name from his previous life now teetered on the brink of extinction in this world. Naturally, species like chickens, ducks, and fish, which could be mass-produced, were not included, yet they had altered their fates by commanding higher prices. Was this a dark joke? Rejecting the cleaning lady's repeated offers of assistance, Jiang Zheng immersed his tray in the washing basin and then placed it in the designated disinfection area. Having completed these tasks, the youth turned around abruptly, his pupils constricting in shock. Unbeknownst to him, the man he had parted with only moments ago now stood behind him, beaming at him. Jiang Zheng quickly steadied his breath. Assistant Rong, what brings you here? Oh, Assistant Rong chuckled, the disheveled hair on his chin shifting with his motion. Yet his next words pressed down on Jiang Zheng like a heavy stone, nearly disrupting his previously steady breath. Xiao Jiang, your situation has come to light. Assistant Rong regarded him with a half-smile. Is there something you wish to convey to your brother Rong? Chapter 32. See Een, the herbalist, and the discourse on golden elixirs. The people are the foundation of the nation, and food is essential for the people. This adage has stood the test of time. For both the Een Sure and us herbalists, this statement resonates profoundly. For them, Een symbolizes the foundation of the nation, and food represents the essence and their own divinity. The more divine one becomes, the more effective the talismans they draw. For us, Ding serves as the foundation, and food embodies the myriad of phenomena. The more pure one returns to nature, the more refined the elixirs and stones they concoct. Viewed holistically, it may seem that their path is more arduous, yet in truth, it is not so. In the alley of mud snails, a tall, thin elder ambled alongside a woman. Many of the indigenous people lingering there regarded them with a mix of wariness and curiosity, repeatedly scrutinizing them. Few outsiders ventured into this dilapidated alley, which remained in disrepair despite Jiang Zheng's numerous attempts to rally everyone for cleanup. Its appearance starkly contrasted with the prevailing level of civilization. Children licked their 1-cent lollipops, peering out from their doorways. Each time their gazes met that of the tall elder, they were met with a smile as gentle as that of a bodhisattva, causing them to shyly retreat. Ha ha ha. The elder's narrow eyes were obscured by the twilight, rendering them indistinct, yet his smile was unmistakable. He refrained from continuing his explanation, instead expressing genuine interest. It is in such places that I find my heart's content. So pure. He inhaled softly, his expression suddenly turning peculiar. Though the scent is somewhat pungent, have you grown accustomed to it? The woman furrowed her brow as she nodded. However, her frown stemmed not from the odor, but from another matter. Master, please refrain from speaking further. The woman interjected. This is not an authorized location for the association. We cannot disseminate knowledge regarding spirit mastery here. No matter, no matter. The elder waved his hand nonchalantly, unperturbed. You are simply too rigid. That is not ideal. Without the ability to adapt, unless absolutely necessary, one may find themselves struggling to move forward in the future. However, how dare one challenge their master? The woman halted her steps, solemnly bowing with clasped fists. Well, that is more like it. What were we discussing? The tall, slender elder brushed his long beard and smiled. In the realm of medicinal pursuit, there are generally two distinct paths. One is focused on saving lives, which we refer to as healers. The other is what we call pharmacists. Let us set aside the former and speak of ourselves. The mediocre ones refine spirit and flavor through fire, creating elixirs in their cauldrons. When the furnace is lit, one may obtain the elixir of life. As he spoke, he suddenly raised his arm, allowing his thin sleeves to fall back, revealing arms as frail as withered branches. The practitioner sacrifices oneself as the vessel, using the heart's fire to brew. Only when the cauldron resonates can one attain the golden elixir. This golden elixir is the lifelong pursuit of our kind. The woman nodded slowly. To be honest, her transition from her previous fate to that of a pharmacist had not been long, and at this moment, she still felt somewhat bewildered by his words. Yet, she refrained from voicing her confusion. What is there to be puzzled about? She could study it on her own later. Theoretically, pharmacists can begin to refine the golden elixir from the third rank, producing at most one per stage. Though it is not uncommon for some to go their entire lives without successfully creating even a single one. At this point, the tall elderess voice grew noticeably calmer. Do you know why this is? The woman shook her head. It is because one must harness the creation of heaven and earth. The golden elixir is finite. He paused slightly before continuing. Across the millennia, in the archives of the golden elixirs collected by the imperial family, only 49 types have been recorded. This does not imply that only 49 have ever been refined throughout history. Rather, it refers to the types of golden elixirs, of which there are merely 49 distinct varieties. The same type can be repeatedly refined, and as more individuals attempt to create it, the difficulty decreases. However, correspondingly, the efficacy of the resulting elixirs also diminishes. Remember, the golden elixir is but 100. The first is the most potent, the 50th's effect is halved, the 100th is further halved, and beyond the 100th. The elixir offers only a negligible enhancement, hardly worth mentioning. To this day, among the 49 types of golden elixirs, 10 have had their production numbers exceed 100. Moreover, calculating the time, it has been a full century since a new type of golden elixir has emerged in the realm. Suddenly, the tall elder halted, slowly lifting his head and closing his eyes. In my early years, I was but a hair's breadth away from refining the 11th type in the record, the 50th demon-dispelling golden elixir, yet encountered an unforeseen circumstance, which caused my path to stagnate, and now my life is drawing to a close. Despite possessing a mastery of ranks, I shall never again have the hope of refining the golden elixir in this lifetime. Do not regard me in such a manner. I am still alive, am I not? Observing his hesitant disciple, the tall elder chuckled nonchalantly. But you are different, Zhong. Please call the disciple Zhong Yuan. Zhong Yuan, the tall elder said, lowering his head to gaze calmly at the woman who introduced herself as Zhong Yuan. You bear no taint from the Zhong family's blood curse. The ancestral dragon-eating technique you practiced before becoming a spirit master has already reached a certain level. Now, having advanced to the second tier in the divination path, you have further refined it. For you, the most challenging aspects of being a pharmacist are entirely surmountable. Thus, I sincerely advise you, rather than completely abandoning your own path, it may be more beneficial to trust in your innate talent, perhaps even attempting to pursue a secondary path, which should not pose a significant challenge for you. Zhong Yuan suddenly paused. You are, what, doubtful of how I know secrets known only to the noble families and the elite? The tall elder laughed heartily. Though I hail from humble beginnings, I gained recognition at a young age and ascended to the spirit officer reserve within the 3 Laws Department. Is it not reasonable that I should be privy to such matters? Moreover, I must inform you, this has never been regarded as a secret. Your family has deceived you, merely concerning innate fortune and postnatal tribulations. Not only that, but I also know precisely how many methods exist for postnatal tribulations and who possesses them. That's enough, master. You really mustn't say more. Zhong Yuan could no longer contain herself. She wished to cover his mouth, yet could not reach, and could only speak urgently. Regardless of how many people know, you should not speak so loudly in public. Fear not, I assure you, they won't comprehend or remember a word of it. The tall elder raised an eyebrow mischievously. We have come here quite discreetly. There is no possibility of anyone knowing, rest assured. Suddenly, a steady footfall began to echo. abruptly halting the elder's voice. Zhong Yuan's brow furrowed sharply as she turned and called out, "Who goes there?" The notorious Three Laws Department has maintained its infamous reputation for 50 years. Today, I see it has not changed a bit, still so arrogant. The voice was exceedingly calm. As the voice grew clearer, a figure emerged before the two. It was a man of unremarkable appearance, save for his keenly sharp gaze. He stood tall and upright, exuding an air of authority that made Zhong Yuan's hairs stand on end and her vision slightly ache. He seemed less a mere man and more a finely honed weapon, ready to strike. "I am Li Wenshu, head of the Lingjiang Spirit Association's 1st Division. It is an honor to meet the Spirit Officer Reserve Qingshan, as well as the heir of the Zhong family, Zhong Zhaodi." In an instant, Jiang Zheng regained his composure. While his actions were not without flaw, they were certainly not so easily unraveled in mere days. No one in the association was aware of the whereabouts of those two individuals, and they had been subdued the moment they arrived at his home. Jiang Zheng calculated the time. They had not visited any other location, and there was no room for error in that regard. The only potential issue was that there might have been an oversight during the wrap-up. Nonetheless, he had done everything within his power. More importantly, even if the matter were to come to light, it should not be this assistant who sought him out, but rather his uncle. Furthermore, the young man had a vague feeling that the assistant had come for another reason. Quickly sorting through the events in his mind, Jiang Zheng slowly spoke, Excuse me, I didn't quite catch that." Seeing Jiang Zheng's reaction, Assistant Rong's smile appeared somewhat restrained. After a moment, he stated, "Stop pretending." Assistant Rong chuckled, pointing to his eyes and implying, "I am referring to this." Indeed, Jiang Zheng secretly sighed in relief, though he did not show it on his face. "The eyes? Oh, are you referring to the Eye of Breaking Delusions? Oh, you've even named it?" Assistant Rong raised an eyebrow. "So, the Eye of Breaking Delusions, Yes." Jiang Zheng paused before adding, "I have researched the materials. If it is a first-time discovery, perhaps I could have the honor of naming it?" Assistant Rong gazed deeply into Jiang Zheng's eyes. "You are correct." He shrugged. "If it is indeed a first-time discovery, and the name is not too outrageous, then you may indeed claim the right to name it." "Ah, well then, that works. This name should not be too jarring." Jiang Zheng exhaled, revealing a subtly restrained smile. "I named it according to its actual circumstances, Assistant Rong. Speaking of which, it is indeed thanks to your influence." "Me? Indeed. Had it not been for your presence, I might never have awakened this ocular talent." Assistant Rong silently regarded the youth, ultimately letting out a scoff. "That's rather far-fetched. The association wouldn't credit me with this fortune." "No worries, Assistant Rong," the youth replied with a smile. "I will take the initiative to mention it, particularly to my uncle. I know you have long desired to transfer to another city. I believe that, even if you don't care where you ultimately end up, having a choice is always preferable. Once Zhang Er rises to the rank of Spirit Master, you should be on your way." Jiang Zheng lifted his head, unabashedly locking eyes with the now serious Assistant Rong, who was merely observing him. Then, he revealed an exceedingly sincere smile. "Abundant tranquility shall belong to you." Assistant Rong did not respond immediately. After a few moments, he suddenly broke into a radiant smile. "Is it any wonder that I admire you? Truly delightful." Chapter 33, Silver Serpent Spear. As he watched the youth depart, Assistant Rong couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. So clever. His expression was a mix of appreciation and contemplation, far surpassing my prowess at that age. This statement was made with utmost seriousness. His sole purpose for being here today was accountability. He could ascertain that Jiang Zheng's ocular talent, be it attributed to the feedback from the Ice Tiger Cub or a hereditary awakening, had undoubtedly not manifested during the Spirit Master assessment. The scent of deceit could not escape his insights. This brings forth a significant issue. 80 years ago, the first decree established by the Spirit Master Association was as follows. If an individual possesses an unregistered talent or technique, they must immediately report to the nearest Spirit Association for registration. Violators would face severe penalties from the Tri-Justice Department. Those who show favoritism would share the same fate. This decree originated during the tumultuous times of warfare, when ambitious individuals employed their pre-existing talents in conjunction with techniques to eliminate formidable foes. As a result, the association erected a monument in their honor, while simultaneously issuing this decree. Although the demise of the wrongdoers was justified, what of the next time? As time has passed, this decree has become largely disregarded, particularly by the aristocratic families, rendering it virtually meaningless. However, for a newcomer devoid of connections, yet brimming with talent, it poses a grave threat, for it provides those in power a pretext to recruit you. Those endowed with ability are uncontrollable. This notion may hold some merit in certain industries, yet it is utterly ineffective on the path of a spirit master. The association's control over spirit masters is exceedingly stringent, and they will not permit any attempts to escape their bindings. You may choose not to operate under the association, yet when they issue orders, compliance is mandatory without exception, especially for newcomers. This is not merely a matter of authority, it is a genuine effort to prevent calamity. After all, newcomers, having just acquired their powers, may easily develop undesirable thoughts. While Assistant Rong's visit today was officially for accountability, it was, in truth, laden with ulterior motives. He firmly believed in Jiang Zhang's potential to become a spirit master. Thus, if he could secure merits for a transfer, he would contemplate relocating to a more advantageous position. This is but a natural inclination. Moreover, Jiang Zhang could be of assistance, not solely due to his unique elder, but also because of his innate talent. When the time for advancement comes, Assistant Rong surmised that someone would undoubtedly take notice of him. Or perhaps someone already has. Assistant Rong could not ascertain. He was unsure whether the youth had discerned his thoughts during their conversation or had previously devised a plan. In any case, he was quite pleased with the youth's response. What of decrees? If neither of us speaks of it, who would ever know? After all, those individuals are not even affiliated with the spirit masters. Assistant Rong chuckled to himself. Not everyone is enamored with the perilous path of becoming a spirit master. He had once harbored aspirations of elevating his family status and was drawn to this profession. However, after encountering countless dangers and tragedies, he chose to adopt a different perspective. He need not be a hero. Living abundantly is also a form of redemption. Delight surged within him as he shook his head, somewhat sheepishly reaching for his scruffy stubble. It's getting a bit unruly. Perhaps it's time for a shave and a tidy up? Remaining calm in the face of challenges is essential for devising solutions. Jiang Zhang moved forward with composure. Upon realizing that Assistant Rong intended to discuss matters pertaining to his eyes, he quickly comprehended what the other party truly sought. Would he report him? What benefit would that bring Assistant Rong? Jiang Zhang was uncertain, yet he understood that by refraining from reporting himself, the likelihood of Assistant Rong obtaining what he desired might very well increase. It was merely a matter of weighing the pros and cons. Just as he pondered this, stepping outside the school gates, his phone suddenly vibrated. The youth retrieved his phone, his expression shifting as he glanced at the name displayed. The next moment, Uncle. He spoke with utmost obedience and caution. Did you need something? Yes, there's a matter to discuss. Seated in a somewhat disheveled room, Li Wenshu conversed over the phone while keenly observing the two figures before him. A woman sat opposite him, her demeanor fraught with wariness, while a tall, lean elder scrutinized the remaining spirit beast eggs with great interest, occasionally moving about to tap the shells or inspect various items. For instance, in a seemingly inconspicuous corner, where dust had accumulated, the elder gazed intently, as if there were something of great intrigue. Well, what do you say? The voice on the phone remained as compliant as ever. Assistant Rong informed me that you need to register your ocular talent. The man omitted some critical details and continued. You need not visit the Spirit Association. I am currently at your home. Return right away, and I will personally assist you with the registration. My home. The voice on the line hesitated slightly. All right, Uncle, I will return immediately. Very well. Once the call concluded, the man casually tucked the phone away. Isn't this rather irregular? Just then, the tall elder, who had been fixated on the corner, turned his head, beaming at the man, if memory serves. Registering a talent requires the observation of at least 3 individuals and the submission of 3 or more reports, does it not? That is inconsequential. You are hardly adhering to regulations yourselves, the man replied, his expression impassive. I have confirmed that the Tri-Justice Department indeed issued you a writ, but according to its stipulations, you are required to collaborate with the local highest law enforcement agency to apprehend criminals. Yet, I have received no such information. With that, the man directed his gaze towards the tall elder, showing no inclination to relent. This is indisputable and also against the rules. The elder remained silent, his smile unwavering. However, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Zhong Yuan's form gradually tightened, her gaze fixed on the man, laced with contempt. Li Wenshu. This man is anything but ordinary. Previously, during her time at the Zhong family, she had heard the elders mention his name. The elder's assessment of him was quite striking, though seemingly inconsequential. He resembled a foul and hardened pile of dog excrement. To elicit such a judgment from a well-read elder was indeed no easy feat thus. She had formed an indelible impression of this individual. Upon entering the Sanfa division, her understanding of Li Wenshu deepened further while perusing documents. His reputation was nothing short of notorious. After a lengthy pause, the elder broke the silence, truly deserving of the Sanfa division's former high expectations for a third-tier spirit catcher. Truly a silver dragon spear. Even though he has taken a different path to preserve his life, his brilliance remains undiminished. As the elder's seemingly sarcastic remarks hung in the air, Li Wenshu remained unresponsive, while Zhong Yuan abruptly turned her head, her expression one of astonishment. He had worked in the Sanfa division? Why had she never been aware of this? and why was it not documented? Yet, at this moment, neither of them addressed him. There's no need to mock me. I have my own choices, Li Wunshu stated calmly, lifting his teacup to take a sip, only to pause momentarily. The next second, he placed the cup down with composure, discreetly pushing it aside, barely swallowing the dregs of tea. Gentlemen, Li Wunshu stood, addressing them earnestly. While I may not appreciate the conduct of certain individuals within the Sanfa division, I do understand the reasons behind their actions. Your willingness to engage is commendable. Impudent. Zhong Yuan exclaimed angrily, rising abruptly. How dare you defame the Sanfa division? However, before she could finish, the elder's voice halted her. He speaks the truth, he stated, waving his sleeve dismissively. Proceed. Li Wunshu cast a glance at the woman and continued, should there be a need, I shall not hesitate to assist. However, I kindly ask you both to adhere to protocol and refrain from discussing matters that should remain confidential, lest we stir the desires of ordinary individuals, leading to irreparable consequences. Indeed, you impart wisdom, Li Zhuban, the elder chuckled, clasping his hands together. Then let us not linger unnecessarily. Shall we head to the association for lodging? Please. Li Wunshu gestured outward with an air of acquiescence. Zhong Yuan shot an indignant glare at the man before reluctantly following the elder's jovial stride towards the exit. Yet, before they could depart, the elder abruptly halted. I almost forgot, he remarked, tapping his forehead, the wrinkles of his face shifting like an ancient tree. Is the host here named Jiangzheng? In an instant, Li Wunshu's previously calm demeanor sharpened into a keen edge. I mean no offense. I merely dined at the school gate and overheard some remarks concerning this young lad. Li Zhuban, please do not misconstrue my intentions. The elder smiled amiably, his Taoist robe fluttering in the gusts at the entrance. I initially thought him to be merely an intriguing young fellow, but today I see otherwise. Such children are a rarity. With that, he took his leave, his footsteps fading into the distance. Li Wunshu resumed his seat, though a frown creased his brow. Lost in contemplation. Suddenly, he stood and strode purposefully towards the corner, approaching the elder's previous position. He stood there, gazing downward, inhaling subtly. In the next moment, he pivoted sharply and hastened out of the shop, his figure vanishing without a trace. After a considerable interval, the man reappeared, laden with a bundle of items. He approached the chair directly, seated himself, and placed the items upon the table, his expression shifting from bright to dim. Uncle, a slightly joyful call interrupted his reverie. The man raised his head, meeting the surprised and delighted gaze of his nephew striding toward him, also noticing the shared bicycles parked outside. Zhang Air has passed the spirit test and sent you a message. I intended to personally congratulate you during the registration, but it seems you have come yourself. The nephew's voice trailed off, his expression now tinged with confusion as he sensed the shift in atmosphere. The man fell silent. His nephew had always been sensitive, a trait that was not unexpected. The room fell into a lull of quietude. Uncle, did Zhang Air do something wrong that upset you? At the sound of the question, the man looked up at the somewhat awkward youth. After a moment, he suddenly broke into a carefree smile, though the corners of his mouth lifted with an unmistakable stiffness, akin to his nephew's homeroom teacher, who was equally unskilled in the art of smiling. Not at all. I brought cooked food, buns, and roast duck to celebrate your success. Congratulations on passing the spirit test, my dear nephew. Chapter 34. Erlang remembers. Death will not be forgotten. The sounds of dishes clattering resonated in the room as the adult and the youth continued to eat in silence, each focusing intently on their meals, fearful that any delay might result in the meat disappearing before their eyes. However, while this scene unfolded, another story was taking place elsewhere. A crystal-clear jade bone lay upon the spread of snow wolf pelts, a gift brought by Li Wunshu. Yet, the creature known as the food terminator at that moment was surprisingly docile. Like a gentleman, it elegantly licked at the bone. To an unknowing observer, this little white tiger might seem to defy the common perceptions of its kind, suggesting a noble lineage. This would be half the truth, for while the cub indeed possessed an extraordinary bloodline, its compliant demeanor stemmed not from lineage but from the imposing presence beside it. Silver scales shimmered under the light, adorned with numerous small scars that bore testament to its past glories. Even coiled, its massive frame exuded an undeniable aura of power. The sturdy, ridged broken horn stood proudly, revealing its once mighty stature, akin to a sword's length. It was a terrifying existence that instilled fear and trepidation in all who beheld it, particularly when its crimson eyes locked onto you. At this moment, it quietly observed the little snow mountain lord. Jiangzheng, having indulged himself, let out a rare belch. He reached for a paper towel from the table, wiping his mouth while feeling a twinge of sentiment as he patted his belly through his clothing. In less than an hour, he had enjoyed 2 hearty meals, yet he felt only a sense of fullness, not the discomfort of overindulgence. Usually, even with a hearty appetite, he would not experience such a sensation. This was likely a result of the unique properties bestowed by his second-tier spirit recognition. This was for the best. He had initially contemplated using spiritual energy to aid digestion, but it seemed unnecessary now. Across from him, Li Wenshu continued to consume his meal, even crunching the bones before swallowing them whole. He glanced at Jiang Zheng and inquired, "Have you achieved spirit recognition?" "Indeed," Jiang Zheng replied. "That explains it. I noticed your steady gait earlier. You must have just eaten." Li Wenshu set down his chopsticks, lifted a can of beer, and drank it down in one go. Those who train their bodies require ample sustenance. Remember to purchase some beef and lamb daily, accompanied by boiled green vegetables. However, for today, indulging in richer fare is permissible. Understood. Jiang Zheng simply nodded, choosing to say little in the presence of his uncle, preferring brevity over extensive dialogue. He felt a different rapport with this uncle compared to his interactions with Assistant Rong. It was reminiscent of his encounters with seasoned detectives in his past life. Even with ample preparation, one cannot help but be excessively cautious. Moreover, during their initial encounter, the intensity of the other party's gaze left an indelible impression on him. Had something indeed gone awry? Though the youth displayed no outward signs, a tempest raged within him. Li Wenshu let out a burp, shifting his gaze to the demure little creature nearby. "You, this ice tiger cub, are quite extraordinary." Jiang Zheng's movements momentarily faltered. The man, seemingly oblivious to his nephew's odd demeanor, calmly continued, "My old comrade, though devoid of malice, has instilled a formidable presence through nearly 2 decades of shared battles. You, little one, merely exhibit restraint while boldly licking the bones before it, huh?" Li Wenshu forced a laugh, glanced at the youth once more, and remarked slowly, "Jiang who truly bequeathed you a splendid spirit beast." In that instant, however, the youth refrained from revealing any cracks in his facade. He merely managed a strained smile, his countenance briefly flashing a palpable complexity. Indeed, Li Wenshu regarded the youth with quiet contemplation. After a brief pause, he diverted his gaze. "I am aware of the discord between you and your father, and I recognize that I ought not to interject, yet I feel compelled to say a few words. Your father was not always of this temperament. In my youth, after losing my parents, had it not been for Jiang who taking me in and my adoptive parents enduring hardship to raise me, I might not have survived that winter." Li Wenshu's voice was remarkably tranquil, as if he spoke of another's experience entirely. Jiang Zheng, understanding the sentiment, poured another bottle of beer for him. The man accepted the can but did not drink. Instead, he continued to reminisce, his eyes gradually illuminating with memories of the past. "We were as close as brothers, sharing ice treats and spinning tops. Whatever he had, I had too. Even what he lacked, I possessed." "Huh. For that, Jiang who was often envious of me." Li Wenshu chuckled softly, though the sound was as harsh as a crow's caw. Yet, he would soon forget and continue to play, until I showcased my extraordinary talent for spirit manipulation. At that time, the demand for talent was acute across the lands. It would not have been an exaggeration to say it was better to execute an error than to overlook a potential. I was dispatched to Shandong province to further my studies, and as the price of my departure, the then-nascent Linjiang village joint office decided on compensating my family. From that moment on, I never saw him or my adoptive parents again. As he concluded, Li Wenshu took a hearty swig of beer. As for what transpired thereafter, fate led me back to this county that had developed over the years, only to find that my adoptive parents had passed away years prior, and Jiang who had vanished without a trace. I heard he squandered his family's fortunes long ago and fled south to escape his debts. Perhaps it is for the best. Had I encountered him, I might have severed our fraternal bond. After all, most of my earnings were sent to his bank account. Jiang Zheng remained still, absorbing the words without movement. Then, he brought you back to find me, and somehow, you became a spirit manipulator. Who knows what experiences he endured during those years away. Upon returning, he had transformed into this version of himself. Were it not for our shared past, would I have allowed him to assault you without cause?" Jiang Zheng lowered his head, silent. "He did strike me, uncle. Aside from that initial year, I often retaliated. Sometimes, before he could strike me while intoxicated, I would preemptively strike him." Li Wenshu chose not to delve deeper into the topic. After a moment, he finally spoke. "Do not blame me for not seeking him out." Jiang Zheng snapped his head up, a perfectly measured look of astonishment on his face. This time, Li Wenshu averted his gaze. "My hesitation in seeking him stems from the concern that he would remain unchanged and continue to harm you. You are remarkable. You carry his blood, yet surpass him in every regard. Dedicate yourself to your studies and training. Although the Jiang family may not be esteemed, it is not impossible for you to rise from humble beginnings. Yet, do not harbor hatred towards him. I may not know where this ice tiger cub came from, but the fact that he prepared it for you before leaving indicates he cares for you. I will forever remember the Jiang family's kindness," Li Wenshu added. "So you—" "I understand, uncle," Jiang Zheng interjected earnestly, meeting Li Wenshu's gaze. He saved my life, and I will never forget Jiang Hu's debt to me. Very well. Li Wenshu paused for a moment. The life-saving favor must have occurred during your journey here. What is your eye talent? The eye of illusions. And its effect? To see through falsehoods and discern subtle truths. No. In the future, if anyone inquires, simply state that it can diminish illusions. No further elaboration is necessary. Can the association trust this? That is my concern. Understood. Thank you, uncle. Then, I shall not linger further. A significant figure has arrived in the county, and I must meet with him to deliberate on matters. Li Wenshu rose, waving off Jiang Zheng, who had also stood. There's no need to see me off. You should attend to a task first. A task? What do you mean? A trivial matter. Li Wenshu casually flicked his sleeve, and an enormous figure nearby abruptly turned its head. It then astonishingly slipped into his sleeve, vanishing as if submerged in concrete. The man proceeded forward, his voice unhurried. In the rear area of Mudsnail Alley, there's a litter of long-haired dogs that appeared to have died 2 days prior. I instructed Silver-Jawed Python to consume them entirely, yet the refuse was scattered everywhere. You are to personally clean up that site and learn a lesson, sparing those sanitation workers undue effort. Jiang Zheng stood frozen in place, suddenly immobilized. Erlang. The man halted at the shop's entrance, his body unyielding while his head turned exaggeratedly. His expression was inscrutable, half of his face cloaked in shadow. Aside from those with innate talents, only those blessed with the medicine path and lantern path possess a natural ability to detect poison. Among them, spirit manipulators who have reached the 3rd tier are particularly sensitive to toxins. Certain individuals can sense the presence of poison without special means, and while others may remain unaffected. These few require an alternative approach. I understand your humble origins and ruthless heart. I shall not inquire about the events that transpired within these walls, nor will I question the dogs you raised, whether their deaths are linked to you. I only ask you this. Where are the dog food and bowls? The youth opened his mouth, his pupils flickering restlessly. Deep down, he harbored a profound distrust of human emotions. His past experiences had repeatedly demonstrated that self-interest reigned supreme. On his birthday, he had slaughtered his entire family, not because he was unaware that he could lead a prosperous life, but rather to satiate the deep-seated resentment that had festered for over a decade. He sought vengeance against those who had wronged him. Had he slain the greedy boss? Was it because the latter had prevented him from living a normal life? No. It was merely the figure of that boss that evoked memories of the exploitation he had endured within his own family. Whether he was greedy or not was of little consequence. He was struck down by a dump truck, ultimately resigning himself to fate. But was it truly resignation? Not at all. He simply did not foresee that the vehicle could ascend to such heights. He deceived himself into accepting his lot, convincing himself he had lived long enough. Yet deep within, he still yearned for life's continuation. Ultimately, regardless of the circumstances, he was acutely aware of his own selfishness. However, his experiences in this world were somewhat distinct. Although Jiang Hu frequently resorted to violence against him, it was always after a bout of heavy drinking. In moments of sobriety, he would invariably come to apologize. This was not sufficient to absolve him of his domestic abuse, and Jiang Zheng was not so naive. He endured for a year solely out of gratitude for the other's life-saving intervention before finally retaliating. Yet he understood that Jiang Hu harbored affection for him. It was merely that he was a flawed individual, expressing love in an irreparably misguided manner, relying solely on the debt of gratitude for his continued existence. Was that uncle's love justified? Undoubtedly, it was love without question. Although Jiang Hu seldom visited him, he would annually arrange for suitable clothing, shoes, and a plethora of expensive yet essential books and cultivation resources to be sent. Without such provisions, Jiang Zheng would not have quickly mastered the knowledge that brought him to his current standing. Even when he had injured Zhou Chong, that uncle, who should have remained distant, risked exposure to the local tycoon by sending his secretary to support him. At that time, the uncle was unaware that Jiang Zheng's actions were measured, or rather, given his understanding of himself, Zhou Chong ought to have been left maimed rather than dead. Allowing a diligent and earnest magistrate of Linjiang to bear the weight of a powerful figure's pressure to come to his home and assist his nephew. Was this not love? No one is without flaw. If the uncle was so, how could Jiang Zheng remain completely indifferent? 5 years. 5 years. Even a beast would develop feelings after such a span. Moreover, Jiang Zheng was no beast. He simply had not encountered such love before, nor dared to acknowledge that it belonged to him, a coward fearful of betrayal. Thus, after a prolonged silence, Jiang Zheng inhaled deeply and with a trembling voice. He slowly began to speak. The meat was devoured by dogs, and I devised a plan to shatter the dog bowls at the county entrance under the cover of night, disposing of them at 3 different garbage stations. The remaining dog food was distributed to several bases of stray dogs throughout the county. That dog food was purchased online, with no issues whatsoever. Well, It is sufficiently meticulous, but Erlang, the path of a spirit master is far more intricate than you realize. Your mindset must undergo a transformation. What suffices for ordinary people may not be adequate for certain spirit masters. Do you remember what your uncle said? Jiang Zheng's throat constricted, as if he were about to utter something immediately. But in the next moment, he took a decisive step forward, adjusted his clothing, and knelt heavily upon the ground. Rest assured, Uncle, Erlang will remember. He lifted his gaze, unflinchingly meeting his uncle's eyes, gritting his teeth, and declared with resolute conviction, Erlang will never forget. Chapter 35. At the end of September, the Tri-County Joint Duel Tournament. In the pitch-black night, the temperature in Linjiang County plummeted to a frigid 30 to 40 degrees below zero, a consequence of the wretched weather. During the late hours, the streets were devoid of pedestrians. As such, the garbage dump near Mud Snail Alley remained undisturbed, concealing the diligent figure of a young boy, clad in thin attire. He appeared unperturbed by the cold. Warm vapors wafted upwards from his garments, resembling a delicate mist. At that moment, he meticulously organized the refuse, displaying unwavering seriousness in his task. Yet he was not alone. In the cleanest corner beside him, Zai fervently gnawed on a brand-new teething stick, utterly oblivious to the foul stench permeating the air, having long abandoned its previous genteel demeanor. Indeed, Zai, clutching the teething stick, bore the countenance of a bully. I am soft. I fear the hard. Once he had tossed the final bag of garbage atop the heap, the boy paused, hands on hips, to catch his breath. This endeavor had been anything but trivial, rife with filth and foulness. He despised such feelings, as they consistently reminded him of his past self. Yet today, he needed to instill a lesson within himself, to reflect deeply. Frankly, he had sensed this issue prior, otherwise, he would not have been self-critical about the untidiness of his cleanup. However, this moment of reflection was unrelated to those circumstances. Rather, it was a personal introspection, a necessity to think further ahead when anticipating danger. His uncle had already hinted that the significant figures arriving in the county were of the third rank or above, and seemingly came specifically for those two unfortunate souls. Unless Jiang Zheng gained the ability to see beyond the mundane, he could not fathom the implications of the situation. Yet, failing to grasp it now meant he must exercise greater caution in the future. Contemplating this, the boy suddenly withdrew a small knife from his pocket, his eyes fixed intently upon the blade gleaming coldly in the night. In the distance, the little white tiger, engrossed in its meal, abruptly shivered and relinquished its prized teething stick, standing instead to gaze at its master. Jiang Zheng slowly raised the short knife, directing it towards his palm. The pain of serving the sovereign doubled. As night enveloped him, countless dark veins surged from his heart, swiftly cloaking his body below the neck. The boy's hoarse voice echoed like a specter from the depths of hell, chilling to the bone, for the sake of loyalty. In the span of a second, the knife wound healed. As the words fell, the frenzied boy did not hesitate, drawing the blade across his palm. A deep gash appeared, exposing bone, as blood gushed forth, staining his palm and flowing to the ground. Yet in an instant, the gory wound swiftly closed, leaving only the blood-soaked areas as testament to the recent event. The boy let out a deep roar, his teeth clenched tightly. His expression was one of utter madness. Many things simply require personal experience and pain to comprehend. He recognized this approach might be flawed. However, in the past, he had learned to retaliate through suffering, to feign innocence amidst humiliation, and to cultivate ruthlessness through the relentless passage of days and years. Now, he would also ingrain this lesson in memory. Roar! The little white tiger dashed forward, halting at the boy's side. It scanned the surroundings, its mouth twitching in tension, emitting continuous low growls, as if battling unseen foes. The boy swayed unsteadily, veins pulsing in his neck. Ultimately, his legs weakened, and he knelt upon one knee. Yet he paused only for a few seconds, gasping for breath, before embracing the anxious Zai, on the verge of tears, yet resolutely maintaining his guard. It's my fault. I should have told you. The spasms made it difficult for him to articulate his thoughts fully. Nevertheless, he bore the pain, comforting the companion he trusted most in this life, and perhaps would continue to trust in the future. Go on, breathe, gnaw on bones. The jade bone, a spiritual material extracted from the leg bone of a second-tier snow yak found in the Great Snow Mountain, is renowned for its exceptional hardness. However, once thoroughly crushed, it bestows upon its wielder a modest endowment of stamina. Such an artifact is indeed a rarity, since assuming his role as the head of the association, my uncle has seldom left Linjiang County, let alone ventured into the Great Snow Mountain. Therefore, if this jade bone was not part of his early collection, it must have been procured specifically for Jiang Zheng, and its price is certainly not insignificant. Nestled in the embrace of the youth, the little creature gradually calmed its emotions. It gazed at its master in a daze, then extended its tongue to gently lick the boy's cheek. Why? Then the confusion. The little fellow tilted its head, the pain and bewilderment evident in its eyes. Yet, the youth offered no response. After a moment, feeling that the time had come, he rose to his feet. The pain having dissipated, his body drenched in sweat. A faint smile lingered on his face, as if the one who had knelt in agony moments ago was not him at all. He placed the small white tiger on the ground and lightly patted its fluffy head. Wait for me a moment. I shall take away the bloodied soil. Roar. Don't forget your jade bone. With a decisive turn, the little creature dashed towards its precious treasure. Watching its antics, the boy couldn't help but burst into laughter. The subsequent month unfolded in a familiar rhythm. Jiang Zheng had not encountered his uncle again, nor had he met the influential figures mentioned by him. He merely continued to diligently fulfill his obligations. He had become increasingly industrious, and his classmates gradually noticed his diminishing presence. He hardly appeared in the classroom anymore. For Jiang Zheng, there was no longer a necessity to improve his humanities grades. Thus, he specifically requested Xu Shang to allocate some of his cultural class time to his training and the nurturing of spiritual beasts. Without hesitation, Xu Shang approved his request. Inciting envy among many in the class, they too wished to immerse themselves wholeheartedly in the pursuit of becoming spiritual masters like Jiang Zheng. However, Xu Shang largely shook her head in refusal. Impossible. In the classroom, Xu Shang crossed her arms and once again denied the request from below. This prompted an uproar among the students. No, Xu Shang. I want to specialize too. This is a conspiracy. A conspiracy, Xu Shang. I protest. In the face of such accusations, Xu Shang accepted them all, her expression remaining unchanged. She could not refute them, for if one were to argue, there indeed was a semblance of conspiracy. In the back row, observing his classmates pounding their chests in frustration, Zhou Chang scoffed disdainfully. Then, he suddenly turned to the girl sitting diagonally behind him, who was maintaining a stoic demeanor. Why aren't you joining in the ruckus? I thought you were the one who liked to cling to Jiang Er the most. Li Qingrong frowned slightly, her face betraying her disdain for the speaker. Yet, she replied, because in this class, aside from Jiang Er, no one can guarantee they will become a spiritual master. If there is no assurance, then cultural grades must not falter. Otherwise, failing to participate in the special college entrance examination and struggling in the regular one will only render our futures more arduous. Moreover, next semester, everyone will have the opportunity similar to Jiang Er's. Smart, isn't it? Did Jiang Er teach you that? Listening to Zhou Chang's words, Li Qingrong shot him a disdainful glance. Do you think I am as foolish as you? Humph. Zhou Chang chuckled coldly, not particularly angered. Though he valued his pride, he disliked squabbling with women. But you are mistaken on one point. Zhou Chang relaxed his posture, crossing his legs, then pointed to himself. I too will surely become a spiritual master. I will apply to Xu Shang and will undoubtedly be approved. I simply do not wish to encounter that hypocritical man. While the spiritual nurturing room is indeed commendable, I have alternatives at home. Who asked you? Li Qingrong turned her head away, tossing her hair in dismissal. Just then, Xu Shang suddenly lowered her head, retrieving a vibrating phone from her pocket. She glanced at the screen, her brow furrowing. After a brief pause, she declared, Enough, everyone. Let us not speak further. Put away your phones. You know where the spiritual nurturing room is. Hurry along and focus on your training. Chapter 36. The Spiritual Nurturing Room. An hour prior, the location of the spiritual nurturing room was a standalone white building. While modest in size, it was situated at the deepest part of the school, thus ensuring utmost security. On the exterior, it appeared rather ordinary, even somewhat antiquated, devoid of any discernible mysteries. However, the interior was a different realm altogether. Upon entering the first floor, one would encounter an architectural style that sharply contrasts with that of Linjiang County. The ground was composed of high-precision special metals, gleaming with a cold silver sheen. And alarm systems were omnipresent, with the monitoring room perpetually operational. The building comprised 3 floors, each entrance flanked by 2 cylindrical iron barrels. Only when a person approached did these barrels activate and extend, revealing mechanical eyes indicative of intelligence. They not only served as the sole staff members, but also bore the responsibility of safeguarding their respective floors. Each possessed a minimum of first-tier spiritual master energy levels, capable of executing pre-programmed spiritual techniques according to established protocols, as well as performing basic emergency measures based on the situation at hand. It is said that these security machines were procured at a hefty price from merchants capable of traversing to the city of the future, though this remains unverified. Many believe it to be true, for such mass-produced technology could only be crafted by exceptional and fated spiritual masters, making it unlikely for their school to enlist such talent. The city of the future was once known as the Mechanized Empire. The spiritual nurturing rooms were evenly distributed across the 3 levels, each adorned with a thumb-sized ice blue crystal embedded in the walls. It was precisely due to these crystals that the school had constructed this building. In the third-floor spirit nurturing chamber where Jiang Zheng resided, the crystals loomed larger than anywhere else. At this moment, he was panting heavily, his bare torso glistening with perspiration as he sat cross-legged in the center of the room. His body was smeared with grime, bearing the remnants of various spiritual techniques. Beside him lay his companion, the ever-energetic cub, sprawled out with its soft white belly exposed, tongue lolling, appearing utterly exhausted. Across from them stood a life-sized wooden bowl, impeccably crafted from pure wood, accompanied by a wooden figure devoid of facial details carved into its form. After a prolonged silence, the youth exhaled deeply, licking his lips, the faint coppery taste of blood still lingering. This marked his second failure. He fixated on the immobile wooden bull before him. Speaking to himself, the advanced wooden bull sculpture simulates the strength of a first-tier practitioner, while the wooden figure barely meets the standard of a first-tier spirit manipulator. Indeed, it is vastly different from the previous challenge puppets. The cub, its fluffy ears twitching in response, seemed to acknowledge his words. Once and twice, but not thrice or 4 times. It appears our preparations were insufficient. With a weary grunt, the cub propped itself up. These 2 battles had drained its spiritual energy, leaving it unable to replicate the previous effortless victories on the first and second floors. Was this the price of youth? The cub smacked a paw on the ground in frustration. Grow up quickly, you little rascal. Watching the tiny creature, barely a month old, express such indignation, Jiang Zheng couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Something felt amiss. Perhaps he had spoiled it a bit too much. Shaking his head, he redirected his gaze forward. Each spirit nurturing chamber was equipped with challenge puppets, with increasing levels of difficulty from the lower to the upper floors. The low-level nurturing chamber on the first floor featured simple wooden puppets capable of basic spellcasting. While they could indeed cast spells, these low-tier puppets were hardly a challenge for Jiang Zheng, their difficulty akin to non-existence. Upon defeating them, victors could extend their time in the low-level nurturing chamber by a day. The intermediate nurturing chamber on the second floor housed wooden bull puppets, and overcoming them granted an additional day of experience time on the second floor, along with some basic material rewards. The advanced nurturing chamber on the third floor, however, presented both wooden figures and bulls of considerable strength, roughly equivalent to a genuine spirit manipulator and spirit beast duo, complete with intricately inscribed destinies. The rewards for triumphing over these entities were the most substantial. These puppets relied entirely on the crystals for their vitality. Once they ventured beyond the crystal's range, they would revert to mere wooden carvings. However, as long as they remained within the confines of the crystal's influence, they were animated puppets, persisting until the crystal was depleted. The wooden figures and bulls of the third floor, while not on par with the tactical combinations of mechanical security, were still formidable. After taking one last, lingering glance at them, the youth turned and walked towards another door, with the cub trailing closely behind. Upon opening another door, a room filled with an array of props came into view. There was nothing extraordinary about it, much like the gymnasium in the Changyan building. It served as a space for training. Standing in the center, the boy looked down at his companion. The wooden figure demonstrated wind blades and wind walls. Do you think you can replicate them? The cub hesitated slightly before nodding slowly. These 2 spells were foundational techniques of the wind element, akin to the ice pillar, ice shield, and ice spike spells provided by their school, yet they were not included in the curriculum of the first school. Nevertheless, this did not hinder the cub from attempting to learn them surreptitiously. The youth smiled encouragingly. It's all right, let us give it a try. Wind wall. As the words left his lips, the cub quickly lowered its body and inhaled deeply. Simultaneously, a hint of frost began to emanate from its fur as it instinctively transformed its spiritual energy into the ice element, its forte. Yet, in the next moment, the ice energy that had been spilling forth suddenly halted, giving way to a barely perceptible breeze. Observing this, the boy's smile widened. Clouds follow the dragon. Winds follow the tiger. Despite having never transformed its wind energy since birth, the little one managed to attempt the conversion after memorizing the wind technique demonstrated by the wooden figure, and it did so in a remarkably brief span of time. Jiang Zheng acknowledged that achieving what the cub had done would have taken him far longer. Was this the significance of innate talent? With his head held high, the boy's desire to become a spirit manipulator intensified. After a few seconds, a youthful roar echoed through the room, followed by the cub lifting its head and expelling a concentrated stream of air from its mouth. The weak airflow rapidly intensified, coalescing into a seemingly transparent thin wall. It persisted for 3 to 4 seconds before dissipating as the cub staggered slightly. The boy picked up his backpack, skillfully retrieving a bottle of genetic spiritual liquid, approaching the cub to twist it open. The cub immediately entered a state of eager consumption. At that moment, the boy's pupils transformed into vertical slits. Wind wall. gathers wind spiritual energy in the mouth and, upon expulsion, forms a wall capable of withstanding attacks. Proficiency, level 1. Gazing at the sudden appearance of this notification, Jiang Zheng realized that the cub had thoroughly mastered this spell. Mastering the wind blade would surely follow suit. Watching the cub, now satiated, exhale a crescent-shaped blade of air, Jiang Zheng nodded in satisfaction. Although it left only a faint mark on the testing post. Mastery was what mattered. Refinement could come later. Of course, Jiang Zheng was not idle. He shared a deep connection with the cub. Although he lacked its winds follow the tiger ability to achieve immediate enlightenment, given some time, mastering these two spells would not prove too challenging. As he began to document the insights imparted by the cub in his journal, the boy suddenly realized something. Could wind and snow be combined? Neither possessed opposing attributes. To his surprise, contemplating it sparked a flicker of inspiration. The more he pondered, the brighter his gaze became as he looked at the cub, leaving the latter quizzically glancing between itself and the youth, utterly perplexed. Chapter 37. The Combination Technique, Wind and Snow Wall. Cub, unleash the wind blade. Roar. Now attempt to merge it with your inherited avalanche technique. Roar, roar. The swirling airflow, infused with frost and snow, gradually lowered the temperature within the room. Yet, as the initiator of this endeavor, the cub found itself somewhat disoriented. Jiang Zheng restrained the spiritual energy he had been channeling, lowered his gaze, and diligently recorded the experimental process. He was not surprised by the cub's failure. Merging two offensive techniques was no simple task. If the provided spiritual energy was not perfectly balanced, the weaker technique would inevitably be overwhelmed by the stronger one, resulting in either a gust of wind adorned with snowflakes or snowflakes gently stirred by a breeze, resembling the effects of a spell, amidst potential disturbances of spiritual energy, which could result in localized explosions. Jiang Zheng calmly issued a command, halt. The tumultuous winds, now teetering on chaos, abruptly ceased, causing the unintegrated snowflakes to descend gracefully to the ground, forming a delicate mound of snow. The avalanche, an inherited technique of the cub, was particularly intriguing. In the realm of human spiritual arts, avalanches are also included. However, they are not foundational techniques, but rather advanced skills of the ice attribute. Undoubtedly, such techniques have been appropriated from spiritual beasts. Their potency varies significantly, and with mastery, one could even trigger a large-scale avalanche in advantageous conditions for extensive attacks. Furthermore, such a technique could reshape the terrain, providing the spirit master's adept in ice attributes with an ideal battleground. Hence, mastering this technique is no trivial endeavor. Observing the somewhat dejected cub, who was absent-mindedly pawing at a glass vial, Jiang Zheng did not hesitate to chuckle softly. You did remarkably well. The cub tilted its head, stealing glances at him. Jiang Zheng continued with a smile, nodding. You did not induce spiritual energy disturbances on your first attempt. You are stronger than most of your peers. The cub's eyes gradually sparkled with excitement. Really? It inquired. Of course, Jiang Zheng replied, his expression turning serious as he nodded affirmatively. I would never deceive you. Meow. Upon hearing this, the cub finally relaxed, flopping onto the ground and wagging its tail. Oh, it was just average, it muttered. The youth merely smiled, though his brows furrowed in contemplation. Wait a moment. What was that noise just now? Jiang Zheng shook his head, dismissing it as a figment of his imagination. Let us shift our approach. He moved beside the reclining cub, enthusiastically stroking its fur. After all, you have not been born long. Attempting to merge energies of differing tiers may still be premature. The cub lowered its head, somewhat discontent yet resigned. However, you might consider integrating the wind wall with the avalanche. The former's energy flow is not aggressive, allowing you to blend it well with the latter. With the experience gained from this amalgamation, you may succeed next time. What do you think? Listening to Jiang Zheng's words, the cub licked its nose and nodded earnestly. It was uncertain if it would unfold as Jiang Zheng suggested, yet it was willing to place its trust in its master. If all else failed, it could always try again. Very well, shall we attempt it now? Roar. The youth nodded with a smile, yet a wave of relief washed over him. Indeed, he had misheard earlier. The young snow mountain lord gradually rose, its golden eyes gaining determination. Without the youth's command, its fur, more luxuriant than that of an ordinary tiger, began to sway gently as if caressed by a breeze. In the next moment, it raised its forelimbs, seemingly standing, and inhaled deeply. Whoosh! An incipient wind wall materialized before it. The youth suddenly called out, Cub, unleash the avalanche. With a decisive thud, the cub's raised paw slammed onto the ground. Instantly, a thin layer of ice began to spread outward from the center of the tiger's paw, while the wind attribute energy enveloping its body swiftly transformed into ice attribute energy. Then, it surged forward rapidly. The youth blinked, his tail-chasing eyes alight with anticipation. The avalanche technique, when executed without the aid of the environment, yielded limited effects when released by a low-tier spiritual beast. It was uncertain whether it could even be successfully unleashed, and even if it could, it would likely pose less of a threat than ice spikes. However, the young Snow Mountain Lord was not among those limited beings. As a creature inheriting its parents' form, it possessed a physique and reservoir capacities superior to its peers. The innate talent of low-level ice and snow affinity further augmented its compatibility with ice attribute energy. This was the fundamental reason behind Jiang Zheng's decision to experiment. As ice and snow intermingled, the wind wall visibly trembled, as if on the brink of dissolution. Yet, the youth's lips gradually curled into a smile. It works. Despite its quivering, the frequency was evidently lower than before. Though it appeared perilous, the opportunity had presented itself. Now is the moment. Jiang Zheng decisively raised his arm, commanding the reservoir cultivated in his lower dantian to circulate the energy. The formal contract forged between the spirit beast and the youth began to take effect. This was the advantage of a formal contract. After infusing his energy into it, the young Snow Mountain Lord became noticeably more adept, skillfully adjusting the distribution of energy. In this instance, Jiang Zheng was the support, while the cub took the lead. The newly formed technique of wind and snow gradually stabilized until both the human and beast exhausted their energies. Even though its body felt faint, the cub immediately propped itself up, excitedly glancing at the youth. Do not relax. The youth shook his body, experiencing the sensation that the two fortunate ones and their father had felt when they depleted their energy. However, as he had only recently developed his reservoir and had already advanced through 2 rounds, he merely lowered his center of gravity and steadied himself. One success was not particularly significant. The tail-chasing eyes provided no hints, indicating that the cub had not fully mastered the technique. Let us temper our energy and try again shortly. Roar. The cub brimmed with confidence. Thus, the two hurried to the energy reservoir to absorb energy, then mercilessly departed, returning to the embrace of the opposite room. Thus, the cycle continued until the tail-chasing eyes underwent a transformation. Wall of wind and snow integrates the ice and wind attributes to create a special wind wall that impedes visibility and reduces resistance effects. The ice crystals enhance the defensive strength and area of the wind wall. Creatures within the range of this technique have a small probability of triggering ice attribute frost effects and a small probability of triggering wind attribute laceration effects. Proficiency, level 1. This technique has been recorded and categorized as a combination skill. Jiang Zheng sat on the ground, wiping the frozen sweat from his brow. The fusion of wind and snow was not something he could claim to have discovered first in a millennium. That would be an underestimation of the world's heroes. However, the fact that he and the cub, one merely an aspiring spirit master and the other mastering the technique at level 1, were able to achieve this was indeed a rarity. Thus, he was thoroughly content. The cub lay beside him. Let us take a break, the youth said leisurely. Once we are ready, we will head to the energy reservoir and see if we can conquer the wooden man and wooden ox this time. That laceration effect might be the key to our victory. Among the plethora of attributes, aside from the ordinary ones, any other techniques or spiritual arts might yield such effects. For instance, with the most common attributes of fire, water, and wood, the fire attribute's accompanying effect is burning, causing the enemy to sustain injuries over time. The water attribute's effect is soaking, which limits the enemy's energy circulation speed and increases the probability of affixing other abnormal effects. The wood attribute's effect is entangling, which depletes the enemy's stamina in one fell swoop, making them feel fatigued. Meanwhile, the ice attribute's frost effect slows the enemy's actions. These attribute effects are often the pivotal factors determining the outcome of battles, essential skills that every adept spirit master must master and adeptly combine. At this very moment, while the two were leisurely savoring the rare tranquility, a sudden, urgent knock echoed through the room. I immediately sat up straight, its nose twitching. The youth gradually straightened his posture. Jianggu, are you in there? It was Sun Hao's voice. Come in. With a loud crash, the door swung open, and a boy with a simple buzz cut hurriedly approached Jiang Zheng, his face displaying a naive earnestness. However, upon locking eyes for a moment, the former clearly faltered. Jianggu, you look, he began. It's nothing. Just hand me your clothes. Thank you. Oh, okay. Sun Hao took a breath, passing over his jacket. Then hurriedly continued. Chu Ban said that the Spirit Master students from Yutong County and Sichuan County will be arriving in Linjiang in 7 days. Jiang Zheng listened in silence. But with every word, his brow knitted tighter. He slightly lowered his head, an inexplicable premonition suddenly stirring within him. Uncle, does this matter concern you? If not, Jiang Zheng's gaze deepened gradually. Then does it relate to the significant figures coming to the county? Chapter 38. The Rise of a Scoundrel I See. Jiang Zheng nodded slowly, placing a reassuring hand on Sun Hao's shoulder. Thank you for coming to inform me. If I hadn't come, you would eventually find out anyway. Sun Hao scratched his head, chuckling. Although the little piglet had not fully opened up to him yet, he was at least willing to heed some of his guidance now. For this, he attributed all the credit to Jiang Zheng. In truth, he was not as naive as he appeared. After returning home that day, he had candidly shared the situation with his father. Following a period of silence, his father went to see his grandfather. After much hesitation, his grandfather consulted the still-living great-grandfather, who had always enjoyed music. Though the great-grandfather was blessed with longevity, having surpassed a century, he seldom entertained visitors, making it difficult for Sun Hao to see him. Yet, on that day, the great-grandfather unexpectedly summoned him. After Sun Hao's narration and his grandfather's introduction of Jiang Zheng, the great-grandfather, who held the most significant influence over the Sun family's apothecary, said little. He simply engaged in a brief dialogue. Do you truly wish to become a spirit master, even if the path is fraught with challenges? Yes. Then you must obey. Understood. From that day forth, Sun Hao endeavored to remain inseparable from Jiang Zheng, following him faithfully without deviation, resolutely adhering to his instructions. Despite the peculiar looks from his classmates and whispers suggesting he might harbor unusual inclinations, he remained unfazed. Although he resisted his family's plans for his future, Sun Hao understood well that obedience was his greatest virtue. Indeed, Jiang Zheng smiled warmly. Jiang Gu, what should I do now? Sun Hao thumped his chest, declaring, whatever you say, I shall do. I will follow your arrangements. In response, Jiang Zheng regarded the young man with profound significance. The next day, when Sun Hao returned, Jiang Zheng's expression remained unchanged, yet privately, he reopened his tail-biting eyes. The prior assistance had proven far more effective than he had anticipated, yet it should not have been to such an extent. Thus, after establishing anchor points, the vigilant youth deliberately orchestrated several unreasonable arrangements, prompting Sun Hao to recall the great-grandfather's admonitions and allowing him to grasp the entirety of the situation. As the saying goes, to live long without dying is to become a demon. This statement carried no ulterior meaning. Jiang Zheng merely expressed his sentiment, in a state of blissful ignorance. That ordinary centenarian, once celebrated for his achievements, had placed his trust in allowing his family's sole offspring to heed the counsel of a seemingly dubious youth. It's truly remarkable. Jiang Zheng shook his head, a hint of admiration flickering across his features. But since you dare to believe, then, you shall be right to do so? Sun Hao. Hey, the buzz-cut boy perked up. Since this is a joint duel competition among the 3 counties, the students from Class 2 will undoubtedly participate as well. You need to find a way to secure a spot in the spirit nurturing room on the 1st floor. You can only go to the 1st floor since it doesn't require a challenge to unlock. Understood. Sun Hao swiftly turned, ready to dash off. Come back. I haven't finished. Once inside, don't rush to challenge the primary wooden puppets within a few hours. If you haven't overcome 3 challenges, the spirit reservoir won't be full. Focus on enhancing your spiritual energy first. As for the little piglet, let it train its physique in the equipment room. Understood. For the entire day? That would be your sole task, remember? I remember. Off I go. Sun Hao hurriedly vanished from the youth's view. However, as he opened the door, it seemed he collided with someone. Sorry, Li Qingrong. Are you here to find Jiang Gu as well? Li Qingrong regarded the scene with a hint of wariness, a touch perplexed by Sun Hao's demeanor. Is he inside? Yes. Before Sun Hao could respond, Jiang Zheng swiftly appeared. Come in, Sun Hao, quickly. The sound of departing footsteps overlapped with those entering. As the girl approached the youth, her demeanor suddenly timid, her head bowed. Jiang Er. I heard that this team competition and the individual competition will follow the 2-person format. Will you take me along? This is for you. The youth seemed entirely oblivious to her inquiry, rummaging through a bag he had brought and producing a notebook to hand to her. Inside are some key points I have noted. The girl abruptly lifted her head, her beautiful eyes brightening instantly. Is this for me? Tip. Li Qingrong's positive feelings towards you have reached their peak once more. You may choose to receive a reward or accumulate it once more. You have accumulated 1 reward regarding Li Qingrong. Will you claim it or accumulate it? Time was of the essence, and without indulging in idle chatter, Jiang Zheng earnestly looked at her and swiftly instructed, go to the 2nd floor and find a spirit nurturing room. In the room, as the youth outlined his plans, the girl nodded attentively. Watching Li Qingrong leave, glancing back every few steps, Jiang Zheng slowly exhaled. Scoundrel. He raised his head, his gaze seemingly piercing through the ceiling, searching for deities that may or may not exist above. In that moment, Jiang Zheng experienced a profound moment of remorse. Then, calmly lowering his head, he retrieved his own notebook. The notebook he had given to Li Qingrong was one he had prepared the previous night, containing targeted training for her. He had intended to present it at an opportune moment, but fate had intervened, allowing him to inadvertently gain some positive sentiment. Alas, this competition format involves pairs rather than the customary quartet typically employed by spirit masters during their missions. This peculiarity leaves Jiang Zheng feeling somewhat regretful, as he is in dire need of the commanding experience that comes with leading a four-person team. Since his ascension to the ranks of spirit masters, participating in a group of 4 has been an inevitable part of his journey. Solo endeavors are seldom seen among spirit masters, unless one possesses extensive combat experience and can flawlessly conclude their assignments while ensuring their own safety. If not, the association would never permit one to undertake tasks alone, unless they were intent on courting disaster. To be candid, Jiang Zheng does not entirely reject the idea of being directed by others. However, he holds a profound belief in his own capabilities, finding solace only in the complete control of circumstances. This characteristic, molded by his previous life's experiences, is deeply ingrained and resistant to change. In this perilous world, entrusting one's life to another is acceptable only under the least threatening conditions. In the face of danger, rather than placing faith in the cognitive faculties of his team, he chooses to rely solely on himself. He acknowledges that this mindset mirrors that of a toxic element within a team. Thus, the only feasible course of action for him is to rapidly acquire commanding experience, aspiring to become the brain of the team in the future. As for this duo arrangement, after a moment of contemplation, Jiang Zheng resolved to partner with Li Qingrong. She is one of the only 2 individuals in his class capable of executing his commands flawlessly, the other being Sun Hao. If he wishes to secure victory in the Tri-County Joint Competition, then Li Qingrong, who surpasses Sun Hao in capability, is undoubtedly the optimal choice. Meow? The little creature approached slowly, tilting its head in curiosity. Wait a moment, Just as Jiang Zheng was about to ask the little one to hold on, he was suddenly jolted. He stared in astonishment at the cub that was licking its paw. You roar. The cub paused its grooming, looking at him with confusion. Jiang Zheng's expression morphed wildly. Did you think you could deceive me with that? This is bad. Where on earth did you pick up such a bad habit? I was completely unaware. The mere thought of leading a massive tiger in the future, with its disdainful gaze surveying the crowd as it meows under the spotlight, left him feeling dizzy and utterly unprepared. A tiger that cannot meow is not a good meow, right? Jiang Zheng felt the world around him darken, struggling to come to terms with it. Chapter 39, 7 days remain. With a stoic expression, Chu Shang traversed the school grounds. At this moment, the break was nearing its conclusion, and several ordinary class teachers, clutching their lesson plans, nodded to her as they passed. Chu Shang reciprocated each gesture. It was not until she entered the administration building that a familiar teacher paused to inquire, "Why does Teacher Chu seem so irate? What has transpired?" "I'm not sure, but it seems someone is in for some misfortune." "How do you know?" "You're new to the school. 10 years ago, when I was an intern, Teacher Chu was already a prominent figure here. Back then, she was sunny and bright, but when she got serious, she bore this very demeanor. Teacher Chu has this side to her." Indeed. The older teachers sighed momentarily before one lamented, "That's south why the road is so arduous." Enough of that. Let us get back to teaching. Let us go, Sai. Inside the administration building, Chu Shang ascended to the top floor, where the principal's office is located, the designated venue for faculty meetings. At this moment, the principal's assistant, who had been following her for a while, called out, Teacher Chu, please don't barge in. At least allow me to announce your arrival." The youthful assistant murmured these words, yet made no attempts to impede her passage. "Why would I?" Chu Shang, as the homeroom teacher for the Spirit Master class, was also the sculptor of the Golden Bowls. Although theoretically, she held no administrative position, the assistant would be foolish to try to stop her. A mere announcement would suffice to signify that he had made an effort. With a swift motion, Chu Shang made her way through the building, arriving at the innermost door. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to suppress the fury bubbling within. The Tri-County Joint Duel Competition, set to occur in 7 days, appeared to her as grossly inequitable. Although the northern regions, particularly Sichuan and Yutong, were not exemplary, they could be ridiculed by anyone. However, Linjiang County held no such right, for it was even inferior to both. Yutong County boasted 2 institutions with Spirit Master programs. The fact that the local association agreed to this arrangement indicated that the resources were sufficient to support 2 schools. This alone placed the children of Linjiang, who were often neglected, in a far less favorable position. Sichuan County, akin to Linjiang, had only 1 high school, but this was due to its proximity to Chunting City. Following policy changes a year prior, all ordinary students from Sichuan were relocated to the city for boarding education, a trend that would continue. Furthermore, the Spirit Master classes 2 and 3 at Sichuan Experimental High School were abolished, leaving only the top-ranking class and a select few students. The remaining students were all transitioned into ordinary classes. The The former campus of Sichuan was repurposed into a directly governed spirit master training institution for Chuntang Military and Political University. Therefore, it could be said that any student still enrolled in Sichuan was regarded as a promising talent by the school. Given that the entire institution was dedicated to their development, these students were bound to become elite seeds focused exclusively on becoming spirit masters. For the students of Linjiang, who had only recently begun their studies in the spirit master classes, facing such formidable adversaries raised the likelihood of their simultaneous defeat to an alarming degree. This was tantamount to forcing them off this path altogether. Chu Shang's chest heaved with rising agitation. In her view, the only individuals unaffected by this situation were Jiang Zheng and Zhou Chang. The former needed no introduction, as he was the undisputed pride of the school, while the latter, though slightly less distinguished, still surpassed the majority of students. However, aside from these two, this competition posed a catastrophe for the others. This cannot stand. Chu Shang grasped the doorknob, her resolve solidifying. With a swift yank, the door swung open, releasing a pungent cloud of smoke into the air. The scene inside could be likened to a heavenly court, where figures enshrouded in haze wore expressions of deep resentment. Upon witnessing this, Chu Shang paused momentarily. Could it be that this was not merely a decision by the Board of Trustees to artificially inflate the school's success rate in producing spirit masters by retaining only a select few? Chu Shang has arrived? Please find a seat. The balding principal coughed, fanning the air and awkwardly acknowledging, it seems we've indulged a bit too much in smoke. Let us all tone it down a notch. Ah, the headaches. Amidst the multitude of grievances, the ashtrays overflowed with discarded cigarette butts. As the assistant exited, Chu Shang remained motionless, standing there. Principal, regarding the upcoming tri-county joint competition, I know what you wish to say. We are equally troubled by this matter. The principal, a short, ordinary man, wore a face as round as a winter melon, etched with concern. We have no solutions at hand. Just as you arrived, let us brainstorm some ideas together. Isn't this your decision? No, the principal replied, shaking his head as he tossed a paper filled with writing onto the table. This is a notification directly from the Linjiang Spirit Association, leaving me no room for refusal. The seal has already been stamped. Upon hearing this, Chu Chang's gaze flickered towards the disheartened man sitting nearby, whose expression was one of utter disbelief. Don't look at me. I have no idea, Assistant Rong sighed. This was an emergency decision announced just an hour ago by the association. I only learned of it when the official document arrived. I want to escape from here. Not resign. This situation could very well frustrate those children, and my dreams may be shattered once more. Assistant Rong was now enveloped in a cloud of pessimism and despair. I can't believe this. This statement held true. Confidence is an innate trait for some, while others must painstakingly cultivate it over time. The majority of students here evidently belong to the latter group, as their families cannot provide the assurance they need. Faced with the looming threat of being overshadowed by their peers, it remains uncertain whether they will succumb to feelings of inferiority or muster the courage to rise again. Given this, let us consider how we might elevate these children. A man with a round face, resembling the principal, spoke up from his seat on the couch. In our second class, there are several children who are quite remarkable. They may very well be able to advance to the first class and attempt the special college entrance examination. I don't want them to be unceremoniously relegated to an ordinary class. It is easy to push them down, but difficult for them to rise again. Many nodded slowly in agreement. Chu Chang remained silent, her brow furrowed in contemplation. Why would the Linjiang Spirit Association issue such a decree? There are not many individuals within the association capable of such actions. They could be counted on one hand. Chu Chang was mostly familiar with these individuals, save for one, an elusive figure known for avoiding colleague camaraderie and solely focusing on his work. 3 years prior, he had donated the Sixth Senses method to the first secondary school, enhancing students' chances of becoming spirit masters. This individual, rumored to have half-abandoned martial pursuits in favor of scholarly endeavors, was the notoriously. Chu Chang fell into silence. This person truly raised suspicions. If the burdensome students were to be expelled, then resources would undoubtedly skew heavily towards his nephew Jiang Zheng, whose potential would be held in even greater esteem by the school. It is not uncommon for certain locales to rally the entire institution behind a truly exceptional talent. However, she could not believe that someone who selflessly donated the Sixth Senses method would stoop to such tactics. Suddenly, Chu Chang's eyes sparkled as she turned to the despondent man. Have any strangers arrived in the county recently? At her words, the discussion came to an abrupt halt, and all eyes turned toward him. Clearly, many shared Chu Chang's suspicions. Assistant Rong froze momentarily, deep in thought. A moment later, he replied, I don't know. I haven't seen any strangers. As he spoke, Assistant Rong abruptly stood, murmuring. But it seems likely, because the association has suddenly become stricter. Those lazy individuals have recently taken to clocking in for work. Such a change typically indicates that someone is inspecting from above. Upon hearing this, the surrounding individuals frowned and exchanged glances. Ah, that explains it. How familiar this feels. The principal remarked with a sardonic chuckle. He scoffed twice, a flicker of anger surfacing on his usually gentle countenance. As soon as the big shots arrive, we receive this decree. If our school doesn't perform well, the local association will surely face criticism, and those responsible will be unable to evade consequences. I had a feeling this self-destructive behavior wasn't entirely of their own making. It seems someone is here to root out the rot. Do they truly think so little of us that they would use our students as pawns? The principal slammed his hand on the table, his expression a mixture of indignation and disbelief. They know we have good students and that we can still hold our ground. So should I be grateful to them for providing these deserving children with practical experience? Not every place is suited for elite education. Countless families' hopes rest upon this school. The principal's roar reverberated throughout the room, causing everyone to lower their heads, an unbearable tension enveloping each heart. Chu Chang, the principal gasped, leaning heavily on the table as he looked at the woman who had turned towards him. Father, take it easy. Sit down. He suddenly coughed twice, his petite frame curling like a shrimp. After a brief pause, he declared, bring forth all the training resources we have in stock and distribute them to everyone. The principal gritted his teeth, enunciating each word with determination. From today onwards, all students in the spirit classes will stay overnight, with the school providing 3 meals a day. You must immediately contact the county slaughterhouse. The school will cover the cost of any beast meat infused with spirit energy. The spirit room will be indefinitely open for 7 days. If we run low on spirit crystals, I'll find a way to procure more. This is all I can do for now. The principal appeared to age significantly in that moment, collapsing into his chair. If the association questions the distribution of resources as being too hasty, let them come to me. I'll feign illness for a week. Chu Chang silently observed the principal across the table, then, after a brief moment of contemplation, nodded gently. Chapter 40. The Fate of Si-In, the Celestial Talisman. The Xiaobai building had not witnessed such liveliness in years. Shadows flitted to and fro as many anxiously rushed to the entrance of the spirit room, only to leave despondent upon peering through the oval glass. Why is it so crowded here? The entire corridor was devoid of idle chatter, the only sound being the constant shuffle of footsteps. The primary reason for this was the exorbitant cost of the spirit room in the past. It was open for merely 8 hours each day, yet even that limited time was sufficient for many families to toil tirelessly for a month. Furthermore, the effectiveness of the room depended on individual talent. Some could fill the spirit reservoir significantly within a single day, while others would scarcely notice any change. Thus, many were reluctant to squander money here, even if they were uncertain whether they would be among the fortunate or the unfortunate upon entering the spirit room. Therefore, missing out on this free opportunity would be a grave injustice. However, with limited space in the spirit room, only 8 chambers on the first floor, each accommodating a maximum of 4 individuals, the more people there were, the less spirit energy each could receive. Should we consider going to the second floor? Someone hesitated at the staircase, their gaze wavering. The majority were vying for the first floor's spirit room, partly due to the relatively low difficulty of the challenge puppets there. The likelihood of success in a group of 4 was considerably higher, even if the reward was merely an extension of their time in the spirit room. What if they remained in class after 7 days? Yet the most crucial aspect was that only the first floor's challenge puppets could be activated at the participants' discretion, while the intermediate and advanced spirit rooms on the second and third floors required immediate engagement upon entry. Only by inflicting a certain degree of damage on the puppets could they rest for less than an hour in those chambers. The difficulty on these 2 floors was simply too great for them. Although the challenge against the puppets will not result in fatality, it can certainly inflict harm. The fear of failure is not daunting. However, with the Tri-County Duel tournament looming in 7 days, sustaining injuries at this juncture could be detrimental. If we were to be eliminated in the first round, whether in teams or as individuals, it would indeed be a catastrophic outcome. Suddenly, a loud explosion reverberated from above. What was that? An earthquake? No, it seemed more akin to a battle. Could it be Zhou Chang? He disregarded the challengers on the first floor and ascended to the second floor to issue a challenge. Ah, how fortuitous! Someone exclaimed with delight. Once a puppet is defeated, it requires 2 to 3 hours to recuperate. While we are not the ones directly affected, it will still retaliate upon recovery. Nevertheless, we can seize this opportunity to remain on the second floor, as long as we depart before the puppets regain their strength. What? Zhou Chang is allowing us in. He must be heading upwards. The individual hastened towards the upper levels, adding, the third floor contains only 2 advanced spirit chambers. Zhang Er is likely there. The other one. Zhou Chang certainly won't let go. As they ascended, a command rang out, and a fireball plummeted from the air, twisting violently until it reached its critical point and exploded. Brilliant sparks cascaded down, crackling as they struck the ground and enveloped the figure. Boom! The charred wooden bull toppled like a rag doll. It struggled momentarily to rise, but ultimately succumbed to the ground. The entire room now bore the scorching marks of the encounter, the oppressive heat seemingly devouring the air, causing a slight distortion in sight. Gasping for breath, Zhou Chang licked his parched lips, placing his hands on his hips, and exclaimed with excitement, "This sensation is rather mundane." Puff! The fire spirit before him mirrored his exhilaration, bouncing restlessly. It had not yet had its fill. How could it end so soon? Suddenly, accompanied by the sound of gears turning, the wooden bull on the floor began to tremble. In the next moment, its dark red-eyed gaze flickered momentarily. And as the light faded, several objects materialized before it on the ground. A magnetic card and a collection of dainty wooden boxes. These were the intermediate rewards. Yet, Zhou Chang made no move to collect them. He merely cast a disdainful glance before turning away without hesitation, pulling open the door to the spirit chamber. Outside, several students had already gathered, their eyes wide with anticipation as they regarded him. "Take what you wish," Zhou Chang said flatly, proceeding along the path they made for him. The fire spirit followed closely behind. "Thank you, Brother Zhou. Hurry, first come, first served. Everyone gets a share." Listening to the commotion of footsteps and the chaos of competition behind him, Zhou Chang did not exhibit his usual disdain for others. Even the thrill of vanquishing an intermediate puppet began to fade. He reined in his smile, halting in his tracks, yet he did not turn around. He merely gazed ahead. The sounds from behind echoed in his ears as he faced the staircase leading to the third floor, a place many dared not tread. An inexplicable sense of frustration surged within him, causing him to clench his fists unconsciously. After a brief moment, he shook his head, attempting to dispel these emotions. Upwards he went, ascending the steps, gradually disappearing from view. In the advanced spirit chamber, a white young tiger stood at the forefront, while a boy positioned himself slightly behind. In a standard combat formation where the spirit beast would undertake the primary assault, and the spirit master would command and seize opportunities for ambush. After all, spirit beasts are favored by nature, possessing unrivaled physical prowess, recuperative abilities, and capacity for spirit energy that few spirit masters can rival at the same level. Opposite them, the wooden bull stood at the forefront with wooden figures behind it. Although they bore identical appearances to the puppets from the lower levels, their presence instilled an eerie sense of vitality in Jiang Zhang. As he observed the prepared adversaries, Jiang Zhang lifted his arm, reaching back and curling his fingers. Whoosh! A surge of spirit energy was propelled into the spirit crystal behind him. The figures of the wooden man and wooden bull flickered, the dark red beads in their eyes slowly illuminating. Ice pillar. The boy gestured near his lips, watching irregular ice pillars sprout beneath the enemy, effectively isolating the wooden man from the wooden bull. Cubs, shift left. Roar. The white lightning swiftly altered the tide of battle, flanking the enemy's side. The wooden bull lowered its form and charged unhesitatingly into the ice pillar. Bang! The stout barrier shattered instantly, the upper portion crashing to the ground. Meanwhile, the wooden man raised its arm, deftly forming hand seals with one hand. Having faced this twice before, Jiang Zhang, without needing to widen his serpent eye, recognized the motion. It was the action of the Tiangang Talisman Fire Circle. As previously mentioned, the origins of spirit techniques are partly derived from spirit beasts and partly extracted from the pathways of fate. The latter refers to the wooden man sculpted from the Seeing pathway. Each pathway contains two branches, resembling yet differing from one another, and the Seeing pathway is no exception. The wooden man, carved from this pathway, belongs to the populous talisman stream, centered around the Tiangang Talisman, a pathway for spirit masters. Officially, they are termed Sea Talisman Masters, while colloquially referred to as Qi Refinement Masters. Do not let it unleash the Tiangang Talisman. Jiang Zhang bellowed. Cubs, use your fierce gaze. Roar. Look at me. The white young tiger let out a powerful roar, its eyes transforming into a fierce, commanding presence. The roar imbued with spirit energy triggered the cores within the wooden man and wooden bull, causing them to awkwardly shake their heads as they turned their gazes towards the white young tiger, until their sights locked. Buzz. Fear effect determination successful. Duration 1 second. The action of the first-grade wooden puppet has been halted. The action of the first-grade wooden beast puppet has been halted. Snow Mountain Lord's Bloodline Talent. Low-level Mountain Lord's Bloodline activated. Critical hit rate increased by 3-fold. Chapter 41. Plans altered. The Firebull character officially activated. Watching the stream of information boxes leap before him, Jiang Zhang let out a slight sigh of relief. The damage from the Tiangang Talisman far exceeds that of spirit techniques. Even if the opponent released merely the lowest grade, its threat level surpasses that of the same grade spirit techniques. Jiang Zhang had suffered from this oversight during his first challenge. He had perceived it and prepared to evade, yet he had not anticipated its capability to cover the entire spirit chamber without any blind spots. His clothing was nearly lost in the process, almost sending him back to where he came from. The setup was indeed flawless. It was certainly non-lethal. Those who can enter this room possess remarkable skills. Had it been anyone else, they would likely be bedridden in a hospital for at least a month. Fortunately, the fierce gaze of the cub has landed its mark, despite the fact that these two entities are mere lifeless puppets. The cores within their bodies are capable of simulating the sensations of a genuine battle. Of course, this simulation is limited to the application of various debuffs. The fierce gaze, for instance, is a purely debuffing technique, one that every tiger-type spirit beast can master, serving solely to instill fear in the opponent, thereby halting a series of actions. Such an effect is exceedingly rare among moves of lower tiers. Cub, prepare for a combo attack. Jiang Zheng commanded urgently, channeling the spiritual energy within his body before continuing. Ice spike. Boom. A sharp ice spike erupted from the ground before him. In the next instant, bang, 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 bang. Multiple ice spikes surged forth, targeting the positions of the two puppets. Simultaneously, the ice pillars blocking the wooden man and wooden ox began to change, sprouting numerous slender ice spikes that pierced into the puppets' bodies and the gaps controlling them. Buzz. The puppets attempted to move, shattering the nearby ice spikes. Control was successfully established. Yet observing their increasingly expansive movements, it was evident that the ice spikes could not restrain them for long, especially as the wooden ox had already opened its mouth, flames flickering within its throat. Indeed, it possessed fire-based techniques as well. Now, Jiang Zheng shouted, use the wall of wind and snow. Roar. A swirling ball of wind enveloped in ice crystals shot forth, hurtling toward the puppets. Upon striking the wooden ox's forehead, it rapidly expanded outward. The swirling winds whirled chaotically, scattering most of the ice spikes that had been restraining the puppets. However, at the same time, they fused into the whirlwind, becoming part of the ice crystals. Effect: frostbite determination successful. The wooden ox's head tilted, the flames it expelled veering away from their intended target. Swept away by the swirling winds, the wind fueled the flames. The rotating ice crystals dissipated, replaced by the very fire that the wooden ox had unleashed. Hey, hey, hey! Here comes my brother fire. Effect: burn determination successful. Effect: laceration determination successful. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Zheng fell into silence. A large question mark appeared above his handsome little head. In a moment, he recalled the words of his ancestor. Indeed, plans rarely keep pace with change. The youth slowly closed his eyes. When it's time for dinner, if Uncle Nyo isn't at the table, no one is allowed to touch their chopsticks. Thus, tears of remorse flowed down Jiang Zheng's cheeks as he ordered the cub to increase the wind's intensity for his beloved Uncle Nyo. The situation had shifted. The plan to roast Uncle Nyo was officially underway. The moment he stepped onto the third level, Zhou Chang spread his arms and took a deep breath. This was the third level. This was my first step ahead of Zhang Er. He must still be engaged in a fierce battle, right? Humph. Zhou Chang had long been informed of some details about the third level from home. He understood that the puppets here, whether the wooden ox or wooden man, possessed a variety of attribute techniques or spiritual arts, including fire-based abilities that countered ice. With such countermeasures, even Jiang Zheng could not be expected to secure an immediate victory. Could he? Zhou Chang squinted with satisfaction. Wait, I also wield fire. Why was I unable to outperform him in the past 2 years? The sudden thought that invaded his mind caused Zhou Chang's smile to freeze. No, why am I thinking about that? How unfortunate. The experiences of the past 2 years were simply due to my lack of a spirit beast at that time. Now that I have a flame spirit assisting me, how could I be the same as before? Absolutely impossible. I shall go check on his current situation and bolster my confidence. With this thought, Zhou Chang clicked his tongue and strode forward. Let me see if he has been left battered and bruised, with his dreadlocks pressed against the oval glass. His sinister grin just beginning to bloom before it stiffened once more. Instead, he was met with profound silence. Ice spikes, ice spikes, ice spikes. Puff, puff, puff. The youth stood at a distance, continuously unleashing the same technique. On the other side, the cub lay with its eyes closed on the ground, transferring its spiritual energy to the youth through their bond. One after another, ice spikes were released, causing the two puppets to sway left and right. He was thoroughly engrossed, while the puppets teetered on the edge of despair. When the fiery whirlwind finally subsided, the two puppets were left thoroughly battered. More importantly, the principle of thermal expansion and contraction had also taken effect. This rendered their bodies fragile, while the frost slowed their movements, and the burns inflicted constant pain. The lacerations further compounded the damage they sustained. With 3 different debuffs afflicting them, any attempt they made became exceedingly arduous. Thus, they eventually succumbed to their current state. Thud. Thud. Accompanied by two dull thuds, the two puppets, unable to endure the humiliation, collapsed onto the ground. In their dim, jade-like eyes, a droplet of water seemingly formed from the melting ice, ultimately transforming into the reward that appeared before them. It was over. The youth stood with hands on hips, appearing quite relaxed. The cub slowly opened its eyes. Meow. Roar. Within his heart, Jiangzheng actively switched frequencies, smiling as he declared, "This is not a mere stroke of luck. We seized the opportunity presented by our opponent and achieved victory." He had not anticipated the flames emitted by the wooden ox. He merely allowed it to suffer the consequences of its own actions. Surely, one could not simply watch as it directed flames at him and then engage in a one-on-one duel like a true man, could they? Moreover, even without those flames, the two of them would not have lost. It would merely have taken longer and required more spiritual energy. In fact, during their second encounter, the difference in their final distance to defeat the two puppets was not significant. It was merely a matter of damage dealt. And that damage, once the laceration landed, would be no issue at all. If you wish to clash head-on, that is fine too. The youth crouched down, gently stroking the cub that had approached him. We can try again in an hour. The cub rubbed against the youth's palm, purring comfortably. Suddenly, notice, Zhou Chang's negative emotions have reached their peak. You may choose to receive a reward or accumulate them. Would you like to claim or accumulate? Observing the information box before him, Jiang Zheng's expression grew increasingly peculiar. Ever since he had been kicked by Zhou Chang in his first year of high school, despite often having conflicts with himself, he had never received emotional rewards again. This left Jiang Zheng feeling quite regretful, often pondering if he had inadvertently granted Zhou Chang enlightenment with that kick. To his surprise, today he had once again received a reward from Zhou Chang. The youth turned to look at the door. Outside the oval glass, there was no one present. So, does that mean he was just outside? The youth appeared to be deep in thought. Move. Zhou Chang, consumed by rage, unleashed a fiery spark the moment he entered the room, striking the spirit crystal behind him. The fire spirit emerged from the summoning jade at his waist. What luck! Zhou Chang raged inwardly. Jiang Zheng would never wield fire-based spiritual techniques. This was pure, unadulterated luck. In the realm of fire manipulation, he would outshine even 100 of his peers. Come. He observed the slowly activating puppet within the spirit cultivating chamber, arrogantly raising his arm, flames gradually enveloping his body. Let me show you what it's like to be scorched. Before he could finish his taunt, the wooden figure, sensing the dense fire elements in the air, abruptly halted its incantation of fiery circles and instead formed another gesture. A wave of intense unease washed over Zhou Chang. In the next instant, despair gripped his heart. With a resounding crash, a massive wave of water slammed him against the wall. The fire spirit, composed entirely of fire elements at his feet, turned tail and fled, retreating into the summoning jade just before the tidal wave struck. With a thud, he slid down the wall, his eyes vacant, and spat out a mouthful of water. After a long moment, the overwhelming combination of despair and fury caused him to break down in tears. Chapter 42. The Heart Sutra, full of crimson rivers. Jiang Zheng sat cross-legged on the ground, leisurely sorting through the rewards for his successful challenge. It was a piece of pale blue flesh, encased in a transparent box. Spiritual material, snow deer meat, sourced from the first-level snow deer in the central region of the Great Snow Mountain. Consuming it will slightly enhance ice attribute purity. First-level ice attribute purity, 2975. Exceeds optimal consumption period. Immediate raw consumption is advised. The sole reward for successfully conquering the advanced spirit cultivating chamber was this one item. The young man shook the box, watching it repeatedly cling to the glass before settling back to the bottom. There was no blood oozing from it, only a viscous ice fluid that blurred his vision. For Jiang Zheng, this single reward was more than sufficient. If he were to take it outside to sell, even with its purity reduced to below 30 due to prolonged storage, it could still fetch a handsome sum in the 5-digit range. It must be noted that this was merely a first-level spirit beast, and its status as a spiritual material was uncertain, given its time spent here. After observing it closely for a while, his curiosity waned, and he unscrewed the sealed transparent cover with his bare hands, placing it before the eagerly sniffing cub that had rushed over. Stop sniffing, it's yours. The youth cheerfully ruffled the cub's back. Eat. The cub swallowed hard and promptly seized the meat, gnawing on it with gusto. Jiang Zheng smiled knowingly. Judging by its demeanor, the meat seemed quite resilient. Given another 2 years, it might just awaken as a spirit beast. He casually tossed the box and transparent cover aside, resting his hand on his neck as he stretched. This matter was concluded. Now, he could commence the exhilarating reward opening segment. Li Qingrong had accumulated 2 rewards. Originally, he intended to save further, hoping to obtain something akin to a binding spell. However, circumstances had changed after 7 days, so it was better to open them sooner. A lion fights a rabbit with all its might. After all, Li Qingrong's positive demeanor was fading swiftly. A sly smile crept across his face. Besides her, he had also received sponsorship from Zhou Chang today. The last time he opened Zhou Chang's reward was in his first year of high school. An experience best described as akin to touching a pile of excrement. Increase a trace of spiritual energy. The reward from the tail-biting eye was devoid of any gratitude. Nor would it offer anything but what one possessed. Monetary rewards, materials, spirit beasts, resources. None of these were available through the tail-biting eye. Of course, it could also be due to not having unlocked all the content yet. In the tail-biting eye's reward repository, an increase of a trace was theoretically the most meager reward. Ah, what a dilemma. Which one should I open first? The youth sighed. The joys of happiness were indeed distressing. Then I shall commence with Zhou Chang's. Resolute in his decision, his eyes gradually turned silver, his pupils narrowing. The tail-biting eye is savoring emotions. Inferior and vulgar, barely palatable. Tasting completed. Reward. Increase a trace of physique. A warm sensation enveloped the youth, prompting him to sigh. Indeed, it is what it is. This was certainly not his fault. Jiang Zheng shook his hand earnestly, his thoughts once again immersed in the tail-biting eye. After 2 accumulations, it cannot still be excrement, can it? The tail-biting eye is savoring emotions. Moderate and vulgar, passable. Tasting completed. Reward. Heart Sutra, full of crimson rivers. Jiang Zheng's eyes widened slightly. Momentarily taken aback. In the next second, he sprang to his feet, startling the cub, who had just finished the snow deer meat and was preparing to digest. Meow? What is happening? Nothing, just sit down. Jiang Zheng was not inclined to correct the cub's erratic meows. Instead, he focused entirely on the book that had suddenly appeared in his mind. Heart Sutra, full of crimson rivers. Ambitions to feast on the flesh of the barbarian. Quipping while drinking the blood of the Huns. Permanent increase of hit probability by 50. Permanent increase of resistance to abnormal effects by 50. Nullification of fear effects imposed by same-tier opponents. When emotions reach a fervent state, temporary reduction of pain by 10, with temporary increases of 10 to physique, strength, agility, mental acuity, and physical defense. Accompanied by Rage Unleashed. Rage Unleashed can actively enter a fervent state for 1 minute. During this time, all effects are doubled. But the body will enter a state of exhaustion afterward. Can be voluntarily ended early, with reduced side effects. Exhaustion. Severe fatigue lasting up to 24 hours. In severe cases, there is a risk of heart failure. After swiftly perusing all the content, the youth nodded appreciatively and sighed. You truly are remarkable, Li Qingrong. You are genuinely kind. Although the primary content of the Heart Sutra comprises passive effects, that does not imply all Heart Sutras are so limited. Some Heart Sutras possess particular abilities. Among them is a body technique that once enjoyed immense popularity over a decade ago, emerging from the Heart Sutras of that time. It was once a sensation nationwide, subtly rivaling spiritual techniques in potential. Yet, ultimately, it fell into obscurity. The fundamental reason lies in the fact that, after the fervor subsided, people recognized a harsh truth. No matter how formidable your body technique, what difference does it make? You are, after all, not a spirit master of the martial arts destiny. Unable to fully grasp the special skills that can counter spirit beasts. Compared to the body technique, which is prone to injury as a medium, spiritual techniques that merely consume spiritual energy are far more convenient. After all, from the 4th tier onward, spirit beasts abound that can summon storms and command colossal forces. In their eyes, you are merely a tiny creature. Without those specialized techniques to counter them, your punches and kicks would be no more than a mere tickle. Certainly, not all of the martial techniques found within the sutras are utterly ineffectual. Rather, those that possess genuine utility are exceedingly rare and are certainly not available in the marketplace. Thus, compared to the rather insipid martial arts, what proves to be far more practical are the unique active passives akin to the fervor of anger erupting like a crown. However, such sutras are equally scarce, their rarity paralleling that of the valuable martial arts sutras. Yet, at this moment, Jiang Zheng has come into possession of one such text. Although it is merely a fragment, it suffices for his needs. Jiang Zheng is once more filled with gratitude for Li Qingrong's assistance. He promptly repositions himself into a meditative stance, directing all his consciousness into his mind. Striving to cross the threshold into the realm of man Jiang Hong with the utmost expediency. Kai, still somewhat unsated, licked its paw and gazed at the youth with a hint of perplexity. It was unaware of the unfolding events, only sensing the boy's sudden rise and subsequent seeding. With excitement coursing through their connection. After a moment's contemplation, it lay down, stifling a yawn out of boredom. Perhaps it would be better to think of the little female cat that resided in the breakfast shop across the street. She was truly lovely, albeit with slightly unkempt fur, but undeniably charming. Although she was plump and robust, her beauty remained undeniable. Despite her indifference towards him, she was still captivating. Truly captivating. Kai Kai gradually revealed a weary smile, its tail swaying in rhythm with its daydreams. It yearned for closeness with her. Fortunately, at this moment, Jiang Zheng remained oblivious to its demeanor, or rather, the emotions had transmitted to him, but he was reluctant to open his eyes and verify the realities of his mind. At the age where one struggles to control their bladder, has he encountered a companion for life? Oh, Kai Kai, are you not aware that the little female cat has already been spayed? Chapter 43, When the Stars Shine Brightly. The Ling Association of Linjiang County is situated in the most bustling area of this county, just behind the commercial center of Wanxiang City. A mere street separates it from the local public security bureau, making it quite accessible. Across the nation, the Ling associations are characterized by their black architectural facades and five-story structures, appearing rather unremarkable at first glance. Yet, every newcomer to this site can palpably sense a profound sense of oppression conveyed through the visual experience. The Ling Association is not a government building, at least nominally. It is responsible for overseeing all spirit masters within its jurisdiction and handling matters related to them. However, in reality, the foot traffic here is sparse. The association holds authority over the spirit masters, yet aside from the officially registered spirit masters, the rest prefer not to frequent this establishment without cause. Today is no exception. The parking lot of the association is nearly empty, with only a few sanitation workers busy salting the icy pathways. Above, a pair of eyes peers through the glass, observing the outside world. So, has a notable figure truly arrived? Yes, I encountered a woman yesterday and intended to strike up a conversation, but she disregarded me. The smoke from my cigarette, diminishing with each puff, seems to shorten my lifespan, one person calmly remarked. I have no recollection of her, at least. She does not appear to be a registered spirit master within the association. Then it is indeed a notable figure. How unfortunate. Someone lowered their voice, evidently agitated. There are still over 2 months until the scheduled inspection. What could prompt such a figure to seek us out? Perhaps we overlooked something in our previous endeavors? A furrowed brow emerged among the group, one questioning. But that should not be the case, right? The recent significant incident was the assault on the county's spirit beast shop. Was it not? Although we did not capture any live culprits, we managed to either eliminate or repel them. Who knows what those influential figures are thinking? Perhaps they feel we have been too idle and are dissatisfied with our performance. The individual who spoke earlier waved a hand dismissively, gritting his teeth. Do they need an excuse to deal with us? We are merely a handful of first-rate spirit masters. Linjiang County poses no external threats. They could easily replace us with a few university students who might perform even better in a year's time. This blunt statement caused a wave of embarrassment, with many faces flushing in response. There was no denying the truth in the words. While Linjiang County may have once faced external threats, it has been relatively calm since the Great Snow Mountain fell silent in recent years. It appears as though someone has been orchestrating the behavior of those wild spirit beasts. As of today, the most significant threat remaining outside the Great Snow Mountain consists only of a pack of ordinary snow wolves. Had I known, I would have raised some bandits, someone muttered in frustration, which rendered the room instantly silent. Everyone turned to stare at him wide-eyed. Aye, that was a slip of the tongue. How could you dare utter such words? You would put us all in jeopardy. The man who had been speaking slammed his hand down on the table, shouting in anger. No wonder they are coming to deal with us. It is entirely deserved. Fool. With that, he tossed his sleeve aside, collapsing into his chair, panting heavily. The room was filled with sighs and murmurs of discontent. Those who had misspoken hung their heads in shame, too intimidated to speak. After a long silence, one voice emerged from the crowd, expressing confusion. We have done our utmost. While we may have been somewhat lax, the county has remained stable. Could it be that something truly must occur? If we consider those students, they are even less relevant to us. It is not merely a matter of the low probability of advancing to become a spirit master due to insufficient resources. Even so, they should be directing their grievances towards the stationed Rongshu instead. Bringing in students might replace us, but we did not ascend through any extraordinary examinations. Everyone present was selected and nurtured by the local association. Would they truly replace us? Hearing this, many nodded in agreement, yet the sighs only multiplied. Just then, someone spoke up, voicing a concern. I have a question. Are we certain that the notable figure is here to trouble us? It seems to me that they are targeting Li Wenshu instead. Let us not forget, Li Wenshu is the main organizer. If accountability is sought, he would be the first to face scrutiny. The room fell into a contemplative silence, exchanging glances. Although Li Wenshu does not mingle with us, he works diligently, often attempting to gain favor with the Public Security Bureau by assisting in minor theft cases. If this is indeed directed at him, extinguishing the smoldering cigarette with his fingers, someone sighed. appearing to empathize with another's plight. Yet, he quickly shifted his tone. Then let us devise a plan and report to that notable figure. Perhaps it might yield some benefit. At this remark, the room fell silent once more. Only the sound of heavy breathing resonating within. In the corridor, Li Wunshu leaned against the wall, quietly listening to the commotion inside. His eyes flickered slightly. Although the room was filled with adept spirit masters skilled in reconnaissance, eluding their notice was not a daunting task for him, for they were correct in their assessment. Even novice university students surpassed them in certain aspects. Yet he could listen to their discourse with a stoic expression, while the scruffy man beside him was visibly incensed. This group. Enough. Listening to the sudden cessation of breaths within, Li Wunshu, who had already sensed something amiss, shifted his gaze towards the indignant Rongsu. Yet, after merely a fleeting glance, he redirected his attention, stating nonchalantly, "Why are you not at school? What brings you here?" "I missed you," Rongsu confessed. "To be honest, I initially intended to find them, but encountered a rather irritable woman on the way. She instructed me to summon you to the conference room." "Very well." Li Wunshu nodded, brushing past Rongsu. The latter exhaled softly, relieved. He understood that Li Zhuban was surely aware of his underhanded tactics. It was simply that he deemed them unworthy of a response. As long as he chose not to engage, it was acceptable. Despite often claiming a cordial rapport with Li Wunshu, the reality was that he was always the one extending warmth, while the latter treated him no differently than anyone else. Thus, in truth, he shared a closer bond with those on the other side, akin to two grasshoppers on the same string. Out of respect for their past friendship, he had warned those inside not to utter any foolishness, which sufficed to preserve that bond. Whatever foolishness they committed thereafter was no longer his concern. As for the matter at hand, the truth was that as long as Li Wunshu heard the beginning, this group would stand no chance of succeeding in whatever endeavor they contemplated. He was acutely aware that this was a futile attempt to play both sides, a foolish endeavor indeed. Yet, he remained such a person, torn between sentiment and indecision, leading to his own lack of achievement. Reflecting on this, Rongsu lowered his head, his face a mask of dejection. In the conference room, Qing Shanzi occupied the central position, leisurely fiddling with a colorful Rubik's cube. Zhong Yuan stood at his side, hesitating to speak. "My good disciple, do share your thoughts." The elder rasped, a smile gracing his lips. "Master," Zhong Yuan hesitated before slowly articulating, "I believe you are in error regarding those children." "Is that so?" Qing Shanzi placed the unsolved cube on the table, his weathered face trembling slightly. "My apologies, I neglected to inform you. On October 1st, a selection will be conducted across all counties in the Divine Province, aimed at the elite among all aspiring spirit practitioners. Then on October 7th, it shall occur in the city, followed by another round 7 days later in the province. This is a directive issued by the headquarters of the association, not merely my decision. Moreover, I should have selected the most prosperous county among the three, Chu County, to conduct this selection, allowing them a week's preparation in advance and granting the local children some respite. To be honest, I have indeed erred, he concluded. Zhong Yuan's mouth fell agape in disbelief, unable to fathom that such a hastily conceived order could emanate from the association's headquarters. "Isn't it astonishing?" Qing Shanzi laughed heartily, stroking his snowy beard. "However, it is not as surprising as it seems. In the past 5 years, the emergence of talent nationwide has surged like a geyser, with one prodigy after another stepping into the public eye. From the capital, Jiangnandao, to the magical metropolis of Chaoxiao, to the divine city of Xiangqilan, and the flourishing Zhangyichang of Fengtian, alongside the Zhuge siblings of Langia, Shao Nyuguan's Li He, the Yang siblings of Meishan, and the 3 sons of the Sun clan of Jiangdong, and so forth. Among them are those still in high school, as well as those already making waves in university. Even in this small corner of the world, there exists a literary and martial star, not to mention you, who is untouched by the curse of the Zhong family. Yet, such a situation should not be treated lightly. Zhong Yuan protested, finding it increasingly difficult to comprehend. In the face of such a deluge, if I were in a position of power, I would ensure a stable growth, as there are myriad ways to gain practical experience. That is a valid point. But what if time is of the essence? Qing Shanzi's smile abruptly vanished. He rose, turning to regard his sole disciple from a commanding height. Just under a month ago, the 5 monarchs were in turmoil, and chaos reigned beneath the domain. Zhong Yuan's expression turned grave. The council has prophesied, in a time of great strife, the moment to strike back. It is said that a certain entity has emerged, possessing the potential to utterly suppress spirit beasts over the course of 5,000 years. However, that is undoubtedly false. Qing Shanzi shrugged, suddenly smiling. What entity would necessitate such upheaval among the blossoms of our nation? Thus, the prophecy must pertain to a person. Currently, everyone is searching for this individual. For if the prophecy holds any truth, This person cannot languish in obscurity for long. They must shine brightly. Do you recall my words, dear disciple? Zhong Yuan gazed at the elder, momentarily stunned. Those who achieve great things do not sweat the small stuff. Remember, when a decision must be made, it must be decisive. Chapter 44. Well done, Zhou Chong. Don't disgrace yourself. Li Wenshu pushed open the door to the conference room, immediately sensing an unusual atmosphere within. The esteemed daughter of the Jing Shanzhong family stood there, head bowed, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Qing Shanzi, the esteemed first-class spirit officer candidate, was leisurely toying with his Rubik's Cube, evidently having struggled with it for quite some time, as he had yet to solve even one side. Have you arrived? The tall, thin elder beamed at the man entering, shaking the cube in his hands with a hint of regret. This contraption is simply too challenging. I cannot solve it. Li Wenshu chose not to respond immediately, merely observing him in silence. After a moment, he remarked with a sense of rhythm, is that so? I suppose age is catching up with you. Only a fool would believe that a spirit practitioner specializing in precision, such as the fated path of medicine, would struggle to discern the operational patterns of a toy. Although unclear about the elder's intentions, Li Wenshu resolved not to pursue the topic any further. He slowly approached the elder, pulling out a chair to sit beside him. The elder waited patiently, only to find that Li Wenshu showed no inclination to hold him accountable, raising an eyebrow in surprise. Are you not curious about the matter regarding the school's directives? No, Li Wenshu replied calmly, without a trace of hesitation. Even the most foolish among them would not engage in such counterproductive actions without reason. Look at that, the elder remarked, turning to Zhong Yuan with enthusiasm. Li Zhuban is indeed unlike the others here. He is astute and understands the necessity of decisive action. You are mistaken, Li Wenshu interjected without pausing, continuing, my lack of inquiry does not imply my endorsement of this matter. I simply recognize my inability to effect change and thus choose not to squander words. Upon hearing this, Zhong Yuan glanced at Li Wenshu, her surprise evident. Your nephew stands to gain from this. The tall, thin elder chuckled. Though I have yet to meet him, I find him quite intriguing. After that day, I made a point to learn more about him and found him even more impressive. With his character, he would surely stand out even in today's bustling metropolis. Following the conclusion of the tri-county competition, the schools here will undoubtedly pay him more heed. As he spoke, Li Wenshu suddenly furrowed his brow, his gaze sharp for a brief moment. Zhong Yuan stepped forward, her eyes gradually shifting in hue. Qing Shanzi maintained a gentle smile, appearing as though he had observed nothing amiss. After a pause, the atmosphere thickened. Li Wenshu closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he had regained his composure. The child is still young. I am indifferent to his achievements. My only wish is for his future to be safe and joyful. This is reasonable. The elder nodded in agreement and added, as a senior, one must love deeply and plan far. The child's name itself resonates with blessings. It seems fortune is yet to come. Upon hearing this, Li Wenshu fell into silence. After a considerable pause, he responded, thank you for your auspicious words. By the time he spoke again, the sharpness in his tone had vanished. Is there anything you need me to do? Now it was Zhong Yuan's turn to furrow her brow, her gaze flitting between the elder and Li Wenshu. She sensed that there was something more beneath the surface. Yet she could not fathom why their previous encounter had been fraught with tension, while this second meeting had taken such a sudden turn. Had she overlooked something? Indeed, she had. The elder, however, was straightforward, stating, we have received intel that the cult organization, the Six Temples of Evil, has lost 2 subordinates in this area, one of whom is the cousin of a branch leader. If we knew their fate, it would be one thing, but they suspect these 2 may have been captured alive. Thus, the branch leader intends to personally venture to Linjiang County during the upcoming joint competition of the 3 counties. I need you to keep him here, alive. After delivering this message, the elder suddenly smiled again. To be honest, I plan to withdraw from my candidacy next year. Capturing a branch leader might allow me to still fulfill my ambitions. The spirit masters here are at your disposal. They will not offer you the same pretentiousness as before. I have already reprimanded them, and they should now be burning with urgency. You may relay the message. Those who fight recklessly shall be rewarded with a pill to remain. The others, who fail to perform, will face multiple penalties. Of course, in the end, whether they stay or go can be discussed later. The elder's words were exceedingly clear. He did not feign righteousness or present a facade of authority. Instead, he laid everything bare before Li Wenshu. I am ready. All that remains is for you to nod in agreement. In response, Li Wenshu's eyes narrowed momentarily before returning to normal. His movements were swift, escaping notice. Very well. Li Wenshu rose, clasping his fists in a traditional gesture of respect. As a junior, I shall heed your commands. When Jiang Zheng exited the spirit nurturing room, darkness had already fallen. Yet as he opened the door, he found Li Qingrong and Sun Hao standing outside, their gazes fixed elsewhere rather than on him. Curious, Zhang turned his head to see what had captured their attention, but discerned nothing. The oval glass of another spirit nurturing room was inexplicably obscured by paper, revealing not a hint of what lay within. However, the sound of crashing waves echoed from inside, reminiscent of the rising tide. Perhaps by coincidence. Just as the three were gazing in silence, the sound of the waves gradually ceased. In its place erupted a fierce and resounding roar. Zhaliba. For the sixth time. Sun Hao clicked his tongue twice, a smirk playing on his lips. Our illustrious second-star fireman has once again been bested by the onslaught of the waves. Setting aside other matters, this perseverance deserves admiration. Li Qingrong, for once, felt a tinge of sympathy for the one inside. Good job, Zhou Chang. You must not bring disgrace to our class. Upon hearing this, a strong sense of deja vu surged within the youth's heart. Yet he was not surprised by the outcome. Zhou Chang's fire attribute spirit energy held overwhelming superiority amidst the prevalent ice attribute within the school. The advantages of attribute suppression were laid bare here. Faced with all his classmates, including Zhang, Zhou Chang's flames and the spirit of fire born from them exuded a palpable pressure. However, each attribute possesses its own merits. And in the early stages, fire attributes bear a fatal flaw. Though fire attributes boast high explosive power, they cannot restrain an opponent's movements as ice attributes can, which merely requires solidification to form a binding net. To achieve this with fire attributes necessitates exceptional control and a significant expenditure of spirit energy. This requirement is exponentially magnified when applied to high-level puppets. The heavenly talismans unleashed by advanced puppets perfectly suppressed Zhou Chang and his fire spirit. At the zero-tier level, under absolute suppression, Zhou Chang stood no chance of enduring against a wooden man simulating first-tier strength, even once, with a water attribute heavenly talisman. That torrent could very well send him back to the womb. Zhang, it seems we won't be returning home tonight. We must stay for 7 days. Li Qingrong turned to the youth and said, We'll lodge in the dormitory. The school has freed up some rooms for us. I had already guessed as much. The youth replied, Given that the current time was the usual dismissal point, the spirit nurturing room should have been closed long ago. Yet, having just exited, he received no broadcast notification. This indicated that it was likely remaining open for an extended period. The sole reason for such an extension would be the students in the Spirit Master class who required it for their advancement. Li Qingrong was about to speak again when Sun Hao interjected, The spirit nurturing room will remain open for 7 days without time restrictions, available 24 hours a day. Tomorrow morning, the school will distribute cultivation resources. The youth nodded calmly. From the moment he heard that the spirit nurturing room would be open indefinitely, he realized that the school was about to make a significant move. As expected, it appeared the school had resolved to take action. Let us go, then. We should eat first. The youth led the way toward the staircase. The little one has already had his fill. I haven't eaten anything yet. I need a quick bite before returning to continue. Continue? Aren't you going to sleep? Old son, it sounds like you go home and sleep right after school. The youth chuckled, shaking his head. After returning, I will head to the second floor to assist Li Qingrong in crafting an intermediate puppet, gather some resources. And then we will retreat to the third floor to cultivate. Huh. Sun Hao pointed to himself. What about me? You can join, but not under my guidance. Rest assured, with the spirit nurturing room being open indefinitely, it matters not whether we stay here or elsewhere. However, I will need you to make a quick trip to the supermarket for some toiletries. All right, I'll go after I finish my meal. Chapter 45, Grouping completed. The cafeteria buzzed with activity. Many ordinary students boarding at the school watched curiously as the senior students from the Spirit Master class hurried about, occasionally whispering among themselves and pointing. Why are they all boarding? I have a childhood friend in their class. I heard that people from Sichuan and Yutong will be coming in 7 days to challenge them. Oh, now it makes sense. Do you think they can win? Judging by their expressions, it seems unlikely. Look at their faces. None bear a smile. They're all frowning. Fortunately, my sister in the Spirit Master class is only a sophomore this year. She won't have to endure this ordeal. Someone patted their chest in relief and murmured, I heard that if they lose this time, many in the senior Spirit Master class will leave. Is it really that ruthless? The spirit assessment just concluded not long ago. Indeed. Hey, I'm glad I didn't make the cut back then. With trays in hand, students pointed and whispered, displaying a myriad of expressions. Some wore faces of palpable tension, while others sported amused smiles, chatting with friends. There was nothing to be done. The spirit class and the ordinary class are indeed two disparate realms. For those who failed to gain admission, the emotions of jealousy and envy intertwine, resulting in a complex expression of feelings. Clatter. A tray is placed upon the table as Zhang sits on a long bench, taking a sip of the seaweed and egg drop soup served in a metal bowl. The flavor does not resemble that of a pre-prepared meal, as it possesses a hint of saltiness. He picks up a piece of stir-fried meat with his chopsticks, glances at it casually, and then pops it into his mouth. It is not domestic meat, but rather wild beast meat imbued with a touch of spirit. Such meat is significantly more expensive than pork, chicken, or duck, fluctuating around 100 yuan per pound. His previous school could never afford such extravagance. Eat more. It's free, he thinks. Li Qingrong approaches with a tray, ready to sit down, when Sun Hao, lacking awareness, plops himself down opposite the youth. Continuing with a smile, "Wait a moment, I'll grab some for my little uncle to try." Li Qingrong rolls her eyes at Sun Hao, pouting as she takes a seat beside the youth. "Can he eat meat?" "Of course, my uncle is an omnivorous creature." Sun Hao, wide-eyed and somewhat simple-minded, replies at home. He is not happy without some meat. In response, the youth offers a slight smile. Sun Hao, even now, has yet to reward himself with a single moment of positive emotion. This indicates that the fellow is not foolish, at the very least. One could say he embodies the wisdom of seeming foolishness. Nevertheless, Jiang Zheng remains unperturbed. The outcome he desires has already been achieved, and he possesses a broad perspective. As for rewards, they are merely a matter of convenience. One can strive for them, but one must never be led by them. By the way, Sun Hao, I don't intend to team up with you. Huh. Sun Hao's demeanor instantly deflates. Well, fine. Li Qingrong's eyes widen in astonishment, scrutinizing Sun Hao's expression with disbelief. What is wrong with you? Do you really have feelings for Jiangzheng? The youth shovels a few spoonfuls of rice, seemingly oblivious to Sun Hao's expression, while mumbling, "But I've already found you a partner. You can propose a duo competition to Zhou Chang." Him? Sun Hao pauses. Will he agree? He will, because I will assist you. Jiangzheng swallows what he has in his mouth, calmly gazing at Sun Hao across the table. Zhou Chang may have a terrible temper, but he is not blind to reality. His choices within the class are rather limited. He is competitive and dislikes failure, which increases the likelihood of him teaming up with you. Oh, great. Then I'll bring him some food too. Upon returning to the Bailu, they encounter Zhou Chang, his face dark as he steps out. The moment he locks eyes with Jiang Zheng, the veins on his forehead bulge, and he quickly turns his face away. Humph. The youth observes him with keen interest. Here, Zhou Chang, this is for you. Sun Hao, denying Zhou Chang the chance to refuse, cheerfully places a box lunch in his hands. It contains wild beast meat. Zhou Chang shoots him a glance, then looks at Jiang Zheng. What is the meaning of this? Are you trying to humiliate me? If you don't want it, give it to the other students. Just don't waste it. Jiang Zheng leisurely responds. I have no time to humiliate you. I have failed many times myself to have earned this, you know. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chang's expression softens. Really? No, I'm just teasing you. Jiang Zheng smiles and brushes past Zhou Chang. Continuing to speak, I'm heading to your spirit room to claim another reward. Since you can't defeat me, you might as well challenge me in my previous room. The rewards in the advanced spirit room are limited, and it's uncertain when they will be replenished. Zhou Chang erupts in fury, trembling as he points at the youth's retreating figure. You. What is the point of wanting to defeat me when you're fighting against puppets? It's better to have a real contest in 7 days. A scoff escapes from the youth's back. In a solo match, your chances are slim. However, in a team, there's a glimmer of hope. Li Qingrong and I will be waiting for you. With that, the youth ascends the steps, followed closely by Li Qingrong, both vanishing from sight, leaving Zhou Chang, with his dreadlocked hair, panting like a bull in place. After a few breaths, he takes a deep inhale, striving to compose himself. It's you. He glares at the naive-looking Sun Hao, though his words do not suggest a desire to team up. Spitting saliva in Sun Hao's face, he commands, Come, I'll take you to the second floor to grab something. Then we'll challenge the advanced puppet on the third floor together. Huh. Sun Hao stands frozen. Me? Of course, who else? Let me tell you, don't drag me down. Brother, I'm definitely going to hold you back. If that advanced puppet farts, I'll be airborne. Shut up. No more of that pessimistic talk. Oh, then your food. Shut up. You're not eating. What if you return it to me? Shut up, shut up, shut up. All right. At that moment, a car slowly halts at the school gate, and Rongsu swiftly exits the driver's seat, eager to jog around to open the door for the occupant. However, Li Wenshu has already stepped out on his own. Gazing at a place he hasn't visited in many years, a ripple of emotion stirs within his calm demeanor. After a brief pause, he instructs, Go back and prepare with them. The evening arrangements will proceed as usual. Director, I'll wait for you here. No need. I'll return myself later. Li Wenshu shakes his head and continues. Tonight, we need to check the locations of all the surveillance cameras in the county. Repair what needs repairing and install new ones as necessary. Understood. Rongsu straightens up somewhat stiffly. I'll ensure the task is completed. Go on. As he listens to the car depart, Li Wenshu strides towards the school gate. Hey, don't go in. The school isn't allowing entry right now. Hey, Director Li. In the security room, an older guard gazes at him in surprise. Do you know me? Half a year ago, when my son-in-law's house was robbed, you brought the officers to investigate. I remember you. May I enter? Yes, you may. The guard hesitates before adding, but I need to make a call first. You can go in while I do that. I trust you. Good. After their brief exchange, Li Wenshu steps into the campus. He had never attended school here, having been taken away at a young age. Yet he often fantasized that had he not been taken, he would have likely followed the conventional path to arrive here and spend his youth. As night falls, the howling wind sweeps around him, prompting the man to halt and suddenly turn his head. He senses someone calling him from behind. Yet upon turning, all he finds in response is the gusting wind. The man stands still, gazing quietly, then gradually raises his head to look at the moon. The moonlight is gentle, illuminating two figures. One is him, and the other is also him. Chapter 46. The Serpent Slaughter, the Snow's Shock. The challenges on the second floor yield rather mundane rewards. Aside from a vial of gene elixir, all that remains are basic healing potions and remedies to counter various ailments. Although these items will undoubtedly prove useful in the future, or could be sold for a considerable sum, they do not enhance one's strength. Zhang Zheng's primary motivation for challenging the intermediate puppet is to provide Li Qingrong with a modicum of practical experience. Admittedly, while the intermediate puppet lacks a carved destiny and thus the unique abilities that come with it, its capacity to execute techniques presents a significant challenge for a novice. Consequently, he and Zai Zai stand on the sidelines, deliberately refraining from intervening. Zai Zai, at this moment, is languidly sprawled on the ground, yawning. Meanwhile, the intermediate puppet seems almost sentient, barely casting a glance at Jiang Zheng and Zai Zai, as it relentlessly directs its attacks toward Li Qingrong and the ice rabbit. Its strikes are executed with a remarkable degree of precision, prompting Jiang Zheng to observe the puppet more intently, even activating his tail-biting eyes to confirm that it has not developed sentience and shows no signs of external manipulation. Use snow spray. The fluffy orb spins in midair before abruptly halting its rotation. Two shimmering eyes open wide, and a delicate mouth emerges from the fluff. With a whoosh, an energy imbued with frost sprays onto the wooden bowl, forming a thin layer of frost. However, this minor freezing effect proves inconsequential. The wooden bowl merely slows its movements slightly before expelling a fireball from its mouth. Quick dodge. The divine technique descends, but the timing is off. The ice rabbit, still airborne, can only watch in terror as the fireball approaches. In a moment of urgency, Li Qingrong cries out, "Ice pillar." Instantly, an ice pillar erupts from the ground, albeit in a rather lackluster state, riddled with cracks that betray its hasty creation. Seeing this, the wooden bull promptly opens its mouth once more, channeling spiritual energy. A pale blue energy sphere swiftly emerges from its mouth, striking the ice pillar with greater speed than the fireball. This technique is known as the Spirit Energy Bomb. It lacks elemental attributes, consumes more energy than conventional techniques, and inflicts average damage. Its sole advantage lies in its accessibility to anyone with spiritual energy. At this moment, its power is just sufficient. Boom. The ice pillar collapses instantaneously, while the fireball remains largely unaffected, hurtling directly toward the ice rabbit. From a distance, the boy observes the unfolding scene with calm composure. Li Qingrong has indeed made the correct decision, and the speed of her energy accumulation is satisfactory. However, her mental disarray disrupts the stability required for releasing the ice pillar, a drawback stemming from insufficient combat experience. She must continue to train. Zai Zai, he calls out, prompting the latter to reluctantly rise. With a puffed cheek, Zai Zai unleashes a wind blade. Whoosh! The swiftly slicing wind blade cleaves the fireball in two, resulting in a subsequent explosion. The ice rabbit is instantly swept away by the gust, and Li Qingrong hurriedly catches it, landing heavily on the ground. On the opposite side, the wooden bull hesitates for a moment before turning its head to face the boy. "Did you not say you would refrain from intervening?" it seems to demand. The boy meets its gaze and replies softly, "All right, let us pause here and switch opponents. I shall take your place now." Zai Zai, wind and snow barrier. Li Wenshu halts before the small white building. In the courtyard of the Spirit Master Association, there exists an identical small white structure, albeit with less stringent defenses within. After all, that is the headquarters for the Lingjiang County Spirit Masters, and should any issues arise, they can swiftly address them. Only a foolhardy thief would dare to cause trouble there. Students continuously exit through the front doors. Clearly, not all students wish to reside in the spirit chamber like Jiang Zheng. Perhaps they are not inclined to rebel, even if they suspect such matters. They do not dare act decisively without explicit instructions from the school. Most of those leaving cast a glance at Li Wenshu. Some, recognizing him, rub their eyes in surprise, while others, unfamiliar with him, hastily depart, intending to return after freshening up. Yet, none dare approach him. The reason is quite simple. The man possesses an aura that is unmistakably special. Merely standing there, he commands attention. instilling an implicit sense that he is not to be trifled with. This is the effect of his presence. As he steps through the entrance, the security robots on either side spring to life, their eyes glowing red as they scan him from head to toe. Li Wenshu stands still, raising his hand toward them. The next moment, the robots announce, danger detection in progress. Spiritual energy recognition matches, appearance recognition matches, iris recognition matches, fingerprint recognition matches. Danger averted. The red glow dissipates, and the security robots return to a state of quietude. Li Wenshu reinserts his arms into his pockets. While these robots were not procured from the association, as a principal organizer of the local Spirit Master Association, they are obligated to document all his activities. Otherwise, Li Wenshu holds the authority to dismantle them entirely. He ascends the stairs, showing no inclination to pause on the first floor, and even prepares to continue upward from the second floor. However, at that moment, he feels a sudden movement in his long sleeves. This prompts Li Wenshu to decisively halt, turning his body to survey the 4 intermediate spirit chambers on this level. What is going on? He muses, furrowing his brow. Shouldn't he be on the 3rd floor? No one around can provide him with an answer. After a moment's silence, he approaches the only spirit chamber occupied on this floor. Through the oval window, he observes the boy seated on the ground, allowing Zai Zai and the ice rabbit to pummel the wooden bull. Bang! The wooden bull stumbles, kneeling on the ground, and as it attempts to rise, it meets Zai Zai's piercing gaze. It shudders, freezing mid-motion. With a joyful leap, the fluffy white orb springs from behind Zai Zai, its puffed cheeks rendering it indistinguishable from a large white bun. Even the snow it expels can be likened to the bun spraying snow. Frost seeps into the joints of the wooden bull, causing it to release an abundance of snow with each movement. Ice Spike, the boy's calm voice resonates. The frost that has fallen onto the ground suddenly stirs, and a series of ice spikes rise upward, firmly encasing the wooden figure in a frozen display. Zai Zai grins mischievously and leaps forward, delivering a resounding slap to its forehead. With the technique executed, the wooden bull collapses, and rewards materialize simultaneously. Finished. Hooray! Li Qingrong exclaims, abruptly embracing the boy with evident excitement. The boy attempts to wriggle free twice, but ultimately cannot escape her strong embrace, allowing her to shake him until he finally seizes an opportunity to extricate himself. All right, let us head upstairs. Will Zhou Chang take your place? No. He would never attribute his 6 defeats to a lack of ability. He would simply believe the advanced puppet was too challenging, so he would seek a different room. Uncle? The boy glances casually, only to see a familiar face appear in the doorframe. The man gently opens the door and nods in acknowledgement. He then turned his head, focusing intently on the girl who suddenly appeared somewhat shy, tucking her hair behind her ears. Who are you? Hello, Uncle Li, I am Li Qingrong. Clearing her throat, Li Qingrong appeared obedient, her smile sweet. I am a good friend of Jiang Zheng. Li Wenshu refrained from unnecessary words, merely sizing her up. Young lady, you may step outside. I have matters to discuss with Jiang Zheng. All right. Li Qingrong took small, hurried steps to leave, kindly shutting the door behind her. Uncle. Jiang Zheng spoke with a hint of helplessness. I and she. You know your own limits. There is no need for me to worry. Li Wenshu interrupted him. Though at your age, establishing a family is still premature, I shall not hinder you if your heart is set elsewhere. Absolutely not. Jiang Zheng immediately raised 3 fingers, solemnly declaring, I have no intention of starting a family. I only wish to strive and persevere, much like you, uncle. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zheng, who intended to reassure his uncle, suddenly noticed the distinct dimming of Li Wenshu's gaze. This prompted the youth to swallow the remainder of his oath. Could it be that uncle once had a family? After a moment, Li Wenshu resumed. Enough of this. Let us discuss pertinent matters. In 7 days, there will be a joint competition among the 3 counties. You must prioritize your safety. Is there an issue? Indeed. Li Wenshu did not veil his words from the young man before him, but spoke candidly. Those 2 deceased bandits were members of Huo Lutang, one being the cousin of a certain sub-hall master. Someone has informed me that he intends to create chaos during the competition, so you must exercise caution. Do you understand? The youth nodded lightly, his expression devoid of panic. Observing him thus, Li Wenshu felt a sense of relief wash over him. Rest assured, I will handle everything. You need only focus on the competition. After a brief pause, Li Wenshu added, in this competition, do not hold back. Give it your all, and strive for the championship. At this, Jiang Zheng raised an eyebrow, bending down to scoop up his companion. Although he had already harbored such intentions, his uncle's words took him by surprise. He had assumed his uncle would advise him to be more reserved. Noticing his nephew's expression, Li Wenshu remarked, in years past, I would have certainly suggested you bide your time and wait for the opportune moment to achieve fame. However, this time the situation is different. All levels, provincial, municipal, and county, will participate in the competition, which clearly deviates from the past strategies. Although no one has disclosed the insider information to me, my intuition tells me that standing out is the wisest choice. Indeed, Jiang Zheng lowered his head slightly. I will secure the championship. I believe in you, but remember, diverse skills are never a burden. Li Wenshu concluded, pausing briefly before retrieving two somewhat worn books from his breast pocket. With your and Binga's talents, reaching the threshold within 7 days should not pose a challenge. This one is called Dragon Slaying Finger, a martial art of my own creation. I will personally guide you over the next few days, so remember to ask your teacher for a classroom. The second is named Snow Shock Explosive, an ice element technique, meant for your companion. You are attuned to it. See if you can grasp it. As for training resources, you need not worry. I will ensure they are delivered to you and your companion on a regular basis. For now, I must take my leave. Do your best. Wait, uncle. Be cautious. Jiang Zheng gazed earnestly at the man, stating, my mind works quickly. If anything seems amiss, do not hesitate to inform me. All right. Li Wenshu remained silent for a moment, then smiled gently before turning to depart. Chapter 47. The Four-Star Mother. Sunlight pierced through the clouds, mingling with the falling snow as it descended upon the earth. Linjiang County was blanketed in snow once again. The diligent sanitation workers had become accustomed to this, gathering their tools early to clear the ice and snow from various streets as per the directive to ensure unobstructed roads. Especially with the upcoming joint competition among the 3 counties, where any flaws would be scrutinized by those arriving with the buses. Although Linjiang County consistently ranked last, maintaining a semblance of face was still deemed necessary. At the school, a new day commenced. Jiang Zheng was awakened by a moist tongue licking him. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld his companion, adorned with a white fluff, joyfully wagging its rear. It seemed that the collaboration from the previous night had fostered a bond between the two little creatures. Hungry? Jiang Zheng yawned, shaking his head in an attempt to rouse himself. He had not slept long, a mere 3 hours at best. Fortunately, his physique was robust. Though he felt a hint of drowsiness, it was not to the extent that 3 hours of sleep would leave a typical person drenched in cold sweat upon waking. Nearby, Li Qingrong was sleeping soundly, her face occasionally flushing with a tinge of shyness. What could she be dreaming of? The youth cast a glance at her and turned his attention elsewhere. He first retrieved some genetic essence from his backpack, placing it before his companion, then took out a portion for the ice rabbit from Li Qingrong's bag. The little creature slowly emerged from its fluff, smiling brightly at the young man, which brought a smile to Jiang Zheng's face in return. Having completed these tasks, he picked up the toiletries that Sun Hao had brought and prepared to leave the gymnasium for the restroom. Before exiting, he made a deliberate stop at the entrance of the spirit nurturing room. Inside, the wooden figures and wooden ox had been rejuvenated thanks to the uniqueness of their materials. As long as the spiritual energy was ample and the core functioned correctly, they could self-repair in a matter of hours. Last night, he had brought Li Qingrong to test the advanced puppet he had yet to challenge, and they had barely managed to win. However, in that narrow victory, Li Qingrong had contributed the most. Nevertheless, they emerged victorious, and Jiang Zheng had taken the spiritual materials they acquired, promptly feeding them to his companion. The corridor on the 3rd floor was deserted. Only as he approached the restroom could he hear the sounds emanating from within. The youth stepped inside, only to find 2 figures with severe dark circles under their eyes, mechanically brushing their teeth. You're here. The voice belonged to Sun Hao, who appeared rather worse for wear, his hand shaking as he brushed. Zhenggu, I've thought it over. Learning to let go is a form of growth. Perhaps it wouldn't be so bad to return to being an ordinary person. Shut up. A similarly weary voice responded from beside him. It was Zhou Chong. He spat out the mouthwash into the sink, his body swollen like Sun Hao's uncle. I absolutely will not permit you to give up midway. Can you grant me this? I'm begging you. Sun Hao's eyes brimmed with tears, looking utterly pitiful. That wooden ox didn't yield any dung for me. I had to clean up after it myself. That wooden figure kicked me 10 times in 3 seconds. I even recalled my childhood penguin account. Jiang Zheng began to brush his teeth. Shut your mouth. Zhou Chong shouted in anger, gesturing dramatically. If not for your dragging me down, why would I have spent the night without any results? Me? I dragged you down. Zhou Chang's words ignited Sun Hao's fury instantly. What about your fire spirit? You spent all night playing hide and seek, and then you just vanished. I thought you had set it free. Well, isn't that to keep it in check? Zhou Chang's gaze began to waver, his confidence gradually waning. But I am still here, he muttered. Jiang Zheng commenced washing his face. Damn it, you pathetic masochist. Sun Hao declared a shift in power dynamics, seizing the upper hand. What use are you? Your only purpose is to be a punching bag, so I can reserve some strength to deal with you afterward. Zhou Chong suddenly froze, his eyes growing even more erratic. After rinsing his hair, Jiang Zheng cast him a peculiar glance. You like this? You should have said so earlier. I happen to be in need of a target. All right. Drying his hair with a towel, he casually draped it over his neck, smiling as he attempted to ease the tension. Not winning is quite normal. After all, failure is the mother of success. Brother Zhang, we failed 12 times in one night, Sun Hao remarked. Wonderful, a 4-star mother indeed. Jiang Zheng smiled kindly, turning his attention to Zhou Chang. I initially thought you were joking, but it appears that as the backbone of your team, you've suffered 12 consecutive defeats without a solution? Zhou Chang opened his mouth, his face flushed with embarrassment. Isn't it only natural to be unable to win? What? They are, after all, puppets of first-tier strength, equivalent to genuine spirit masters. No excuses, Zhou Chang, Jiang Zheng interjected, his smile fading as he interrupted. Can they truly rival real spirit masters? Are you belittling your future self? If what you say holds true, then they would not be here, in our dilapidated county. Are you now resorting to lies to numb yourself? Zhou Chang lowered his head in silence, offering no rebuttal. Jiang Zheng observed him for a moment before sighing. If you wish to be my rival, you must exert more effort and sweat than others. I do not boast. I simply wish to convey clearly that if not, high school will be your only opportunity to catch up to me. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chang abruptly raised his head. Do you not believe me? Jiang Zheng chuckled lightly. Then continue to deceive yourself. Continue to be your counterfeit king. Sun Hao is someone I paired with you. For him, you are the best choice. And the same applies to you, Sun Hao. You should inform everyone that from noon to 3 and 6 to 9 in the evening, I will clear the intermediate spirit rooms in Zyabela. They can simply enter and cultivate. Regarding rewards, I estimate the school will soon come to provide them. If they do, I will only require gene elixirs. If not, so be it. As for the advanced spirit rooms, Jiang Zheng glanced at Zhou Chang again, then shifted his gaze to Sun Hao. The rewards here are quite expensive. Whether they can be replenished is uncertain, but I can lead you through, allowing you to remain inside. All right. Sun Hao nodded earnestly. Then it's settled. I have things to attend to, so I'll take my leave and return at noon. With that, his footsteps faded into the distance. Sun Hao exhaled deeply, a look of admiration on his face. Look at him. Such presence, such capability. Just then, Zhou Chang suddenly spoke. Let us go. You mean let me leave? How splendid. Sun Hao nodded repeatedly, casually bowing his hands in respect. Your kindness is unparalleled. I shall take my leave first. No, I mean we are leaving. You find a place to rest. I will step outside to retrieve my phone and call home. What? Planning to give Brother Zheng a hard time? Zhou Chang shook his head, not angered. I used to prefer offense and shunned the constraints of emotional entanglements, which resulted in my lack of learning some spirit techniques. Now, I'll have my family send them over. I'll study diligently, and then we'll challenge again. What about the fire spirit? Its situation is even more serious, isn't it? I know. I've asked my family to bring the accessories prepared for it. Zhou Chang took a deep breath. Rest assured, go ahead and relax. Once I am ready, there will be no issues. There are plenty of open spaces at school. The moment Jiang Zheng retrieved his companion, he thought of the school's gymnasium. With Chu Chang's consent, the gym on the 3rd floor of Changyun building would belong to Jiang Zheng for the next few days. Upon entering, he promptly moved all the sports equipment to the edges, clearing a vast area for himself. Once this was accomplished, he gently tapped the jade pendant at his waist, and his companion made a dazzling entrance. Roar? His companion recognized this place. It was the room in which he had forged a bond with Jiang Zheng. In the next 6 days, we shall learn new things together. Your task is light, while mine is considerably heavier. The youth settled into a cross-legged position, retrieving 2 books and placing them on the ground. He affectionately ruffled the head of the tiger cub before slapping his own cheeks with both hands. Smack. Awake now. Clearing his throat, he softly said, Kai Kai, I will read to you. Chapter 48. The last day, 3 counties gather. On the 3rd day, the wooden bull stood ready, its dark red eyes reflecting the youth before it. The white tiger did not advance, but rather sat quietly in a corner, seemingly unconcerned for the boy's safety as it occasionally licked its lips. Outside, numerous students huddled together, peering through the oval glass, observing the unfolding scene. Is Jiang Zheng truly going to challenge this intermediate puppet alone? They speculated. It appears so. Yesterday, when he and Kai Kai cleared the puppets, it seemed rather effortless. Surely, he will manage. That is uncertain. Kai Kai exerted considerable effort yesterday. Someone whispered before pausing, then adding, though there is only one intermediate puppet, this wooden bull possesses strength comparable to a first-tier spirit beast. It won't be easy to deal with. That applies to us, not Jiang Zheng. Enough, enough. Let us just watch. Jiang Zheng could vaguely hear the discussions from outside, but he paid them no mind. Whether it was praise or envy, it mattered not. His heart was never pure. His desire to face these puppets alone was not out of selflessness, but merely a means to facilitate everyone's training. This was merely a convenient endeavor for him. His primary objective was to swiftly master these abilities, both physical skills and spiritual techniques. After all, he had acquired numerous treasures in recent days. The youth swung his arm, and an ice sphere collided with the spirit crystal behind, transmitting a trace of spiritual energy. The spirit crystal glowed, and the wooden bull trembled slightly. Yet, before it could react, the boy suddenly charged toward it, shouting, "Ice pillar!" Boom! Several ice pillars erupted from beneath the wooden bull, lifting it off the ground, allowing its wooden hooves to flail in midair. However, it did not remain passive. It swiftly opened its mouth and spewed forth a scorching fireball. Windwall. The youth maintained his pace, having completed the energy conversion, puffing out softly. Whoosh! The wind element converged, neutralizing the fireball before dissipating into the air, and the youth had already reached the wooden bull. He positioned his left foot against the rising ice pillar, leaning back as his silver-white vertical pupils observed the bull's every move. Then, with his right arm, he brought his fingers together, quickly channeling energy. In the next moment, his fingers shot forth like arrows, striking the bull's core with pinpoint accuracy. The force penetrated, causing its core to tremble. On the fourth day, the youth stood in the corner, the young tiger standing proudly. Before the little fellow, the wooden cow was marred by countless minute fissures, remnants of ice crystals lingering between them, refusing to dissipate. On the fifth day, Jiangzheng calmly withdrew his finger, gazing at the small hole in the center of the wooden cow's head. He looked down at his slightly reddened fingertip, seemingly oblivious to the faint sting it conveyed. A carefree smile danced upon his lips. On the sixth day, the advanced spirit cultivation chamber lay in disarray. The marks left by the wind blades were starkly visible, a thin layer of ice blanketing half the room, making it treacherous to walk upon. A man and a tiger stood witness as two figures collapsed with a resounding thud. Outside the chamber, numerous students remained silent, peering through the glass with various complex expressions directed inward. In the distance, Chu Chang and a group of teachers turned to leave, devoid of any exhortations. In truth, there was little need for further admonishments. On the seventh day, the streets of Linjiang transformed, brimming with vitality. Banners draped from the lampposts, heralding the warm welcome of students from Chuchuan and Yutang counties for an exchange. A throng of people filled both sides of the street, while vigilant officers scanned the surroundings, their wireless headsets intermittently lighting up as they followed commands, weaving through the crowd. Several red hounds sat solemnly on the ground, scrutinizing everything around them. They have arrived. Those with keen eyes climbed nearby trees, shouting to the crowd. Vehicles are coming, several large buses. Preparations for the reception began, with drums and gongs resounding. Let us showcase the charm of Linjiang. With that, upon receiving instructions, an art troupe formed spontaneously among the populace, energetically performing, their clangorous sounds mingling with the piercing notes of the suona. In the distance, several buses of a uniform color appeared in the vision of the onlookers, gradually approaching. Behind them, a steady stream of private cars arrived to witness the competition. On the lead bus, boys and girls of similar age to Jiangzheng gazed quietly out the window. Is this Linjiang County? It seems decent enough. Decent enough? It pales in comparison to our Chuchuan. Someone scoffed, saying, "This shabby place. I've been here once before, and there's only one McGold bigger." Calling it a village would not be an exaggeration. How could it possibly compare to our key experimental county? Such words held a kernel of truth. As the statement settled, the two exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Within the bus, some feigned bravado while others remained silent. Donghua, however, did not turn around. He appeared exceptionally robust, standing out starkly among his peers. Even his uniform could not conceal the muscles that seemed to yearn for liberation. "What is the matter?" "Nothing much," Zhang Donghua finally replied, casting a lingering glance outside before retracting his gaze and shaking his head at his friend. The moment the curtains were drawn, they obscured the banner outside that read, "Warm congratulations to our senior class student Jiangzheng for achieving a top-tier ranking in the spirit test, becoming the county's #1 this year." "Don't worry, Donghua," his friend patted him on the shoulder, enviously squeezing his well-built muscles. "You are the pride of our school, a direct link to the military and political elite in Chuntang. That blind fellow from Yutang can hardly be compared to you." Listening to his friend's words, Zhao Donghua fell silent for a moment. "Do not underestimate this place. There is indeed a top tier here." "This place?" His friend blinked in surprise. "You are actually concerned about this county?" "A little," he admitted. "Hey, you're great, but you overthink things. You're too straightforward." His friend scoffed. A clear disdain etched on his face. "Have you forgotten what the teacher said? Linjiang has always ranked at the bottom, consistently poor in performance. Although there are rumors of a top tier emerging this year, you know the value of that, right? Did the old class say that?" "The latter part is my assumption. It's probably not far off." His friend cleared his throat, mimicking someone's tone. "In a bottom-ranking, impoverished county, how could a gem truly emerge? Even if it were a genuine gold-plated silver, it could not compare to the likes of Zhang Donghua. Rest assured, the principal, that is not something I made up. I overheard the old class saying it." Zhang Donghua remained silent for a moment before shaking his head. Perhaps I was indeed overthinking it. Aside from the one bus belonging to Chuchuan, the remaining 3 large buses hailed from Yutang County. The atmosphere within these buses mirrored that of the one from Chuchuan, primarily reflecting their perceptions of Linjiang. United in purpose, we shall seize the championship this time. A middle-aged man gripped the seat, fervently waving his arms to rally the spirits of the entire bus. His words, punctuated by fervent gestures, bore a slightly menacing intensity. Chuchuan wishes to trample us, and Linjiang joins the fray. Then let us fight. The children of Yutang have grown up on boats. We fear no challenge. The greater the storm, the more precious the fish. The greater the storm, the more precious the fish. The popular catchphrase from the past 2 years echoed throughout the bus. The youthful exuberance of the boys and girls rang out, their voices even reaching outside. In the last row, a boy with a bandaged face did not join in the shouting. He was unaccustomed to such displays. Yet it did not imply he lacked the same fervor as his peers. He absorbed the experience, the cacophony of drums and gongs outside, the passionate fervor resonating within the bus. He recalled the roughness of his grandmother's palms before departure, the raindrops that had fallen onto his lap, and her tremulous voice filled with joy. Child, you've made it. Everyone sees your worth. Your grandmother is waiting for your return. A pause. Little brother? A girl's voice, tinged with a less refined Mandarin, emerged from beside him. Her hand, pale yet slightly tinged with yellow, rested gently atop his, giving it a light squeeze. I'm fine. The boy's voice was melodious. He tightened the bandage concealing his eyes, a determined curve gracing his lips. Thus, the 3 counties converged, all awaiting the grand commencement. Chapter 49. The Fervor of the Ancient Qin Dynasty. Linjiang shall not be overlooked. As students from the 2 counties arrived, Linjiang No. 1 High School was far from idle. Days prior, local media had fervently gathered intelligence on the students from both counties, plastering it across newspapers to ensure visibility. The local media, though well-intentioned, left many feeling heavy-hearted after perusing the papers, as the results overwhelmingly overshadowed the achievements of Linjiang's students. To speak solely of this year's spirit test, not a single student from Chuchuan failed, with an impressive tally of 4 receiving top evaluations, far surpassing their previous records. Among them, aside from 3 who ranked below, 1, named Zhang Donghua, emerged as a prominent leader, attaining an upper-tier ranking. Yutang County had a few failures, yet their overall strength remained remarkably balanced. Additionally, a prodigy from Yutang Normal High School ranked among the top, known to have faced health challenges but astonishingly excelled in the spirit test, propelling themselves into the limelight. Just days prior, they had triumphed in a team competition against 2 schools within Yutang County, emerging as a dark horse this year. How could such formidable adversaries fail to instill a sense of panic among the students of Linjiang? Naturally, if the students could perceive the challenge, the teachers were equally aware of it. Thus, an invigorating mobilization became indispensable. All the students participating in the Tri-County Joint Competition gathered in the gymnasium, temporarily repurposed as an auditorium. At the forefront stood a makeshift long podium, occupied by the school's administration and various educators. To the far left and right of the room were 2 cameras, responsible for broadcasting to the large screens in each classroom. At that moment, all the students were attentively watching from their respective classes. Hello, hello, the homeroom teacher of Class 2 of the Spirit Master program approached the microphone, intending to say a few words, only to be unceremoniously shoved aside. He turned to see the newcomer and immediately chose silence. It was the principal, who also happened to be his father. The short-statured middle-aged man adjusted the microphone downwards, captivating the entire audience's attention. Yet, contrary to everyone's expectations, he did not commence an impassioned speech. "It is the school that has failed you," was his opening remark. The administration on the podium widened their eyes in disbelief. While murmurs arose from the audience, many left bewildered by this unexpected declaration. The principal, seemingly oblivious to the confusion, continued, "I know that many of you are good children. Many of you should not be achieving such results. You could have done better. It is the school that has been unable to assist you in growing in a fairer environment." Gradually, silence enveloped the room. Was this statement true? Perhaps it was. Perhaps it was not. Indeed, compared to Yutong and Sichuan, Linjiang No. 1 High School did experience a disparity in resources. This resulted in an exceedingly low tolerance for failure. If academic performance did not meet certain standards, students were left with no choice but to resign themselves to defeat. However, it was equally true that talent was an indispensable component of growth. Even if everyone could initially keep pace with the expected progress, a lack of innate ability would inevitably reveal itself in due time. It was merely a matter of when. Yet many were taken aback by the school's decision to shoulder the blame and utter such easily misinterpreted words, leaving them momentarily disoriented. I had actually prepared a speech. The principal chuckled, pulling a densely written page from his pocket filled with motivational phrases, but I have decided not to read it. With that, he tossed the paper into the air without a care. The northern region is the poorest, and Linjiang was once even poorer and more miserable. It is the relentless efforts of generations that have transformed Linjiang from a village into a county, establishing shopping centers and granting Linjiang County the qualifications to nurture spirit masters 12 years ago, along with wide roads. Linjiang is gradually improving, and I believe it will continue to do so. You are the fourth generation. Regardless of the outcome of the competition beginning tomorrow, do not doubt your worth. You are all good children. The principal smiled, stroking his balding head, because all of you are striving and fighting for Linjiang. What holds you back is us. There is a saying, how can a phoenix emerge from a chicken coop? He laughed heartily, disregarding the now solemn atmosphere. However, they all forgot one thing. The children of poor families must mature early. This competition is not for the school. It is for your future selves. Time flies. But for 12 years, Linjiang County has toiled tirelessly, every inch of progress hard-won. We do not compare ourselves to the present. We compare ourselves to the future. The crowd's gaze quickly shifted upward, fixating on this unremarkable old man they seldom held in high regard. As long as you give your utmost effort, all experiences will be preserved. The principal clenched his fist, frozen in midair, and bellowed, with the fervor of the ancient Qin, we Linjiang shall not falter. His voice resonated throughout the gymnasium, echoing in the hearts of all present. Some pictured their parents, others felt tears welling up, recalling past memories. A few stood in silence, fists clenched. They said nothing, yet the increasingly heavy breaths in the gymnasium spoke volumes. At the back, a young man stood with his hands in his pockets, calmly observing the scene. He was not swayed by the principal's speech. Yet he had to concede that such words were far more impactful than the usual empty exhortations of effort. The reactions of the crowd confirmed the effect of his words. Everything was for family. Everything was for the future. Such sentiments might not resonate in larger cities, not due to any lack of ability, but rather a difference in environment. Here, the pace was slow, and every penny earned had to be painstakingly divided. Consequently, most people began helping their families with modest tasks from a young age while diligently pursuing their studies. The principal's words struck a chord with their spirits. Success need not come from me. Perhaps such a notion was not entirely appropriate for them, yet it had already begun to take root in their hearts. After the assembly concluded, everyone gradually exited the gymnasium. Zhang, Li Qingrong hastened to approach, asking, today everyone can return home. I plan to head back for a bit. Would you like me to check on the situation at the Spirit Beast shop? No need. With Pingu there, you can rest easy. I won't rest. I'll be back tonight. Li Qingrong shook her head and inquired, what about you? Are you heading straight to the spirit cultivation room? I'm not going. The young man smiled gently. Though tomorrow marks the national day, many shops are already offering discounts today. I intend to go shopping. Shopping? Yes. Zhang strode ahead, his voice carrying back to Li Qingrong, a balance of work and leisure. I'll just wander about. Don't mind me. You should focus on your training, as you already possess the ability to independently defeat intermediate puppets. With that, the young man slipped into the crowd, disappearing without a trace. On the streets, a refreshing atmosphere prevailed. The local residents of Linjiang were eager to prove themselves to outsiders, even softening their tones while selling goods. Yet, the results were rather mediocre. Visitors from other counties, while not extravagantly dressed, appeared far more refined than the residents of Linjiang. Though their faces bore polite smiles, the underlying disdain was palpable, especially from those hailing from Yutong County. Their county had long shed the hardships of a life spent on boats, and now everything was falling into place. Consequently, they felt a complex mix of pride in their own or their descendants' escape from such struggles, yet struggled to empathize with the Linjiang inhabitants, who were still preoccupied with the rigors of hunting. Once class distinctions were crossed, the former class became the enemy. The significance of this statement was only growing. The young man sat beneath an outdoor umbrella, savoring a hamburger and sipping cola, observing the scene with keen eyes. Behind him stood the only golden arches in the county. Quite satisfactory. The youth took a couple of bites, nodding repeatedly. Since arriving in this world, he had never tasted anything like this. Zhang, who would never buy it for him, and his uncle referred to it as junk food, avoiding it entirely. Therefore, they could not comprehend the joy Zhang was experiencing at that moment. After finishing his hamburger, the boy wiped his hands and picked up a plastic bag beside him. Inside was a bucket of fried chicken for his little companion. Just then, a group of people approached. Is this what you call delicacies? One boy, clad in a bright red school uniform emblazoned with the characters Chu Chuan, remarked in a low voice, audible only to those nearby. There's nothing else. We might as well make do with one meal. Donghua, are you eating? It's on me. The burly boy, lost in thought, glanced up and, after a moment of hesitation, shook his head. No, I suggest you all eat sparingly. Oh, come on, just one meal. We can't. Thud. The speaker paused. His face suddenly contorted with disdain. We can't eat food that's even worse than junk, can we? As soon as those words left his mouth, the burly boy abruptly halted, furrowing his brow as he surveyed the surrounding crowd. Something felt off. Although his friend was difficult to deal with, he wasn't devoid of social grace. Hey, why have you stopped? I want to eat this pig slop. The more he spoke, the more outrageous he sounded, as if he had suddenly developed a deep-seated grudge against the place. If you don't want to eat, just wait outside for me. I'll grab something. Before he could finish his sentence, a shadow collided with him, akin to crashing into a solid wall, causing him to stumble back, nearly falling to the ground. Suddenly, a sturdy arm grasped the back of his collar, lifting him up with force. It was, indeed, the burly boy. However, he was not looking at him. His gaze was fixed intently on the smiling youth across from them. The boy smiled kindly, meeting the former's gaze without fear, and spoke gently. Oh dear, I didn't notice. You. The boy who had been bumped was both startled and furious. These are new pants and new shoes. My apologies, I'll be more careful next time. Did I hurt you? The youth shook the plastic bag in his hand. Why not have some junk food to replenish your energy? I'll eat you. Enough. The burly boy interjected, preventing his friend from voicing further insults, casting a deep look at the smiling youth. We are all of similar age. Let us just go our separate ways. All right. The youth smiled, nodded, and continued on his way. Donghua, why did you stop me? If it weren't for you, I would have shown him a thing or two. How dare he bump into me? Enough. Let's head back to the hotel. Lunch will be boxed meals from here. Not far away, a boy wearing a cloth headband faced away from them, deftly picking up fries from the table and popping them into his mouth. As he munched, a smile unexpectedly appeared on his face. Beside him, a rather plain-looking girl picked up some ketchup, appearing a bit lost. Wanggu. It seems these two things are meant to be eaten together. I've seen others do it, she said tentatively. Do you want anything else? I have money. I can buy it for you. I'm fine, I'm full. The boy with the headband pushed the untouched fries towards her. Don't just focus on me. You should eat too. It's quite good. You can try it their way. Oh, okay. The girl looked a bit dazed yet cautiously eager. Then I'll just have one. Having never tasted such food, how could she resist the temptation? It's all yours. A visible tenderness appeared on the boy's face. We've come out for this rare occasion. Let us all try some. Don't save my money. Go get the best and most expensive. Oh, all right. I'll follow your lead. By the way, Wanggu, what made you smile just now? I saw something amusing. Oh, the girl, somewhat confused, nibbled on the fries, her face alight with happiness. As if witnessing this scene, the boy with the headband grew even gentler. Suddenly, he said, don't buy anything, just eat this. The plastic bag was abruptly placed on the table before them. A bold youth, unabashed, took a seat on the empty chair, scanning the boy with the headband before addressing the girl, who stood there in surprise. Inside is a bucket of fried chicken. No, thank you, kind stranger, the girl replied, though not overly cautious, merely adjusting her bag. We have money. We can buy it ourselves. Fair enough, then take this. The youth smiled and placed a coupon on the table. This will help you save some money. You won't refuse this, will you? The girl stole a glance at the boy with the headband. Since the youth's arrival, the latter had quickly furrowed his brow, his body slightly tensing, as if he had not anticipated the former's appearance. However, before the girl turned to him, he had already regained his composure. Thank you. He spoke first, slowly, kind stranger. You're welcome. The youth blinked, his pupils momentarily appearing to sharpen, before calming, and he added, with a hint of depth, one must do a good deed every day to accumulate virtue. That makes sense. I'll remember that and be more cautious in the future. The boy with the headband showed no sign of distress, merely smiling slightly. Shall we meet again tomorrow? The youth nodded with a smile. See you tomorrow. Chapter 50. Stepping into battle, one's appearance reflects the heart. Bang, bang, bang. Fireworks erupted skyward for National Day, as throngs of people filled the streets. Countless roadside vendors vied for prime positions, showcasing their culinary prowess and committing to the dignity of street food. Each vendor appeared as earnest as if preparing for battle, indifferent to the curious glances from out-of-towners. What are they doing, setting up food stalls outside the opening ceremony? It smells rather unrefined. Such a small place, lacking in perspective. Officer, aren't you going to do anything? A woman, covering her nose, pointed at a nearby vendor as she addressed the patrolling officer. It's affecting the city's appearance. Yet this was a county town, and today was National Day. The officer, his expression stern, looked at her. Having heard her earlier remarks, the association granted them permission to set up stalls and earn a living while there are crowds. Since you're here, why not buy something to taste? The woman opened her mouth to retort, but the officer had already moved on, continuing his patrol. What a person, truly. Let us go see our son at the opening. They shuffled forward, forming a line. An hour later, they finally reached the expansive, hollowed-out venue. It resembled a sports field, yet at its center stood a series of rectangular platforms. To aptly describe it, it resembled an ancient Roman amphitheater. This site had been leveled and constructed over 7 days, mobilizing all the manpower, resources, and vehicles of Linjiang County. There were 4 platforms here. At a glance, there exists a spectacle that seems utterly incongruous with the county town. Dozens of officials from Linjiang County, already in position, are uniformly clad in dark Zhongshan suits, continuously shaking hands with the accompanying officials from the 2 neighboring counties. How splendid! One can only imagine the hardships you have endured, one might remark. Not at all. It is all for the sake of providing the students with an appropriate venue for the competition. A little hardship is to be expected, comes the reply. Indeed, when it comes to awareness, Linjiang County is not lacking in any respect. Laughter ensues, a gesture of politeness exchanged among all present. As this tri-county joint competition unfolds, the audience is plentiful, with meticulously arranged seating densely surrounding the central arena. The thoughtfully designed angles ensure that every spectator can gain a clear view of the battles taking place upon the stage. The media from Linjiang County has generously contributed a multitude of cameras, each positioned to capture multiple angles of every arena, ensuring the integrity of the competition. The judges stand resolute, some of whom are retired law enforcement officers volunteering their time, their experienced eyes sharp and discerning. In this regard, the Linjiang County Municipal Office has issued a stern directive against any form of favoritism or corruption. As for the participating students, they have yet to enter the arena, as they are to be admitted in batches according to a predetermined order. At this moment, they remain in an adjacent outdoor waiting area. Go for it, my boy. Win the match, and we'll celebrate tonight. Darling, please be cautious. DeBeo, you are the pride of your parents. Regardless of the outcome, we are proud of you. Outside the barriers of the waiting area, local parents who have hurriedly come to witness the event lean against the fence, fervently calling out their children's names. Their face is a mix of worry and pride. The children whose names are called rub their eyes and wave back, responding loudly to their parents. In this moment, any youthful embarrassment brought on by the prospect of competition dissolves. Love is reciprocated with the utmost fervor. Li Qingrong weeps openly, her tears flowing like rain on pear blossoms. Her steadfast parents, who diligently operate their business day in and day out, stand just outside the railing, energetically cheering her on. Mom, Dad, I will definitely. Before she can finish her sentence, she bursts into tears. Emotions are contagious. Her sobbing prompts her classmates to struggle against their own tears. Yet, amidst this emotional turmoil, Jiang Zheng stands apart, calm and composed, his mind preoccupied with the messages he received prior to arriving. From Sichuan Experimental High School, the student leader Zhang Donghua has failed to pass all 3 trials of spiritual mastery, achieving a score of 19 in the spiritual test, thus earning a first-class rating. He excels in physical techniques, specializing in earth-based spiritual arts, his spiritual beast being a combat-type bear. It is suspected that he has practiced the exclusive Heart Sutra of Chuntang Military Academy, endowed with the special ability infiltration, making him exceptionally adept in solo combat. The specific effects are as follows. From Yutong High School, the student leader Xuanhua has passed the first trial of spiritual mastery, scoring 70 in the spiritual test, earning a second-class rating. He excels in wind, water, and with spiritual arts, his spiritual beast being an ordinary cold mechanical creature known as the heart-pulling drum. During the spiritual test, he awakened a hereditary talent known as Heart Reflects the Countenance, making him particularly skilled in team battles. The specifics of this talent are as follows. These details were all relayed to Jiang Zheng by his uncle. He mentally reviewed this information twice, ensuring that nothing was overlooked. In truth, Sichuan and Yutong are not limited to these 2 exceptional individuals. However, his uncle evidently believes that Jiang Zheng should focus primarily on them. This assessment is not without merit, for the remaining participants do not possess a significant gap in ability, and only these 2 hold the power to rival him. Between Zhang Donghua and Xuanhua, despite one being rated first class and the other second class, it is difficult to ascertain which poses a greater threat. The former's physique, which Jiang Zheng observed yesterday, is quite remarkable for someone of his age, a promising candidate for military service. Chuntang Military Academy clearly has a discerning eye and acts swiftly. As for Xuanhua, the sudden awakening of hereditary talent during the spiritual test evokes a sense of familiarity in Jiang Zheng. He stroked his chin and chuckled softly. This individual is quite shrewd. Had it not been for his intervention yesterday, that unfortunate boy's dissatisfaction with Linjiang County would not have escalated into overt insult. This indicates that he likely shares a similar background and may possess a talent for emotional manipulation, albeit he leans toward overt displays while Jiang Zheng prefers the shadows. Both are formidable adversaries. The youth exhaled slowly, his expression betraying no hint of defeat. Instead, his desire grew ever more fervent. He yearned for the opportunity to engage with such opponents. Linjiang students are unworthy rivals, and he often finds himself toying with the notion of competition alone. Yet this grand tournament presents him with an extraordinary opportunity. Just as he was lost in thought, a sudden commotion erupted from the front rows. It appeared it was time to enter and make their grand appearance. Suddenly, Jiang Zheng sensed a peculiar disturbance. He calmly turned his head and, from a distance, caught the gaze of a robust boy among the students from Sichuan County who stood apart from the crowd. Zhang Dongwu did nothing but stand there, merely observing him. However, the unfortunate boy from yesterday gave a thumbs up, gliding his hand across his neck in a gesture reminiscent of Zhou Cheng's usual demeanor. It seemed they had come to recognize who he was. Jiang Zheng offered a faint smile, diverting his gaze. In that fleeting moment of departure, he noticed Xuanhua, situated within the vicinity of Yutong County's students, tying a cloth strip, also gazing at him. This seemingly oblivious boy appeared to understand that Jiang Zheng was watching him as well, revealing a signature smile that mirrored the other's, warm and unassuming, evoking a sense of déjà vu. Thus, the crowd began to stir as the tedious and formal opening ceremony commenced. In the dead of night, countless villages lie nestled outside Linjiang County. They are not far from the county. A ride on a tricycle would take less than an hour to reach. Countless hunters depend on the distant snow-capped mountains, 30 kilometers away, to sustain their livelihoods, often departing at dawn to hunt and returning only at dusk. Every year, some meet their demise upon those mountains, yet they never cower in fear. Such is the fate of a hunter. What is there to lament? I raised you, and one day you will also take my life. The villagers who live outside the county have come to terms with this reality, especially in Wangjia village, renowned for its hunting prowess. Chapter 51, The Death of Hunter Wang. The hunting prowess of Wangjia village is well known among the surrounding populace. It is said that the last fatality on the snow-capped mountains occurred in the previous generation. Yet today, the windows of the village shine dimly. This morning, Linjiang County hosted an opening ceremony coinciding with National Day, and many of the village's elders took their children to attend. It is even likely that they indulged in a bit of luxury by staying overnight in the county. With a crunch, his footprints pressed into the snow, leaving deep imprints. Hunter Wang slowly entered the village, shaking off the snow from his clothes, somewhat astonished as he surveyed his surroundings. Why are the dogs at the entrance silent? After pondering for a brief moment, he shook his head, dismissing these thoughts from his mind. The village is remarkably safe. The able-bodied men serve as the backbone of their families, and they would not depart from Wangjia village as easily as the elderly or the young. Perhaps those dogs have fallen asleep? Wang the hunter mused. He had intended not to return today, having already taken Wang Danyu to the county. Yet, the child could not sleep, clamoring for the rattle that their mother had placed in their hands before succumbing to her illness. It was his own oversight that had caused him to forget this cherished item. Thus, he quickened his pace, determined to return swiftly. Thoughts of his boisterous son filled his mind. No matter the trials faced, the boy's rough face always bore a joyful expression. Upon crossing the threshold into the yard, Wang the hunter did not pause, making straight for the main house. However, just a few steps in, he suddenly froze. Something was amiss. The smile on his face faded gradually. While the dogs at the village entrance were asleep, how could his loyal companions at home be so? They were brothers in arms, having shared countless hunts. Once, when he was at his lowest, someone had offered a hefty sum for one of them, but he had refused, for they were family. Have we been robbed? The tip of Wang the hunter's nose twitched as his right hand instinctively gripped the hilt of the knife concealed beneath his wolfskin cloak, a fierce glint igniting in his eyes. How dare anyone encroach upon his territory? Had he not faced thieves while hunting in the mountains before? Those scoundrels! I shall flay you alive. He immediately lowered his body, regretting that he had not been more vigilant upon entering the yard. Though his steps were light, honed by years of hunting, he feared they might have alerted someone. Should he call for help? The thought did cross Wang's mind. Yet, rather than rely on the less experienced youngsters, he chose to investigate himself, as a seasoned veteran would. Thus, he pressed forward, drawing his blade with a deliberate slowness. As he approached the entrance, he could hear the crackling of burning firewood and the bubbling of a pot, as if something was being cooked. This revelation darkened his expression. With a sudden kick, he burst through the door. The blade gleamed as he expertly wielded his curved knife, seemingly chaotic yet precisely guarding against any arrows or traps that might be aimed at him. After all, his home was filled with potential threats. Yet, nothing transpired. In the center, a pale-skinned man sat calmly on a low stool, tossing fresh flesh into a boiling earthen pot. Beside him lay several bloody dog skins and some carcasses that had yet to be placed in the pot. Awful. Rage surged within Wang the hunter as he seethed. You dare to consume the flesh of my brethren? I shall make you pay with your life. Upon hearing the commotion, the pale man did not even glance in Wang's direction. Instead, he casually picked up a skinned carcass from the ground, resting his hand upon it. And with a gentle twist, he effortlessly snapped the bones in two, their sound akin to breaking twigs. This sight sent a shiver through Wong the hunter, momentarily cooling his fury. Not good. He recognized that some individuals possessed the strength to shatter animal bones with their bare hands, but never with such ease as this man displayed. After tossing the broken carcass into the pot, the pale man picked up a ladle, sampling the broth without concern for the blood that had yet to congeal. "Is this your home?" He calmly set down the ladle, offering a critique. "It appears you have raised them well. They are loyal guardians of your household. Even as I tore apart one of their own before their eyes, none dared to flee." Wong the hunter's expression shifted, his rage flickering but never settling. It was only when he noticed a box atop a cabinet that his demeanor changed. In the next instant, he cast aside his curved knife and, with a thud, knelt before the pale man, taking a deep breath. "You may leave. I have seen nothing." The pale man chuckled lightly, finally lifting his gaze. "They sacrificed their lives for your household, and you do not seek vengeance?" Wong the hunter bowed his head forcefully, refusing to answer the pale man's question, instead murmuring to himself, "I shall not return to the county. I will leave, far away, I swear." Indeed, at times, humans are less than beasts. The pale man leisurely interrupted. "The world is so cruel, it truly pains me. I wish," his words chilled the air, "to extract your heart and see if it is as dark as I suspect." Kneeling on the ground, Wong the hunter continued to bow his head. "Utterly pointless," the pale man observed, sighing. "What a waste. You exhibit less courage than those able-bodied men. They would charge into battle with blades drawn. In recognition of their bravery, I granted them a proper burial. As for you, you shall not receive such mercy." With a smirk, the pale man's voice echoed in the room. "I will dismember you, piece by piece, to honor the loyalty of these hounds." As he spoke, the pale man suddenly paused, appearing intrigued. "People like you, I suspect, abound in the county. They must also be disloyal and unworthy. I shall not spare a single one of them." Wong the hunter's head snapped up, eyes wide with terror. The pale man's gaze twisted into a sinister arc. "Regardless of age or gender, I will extract their hearts one by one." Before he could finish speaking, Wong the hunter surged forward, snatching up the curved knife from the ground. With a roar, he lunged at the pale man, unleashing all his strength in a deadly swing aimed at the man's neck. The fluidity of his movements was remarkable, yet there was no follow-through. A shadow suddenly descended from the beams above, enveloping Wong the hunter in an instant, only to separate again moments later. In the next heartbeat, a torrent of blood gushed forth, splattering the room. The lower half of his body, now devoid of its upper half, instinctively lurched forward, ultimately collapsing at the feet of the pale man. The latter wiped the blood from his face, visibly repulsed. The blood of the disloyal truly stinks. Thud, thud. It seemed the force of the blood had shaken the distant cabinet, causing a beautifully crafted jewelry box to tumble down. Its lid flew open, revealing a vibrant rattle and a collection of photographs. The women depicted within, as pale as the man himself, bore a sickly yearning for life, tinged with the agony of suffering and a longing for release. The pale man glanced at the images, realization dawning upon him. "Oh," he exclaimed with a tone of deep regret. "How foolish of me. I see now, you wished for survival in this manner. How poignant." With a look of compassion, the pale man rose, stepping over the remnants of Wong the hunter as he made his way outside. Beyond the entrance, several dark figures stood against the wind and snow, appearing immaculate. "Have you fed the auspicious ones? Then let us depart." The pale man wiped away tears from his face. "I cannot abide such things. It seems you are, like me, concerned for your family. Thus, it is imperative that they are reunited. Only then can his thoughts be fulfilled. Alas, how lamentable is this world. How blind are the heavens. Oh dear." The plaintive wails, akin to those of lost souls and wandering spirits, resound through the village, tranquil as a still pond. Chapter 52, Wang Daniu. Morning dawns. Jiang Zheng meanders through the kitchen, one hand lifting the pot lid while the other deftly navigates his phone, perusing the competition rules. These regulations had long been established by the three counties, yet they were only publicly divulged during yesterday's opening ceremony. It was only after the event that the document was distributed to each contestant. He tore open a bag of pickled vegetables, poured it onto a small plate, and bent down to feed it to the eagerly awaiting Zai Zai at his side. "This is not your food. Please place it on the table." Zai Zai cautiously nibbled at the edge of the plate, its words muffled. Jiang Zheng affectionately patted its head and resumed his examination of the rules on his phone. The overall structure closely adheres to the regulations of formal domestic competitions, albeit with more explicit stipulations. For instance, while National Professional League battles prohibit surrendering within the first 30 seconds, here, one may raise their hand at any moment. Similarly, in World Championships, the pursuit continues until the opponent is entirely incapacitated, Here, it transforms into a request to halt the match once the referee deems the competitor incapable of continuing. These guidelines stem from a concern for the student's safety. After all, it is merely a contest. There is no need for it to escalate to bloodshed. Additionally, Zhang Zheng received the written version of the lottery rules. The competition is divided into individual and doubles categories, with the former occurring daily from 8 in the morning until noon, and the latter from 2 in the afternoon until 6. Each round comprises 15 minutes of competition, followed by 15 minutes for venue repairs and preparation for the next group. While this timing may seem insufficient for formal competitions, it suffices for the students who possess limited experience. Each participating student must simultaneously enroll in both competition types, finding their own partners. Should they fail to secure a partner before the doubles event, they will be randomly paired with another contestant in the same predicament. Currently, there are 43 contestants from 2 classes at a high school in Linjiang County, 25 contestants from 1 class in Chu County, and 188 contestants from 6 classes across 2 high schools in Yutong County. This totals exactly 256 participants for the individual competition and 128 teams for the doubles. All segments adhere to a single elimination format. The preliminary rounds span 2 days, coinciding with National Day and October 2nd. The top 16 will be decided on October 3rd and 4th, followed by the semifinals on the 5th and the finals on the 6th, culminating on the last day of the National Day celebrations. The doubles event undergoes minor adjustments, yet it neatly aligns with the final day of the holiday. The absence of a loser's bracket implies that all contestants must tread a singular path, devoid of any opportunity for error. As for the order of participation, it will be communicated to each school a day in advance, which will then notify the students scheduled to compete the following day. For instance, Jiang Zheng, who attended the opening ceremony yesterday, received a call from Chu Chang shortly after returning home, informing him of his competition schedule. He is to compete in the first match of the individual category at the first arena and in the first match of the doubles category at the third arena. He had not anticipated competing on the first day. Jiang Zheng prepared a bowl of thick congee, tasting the spoon. He had expected that, as the sole-seeded contestant from Linjiang County, he would not be thrust into competition so early, allowing him to observe and conceal himself for a while longer. After all, he had yet to showcase any scenes of battle alongside his spirit beast. However, it seemed that the municipal authorities were eager to put forth their first contender, compelling him to take the stage. He found it hard to believe that the draw had been entirely fair. He carried the congee to the dining table, pouring the pickled vegetables into it and stirring them together, deeming it sufficient for sustenance. Meanwhile, Zai Zai lay sprawled on the table, fiercely gnawing at a bone riddled with teeth marks, having already drained the gene elixir beside it. Given the state of that bone, it would not be long before it shattered. After all, Zai Zai had just ascended to level 6. The first semester of senior year was not yet halfway through, and Zai Zai had already surpassed the midpoint. At this rate, Jiang Zheng might soon attain the 3rd barrier of spirit taming alongside Zai Zai. Once he masters all 3 barriers, he would reach the pinnacle of the 0 grade and ascend to the rank of a spirit tamer. Time indeed flies swiftly. The youth consumed his congee voraciously, finishing it off entirely. It was somewhat hot, yet he could endure it. Just as he intended to place the bowl in the kitchen and retrieve a cloth to tidy up the shop, Zai Zai, engaged in its battle with the bone, suddenly perked up its ears. In the next moment, it stood on the table, its golden eyes fixated intently on the outside. The boy, sharing a profound bond with Zai Zai, halted and turned to gaze toward the roll-up door as well. An unfamiliar aura lingered outside, one that Zai Zai did not recognize. Who is it? The boy calmly approached the kitchen door, deftly prying loose a tile to reveal a slender wooden box hidden beneath. Inside the box lay a pristine spirit-locking talisman. While he did not believe anyone would dare to cause trouble in broad daylight, it was prudent to be prepared. Knock, knock, knock. A series of urgent raps followed, accompanied by a somewhat familiar voice laced with tears. Jiang Shi, Jiang Gij. The youthful voice, punctuated by sobs, persisted. What? Jiang Zheng recognized the owner of that voice. He returned the wooden box to its place, replaced the tile, and hurried toward the roll-up door, seizing a lollipop from a nearby box along the way. With a swift motion, he raised the roll-up door, revealing a small, dirt-streaked boy, tears streaming down his face as he rubbed his eyes. The tiger cap atop his head was particularly distinctive. Wah? Upon seeing the youth, Wang Daniu's cries intensified, but he was promptly silenced by the lollipop that Jiang Zheng offered him. Wang Daniu, have some candy, don't cry. I don't want candy. I don't want candy. While the boy, usually enamored with lollipops and always bringing one along during summer classes, now rejected the treat, letting it fall to the ground. Instead, he took 2 steps forward, clutching Jiang Zheng's trousers and wailing loudly. The neighbors from Mud Snail Alley, still bleary-eyed, peeked out to see. They recognized the child who often visited during the summer. In truth, had it not been for an early rising neighbor encountering Wang Daniu at the alley's entrance. The little fellow would have likely been even muddier. Come, let us go inside and talk. The youth spoke gently, continually stroking the boy's head, attempting to soothe his tumultuous emotions. At such times, telling a child not to cry proves futile, especially when they are sobbing so intensely. He is not an adult. His willpower and self-control are feeble. Even if he comprehends the essence of your words, his instinctive urge to continue crying cannot simply be quelled. The young boy cradled the child and placed him gently before the little creature. After soothing him momentarily, Jiang Zheng made his way to the kitchen to retrieve his phone. Although he had risen early that day and the dawn was still casting a dim light, he needed to allocate an hour for warm-up exercises. Thus, the process of gathering others was indispensable. After dialing Ping Ji's number and succinctly conveying the situation, the youth returned to the dining table. At that moment, the small boy was clutching the occasionally swaying tail of the creature, his cries having softened to mere whimpers, though he still occasionally choked on his sobs. The creature maintained a demeanor that was both polite and distant. It exhibited this behavior towards all humans, save for Jiang Zheng. Even with Li Qingrong, who bore the scent of familiarity, it was inconceivable for her to embrace the creature. Are you all right? The youth smiled and knelt before the small boy, magically producing a lollipop to place in his hand. If you're not crying anymore, why don't you tell me what happened? As he spoke, a glimmer of silver flashed in Jiang Zheng's eyes. Chapter 53. The hemp rope always breaks at the thinnest point. My father brought me to the county yesterday. The boy began, saying it was for fun and that I could watch your performance, Brother Jiang. I couldn't sleep at night and wanted the toy my mother promised to buy me. So, my father went to get it, telling me to stay at the hotel and watch TV. I just kept watching and watching, but he never came back. At this point, Wang Daniu burst into tears once more, snot pouring from his nose uncontrollably. He doesn't want me anymore, what? No, how could that be? The youth lifted his head, his pupils returning to normalcy. Your father cares for you deeply. He would never abandon you. He must have been delayed on the way. Jiang Zheng spoke these words, but inside, his heart grew heavier. He understood that some children might fabricate tales influenced by their surroundings and immature reasoning. Thus, he deliberately opened his eyes wider to scrutinize the boy. However, what he saw and heard appeared indistinguishable. This was quite serious, for Jiang Zheng knew that Wang the hunter would never permit his deceased wife's child to spend even a single night alone in the county without him. Even if he encountered delays, Wang would undoubtedly find a way back on foot to embrace his child. Jiang Zheng was more acutely aware of the love Wang harbored for Daniu than anyone else. The lifeless snow mountain wolf pelts in the storeroom served as the best testament to this. That was a staggering 500 pounds of wolf pelts. Even though the wolf packs of the Great Snow Mountain were numerous, a hunter, no matter how skilled, would face considerable risk to procure 500 pounds of wolf pelts. Thus, Wang the hunter's disappearance presented a glaringly evident conclusion. Either he had sustained injuries on his way back, rendering him unconscious and currently fighting for his life in some hospital, or the youth sighed while gently stroking the small boy's head. It could very well be that Wang the hunter had perished. As the most renowned hunter in the region, it was no simple feat to ensure the demise of a father burdened with hope and concern. It was precisely this complexity that rendered the situation perilous. Jiang Zheng's brows knitted slightly. It was then that he recalled a previous conversation with his uncle regarding two thieves who had vanished in the county. They were members of the Huoyo Hall, one of whom was the cousin of a certain sub-hall leader. Therefore, could this be the doing of the sub-hall leader mentioned? Lacking critical information, Jiang Zheng could not ascertain. However, this did not prevent him from making another phone call. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside the shop, accompanied by a yawn. Xiao Jiang, where's Daniu? Ping Gu, visibly fatigued, forced a smile as he entered, only to be met with the sight of the filthy little boy. This caused him to jolt, shaking off his drowsiness. Ping Gu found it hard to believe. You didn't let anyone abduct him, did you? In Ling County, abductions were serious matters, often accompanied by homicides. The people of Ling County, though impoverished, held a deep reverence for children. When a family lost a child, a palpable aura of menace would inevitably emerge. The regulations? I wouldn't know. I never studied, he continued. I just saw that person heading towards the Great Snow Mountain, claiming he wanted to tame the wolf pack. I've never encountered such a remarkable individual. I drove him part of the way without a second thought. Whereas your father? Ping Gu scanned the surroundings, his vigilance heightened. He is not out causing trouble, is he? Times have changed. Such behavior no longer goes unpunished. This statement was bluntly straightforward, for Wang the hunter was indeed capable of such actions. Years past were not like the present. The snow mountains were perilously treacherous, and thus each village outside the county had clearly delineated hunting territories, steering clear of one another. Yet, there were always those with unscrupulous hands, who liked to wander and snatch traps set by others. If one were fortunate enough to avoid such encounters, all would be well. However, should one happen upon them, cordial pleasantries would be the order of the day. Wang the hunter had always been the one to descend the mountain alive, and thus in his youth, he frequently expressed gratitude for nature's bounty, even building a temple for the non-existent mountain deity. The deity, in turn, was quite understanding, reportedly appearing in a dream that night, instructing Wang the hunter to extend the boundaries of Wang family village's hunting area even farther, precisely encroaching upon the territory of another village that would soon be engaged in mourning rituals and lamentations. No, Jiang Zheng interjected promptly, whispering a few words close to Ping Ji's ear. This caused Ping Ji's expression to shift to one of grave seriousness. After a brief pause, he said, I understand. I'll take the child to the station now. There's no need for you to make the call. I'll personally inform Officer Li of your suspicions. Ping Ge crouched down and picked up the small boy. Xiao Jiang, I know you have a competition today, and I had planned to catch a glimpse of it. Since there are pressing matters, I shan't attend. You should warm up. With that, he prepared to leave with the child. I want to go. I want to go. Initially caught off guard, Wang Daniu only began to cry out as he noticed the growing distance between them. Brother Jiang, my father said if he isn't around, I should come find you. What if I leave and he comes looking for me, but can't find me? Upon hearing this, Ping Ge halted, letting out a sigh. Jiang Zheng stepped closer and gently pinched Wang Daniu's cheek. If I see him, I will certainly inform him. Rest assured, Uncle Wang won't blame you for running off. Really? Of course. Jiang Zheng smiled, betraying no hint of his underlying concerns. You should accompany Officer Ping to the station and take a good rest. Go on, Ping Ge. All right. The weighty footsteps faded into the distance until no sound remained, and the youth remained motionless. The creature sensed Jiang Zheng's emotions. After a moment of hesitation, it leaped down from the table and walked up to Jiang Zheng, looking up at him. The next second, meow. Hey. The youth squatted down and tapped the creature on the head. You certainly know I dislike it when you call me that, don't you? You're doing it on purpose, aren't you? The creature tilted its head, feigning innocence. I'm fine. Jiang Zheng cradled the creature close, tightening his embrace, and gazed out at the dimly lit world beyond. I'm merely reflecting on the fact that the hemp rope always breaks at the thinnest point. The young man exhaled heavily, a hint of helplessness etched on his face. The people here are all quite conscientious. Suddenly, an incident has occurred, and it truly leaves me feeling a bit out of sorts. Let us proceed. We must warm up. Master, what is the fee? You owe me nothing. The driver blocked the payment QR code, turning to smile at Jiang Zheng. I often drop off passengers at number 1 high school and have seen your photograph. Today, you are taking the stage, I presume? I will not accept payment. On the first day of National Day, I am simply seeking good fortune. Please do not offer me any. Child, I do not say this to others, but to you, I must express, no steamed buns without a fight for dignity. Go for it. All right, victory is certain. Jiang Zheng nodded with a smile, refraining from prolonging the conversation and instead turning to exit the vehicle. Before him, figures intertwined. The atmosphere vibrant beyond measure. He even spotted the county's art troupe, braving the biting wind, clad in thin line dance costumes, prancing about and climbing high. This was a symbol of ascending success. The art troupe from the county was undoubtedly there to bless some child's family. After quietly observing for a while, the young man suddenly glanced down at the jade pendant at his waist. Let us go. He gently patted the jade, his tone both tender and resolute. Do not be anxious. In due time, you shall take the stage. Chapter 54. Regrets of the Monkey. Shadows of the group. As it is a grand competition, a host is indispensable. The host hired by Linjiang County was once responsible for financial analysis at the Shandong Provincial Television Station. However, little did he expect that after passionately critiquing the world on television, he would return home to live out his days in solitude. Rumor has it that he was momentarily misled and invested in the wrong stocks. Yet, such errors are rarely mere moments of confusion. Regardless of whether it was a lack of skill or being deceived, those matters are now in the past. At least, as he stood with a microphone before the camera, he appeared remarkably spirited. Perhaps the vibrant red of his attire accentuated his complexion. This is Linjiang number 1, and we are live at the Tri-County Joint Competition. I am your host, wishing everyone a joyful National Day. The elder was invigorated, as if rekindling his youthful spirit. Behind me lies today as competition venue. We have merely 10 minutes remaining before the commencement. With those words, the elder paused slightly, seamlessly transitioning to the next topic. Now, let me reiterate the competition rules and introduce the contestants for the first round. The competition had not established a lounge. Each contestant sat in the open waiting area from the previous day, bundled in thick cotton jackets, awaiting the start of the contest. In the distance, a crowd of spectators had gathered. Their numbers were considerable. Some were relatives and friends of the contestants, capturing photographs with their cameras, while others were passers-by or fans. such as Jiang Zheng's admirers. Jiang Air, look here. Wow. P.S. looking. Quick, take a picture. The youth withdrew his gaze, a touch of exasperation flickering across his face. These individuals were mostly young girls, seemingly just entering junior high, at the age of idolizing stars. While their families might disapprove of chasing after entertainment celebrities, they generally had no objections to pursuing someone like Jiang Zheng, who was both handsome and academically gifted. Such serendipity as this can inspire children to take him as a role model. Wouldn't that be splendid? In the distance, numerous students from Sichuan and Yutong were fixated on the figure of the boy seated in the front, their hostility unmistakable in their gazes. Part of this hostility stemmed from being provoked by the current spectacle, yet another part arose from having received intelligence about Linjiang No. 1 High School. The foremost information highlighted Jiang Zheng. He is our school's formidable adversary. Many teachers echoed this sentiment. In fact, the school had even symbolically issued a reward. Anyone who could defeat him would receive a prize from the institution. Most of this was merely for show. After all, it was not a life-or-death narrative. The primary aim was to ignite the students' competitive spirit. Jiang Zheng turned his head. The voice belonged to a student from his class. At that moment, he was slyly pointing behind him, his expression tense. They are watching you. Be careful. Be careful? Jiang Zheng chuckled, his demeanor warm and approachable. Understood. Thank you. Oh, it is only right. Since Jiang Zheng had systematically vanquished intermediate puppets, his reputation at school had soared dramatically. Now, everyone called him Jiang Gu upon seeing him. Just then, several staff members approached from the front, waving to everyone. All right, everyone prepare to enter the arena. Who is on the first stage? I am. Jiang Zheng raised his hand. Then you will stand first. And the other? Here. The speaker drew closer, his gaze fixed intently on Jiang Zheng, maintaining his stare even as he stood beside him. Jiang Zheng casually glanced sideways. The blue school uniform jacket belonged to Yutong County. Hey, you vile little Uchiha brat, do you think you can defeat me? Upon hearing his sudden remark, Jiang Zheng raised an eyebrow. What? Indeed, arrogance is your original sin. The individual mimicked a character. If 1,000 divided by 7 equals what? Even without my spirit beast, you might not stand a chance against me. At this proclamation, Jiang Zheng could no longer suppress a laugh. Uchiha brat, what are you laughing at? Brain eating is still eating. What did you say? Oh, I said the days in Yutong County are truly splendid. It's enviable. Jiang Zheng turned to scrutinize him, chuckling as he shook his head. Allow me to offer a piece of advice. You think anime is quite enjoyable. But you must understand one thing. Jiang Zheng interrupted him with a smile. I do not shun the two-dimensional. However, one must learn to distinguish between reality and passion. I am not a two-dimensional character. Then swear on the little devil with twin ponytails on your shirt. I do not vehemently advocate for my adversary's suggestions. Fine. Jiang Zheng nodded, casually remarking. Let us see if I treat you like a denizen of the underworld when the time comes. You, enter the arena. The staff checked their watches, gesturing broadly as the barrier in front was lifted. The posters that had isolated the venue gradually descended, swiftly collected by the staff, revealing the competition site. Linjiang County lacked a large sports arena, and this was the best they could manage. The youth stepped forward, leading the way for all. The tri-county duel competition did not charge for tickets, so the seating arrangement depended entirely on one's arrival time. When Jiang Zheng had first arrived, the line of people had already stretched down the street, seemingly endless. It was easy to imagine just how many individuals were present at the moment. As the contestants stepped onto the field, the audience erupted in exuberant cheers, many rising to their feet, wildly waving their arms. Among them were numerous locals from Linjiang. They typically lack recreational activities. Thus, the inaugural competition held in Linjiang County was a delightful indulgence. Is that Jiang Zheng? Haha, indeed it is. Fortunately, we arrived early, allowing us to witness him in the very first match. The young lad swiftly approached his designated arena. I am Jiang Zheng, the contender for the first arena. Verification complete. The local staff in charge of the checks did not even glance at the comparative information in their hands, merely smiling at Jiang Zheng as they said, Good luck, kid. Jiang Zheng politely nodded and ascended the stage. The staff smile faded, their demeanor turning serious as they halted the approaching second fool. Wait, I need to check the roster. Then why, huh? The staff looked at him in confusion, seemingly unaware of his query. In the next moment, they meticulously scrutinized the documents and finally nodded at the second fool, who had pouted his lips in indignation. Verification complete. Please take the stage. Humph. The second fool turned his head away. Well, you've just added another offense to your record. The vile Uchiha brat deserves nothing less than death. The arena was quite spacious. The referee for the preliminary rounds stood in the center, wielding 3 flags of different colors, green for start, yellow for pause, and red for finish. The flag signals were a separate matter altogether. As the other contestants took their positions, The referee inhaled deeply, forcing himself to steady his slightly trembling hands. Who understands, dear friends? Just 2 weeks ago, I was merely an accountant. I only sought to spend some money on a more relaxed profession. Who could have foreseen the emergence of a competition? I haven't even mastered the flag signals yet. I absolutely must not make any mistakes. Tears welled in the referee's eyes as he fervently thought, if I mess up, I won't be the first accountant to be scapegoated by the company. I might end up directly imprisoned for further education. As the signal was given from the podium, the referee, his voice quaking, proclaimed, ready. Jiang Zheng cast a curious glance at him. Why are you so nervous about our match? Set. Jiang Zheng slowly positioned his hand near the summoning jade at his waist, the spiritual energy continuously swirling around his fingertips. Whoosh. The green flag dropped. The referee bellowed, begin. Chirp, leaf chicken. The second fool hastily declared, use, before he could finish his sentence. A shadow raced towards him at breakneck speed. It was none other than Jiang Zheng. The competition rules did not explicitly state that contestants must release their spirit beasts to engage in battle. This was not an unspoken rule that needed to be articulated, but rather a fundamental aspect of being a spirit master. Even in major tournaments, there were instances where contestants chose to fight without summoning their beasts initially. However, this approach demanded a certain level of skill. After all, if the opponent did summon their spirit beast, one would face a 1v2 scenario. Yet, if one could seize the right moment, perhaps they could alleviate some of the burden before their own spirit beast entered the fray. This tactic was difficult to employ consistently, but it could be quite effective at times, such as now. Regarding Jiang Zheng's spirit beast, there was scant information available to the outside world. Consequently, among the audience, there were teachers from other counties, preparing to gather data for analysis. Should Zhang Donghua and Xuanhua make an appearance, the onlooker Chu Chong would undoubtedly do the same. In truth, her notebook rested on her lap, but no noteworthy students from other counties had yet taken the stage in the first round. Oh dear. Listening to the distant sighs of a few teachers who had traveled from afar, Chu Chang's lips curled into a slight smile. She was not surprised by Jiang Zheng's choice. This child had always been astute, confident, and possessed a discerning eye. Most importantly, he was strong enough in his own right. In the arena, the second fool wore an expression of shock, which gradually morphed into fury. He was certainly aware of this tactic, but he had never anticipated that the Uchiha brat, rumored to possess ocular talents, would dare to treat him with such disdain. His somewhat cumbersome physique exhibited surprising agility as he swiftly maneuvered to the side, narrowly evading the grasp of the young boy. The summoned chirp leaf chicken had already turned around, its sharp beak aimed at the boy's back. Haha. The second fool laughed bitterly in rage, exclaiming, you will regret this, Jiang Zheng. Finally willing to call my name, are you? The boy seemed unconcerned about his empty grasp. His peripheral vision caught the approaching spirit beast, and then, with a sudden lateral slide of his left foot, he steadied himself. It was clear that the boy intended to pivot, but it was too late. Jiang Zheng cast one last glance at him before swiftly turning. An aura of chilling intensity converging upon him, because I am the Hokage. The second fool's expression momentarily froze as he realized that Jiang Zheng had obstructed his line of sight to the spirit beast. I spike. Jiang Zheng's fingertips halted before the chirp leaf chicken, and the transformed spiritual energy erupted at the tip. Though his internal reserves were being drastically depleted, they were replaced by layers upon layers of ice spikes rapidly expanding outward. They struck the chirp leaf chicken at close range, enveloping it completely like a hedgehog. Chirp. The second fool's pupils constricted, instinctively taking a step forward. Yet, the spectacle before him rendered him speechless. Jiang Zheng flicked his fingertips, causing the base of the ice spikes to shatter. The massive ice spike encasing the chirp leaf chicken crashed to the ground. He watched this scene unfold, beaming brightly. For someone like him, who could passionately interact with a mid-level wooden bull puppet, this was no challenge at all. Damn Uchiha brat, declare your victory. The voice drew the second fool's attention. The boy slowly turned, the emanating chill surrounding him obscuring his smile. Your Tier 0 summoning beast has retreated, Lord Danzo. The boy nodded with a smile. Next, it will be our turn for an unbroadcastable passion-filled 1v1. You fulfilled your wish. Why not smile? Are you unhappy? Hearing the boy's words, the second fool fell silent for a moment. He finally comprehended Danzo's despair and the thoughts of Kaneki Ken, bound to a chair. He looked up and sighed. He was at his wit's end. Chapter 55. The three-legged kick shatters the spirit of harmony. Commander, I am a pawn keeper. You, uppercut, circular kick. I, lower cut, circular kick. Hey, that's the face. Left, right, circular kick. Stop it. Alibaba, circular kick. Can't you understand my words? The bruised Danzo attempted to push away the subordinate before him, but he was met with a benevolent smile and yet another circular kick. It seemed that the circular kick had become the punctuation mark of their conversation. The referee stared blankly at the scene before him. Old buddy, what on earth is this? Are we in a Kunlun match or what? Huh. Hey. Someone rushed towards the arena, frantically waving at the bewildered referee. The latter blinked, recognizing that this was the professional referee and main judge hired at a high salary for the competition. What are you doing? Call a pause. The chief referee furrowed his brow, his lips curling in discontent. Isn't it me who invited you to come and watch the match? This particular remark, if placed elsewhere, would be utterly unbroadcastable. Yet the recording personnel, blissfully engrossed in the screen of the camera, remained blissfully unaware of any impropriety. Oh, the local culture along the riverbank is indeed rich and robust. Everything seems perfectly normal. The referee on stage stiffened suddenly. Stop, stop, stop. He lunged forward, wrapping his arms around a youthful contender who was eager to leap and deliver a spectacular flying kick. That's enough. He concedes. The young man, Tuanzo, staggered to his feet, gently touching his own face. The sharp pain brought tears to his eyes. You really did poke me, he sniffed. His attractive pout opened and closed as he spoke, struggling to control the flow of saliva in between words. Now, he was feeling normal again. His mind clear. I won't participate in the singles competition anymore. Tuanzo, you are the cornerstone of Konoha's growth. Not anymore. It is who it is, right? Oh, I didn't mean to do it. My apologies. Did you not mean to do it? Tuanzo's eyes brimmed with tears. He had initially wanted to give it another go until the malevolent Uchiha, a boy, struck him squarely on the nose with a lightning attack. In his attempt to escape, the opponent kicked his leg, and when he thought of surrendering, another kick landed on his mouth. Is that what you call unintentional? 3 kicks shattered his spirit. And he thought to himself, I am but a mere fisherman. The young fighter easily pushed the referee off him, straightening his somewhat crumpled school uniform. Then I shall take my leave. Referee, announce the results. Oh. The referee decisively brandished a red flag, waving it vigorously. In the first arena, Jiang Zheng from Linjiang No. 1 High School is victorious. This is Jiang Zheng, our pride from Linjiang. Splendid, exhilarating. This is how battles should be fought. Among the audience closest to Jiang Zheng, many were thoroughly entertained. Each punch landed with force. This is what one calls thrilling. How crude. Some frowned, attempting to voice a different opinion. Between spirit masters, how can one be so vulgar? He shook his head, his face displaying disdain. Such behavior is unworthy of the grand stage. Upon hearing his words, the surrounding smiles gradually faded, replaced by deep, piercing gazes directed at him. What are you staring at? Recognizing my face. Why would you recognize my face? The man abruptly stood, his expression momentarily flustered. Clearly, he had become aware of certain issues. Yet no one around him responded. They merely exchanged knowing chuckles before turning their heads to continue cheering for Jiang Zheng. You all. The man attempted to say more, but suddenly someone grabbed his arm. That's enough. Sit down. The speaker was a bespectacled gentleman, his expression remarkably calm. What are you pretending for? You can't intimidate them because they lack education, and you can't intimidate me either. For I know what spirit masters are truly like. After a brief pause, the glasses wearer continued. What does the concept of a grand stage have to do with the charge of a spirit master? The man whose arm was seized glanced at him from side to side, remarking, You seem like an intellectual. I am not. You are mistaken. The bespectacled man remained composed, showing no desire for further conversation. He simply remarked, The people here tend to be protective of their own. Do not speak too harshly. With that, he recalled a friend's smile when mentioning Jiang Zheng. Lost in thought, he too smiled faintly. For the people of this county, Jiang Zheng embodies their hopes for the future. It has been years since such a child has emerged from their midst. Thus, the bespectacled man glanced at his interlocutor and casually drew a business card from his pocket. This is my card. I currently work in the dermatology department at Linjiang Hospital. The other man accepted the card, puzzled. What is this? The bespectacled man smiled slightly. We shall meet later. Donghua, do you have anything to say? In the audience, Zhang Donghua crossed his arms, silently observing the retreating figure of the young man. He did not respond immediately to the middle-aged man beside him. After a moment of contemplation, he finally spoke. His movements were not hurried, yet the apparent slowness may have been intentional, as the force behind his actions suggested a deliberate facade. He refrained from unleashing his spirit beast, if no one had instructed him. He might have anticipated that someone in the audience would be watching and possessed a strong sense of self-confidence. The speed at which he converted spiritual energy was rapid, indicating he had undergone professional training. Zhang Donghua's tone was steady, but he is not merely seeking speed. The momentum of his ice spikes is formidable. Moreover, after executing such a spirit art, he can still engage his opponent without a change in expression. Even if his capacity for spiritual energy is not near that of a true spirit master, I would wager it is not far off. In this respect, I cannot compare to him. Zhang Donghua spoke candidly. The middle-aged man nodded gently. He wore a seemingly common military green coat, far from the teacher's cotton jacket of Sichuan High School. Of course, he himself was not a teacher from Sichuan, but hailing from Chuntang. At this moment, he withdrew his gaze only after the young man's figure vanished from sight, now focusing on the muscular high school student beside him. Do you have confidence in them, whom you have long chosen as the school's future prodigies? Yes, Zhang Dongwu responded almost without hesitation. He resembles a fusion of myself and Xuanhua. I am uncertain how he compares to Xuanhua, who is equally brimming with spiritual energy, but based solely on his current performance in close combat, I feel quite confident. What he relies on now, in facing me, will inevitably become a fatal flaw. Because I am different. Zhang Dongwu spoke calmly, from a young age. My physical talent has significantly surpassed that of my peers, and as I embarked on this path, the gap only widened. I have mastered various martial arts, and I have never slackened my efforts regarding spirit beasts, thanks to your school's early provision of combat techniques. If I lack confidence with all this, then what future can I hope for in Chuntang? What prospects could I have in the military? The middle-aged man observed Zhang Dongwu's earnest speech with a gentle smile, ultimately nodding without expressing agreement or disagreement. Well then, I shall await the results. Please, continue watching. The middle-aged man stood, pressing down on Zhang Dongwu's urge to rise as well. You stay put, I shall take a stroll. All right. Zhang Dongwu nodded in agreement, then turned his serious gaze back to the arena. He listened as the middle-aged man's footsteps gradually receded, aware of his likely destination. If nothing unexpected occurred, he would probably seek out the pier known as Jiangzheng. This was hardly surprising. Though Chuntang Military and Political University holds a middling rank among national universities, it is undeniably a prominent 985 institution in the northern region. However, in recent years, their performance in spirit master training had been dismal, making them increasingly covetous of talents from the north. Given this context, if they could reach out to him a year in advance, they could just as easily contact others. In this regard, Zhang Dongwu harbored no particular thoughts. If Jiang Zheng could enter alongside himself, it would indeed be quite delightful, as they could mutually assist one another. He had once hoped that the school would take notice of the suddenly renowned Xuanhua from Yutong County, even preparing to personally seek out the middle-aged man. However, upon learning of the latter's visual impairment, he reluctantly abandoned this aspiration. It was not that he harbored any prejudice against the disabled. Rather, Chuntang Military Political University was no different from any military academy. Here, as long as one demonstrated exceptional talent, they could be sent into the army upon graduation. And after a period of adjustment, moving beyond the grassroots level would pose no difficulty. Yet, for someone like Xuanhua, the rigid prerequisites were indeed a barrier, making future enlistment in the military exceedingly challenging. Since enlistment was not a viable option, why squander time at Chuntang? Chapter 56. Let me see what is going on. Jiang Zheng was not the first competitor to finish. It was unavoidable. His fervent interaction with the second-rate competitors consumed an inordinate amount of time, and he was merely minutes shy of completing the match. Thus, as he retraced his steps, he observed that the next round of competitors were already prepared. However, in addition to them, there were also those from the same batch who had just concluded their matches and were now engaged in casual conversations with acquaintances. Yet, the faces of these recently defeated individuals from outside counties were all adorned with radiant smiles. So weak, one remarked. Really? Of course, if you encountered the contestants from Linjiang, then it would truly be. Jiang Zheng did not listen intently, but he could surmise the gist. He paused and glanced around. In the distance, a small group from Linjiang No. 1 High School was visible. They either squatted or stood, all appearing utterly dejected, while the one in the center, with dirty braids, furrowed his brow and spoke. Jiang Zheng gradually approached. You lost? Yes. And you? You lost as well? Indeed. The speaker, squatting on the ground with his hands cradling his head, lamented. My Tadia took a hit for me, but he simply couldn't hold on. Their spiritual techniques were like cheating. No matter how I cast my techniques, I couldn't hit them either. This can't possibly be my fault. I'm really fed up. Zhou Chang interjected, hands on hips, indignantly stating, who else could I blame? I thought you all could at least have a back and forth with the opponent. But it turned out to be all toys. It's infuriating. It's truly embarrassing. Don't ever say you're my classmates again. After uttering this, Zhou Chang ceased to regard them and was about to head towards the preparation area when he caught sight of Jiang Zheng approaching slowly. Their eyes met. Are you not going to ask if I won? Come on, are you joking with me? Zhou Chang scoffed. Once you entered the arena, the advertisement went up. I couldn't see the match, but I could hear the audience calling out names. Your ears seem to be quite functional. The youth halted, casting a glance at the others, and softly remarked, so, aside from me, everyone else in the first round was utterly defeated? Everyone exchanged glances, lowering their heads. Jiang Zheng calmly nodded. It was anticipated. Although he had assisted everyone in practicing with the intermediate puppets several times in the days leading up to the competition, enabling them to cultivate in the intermediate spiritual room, they were still far from sufficient. Not everyone could possess Jiang Zheng's precision. In fact, these individuals were akin to novices fumbling with firearms. Moreover, mastering spiritual techniques was significantly more challenging than simply aiming a gun, as it was not merely a matter of pointing and shooting. All right, let us return and practice diligently. The youth pondered for a moment before speaking. You don't have 2 matches a day, do you? Many shook their heads, except for one. He timidly raised his hand. The very student who had previously conversed with Jiang Zheng. Jiang Gu, Jiang Zheng patted his shoulder, pausing for a moment, yet ultimately refraining from uttering a single word. There was nothing he could say. Jiang Zheng, how long did it take you to defeat your opponent? About 10 minutes. Why? That's pretty average. I feel like you. Zhou Chang's left hand moved as if to rub mud off his neck, and then began twisting his neck vigorously. As he twisted, he spoke, moving forward. Let me see what's going on. The dejected individuals standing nearby inexplicably received a lash from his dirty braids, causing one to cover his face and crouch down once more. The youth shook his head, finding it difficult to comment, and chose not to linger. At the exit, a boy bound with cloth strips stood with a smile, while beside him, a girl chattered on. Wawa, I'm telling you, once you go in, you must be careful. No need to be careful. I'm preparing to surrender as soon as I enter. Aren't you going to give it a try? The girl looked at him in astonishment. What will you do if you lose in tomorrow's doubles match? You jinx. The boy chuckled, lifting his hand to tap her lightly on the head. Our doubles won't go out in the first round. No one can stop us, so don't worry. All right then. The girl pouted and rubbed her head. Just then, her peripheral vision seemed to catch sight of Jiang Zheng, and she nervously stepped forward, blocking the boy. I know who you are now. What do you want to do? It seemed she had seen his picture after their separation. Jiang Zheng pointed behind her, and as her anxiety grew, he softly said, Step outside. I'm not going out. I want to stay with Xuan. What I mean is, I need to go outside. Huh. Oh, I'm sorry. Only then did the girl realize she had obstructed his path, quickly stepping aside. You go ahead, you go ahead. Jiang Zheng offered a polite smile, glancing briefly at Xuan, who was looking in his direction with a strip of cloth on his face. Blind monk, aren't you participating in the singles match? Who asked the blind monk? You. I'm not. I'm disabled, so please speak more courteously. It's fine. I don't discriminate against the disabled. We can play football together sometime. Haha. Am I the goalkeeper? You'll be the spectator. Xuan appeared slightly speechless. He could tell that Jiang Zheng was quite serious. Therefore, Xuan could only awkwardly change the subject. I'll participate, then forfeit. It's no big deal. Xuan blocked the girl who attempted to stand in front of him again. Addressing Jiang Zheng, I'm afraid of getting hurt. We have a doubles match tomorrow. So cautious? Yes, because as long as I'm uninjured, no one will be our match in the doubles. With that, Xuan's smile remained as confident as ever. Jiang Zheng pretended to rub his eyes, while his pupils subtly narrowed. Just as the tail-end marker appeared above Xuan's head, a force of repulsion surged through him, one he had not felt in 5 years. It was as if resisting the marker's rooting, yet ultimately, it did not last long. Suddenly, Xuan spoke. What were you just doing? I was wildly fantasizing about an intense interaction with you. The youth blinked and smiled. I wish you a smooth forfeit. He watched as the marker finally settled upon Xuan's body, and he heard a voice near his ear. Regarding your words, Xuan's expression tightened, half believing and half doubting. Just moments ago, he felt an oppressive force emanating from the spiritual realm, but it peculiarly dissipated in an instant, like an illusion. Were it not for the sudden fluctuations in the lines born from the heart, he would have remained oblivious to such a notion. Lines. Jiang Zheng slightly raised his head, mentally noting this description, yet his expression remained impassive. I must take my leave. I have a competition this afternoon. Xuanhua nodded, refraining from further conversation. He harbored some doubts about your honesty, yet he remained uncertain. Jiang Zheng paid this no mind until he departed. Meanwhile, Xuanhua continued to follow his silhouette with his gaze until a nearby girl questioned, What's wrong, Wago? Did he do something? Xuanhua hesitated before allowing a surge of energy to flow through him. You should keep your distance from him. He is not quite right. Oh, all right. Only after confirming there was no sign of oddity did he fall silent for a moment and turn towards the preparation area. The prices at the Sweetwater shop in Lingjiang County were nearly on par with those at Mishua Bingqing. The youth casually ordered a cup of lemon tea, pondering various matters as he sat there. Li Qingrong had mentioned treating him to Sweetwater in celebration of his victorious debut. However, he had resolutely declined. It was not out of fear of being seen as dependent, but rather due to the fact that the young girl's recent advances had become rather conspicuous. Since he had already extracted most of the emotions involved and repaid his debts, and he was indeed not inclined to pursue romance. He felt it prudent to maintain a careful distance to avoid truly hindering her youth. The young man sipped his lemon water, shaking his head to cast the matter aside. Soon, he recalled the message his uncle had sent him that morning. Talent is born from the heart. Among the 725 paths to talent in Shinjo, it ranks as the 7th among the 68 types of spiritual classifications, embodying the principle of duality. Effect: in the heart of the possessor, the world will be shaped into a mere outline of lines, allowing the owner to clearly perceive various traces of the human body and spirit beasts, including the flow of blood, the operation of spiritual energy, the trajectories of spiritual techniques. A skilled practitioner may even discern the physical body, the flaws in spiritual techniques, as well as the good and evil brewing within a person's heart. Principle of duality. Negative: if the possessor uses it for an extended period, they may confuse reality with the world of lines, leading to a distortion of consciousness. Ultimately unable to trust their own eyes, completely immersed in the world constructed by lines. Positive: the blind can easily cultivate it, and those born with it find it even easier. This is hardly a balance of choices. It could be more accurately described as an inverse inversion. Such a high ranking. Could it be that this is the reason one can detect traces of the serpent's eye? The youth pondered over his lemon water. No. It was merely that Xuanhua was perpetually activating the principle of heart-born perception that allowed him to catch a glimpse of some clues. However, judging by his subsequent reactions, it was evident he could find no tangible evidence. Thus, the rank of the serpent's eye remains superior. So what level do my all-seeing eyes belong to? Is there a record of such sight within the Spirit Beast Association? Zhang Zheng finished his sweet water and set the cup aside. There was no rush regarding this matter. It was best to keep it in mind for now. Currently, there were only two pressing issues to contemplate. First, the whereabouts of Wang Lianhu. Second, why had his uncle yet to respond? Chapter 57. A glimmer of cold light approaches. Heavy snow fell, rendering the mountain path nearly devoid of its original colors. Only white remained. Suddenly, the sound of approaching footsteps grew louder, accompanied by the gradual emergence of a small, yet imposing shadow. It was a man running. His pace was swift, surpassing that of any athlete one could imagine. In fact, it transcended the limits of human capability. He rushed past, the snowflakes erupting beneath his feet. The distinct prints of his footsteps were imprinted deeply into the ground, leaving a trail of his passage. Moments later, as the village came into clearer view, the man gradually eased his pace and came to a halt, observing the scene before him. Even in daylight, the village appeared eerily still. This was quite unsettling. The man felt a heaviness in his heart and cautiously approached. As he stepped into the village, he detected no unusual odors. However, he was aware that this was due to the snow acting as a natural preservative, preventing corpses from emitting strong odors in the cold. Additionally, if there were indeed deceased individuals here, there had not been sufficient time for bacteria to thrive. The man strolled leisurely through the village, entering the first courtyard. The yard was exceedingly simple, with cured meat hanging from the beam, coated in frost, gently swaying in the breeze. He scanned his surroundings, finding nothing amiss. Pushing open the door, he found the room empty. A bright red quilt lay bundled at the front of the heated bed. An old-fashioned long-spouted kettle, worn and chipped, sat on the table alongside several porcelain cups, appearing untouched. Yet the man did not merely observe. He reached out and grasped. The notions of collecting fingerprints or preserving evidence held no significance for him, as he was already present. He could only afford to linger here for an hour at most. Holding a porcelain cup, his sleeve slipped down his arm, and the man softly inquired, "Is there a scent of humanity?" Suddenly, within his sleeve, a forked tongue, resembling the size of a pair of chopsticks, emerged, curling around the porcelain cup before vanishing once more. Although no sound had accompanied this movement, the man's expression shifted abruptly, his gaze sharpening. There was a scent of humanity. He swiftly turned and exited the house, striding out of the courtyard, his eyes sharp as a hawk, scanning every corner within his line of sight. Someone had touched this cup, and not long ago. Within the last 10 minutes, the ground was blanketed in snow, and apart from the path he had tread, there were no other footprints. Everything appeared normal, yet the man understood. Achieving such a feat would pose no challenge to spirit masters adept in certain abilities. Yet he had not detected any presence of spiritual energy. This incongruity furrowed his brow. His newly acquired path was that of Empowerment Master, specializing not in combat, but rather in reconnaissance. Almost all members of the Spirit Beast Association followed this path. This branch of Empowerment Masters was particularly sensitive to spiritual energy. Although he had only recently transitioned, the new path bore similarities to the old one, with some abilities overlapping. Therefore, he could not have misjudged. So, was there an attempt to conceal something here? The man remained silent for a long moment before suddenly raising his arm, preparing to touch his eyes. Becoming a master of observation granted a unique ability known as spiritual sight. This was akin to a certain ocular talent. Yet its sole effect was to reveal the trajectories of spiritual energy within a small range before requiring a significant expenditure of spiritual energy. Nonetheless, the man was ready to proceed. His fingertip pressed against his left eye as he slowly intoned, "May clarity be bestowed," revealing the traces of the spirit. Just as he spoke, a faint sound of shattering resonated. The noise was subtle. Even those standing nearby would struggle to discern it. Yet the man's expression shifted dramatically. He quickly withdrew his fingertip and instead pulled a jade pendant from around his neck. The jade pendant bore no facial features, yet it unmistakably depicted a woman with long hair, cradling an infant in her arms. At this moment, the pendant was marred with cracks. The man's pupils trembled violently. In the next instant, veins bulged at his neck, and an aura of lethal intent surged forth. He realized something crucial, given his vigilance. It was utterly improbable for him to expend vast amounts of spiritual energy without ensuring his safety, much less entertain the notion of employing spirit vision. A gust of wind arose. No sooner had he spoken than a tempest enveloped him, swirling the snow from the ground into a chaotic dance. The man then bellowed again. "Rain, arise." Thunder rumbled. The clouds above swiftly coalesced, emitting a series of muffled roars as their white hue deepened, and a gentle drizzle abruptly descended upon the earth. Yet, the man did not cease his actions. His eyes darted rapidly, as if searching for something in the surroundings, but yielded no results. The swirling snow was pierced by the rain, transforming into droplets that splattered upon the ground. In a fit of rage, the man altered the position of his right hand repeatedly until it formed a seal. Falling thunder. Multiple bolts of lightning intertwined in the clouds, causing several hunters, situated miles away, to raise their fur hoods and gaze in astonishment at the otherworldly spectacle. The mountain god. It is the mountain god's manifestation. They fell to their knees, utterly oblivious to the escaping prey, their faces etched with indescribable ignorance and panic. Thunder rumbled. The storm clouds accumulated, poised to unleash their fury. At that moment, something peculiar occurred amidst the swirls of snowflakes and the exposed moist earth. It was as though a dissonance in the scene caused a visual distortion in those areas, as if transparent entities were either lying low or being swept away by the wind. Finally, they revealed themselves. A sinister smile crept across the man's face, veins pulsating at his neck. Why not continue to hide? No one responded to him. Only the figures on the ground, now approaching him, splashed through the muddy water. They moved to act, but the trap failed, and he still had not activated spirit vision. The subsequent ambush bore no effect on him. One shouted as he charged forward. Yet his fate is unstable. Recklessly stirring the weather will surely exact a heavy toll. Kill. But as the words left his lips, he abruptly saw the man's head pivot swiftly, finally locking onto his direction, a mocking smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. From the man's raised sleeve emerged a head, its eyes brimming with spiritual energy, seemingly maintaining the wind. Water dripped from its mouth as if it commanded the rain, while its broken horn entwined with arcs of lightning, as if directing the thunder. The man did nothing but shout commands. The speaker's pupils constricted in shock. Yet, he had no time to warn his companions before witnessing the man thrust his hand into his sleeve and yank outward with force. A terrifying serpent, transformed in an instant, morphed into a silver spear gleaming with menace. Even the fractured spearhead was enveloped in a tangible arc of lightning, becoming a weapon of lethal brilliance. Retreat, retreat. Kill. We cannot retreat. Kill. Death. The man wielded the silver spear, effortlessly cleaving the two figures approaching him asunder like mere tofu. He wielded the spear instinctively, showcasing a myriad of martial skills. At times, the spearhead even contorted into the shape of a serpent's head, deftly evading strikes, opening its gaping maw to devour the heads of those caught in a tumult of astonishment and fury. Moments passed. The wind ceased, the rain halted. The layers of thunderclouds remained suspended, refusing to descend. Li Wenshu took no protective measures. He would endure the lightning strike regardless. This natural thunder, drawn forth by spiritual energy, bore far greater potency than that of spiritual lightning, and within its range, it showed no regard for the life of its conjurer. Li Wenshu had intentionally acted thus, for he sought to ascertain a singular truth. Plop! The final figure attempting a sneak attack was unceremoniously swallowed by the silver-scaled great serpent. It surveyed the area with cold indifference, surrounded by corpses. The man did not intervene. He merely stood there, soaked and cold-faced, gripping the neck of a person, lifting them effortlessly into the air. It was the assassin who had spoken at the outset. This individual lay with both arms severed, blood gushing forth and staining the earth. Li Wenshu narrowed his eyes and spoke slowly. Something is amiss. Where are your spiritual beasts? The assassin opened his mouth, blood trickling downward, yet despite the excruciating pain, his gaze remained eerily calm. Li Wenshu, you possess weapon destiny. Yet you still retain the characteristics of weapon destiny while channeling empowerment. Blood seeped from the corners of his mouth, his eyes filled with unmasked madness and malice. One day, you will die, tormented by contradiction. The man remained silent, his expression growing increasingly grim. The chill in his eyes intensified. Li Wenshu's grip on the assassin's neck tightened. Yet, after a brief moment, he unexpectedly relaxed his hold, his anger dissipating into tranquility. The members of Sixth Hall are usually not as resilient as you. Li Wenshu articulated each word slowly, though phrased as a question. It conveyed certainty. Do you wish for me to lose control of my emotions and kill you outright? The assassin's demeanor stiffened, as if struck by a hidden truth. I shall not do so. Li Wenshu regarded him coldly and continued. Moreover, this precisely indicates that you harbor guilt. There are others lying in ambush for me. Are there not? The assassin scoffed, remaining silent, seemingly disdainful of Li Wenshu's courage. Is that so? Then who is the traitor? Speak, and I shall grant you a swift death. Absent a traitor, do you think your ilk dares to ambush me? Do you still require a traitor? Our hall leader is infallible. Blood trickled from the assassin's lips as he struggled to articulate. You are merely fortunate. Had you not abruptly halted spirit vision, we would have already severed your head. The assassin attempted to mockingly chuckle, only to feel the pressure on his neck intensify once more, instinctively causing him to struggle. But with both arms severed, he was powerless. Is that so? Li Wenshu nodded silently, as if he had nothing further to say. Yet in the following instant, his left hand abruptly rose, fingers curling like claws, directly gripping the assassin's face. The 100 Views Master S ability, Soul Search, was prepared. The reason he had wasted so much time was to await the readiness of this ability. Gripping the assassin's neck was also to channel spiritual energy, controlling his body to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. The assassin's eyes widened in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Soul Search was one of the core abilities of the 100 Views Master. It allowed the user to delve into the memories of the opponent's soul, with the scope of inquiry depending on the proficiency of the user. However, during the search, the user remained in the realm of souls, unable to move. A proficient user could sense fragments of memories on the spot and even mitigate harm to the subject, whereas an unskilled user could not perceive anything immediately, only storing memories that were often fragmented and uncertain in ensuring the subject's safety. For the assassin, this was the sole piece of good news. How unfair fate was. Li Wenshu had evidently not relinquished weapon destiny, yet still managed to wield the powers of empowerment under the influence of contradiction. Heavens! Oh heavens! The assassin's thoughts were abruptly interrupted, his eyes rolling back. Li Wenshu's gaze was profound. The existence of a traitor was beyond doubt. Initially, he had assumed that this group had been lying in wait to capture a few spirit masters for verification. But the very first words spoken by the other party were amiss. They had clearly come specifically for him and were aware of the instability of his fate. Contemplating this, Li Wenshu fell into deep thought, and a series of figures flashed through his mind. The tall, gaunt elder, the esteemed daughter of the Zhong family, the small constable from the Public Security Bureau, and the various personnel stationed at the county gate. Who could the traitor be? Hiss. The sound of a spirit beast brought him back to the moment. He looked up to see the silver-horned python slowly slithering back, regarding its master with an expression devoid of emotion. Then it emitted another hiss. Except for one room filled with remains, there were no corpses in the others? Such a statement made Li Wenshu furrow his brow in disbelief. Could these ruffians truly possess the benevolence to assist in collecting the bodies? Impossible. What then? Had they done with those corpses? After pondering for a while, Li Wenshu's eyes narrowed slightly. He then shut his eyes completely, seemingly aiming to immerse himself entirely within his soul's space. At that moment, a surge of murderous intent enveloped his entire being. Li Wenshu's eyes snapped open. Was it merely a bluff? Yet someone had truly come? His gaze swiftly scanned the surroundings, eventually settling on a specific location. Although nothing was present there, the murderous aura was being unleashed in waves. It was already aware of its exposure but showed no signs of retreat, instead releasing its malicious energy with full force, gradually piercing Li Wenshu's senses. The sharpness was unmistakable. This tactic was one Li Wenshu was exceedingly familiar with, as it was one of the abilities associated with the path of arms and warfare. However, its effectiveness was considerably weaker than he had anticipated. Replication? Hiss. The silver-horned python's throat surged, and it unleashed a torrent of rich, greenish-blue lightning liquid toward the location Li Wenshu had locked onto. As the lightning liquid approached its target, it rapidly expanded, resembling an all-encompassing net of thunder. At that moment, the scene there became distorted, and a figure clad in black robes appeared. How astute. Its voice was indeterminate in gender. The 3 law offices do not require you. That is their issue. Your talent is indeed commendable. The next instant, The murderous intent in the black-clad figure's words escalated rapidly, but precisely because of that, you cannot be allowed to live. With that, it pointed its fingers towards the approaching lightning net and shouted, "Rise." Boom. The earth shook violently, soaring upwards to intercept the lightning net entirely. Li Wenshu sensed the fluctuations of spiritual energy in the air. Second grade, his right hand rested on the silver-horned python, which instantly transformed back into a spear. Stepping forward, he thrust the spear with a cold gleam, piercing through a small rocky hill and revealing the figure of the black-clad individual behind it. Along with the raging flames that surged before him, the flames swept towards Li Wenshu with ferocity. Yet, he raised an eyebrow, advancing rather than retreating. The chaotic spiritual energy indicated that he was not adept with fire-type spiritual techniques. The spear plunged into the flames, swirling to draw them towards the spearhead, as if being directly devoured. "Are you disguising your true abilities? Where is your spirit beast? Are you afraid to let it out for me to see?" Li Wenshu's figure flickered, already closing in on the black-clad figure. His right foot kicked fiercely at the opponent's leg, attempting to unbalance them, while simultaneously reversing the spear to thrust heavily towards their throat. In close quarters, the brave prevail. Bang! The black-clad figure gathered its strength, slamming a hand against the spear's tip. But in an instant, a fierce snake's head appeared before it, lunging towards its skull. At this critical moment, the black-clad figure's right hand formed a gesture, and its entire body stiffened as if paralyzed. Clang! The serpent's jaws struck as if against a stone statue, returning empty-handed. In a flash, the black-clad figure's form shimmered and found itself 10 meters away. A defensive barrier, a spatial shift? Li Wenshu furrowed his brow. You possess quite an array of skills. It was undoubtedly replication. He continually sought to probe the opponent's psyche with his words while simultaneously speculating on their fate. His conclusions gradually solidified. Mountain and Sea Minister. Among the 10 paths of fate, aside from the talents awakened through other avenues, only this path possessed the characteristic known as replication. Yet, to confirm this, he needed further verification. Thus, the man fixed his gaze upon the opponent, observing their every move. As the spiritual energy in his hand continuously converged towards the bright silver spear, the transformation of spirit beasts into weapons was one of the supplementary traits of the path of arms and warfare. Although he had already departed from this path, he had never truly let it go. Many had advised him that forcibly retaining the characteristics of his former path could lead to irreversible consequences. Yet, he had never heeded those warnings. He simply could not let go, nor had he entirely relinquished it. For the opportunity lay before him, with danger intertwined within. This individual was formidable, perhaps the leader of a branch. Yet, shrouded in secrecy, Li Wenshu preferred to regard them as the traitor who had revealed his position within the county. Such a figure existed in the county. If this truly were the Mountain and Sea Minister, the level of threat would significantly escalate. Li Wenshu took a deep breath, his gaze growing resolute. Among the 10 paths of fate, the cultivation difficulty of the Mountain and Sea Minister ranked second to last, while the level of threat was precisely the opposite. A mere second-grade branch leader posed a considerable threat, and with a suspected Mountain and Sea Minister traitor in the mix, the recluse of Green Mountain, despite reaching the pinnacle of the 3rd grade, was but a decaying shell, and surviving was already a miracle. The esteemed daughter of the Zhong family, though talented, Li Wenshu doubted her ability to withstand the pressures of life and death combat. Moreover, these two could not be entirely ruled out as traitors. Therefore, regardless of who this person was, they must remain here, even if it meant he could never ascend again, even if. He stomped heavily on the ground, his right arm swiftly raised high, denying the opponent any chance to react. Simultaneously, his chest expanded in a throwing posture. Old Python. Though he was calling out a different name, the force of his voice seemed to send a tremor through the distant black-clad figure. The sharpness was unmistakable, one of the abilities of the path of arms and warfare. Its effect was to instill a sense of dread, locking onto the target and significantly enhancing the likelihood of striking a vital point. He was employing the original version. Opposite him, the face beneath the black-clad figure's mask twisted rapidly. Just as it attempted to break free, it felt itself locked by an overwhelming force. Unable to evade regardless of the direction it moved, Li Wenshu leaned forward, showing no hesitation, and bellowed as he twisted his step. Kill. Li Wenshu. The black-clad figure panicked, losing all prior composure. Its right hand swiftly formed several seals, appearing exceedingly adept. You don't wish to live, but I still do. Before the words could finish, a flash of silver light streaked across the sky. It pierced through the black-clad figure's body, transforming the spear into a python's form, revealing a visage of both brutality and sorrow on the cold-blooded creature's face. It exhaled a torrent of thunderous lava, ensnaring the figure cloaked in black. Yet, simultaneously, the latter deftly formed the final hand seal. Li Wenshu felt a surge in his throat and spat a mouthful of blood onto the ground. The aftermath of the repulsion rendered him unable to contain himself, as the spiritual energy within him surged chaotically, causing excruciating pain. Nevertheless, he immediately lifted his head to gaze at the sky. A blue shockwave was plummeting rapidly. A falling star? A divinatory technique. Li Wenshu struggled to muster a faint smile. A second-tier falling star. It appears your talent is commendable. The execution of this maneuver was remarkably adept, thus overturning previous conjectures. This was evidently an individual who had awakened a talent akin to replication, a Cianchi. There was no response from the opposite side, for the silhouette had vanished into thin air. Only the silver-horned giant python remained, hurtling swiftly towards the man. The rapidly descending blue shockwave approached ever closer, ultimately crashing down upon Li Wenshu's position. It was akin to a meteor's impact, engulfing him and all the surrounding corpses. Boom. Chapter 59. The Annihilation of the Village in Progress. Lu Family Village. This village is situated quite far from Lingjiang County, with the journey taking nearly 12 hours round trip. Consequently, the villagers seldom travel to the county to sell their goods. Their products are relatively robust, typically transported by truck only on Mondays and Fridays to be sold in various malls and supermarkets in the county. There was no alternative. Ever since a few audacious young villagers, overconfident in their abilities, strayed into the hunting grounds of another village and never returned. Lu Family Village has been rather indifferent towards hunting. They pivoted to aquaculture, and remarkably, they have managed to carve out a niche. Every household in Lu Family Village raises chickens, ducks, and geese, and there is even a large-scale breeding farm. Among all the villages surrounding the county engaged in breeding, Lu Family Village ranks among the top. The meat of their chickens, ducks, and geese is succulent, ideal for consumption in colder climates to warm one's body. Just yesterday, they transported a batch to the county, and today, as per tradition, they were to distribute the profits among the villagers. The village chief, calculator in hand, looked at the mountain of money bags behind him, lamenting, perhaps we should switch to bank transfers. This is far too cumbersome. No, he continued. I do not trust the internet. I need the money in my hands to feel secure. Few villagers agreed, all shaking their heads. Thus, the village chief had no choice but to clear his throat and bellow. Then let us proceed in order. Send the lads from each household to collect their shares. At the village entrance, 2 young men were cracking sunflower seeds and exchanging banter. You know, one must continuously strive for improvement, one remarked. Why do you say that? Just look at our village. Every fellow has a decent amount of cash in their pockets. Though there is nowhere to spend it, hard cash is still a solid principle. After speaking, one of them spat out some sunflower husks, gloating. Look at Wang Family Village over there. What era are they living in still hunting? Mark my words. They'll be out of the game sooner or later. Indeed, makes perfect sense. Absolutely. Just as the two were engrossed in their conversation, a sudden commotion erupted nearby, causing them to perk up instantly. Who is there? In this age, although technology is advancing, the presence of spiritual beasts has rendered order less stable than one might expect. This is especially true when a village lies in proximity to the Great Snowy Mountain. It is not uncommon for humans to masquerade as spiritual beasts to commit acts of violence. One of the young men drew a long knife, while the other retrieved a firearm. The hunting rifle, while reasonably powerful, lacked precision. All villages near the Great Snowy Mountain are permitted to retain a certain quota of hunting rifles, but they are not allowed to be taken out of the village. Violators face legal repercussions, and the entire village is expelled from the area. In the distance, a swaying figure came into view. With its head bowed and its body mired in blood, it staggered forward, inching its way ahead. Halt! Halt! Someone shouted, warning, I'll shoot if you move. The shadow indeed stopped. Just as the young men sighed in relief, the shadow suddenly raised its head, revealing an indescribably horrific visage. Its face resembled that of a rat, decayed skin exposing white bones. It was unmistakably a rat-headed humanoid. Oh no! In a frenzy, one of the young men fired a shot. The shadow instantly toppled backward, only to rise once more. However, behind it, a multitude of similarly swaying shadows emerged. They all gazed hungrily at the young men at the village entrance, drool dripping to the ground, as if regarding them as potential prey. Warning! Warning! The young man, in a state of panic, was about to use this pretext to flee into the village when he noticed his companion had already scrambled away. It's over, it's over, it's over. He stammered, his legs trembling uncontrollably, unable to articulate a complete sentence. The shrill, piercing roar behind him sent him into a frenzy, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. The cacophony of footsteps grew ever nearer, swiftly engulfing the young man, flooding into the village. In an instant, curses, cries, furious shouts, and the crackling of gunfire melded into a chaotic symphony. After a while, these sounds gradually faded. Moments later, a series of chilling, grotesque chewing noises began to resonate, enveloping the entire village. Until finally, a pale man leisurely appeared at the village entrance. He casually tossed 2 wooden boxes onto the ground, chuckling lightly, just like before, grinding the auspicious talisman made from spiritual beasts into a paste to feed the corpses here. At that moment, someone knelt to pick up the wooden boxes and strode away. As per your instructions, it will be ready soon. Just then, the pale man suddenly erupted into laughter. He spoke to the empty ground beside him, seemingly addressing no one. Several villages should suffice, don't you think? No one responded, as if he were conversing with himself. However, the pale man scoffed, continuing, having come this far, you still refuse to show yourself? Have you sustained injuries? He then inquired, by the way, has that fellow met his demise yet? As he finished speaking, the air began to ripple, eventually revealing a figure. It appeared neither tall nor short, adorned with a mask devoid of facial features. Clad in black, it seemed unharmed. I don't know. You don't know? You don't know? All right. When will he die? I don't know. Then, won't you help me think of a solution? No help. Don't forget, you called me here. Now you wish to wash your hands of it. The masked figure's form began to waver, seeming somewhat anxious, ultimately merging with the surroundings. Don't rush. Do what you are supposed to do, and you will naturally obtain what you desire. Besides, isn't all of this you're doing? The pale man did not impede him. After a brief moment, he spat onto the ground with forceful disdain. It has nothing to do with you? He gritted through clenched teeth, asserting, one day, I will ascend to the throne. The ensuing sounds were too faint for anyone to discern. The duel competition posed no significant challenge for Jiang Zheng. He still refrained from allowing his offspring to take the stage, nor did he permit Li Qingrong and the Ice Rabbit to intervene, instead relying solely on his spiritual techniques to maneuver and secure victory. As the 2 adversaries collapsed to the ground, the outcome of the battle was unequivocally determined. Ice Spike. Utilizing spiritual energy to conjure razor-sharp ice shards, a proficient practitioner can deliver attacks in various manners. Proficiency, level 9 to 10. Ice Pillar. Capable of summoning ice pillars from the ground. The size and growth rate are dictated by the user's spiritual energy. Proficiency, level 9 to 10. The 2 most frequently employed ice-based techniques of his had also ascended to a level of consummate mastery, a feat attributable to the frigid environment of Lingjiang County. In such conditions, both the potency of ice techniques and the proficiency gained post-release received a significant augmentation. The youth disregarded the referee's pronouncement and the calls from the audience, focusing solely on his clenched fist, tightening and loosening his grip. An inexplicable restlessness churned within him. Were it not for this, he would not be in such a state. Nevertheless, the feedback from his perfected techniques was gratifying. He harbored a premonition that in future applications of these 2 techniques, he would likely experience not only reduced energy expenditure, but also an unparalleled ease of execution. Victory was his. Li Qingrong wiped the sweat from her brow and, with a surge of excitement, vigorously waved her arm towards a specific section of the audience. There sat her parents, who appeared even more exhilarated than she was. The match between the 2 has concluded. Please exit the arena. The referee courteously gestured towards the stage's edge. This official was not the same as the one from earlier. He exuded a far greater professionalism. The youth nodded, striding towards the exit without waiting for Li Qingrong. I'll take my leave first, he declared, not glancing back. As he pulled out his phone, rapidly tapping away. No need to follow me. See you tomorrow. Hey. Li Qingrong's arm was just beginning to rise when Jiang Zheng's figure had already dashed away, swiftly vanishing from her sight. She stood frozen, ultimately lowering her hand. He runs so fast. I can't even keep up to tell my friends the truth. Chapter 60. My son and little Jiang share a brotherhood. As Jiang Zheng exited the arena, he could still feel the multitude of gazes directed towards him. The majority belonged to the students, whose opinions of him had undergone a remarkable transformation after just 2 matches, drawing near to his burgeoning reputation. This shift caused many peers from outside the county to instinctively avert their eyes upon making accidental contact, their previous bravado dissipating. After all, none were foolish. The students he had previously defeated were among the better performers from Yutong County. While they may not have ranked among the elite, few could claim to have bested him single-handedly to the extent of reducing him to a mere cosplay character. Jiang Zheng had achieved this. Thus, he was no longer perceived as merely fortunate or lacking substance. This team battle confirmed that assertion for many. The fate of the 2 who had faced him was no better than that of the cosplay character. In the preparation area, numerous students from outside the county ceased their chatter upon noticing his presence, their smiles vanishing in unison. Jiang Zheng paid them no mind. Such scrutiny might induce hesitation in others, but for him, it was as light as a feather. Furthermore, this reaction was only natural. If they continued to regard him with disdain, it could only reflect poorly on the quality of their instructors, who were clearly unworthy of mention. The messages on his phone remained unanswered, and his heart grew heavier. Jiang, who had once informed him that his uncle seemed to be embroiled in a significant predicament, one that compelled him to abandon years of painstaking cultivation to ensure his survival. In such circumstances, should his uncle truly be in peril, the efficacy of his newly adopted path remained uncertain. In any case, he resolved to visit the Spirit Association first. Outside the arena, a strikingly conspicuous vehicle awaited. It was not its design that drew attention, but rather its exorbitant cost and its emblematic status as a vehicle favored by successful individuals in the contemporary digital landscape. More importantly, it was the sole vehicle of its kind in the entirety of Lingjiang County. Inside, the understated opulence of the white interior was evident, and the dual screens in the back seat displayed the live broadcast of the Tri-County Joint Duel event. In the center of the seats lay 2 bottles of mineral water. Aside from the driver and the visibly restless passenger in the front seat, 2 individuals occupied the back, engaged in casual conversation. After years apart, Boss Zhou, your business seems to flourish more with each passing day. Not at all, merely earning a modest living, nothing noteworthy. The man referred to as Boss Zhou was portly, with graying temples, yet he bore no signs of aging. Instead, he radiated the demeanor of someone in a position of authority. Yet you all are truly impressive. You can wield arms in battle and also strategize with pen in hand for the nation and its people. It humbles me, Zhou. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man in military green across from him waved his hand dismissively, humbly retorting, "You overstate my contributions. I am but an inconspicuous educator in the Chuntang Military and Political Academy. Can the admissions director of the Spirit Academy truly be regarded as inconspicuous?" Upon this remark, both men exchanged knowing glances, erupting into hearty laughter. The military officer, however, appeared somewhat ill at ease with such banter, his laughter strained. But they continued for a while before it subsided. Speaking of which, Boss Zhou initiated, his expression warm. "I must thank you for assisting my eldest son in securing a transfer to the Imperial Capital Military Academy after his 2 years of service." "Oh, your words imply I engaged in some form of deception." The middle-aged man waved his hand nonchalantly. "Your son excelled academically, and it is undeniable that he is diligent in his studies, wishing to continue serving the nation, even if he were not to attend Chuntang. How could I not extend my help? Soldiers are brethren from all corners." "Indeed, indeed." Boss Zhou nodded, smiling. "I apologize for my unclear expression earlier. This evening, I shall host a banquet at the Lingjiang Tower. It is merely a meal among old friends." "Ah, well then, do keep the scale modest," the middle-aged man replied. But his face suddenly bore a hint of hesitation, as if he had more to say. In the front passenger seat, Zhou Chang smirked slightly, gazing out the window. At last, the pleasantries had transitioned to serious matters. Father truly is something. His business acumen does not translate well to those from a military background. Were it not for the evident importance of this meeting, we would have parted ways long ago. In the back seat, Boss Zhou raised an eyebrow, seemingly noticing the middle-aged man's reluctance to speak. He promptly fixed his gaze on him, earnestly stating, "Rest assured, my friend, should you have any matters of delicate nature, feel free to confide in me. Zhou Chang, you may step out with the driver." "Understood," Zhou Chang responded decisively, without a hint of hesitation. The atmosphere inside the car did not sit well with him. He yearned for fresh air. "No need." The middle-aged man extended his hand in a gentle gesture, smiling. "It is merely a trivial matter, not warranting such grandiosity. I simply wish to inquire about a certain individual." "Oh." Boss Zhou raised his eyebrows, feigning surprise. "Who might that be?" "Jiang Zheng," the middle-aged man replied, his expression solemn as he regarded Boss Zhou. "I wish to meet with the child, yet I do not wish to frighten him. I have heard that he shares a close bond with Boss Zhou's youngest son, which is why I seek this opportunity to converse with him." Boss Zhou paused momentarily, then suddenly smiled, nodding emphatically. "You are quite correct. My son indeed has a close relationship with Xiaojiang." "Xiaojiang? Close? Who?" Zhou Chang's expression twisted, as a wave of sorrow and indignation surged within him. "Is this closeness the reason he delivered such a brutal kick to me, sending me straight to the medical room, thereby subjecting me to humiliation before his minions? I wondered why my father suddenly summoned me to the car, only to find him waiting here. Adults can be so grotesque." Zhou Chang sighed deeply, having already anticipated what would unfold next. Just then, the figure of a youth appeared at the entrance of the venue, seemingly preparing to hail a taxi. Before Zhou Chang could utter a word, the driver in the front seat, with keen perception, turned his head and declared, "Boss, Jiang Zheng has come out." "Oh." Boss Zhou took the cue seamlessly, his words flowing effortlessly. "What a coincidence, Zhou Chang. Hurry and fetch your good friend." "Coincidence? Did you not witness the match on the screen?" Zhou Chang wanted to scream in his heart, but ultimately restrained himself. To do so would be to berate himself. Yes, He obediently unfastened his seatbelt, preparing to exit the vehicle. By the way, Boss Zhou interjected, once you go, do not return, let Xiao Jiang take the front seat. And you can taxi it to Linjiang Tower. What? Zhou Chang, filled with fury, angrily flung open the car door, only to slam it shut again in frustration. Jiang Zheng. His eyes brimmed with unshed tears, his lips curling in indignation. You must pay for the taxi. Chapter 61. Jiang Zheng, someone wishes to meet you. Jiang Zheng stood at the street corner, waiting for a taxi, when he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure in his peripheral vision. He scanned the area and identified a person resembling a Baltan star. His lips curled upwards in displeasure. Jiang Zheng, Zhou Chang shouted, his expression somewhat askew. The youth sensed a hint of abnormality. What does this mean? Have you forgotten your lessons? He smiled serenely, stretching his right leg. Old buddy, it seems you are about to make your entrance again. Yet, in the next moment, events did not unfold as he had anticipated. Zhou Chang stood before him, sniffling and attempting to contain his tears, then gestured towards a distant car. Please, get in. As he spoke, unbidden tears streamed down his cheeks. Jiang Zheng gazed at him with a melancholic expression, then reluctantly relaxed the tension in his legs. However, this did not escape Zhou Chang's notice. He pointed in horror at the youth's right leg. What do you intend to do? Perform a popping dance? Nonsense, you can't dance. At this, the youth smiled faintly, lowering his voice to a whisper only Zhou Chang could hear. Then why ask me? Zhou Chang's body trembled, his arms shaking as he scanned the surroundings. He tried to make those nearby see Jiang Zheng's true nature, but all he received were grave stares. Many locals recognized Jiang Zheng and stood there, watching him intently. Some even set down their shopping bags, glancing at the youth's position before shifting their attention back to the delinquent with dreadlocks. What does this mean? Do you wish to challenge the customs of Linjiang in front of the locals? Witnessing this, Zhou Chang suddenly ceased, silently lowering his arms, his eyes growing wetter. No, I'm a Linjiang local too, you fool. Why get in the car? Jiang Zheng was the first to break the silence. He glanced at the luxury cars parked along the street, his gaze lingering on the unique license plate. Is your father here? Yes. Zhou Chang wiped his tears and stiffly replied. He wants you to get in the car and invites you to dine at Linjiang Tower. Linjiang Tower is the most expensive restaurant in the county, renowned for its Sichuan cuisine, spicy and warming to the stomach. Jiang Zheng did not hesitate for a moment, shaking his head decisively. Not now. I need to go to the Spirit Association. I have no time for a meal. Zhou Chang's eyes brightened, his tears vanishing in an instant. Not going. That's great. Zhou Chang suddenly turned on his heel, lightening his steps as he jogged back to the car. Pulling the door open, Jiang Zheng did not linger either. He made his way towards the other side of the street, where taxis were waiting to pick up passengers. However, just as he took a few steps, he suddenly heard the sound of tires rolling over the pavement. The memory of being struck by a dump truck flashed before his eyes, and Jiang Zheng swiftly darted aside, the icy aura of his elemental energy flickering at his fingertips. Yet, it was not a dump truck that approached, but a Maybach. The windows slowly rolled down, revealing Zhou Chang's disgruntled face. The car had stopped too early. The Maybach glided forward majestically, and the window slid down again. An unfamiliar middle-aged man, smiling broadly, gazed at him, his face radiating intrigue. But peering further inside, one could see Boss Zhou's kind and benevolent smile. Xiao Jiang? Jiang Zheng halted, politely responding, Mr. Zhou. How formal. Just call me Uncle Zhou. Heading to the Spirit Association? What a coincidence. Boss Zhou laughed heartily. Get in. It's no trouble at all. All right. The youth did not refuse this time, replacing his expression with a cheerful smile. But can we hurry? No problem. Boss Zhou nodded, glancing at his son in the passenger seat. Zhou Chang, get out. Hey. Zhou Chang, unable to express his anger, could only revert to his previous state. He glared fiercely as the youth calmly brushed past him, taking his designated seat. With a decisive thud, the door slammed shut, and the Maybach drove away. Zhou Chang sighed deeply, as if transported back in time, reminiscent of the era of the Three Kingdoms, encountering the illustrious general of Wu during his decline. Since Zhou exists, why must Jiang? His figure swayed, arms extended, fingers waving like undulating waves. What becomes of Jiang? Since Zhou exists, what becomes of? Beep. The horn interrupted his lament. A passing taxi halted beside him, the window rolling down to reveal a puzzled face. Bro, are you hailing a cab? Zhou Chang found himself frozen in place. To accept was not an option, nor was it feasible to continue. Thank you, Uncle Zhou. No trouble at all. Go on with your business. At the entrance of the Spirit Association, Boss Zhou also alighted from the vehicle. He smiled at Jiang Zheng. A person is made of iron, and a meal is made of steel. You have won twice. Uncle is genuinely happy for you. If you find Linjiang Tower unsatisfactory, you can always find a nearby restaurant after you leave. Anything will do, Jiang Zheng shyly replied. Good boy, off you go. Boss Zhou re-entered the car, while Zhang turned to stride toward the association. Yet, the moment he turned, his smile shifted to contemplation. Given the circumstances, it appeared that Boss Zhou was indeed earnest about this meal. He had encountered this man a few times before. Despite having previously dealt his son a severe beating, he has never resorted to private retribution. This may be somewhat connected to both his uncle and his own innate abilities. Yet it distinctly illustrates the depth of this man's character. He conducts himself with remarkable restraint, unlike on previous occasions when he had been rebuffed. Today's approach is laden with purpose. It suggests that there is indeed a matter of significance at hand, one that either pertains to himself or to the unfamiliar middle-aged man beside Zhang. During the car ride, this individual remained utterly silent, which starkly contrasts with the apparent interest he had shown towards Zhang. What is his profession? Zhang mused, lowering his gaze as his mind raced. In an instant, the aura of a particular individual swiftly coalesced with that of the middle-aged man. Could he be from the Taming Military and Political University? The boy's conjecture grew increasingly resolute. If his assumptions were correct, deducing the reason for this man's visit would not pose a challenge. Although Taming Military and Political University ranks among the esteemed 985 institutions in the northern region, it has consistently failed to achieve the accolades that rightfully belong to it in the national collegiate competitions. The root of this predicament lies in its lack of a distinguished leader, a singularly exceptional student. While the overall academic performance may be commendable, in the fiercely competitive arena of national collegiate contests, the absence of a leading figure renders it perpetually vulnerable to setbacks. There is little recourse, compared to other prestigious institutions. Taming simply pales in comparison. Those with even a modicum of self-assurance from the northern region have flocked to study at Shandong. As a military academy, Taming boasts high entrance scores and stringent regulations, making it less appealing in comparison to other renowned universities. However, setting these considerations aside, Zhang focused on the pressing matters at hand. Good day, he greeted, as the receptionist at the front desk stood up, her gaze sweeping over his school uniform with a hint of confusion. This is the Yuling Association of Linjiang County. How may I assist you? I am here to see Li Wenshu. Li Zhuzhan. Do you have an appointment? Before she could finish, another receptionist seemed to recognize Zhang's face and hurriedly whispered something to her colleague. The latter's expression shifted to one of realization, and she quickly apologized. I'm sorry, but Li Zhuzhan left this morning and has yet to return. Still not back? Zhang's brow furrowed instantly. Several hours had passed, and his uncle had yet to return. I shall wait for him in his office. With that, he made his way toward the staircase. The receptionist hesitated, about to interject, when her colleague grasped her arm and subtly shook her head. Are you out of your mind? Did you forget what Li Wenshu instructed a few days ago? If his nephew comes by, there is no need for notification. He can go straight upstairs. As Zhang approached the corner, intent on ascending the stairs, he was suddenly met with a flat, emotionless voice from above. Are you Zhang? His eyes narrowed momentarily before relaxing, and he slowly raised his head. Above him stood a short-haired woman, her expression devoid of warmth. Follow me, she commanded, turning away and ascending the stairs, her voice icy. Someone wishes to see you. Zhang remained silent for a moment, his pupils dilating with sudden realization. Ecological suppression, undetectable. A revelation struck him. This individual was a Yuling master, one he had never encountered before in this place. Recalling the words his uncle had shared with him that fateful night, a pang of unease resurfaced. He opened his palm, studying the unblemished surface, his gaze profound. Just moments ago, there had been no signs of life from the window above. So how did this sudden apparition know of his arrival? Was there surveillance? Are you not coming? The woman halted, seemingly urging him, her tone laced with annoyance. After a brief silence, he replied, I'm coming. He raised his head, a warm smile gracing his features. Sister, I will be right there. Chapter 62, A Tug of War. The unfamiliar short-haired woman led the way, while Zhang obediently trailed behind, his head bowed. Consequently, as long as she did not turn around, she remained oblivious to the evident contemplation etched across his face. Zhang's mind raced, and he deliberately kept his gaze lowered, stealing only a fleeting glance at the woman, refraining from lifting his head again. This was a precautionary measure to avoid detection. His uncle had once warned him that certain Yuling masters possess an acute sensitivity to eye contact. Some individuals, having awakened specific innate talents, can discern one's position amidst a crowd with merely a glance. For instance, his uncle had once possessed this very ability. Presently, he surmised that the woman before him lacked such extreme capabilities. She certainly did not possess any corresponding innate talent. Reflecting on this, Zhang could not help but feel a sense of admiration. The reason Yuling masters can contend with spirit beasts is not solely due to their companions, but also their awakened innate abilities. A woman who appeared capable of effortlessly overpowering him could not perceive his observation, while he could detect her gaze. The intricacies of innate abilities truly are a marvel. This realization also illuminated a crucial truth. This woman was undoubtedly not the prominent figure his uncle had alluded to. Arriving at a door, the woman came to a halt, still regarding Jiang Zheng with an inscrutable expression. There was an inexplicable malice emanating from her, yet she was conscious of its inappropriateness, striving to suppress her inner turmoil. This was the entirety of what Jiang Zheng discerned from her demeanor. To deliberately avoid looking at her any longer would be somewhat problematic. "All right," he responded, becoming increasingly docile and understanding. His striking appearance combined with his adept disguise rendered him seemingly more innocent in that moment. "Thank you, sister." Upon hearing these words, the woman momentarily froze, her pupils flickering with uncertainty. Yet, her countenance quickly darkened. "Go in," she instructed, her expression growing increasingly complex. Not merely anger or sorrow, but something deeper. Jiang Zheng hastily dropped his gaze to his shoes, feigning a semblance of panic. It was clear, this woman was particularly sensitive to the term brother. He chose not to speak further, instead stepping forward to pull open the grand door, swiftly entering the room and ensuring it closed tightly behind him, thus cutting off her gaze. As he entered, he cast a rapid glance around the room. A long conference table caught his eye, alongside a figure standing with their back to him by the window. This person appeared to be as tall as a renowned basketball player in the country. Gripping the doorknob, he inhaled deeply, steadying his emotions before turning to face the imposing figure by the window. At that very moment, as if he possessed eyes in the back of his head, the giant spoke. "The common folk suffer greatly." His voice bore the weight of age, indicating he was no spring chicken. Jiang Zheng kept his head bowed, beginning to perceive the underlying factors at play. The manner in which he spoke exuded authority. This man was undoubtedly a figure of governance. However, this time he truly dared not look. His uncle had once informed him that those ranked third or higher among the medicine bearers and lantern bearers were particularly sensitive to poison. The crux of this statement lies not in the latter part, but in the former, the third rank. Although it is said that there are 9 ranks of spirit masters, to this day, the most formidable spirit master in the country is officially only at the 8th rank. The number of such individuals is exceedingly scant, barely counting on 2 hands. Consequently, within the nation, spirit masters typically regard the 7th rank as the pinnacle, with the 5th and 6th ranks as upper tier, the 3rd and 4th ranks as mid-tier, and the 1st and 2nd ranks as lower tier. In this context, the 3rd rank has already touched upon a position of central importance, being a master who once stood at the same level as his uncle. His uncle had confided in him that he had once entered the realm of the 3rd rank, but an unforeseen incident ultimately caused him to abandon his destined path, resulting in a demotion to the 2nd rank. His uncle, indeed, was the most powerful individual that Jiang Zheng had ever witnessed in this lifetime, serving as the pillar of support for Linjiang County over the past few years, a being capable of toppling 100 Zhou Changs with a mere kick. "Zhou Chang, why the silence?" The giant swayed slightly, his voice echoing once more. "No need to be alarmed. I shan't devour you. I merely wish to engage in conversation." With that, the giant turned, revealing a visage marked by the ravages of age. His face bore the scars of senescence, the skin sagging like the belly of a once corpulent man who had lost weight dramatically. His loose, azure robe draped over him, the exaggerated sleeves nearly brushing the ground. His beard, too, almost grazing the floor. "Young one, please take a seat." The elderly man with a lanky frame smiled warmly, appearing exceedingly amiable. "Any chair will do. That girl prefers not to engage in idle chatter with me. Fear not, let us converse." The youth appeared somewhat apprehensive, pulling out the chair closest to him and taking a seat. "It's bitter. Everywhere is bitter." The slender elder ambled over to the foremost chair, settling down with a sigh. "They say the imperial capital is splendid, that magic city is grand, and that divine city is magnificent. Yet, the imperial capital is insular. Magic city is arrogant, and divine city, huh?" He scoffed dismissively, appearing utterly carefree. What divine city remains? Still dwelling in the past? The boy remained motionless, silent as ever. The lanky elder did not regard him, lost in his own laughter, an unpleasant sound reminiscent of labored breathing. After a while, he suddenly turned his gaze to the boy. "Young friend, do you find Linjiang to be bitter?" "Bitter, indeed. Elder, can you assist us?" The elder chuckled, his eyes sparkling with mirth. "A heart full of will, yet devoid of power." "Oh, then it's not bitter." The boy nodded cautiously. "However, we are merely self-sufficient, well-fed and clothed. If you cannot assist, then there is no need for this discussion." Upon hearing the boy's response, the lanky elder leaned back in his chair, regarding him with keen interest. "Quite intriguing. Are you not afraid of me?" "Afraid?" The boy appeared overtly honest. He glanced at the elder's smile, hesitatingly adding, "But you seem rather benign. Is that so?" The elder paused momentarily before bursting into hearty laughter. Old man, Jiang Zheng seized the opportunity to steer the conversation away, seeking to maintain the elder's favorable impression. Did you summon me for a specific purpose? Do not be in haste to depart. The lanky elder waved a hand dismissively, then placed his palms together on the table, slowly beginning to speak. Primarily, I wish to meet you in person, as my understanding of you has solely been through the words of others. The boy nodded in confusion, seemingly surprised by the implication of those words. Resilient in spirit, gifted beyond measure, decisive in action. You possess a strong will, commendable talent, and a ruthless streak. Before the elder's words trailed off, he added with a significant tone, this is how I have come to know you. Moreover, your thinking diverges from that of your peers. You exhibit a composure beyond your years. Since I have come this far, I ought to lay my eyes upon you, for one cannot help but appreciate exceptional talent. The boy comprehended the subtext of these statements, yet his expression revealed no hints of understanding. Up to this point, he had ascertained one thing. This elder was indeed aware of the deeds he had committed against those two unfortunate souls. Yet, the absence of law enforcement approaching him suggested that the elder had no intention of bringing this matter to light. Why then did he choose to raise the subject now? Was it genuine admiration for his talent that prompted this inquiry? Or perhaps, had his uncle struck some sort of bargain? The boy leaned towards the latter supposition. What does it mean to appreciate talent? Jiang Zheng had little faith in that phrase. Zhou, the proprietor, tolerated him partly because his abilities were deemed indispensable for the development of Linjiang County, infuriating many in the process. Yet, this elder bore no such burdens. He was a dragon crossing the river, while Linjiang only had his uncle, barely qualifying as a local snake. As the conversation progressed, he could no longer feign innocence. The other party clearly sought to revisit old matters. After a moment of silence, the boy's face gradually grew serene. You overpraise me, elder. I am still young, and all is merely serendipity, beyond my control. I am inexperienced, not comprehending your words, only aware that some actions are compelled, leading to retaliation. Fate. How arduous a concept it is, the lanky elder laughed heartily. Once one invokes the term fate, it is no longer a matter of choice. How can one evade responsibility? If it were so simple, then what purpose would we serve? You have taken a life, and I have discovered it. Do you think a mere word can absolve you? The elder's tone turned stern. I am the officer pursuing the perpetrator. Whether you are detained or released lies within my discretion. The boy lowered his head slightly, seemingly unsettled by the elder's words. Yet, as his gaze fell, his eyes narrowed slightly. Certainty washed over him. If his uncle had indeed entered into an arrangement with this elder, then the elder's revival of past events could not be an attempt to genuinely bring him to justice. Rather, it was an attempt to compel him, specifically, to leverage him against his uncle. So, should he acquiesce to his wishes and urge his uncle? The boy's breath quickened, his mind racing with analysis, all the while dismissing his own deductions. The lanky elder did not press him further, merely observing with keen interest. After a prolonged silence, the boy finally lifted his head, his gaze steady. He had reached a conclusion. Yet, at that moment, he suddenly caught sight of the elder's eyes. Within those eyes lay amusement, scrutiny, and perhaps even anticipation. The boy's gaze sharpened. A decision, long contemplated yet never uttered, gradually crystallized in his mind. In the next heartbeat, he inhaled deeply, his resolve solidifying. The lanky elder raised an eyebrow, sensing the shift within the boy, the anticipation in his eyes becoming increasingly evident. Meanwhile, from the elder's collar, a slender vine, difficult to discern, began to emerge, growing robustly, bearing a small green fruit the size of a fingernail, rapidly forming at its tip. Suddenly, the boy spoke. I have killed 2 people. The elderly man stroked his beard, a smile briefly gracing his lips before it swiftly faded. A glimmer of approval flickered in his eyes. The young boy, not glancing at him, continued his narration. One evening, 2 unidentified individuals intruded into my home, intent on stealing the spirit beast egg that sustained my livelihood. My father, estranged from me, had long abandoned our household, leaving me reliant on the spirit beasts for survival. Thus, I sought to thwart their intentions. Before they became aware of my presence and aimed to take my life, I was compelled to retaliate. According to the laws of the divine land, those who unlawfully enter another's home must be promptly reported to the authorities. Yet that day, I found no opportunity to do so and had no choice but to act in self-defense. Furthermore, those 2 were spirit masters. Without the aid of the spirit locking array, I would have surely met my demise. The boy trembled as he recounted this, seemingly recalling the perilous ordeal, grateful to still be alive. After a brief pause, he suddenly inhaled deeply, gritted his teeth, and declared loudly, there is video evidence to corroborate my account. I, Zhang Heir, admit my fault, yet I do not acknowledge any wrongdoing. Fearful of potential accomplices, I dared not report the incident to the police, nor did I confide in my closest uncle. I feared that they might be implicated, forcing me to maintain a facade of composure while living in constant dread for many days. It wasn't until I realized that nothing had transpired that I began to breathe easier. If the adults believe I should surrender, then please, take me into custody. Whether it be the court or the police station, Zhang Er has nothing more to say. His voice was resolute and unwavering. Suddenly, the door swung open with a loud crash, and a short-haired woman stepped into the room, immediately fixing her gaze on the boy with his back turned to her. An array of emotions danced in her eyes, as if his words had stirred a memory within her, causing a tumult of feelings to surge within. She had heard every word he spoke. The next moment, she slowly shifted her gaze to the elderly man seated at the head of the room. Master Yu. The woman paused, hesitating for a fleeting moment, before ultimately asking, shall I restrain him? Despite her words, the emotions in her eyes grew more intricate, shrouded in ambiguity. The elder appeared unfazed by her inquiry, his expression returning to a placid state. He squinted slightly, staring intently at the boy, who appeared somewhat parched after his narrative. Young man, do you comprehend the implications of what you are saying? The elder leaned forward slightly, his posture imposing even while seated, casting a shadow over the boy. Do you not grasp the subtleties of my words? Simultaneously, a palpable sense of oppression began to fill the room. The woman widened her eyes in shock, looking at her master in disbelief. Master Yu, silence. The elder bellowed, his tone now devoid of the gentleness he had shown her earlier. I am speaking now. Speak another word, and I shall have you return whence you came. His words were brusque, yet the woman, upon hearing them, widened her eyes and quickly glanced at the boy, as if she had come to a sudden realization, surprise flashing across her features. Meanwhile, the boy's cheeks quivered momentarily, a manifestation of instinctive fear. Yet, he soon clenched his jaw, attempting to suppress this emotion. I do not comprehend what you mean, Zhang Er stammered, his heart untroubled. One final time, do you truly not understand? I do not understand. Very well. The elder leaned back in his chair, his expression gradually turning cold, resembling the calm before a storm. A mere child dares to defy my authority right beneath my nose. Very well. The elder opened his mouth, murderous intent coalescing into something tangible. You truly are. The boy's body began to tremble, no longer faint. He genuinely felt the intense malice looming before him. His mind grew increasingly foggy. Adrenaline surged through his veins, and his breath quickened. Yet, he still refrained from uttering the words the elder longed to hear. Until the next moment, the elder remarked. Quite astute. The oppressive aura dissipated abruptly, leaving the boy drenched in sweat as he looked up to find the elder silently observing him. Like me. He chuckled softly, shaking his head. As if prepared for this moment, the elder casually tossed an object onto the table, sliding it toward the boy. In that case, take this. It may prove useful in the future. The woman continued to lead the way, and the boy trailed behind her. However, this time they were not ascending the stairs, but rather departing. The short-haired woman halted in the lobby, not sparing the boy a glance as she raised her chin toward the door. Let us go. There is no need to deliver the tape. Whether it exists or not is inconsequential. No one cares about that. She turned to leave. Madam, the boy's voice interrupted her movement. The woman paused for a moment, slowly turning her head. The boy, fists clasped respectfully, bowed slightly in gratitude. Thank you. In the lobby, several staff members observed from a distance, exchanging puzzled glances. The woman remained silent, her gaze fixed imperiously upon the boy. After a moment, her increasingly complex expression shifted, and she coldly dismissed him with a curt remark before turning toward the staircase. In response, the boy calmly straightened up, preparing to depart. Just then, the sound of footsteps behind him ceased, followed by the woman's voice, which sounded less indifferent this time. Take care of what the master has given you. Do not lose it. Many desire it, yet cannot obtain it. With that, the boy halted, about to thank her, but she continued, moreover, that Li Wenshu is not a good person. Whether you believe me or not, I have said my piece. If there is nothing else, it would be prudent for you to leave Linjiang County soon. This vessel is too shallow to harbor koi fish. Take care of yourself. The sound of her footsteps gradually faded, disappearing into the distance. Her words incited a stir in the lobby. In such a public setting, she dared to insult the highest-ranking martial official in Linjiang County? The boy's countenance remained composed, as if he had not heard. He was unaware of any discord between the woman and his uncle, nor did he know if they were previously acquainted. However, Jiang Zheng was aware in his heart of who was virtuous and who was not. It wasn't until he exited the association and stepped into the courtyard that Jiang Zheng paused, retrieving the object he had just acquired from his pocket. It was a deep brown iron medallion. The front bore an intricate carving of a beast with the head of a tiger, a single horn, dog-like ears, a dragon's body, a serpent's tail, and the feet of a qilin. Jiang knew its name, Diting. Beneath the medallion, a series of cryptic numbers were inscribed. B0166911201. The reverse side was etched with 3 striking characters, 3 law courts. Gazing at the medallion, the boy's eyes deepened in contemplation as his thoughts returned to earlier events. His proclamation had not been a mere act of self-implication. Rather, it had been a decision made while confiding in his uncle and preparing to venture to the dump alone. He could no longer afford to sit idly by. He needed to seek a suitable opportunity. An opportunity to lay everything bare, thereby liberating himself entirely from the ominous sword of Damocles that loomed above his head. Is murder a crime? Undoubtedly. Yet, the distinction between senseless killing and justifiable self-defense is paramount, although the criteria for the latter have become increasingly stringent in recent years. Jiang is resolute in his belief that his actions within the shop unequivocally met the standards of self-defense. This conviction is further supported by the fact that the 2 assailants were spirit masters who genuinely intended to take his life. He is grateful for the consistently functional surveillance cameras in the spirit beast shop and for his own formidable psychological fortitude and acting skills, which allowed him to disguise the imminent danger he faced. Indeed, he possesses the recording. The intruders, subdued by the protective array, were rendered powerless. The young man, clad in his pajamas, emerged to investigate, only to fall in shock. He scrambled back indoors to retrieve a crossbow and unleashed a flurry of 12 bolts, each striking the 2 assailants, who were left incapacitated. Yet, the youth continued to roll back inside, swapping weapons, and emerged again to fire another 12 bolts, this time hitting each assailant 5 times, causing them to collapse. Overwhelmed with disbelief and gasping for breath, he moved to inspect the scene when one of the assailants suddenly counterattacked. Startled, he inadvertently pressed the trigger, and a bolt shot through the camera. This sequence of events is undeniably real. At this juncture, he also feels compelled to express gratitude towards the vile maggots of his past life, and to extol the virtues of his esteemed family, for it was they who bestowed upon Jiang his first treasure. The sheriff of Linjiang County is, in fact, oblivious to the true intentions of the criminals who raided the local spirit beast shop. This is a point Jiang had already confirmed through Pingo. Consequently, from any perspective, the youth is merely a victim forced into a position of justified self-defense. There is no room for doubt. In truth, what has long preoccupied Jiang's mind is not the act of killing itself, but the matter of the spirit beast egg in his possession. This is the issue that must remain concealed, the true reason behind his cautious demeanor. However, today he has made a startling observation. The elder appears to be unaware of this matter, and he is even uninformed about the terrorist group known as Hualutang and their actual intentions in Linjiang County. Through this realization, Jiang is led to another epiphany. The reactions of Hualutang are also suspect. Do they truly know that the cub is here? Are they aware that it is the egg of a 7th-tier monarch? When Jiang delivered the cub to him, he had stated that no one was privy to its existence. Trusting this individual, Jiang initially dismissed the notion, yet he now comprehends the gravity of the situation. If a 7th-tier monarch's spirit beast egg were indeed lost, how could Hualutang possibly dispatch such individuals to search the county? Observing the ineptitude of those 2, he surmises that the capabilities of the others are likely not much better. This leads to 2 possible conclusions. Firstly, what Hualutang has lost is not the spirit beast egg belonging to the cub, and it may not even be a spirit beast egg at all. After all, the woman only mentioned losing something before her demise. By a twist of fate, Jiang arrived home before them and provided him with the cub's spirit beast egg. Consequently, he has successfully and thoroughly misled himself based on subsequent developments. This is the flaw of intelligent individuals. They tend to overthink. Secondly, the organization might be aware that Jiang has stolen an item, potentially one taken from them. However, if Jiang is able to pilfer it, it indicates a lack of stringent oversight. Jiang's reaction upon meeting him may merely stem from the recognition that this is an ice tiger cub's egg, and nothing more. After all, while there are many tiger species in the north, their eggs are quite expensive. Selling all the first-tier talent spirit beast eggs from the Jiang family shop would scarcely suffice to acquire a second-tier talent spirit beast egg, let alone a tiger species egg. This could also elucidate Jiang's anxious demeanor at that time. Moreover, if Jiang did indeed steal it from Hualutang, it is highly probable that they are unaware of the true value of this spirit beast egg. After all, they lack the eye of the tail, and the cub's spirit beast egg appears identical to that of any other ice tiger cub. Their pursuit is likely motivated by a sense of embarrassment, as losing something valuable while allowing the culprit to escape is indeed a disgrace. Upon realizing these matters, Jiang felt an overwhelming sense of clarity, as if a veil had been lifted. It was a waste of his time to have been so apprehensive for so long. Sometimes, overthinking is not a virtue. With this newfound understanding, He is ready to embark on his area of expertise, deception. He will articulate a portion of the truth while concealing another, weaving them together to form a semblance of reality. This skill is second nature to him. He is not boasting, merely stating an undeniable fact. Yet, having grasped these insights, he has no intention of voicing them in front of the elder. That would be folly. The elder's hints have been crystal clear. He is indifferent to these matters and merely seeks to exert pressure on his uncle. For he also understands that should this matter reach a public trial, as long as the young man, a prospective spirit master, remains alive, the act of killing the criminals will undoubtedly be deemed self-defense. The court would be fortunate merely to grant the youth a token reward. Therefore, in light of the elder's insinuations, to brazenly confess these matters would be akin to slapping the elder's face. Thus, he is neither prepared to disclose this information nor to heed the elder's directives. This is the only action he can take on behalf of his uncle at this moment, until he raised his gaze and met the elder's eyes. The ability to read between the lines is yet another treasure of the youth. Thus, he stood in the small courtyard, snowflakes cascading onto his shoulders. He lifted his gaze towards the heavens. The sword of Damocles had vanished without a trace, replaced by an expansive sky and the rewards of the brave. A spontaneous smile broke upon his face. To act decisively is to be bold in thought and deed. To dare to gamble, this is the youth's third treasure. Chapter 64. Xiao Jiang, I have set my sights on you. When Zhong Yuan returned to the room, the elder stood by the window, gazing downwards with his back turned to her. The woman could not discern the elder's expression. Master, she suddenly stepped forward, bowing deeply, her visage etched with profound contrition. I apologize. I should not have questioned you earlier. The elder remained silent, not turning to face her. He continued to observe the scene outside. And Zhong Yuan did not rise. After a moment, the elder slowly pivoted, making his way to his seat. No matter. This indicates that I have not misjudged you. This is a good sign. Upon hearing this, Zhong Yuan exhaled in relief, yet a sense of unease lingered in her heart. She sensed that the elder's demeanor seemed somewhat subdued. Good disciple, he said, I almost forgot to give you this. The elder extended his hand towards his neck, grasping a fruit that appeared ripe and yellow, casually tossing it to Zhong Yuan. This is the last one. From this day forth, your body will adapt to the trajectory of the medicinal path, making things significantly easier for you. Zhong Yuan caught the fruit with both hands, her eyes sparkling. Thank you, Master. The elder, however, exhibited no particular reaction, merely stroking his beard contemplatively. After a moment of silence, she spoke again. I see that Jiang Zheng has a spirit beast shop, but he hails from a common background? Indeed. Dismissing her doubts, the woman straightened her posture and gazed at the elderly man, whose face remained tranquil. Upon hearing her words, the old man paused for a moment before responding. Zhong Yuan, do you think we should leave? Leave? Zhong Yuan hesitated, but those two criminals have yet to be dealt with. The old man interrupted her, continuing. You must not focus solely on your cultivation. You need to read more. He added, that matter is currently of little significance. If we return to the office and are questioned, feel free to place the blame on me. Though I am but a step away from the fourth tier, my time is running short, and my abilities have diminished to a mere fraction. I will rely on you for protection. The office will not make things difficult for me. The old man spoke softly. How about I return and teach you alchemy? Zhong Yuan fell into a contemplative silence. She was acutely aware of the old man's condition, which was precisely why she had come to understand his earlier words so clearly. Nevertheless, even in light of this, she paused only briefly before bowing again, responding, that is not permissible. Sensing the old man's gaze upon her, Zhong Yuan lowered her head slightly, obscuring her expression. Because that branch leader from the Holyo Hall is likely plotting against Linjiang County, we cannot leave. The old man observed her in silence. After a moment, he nodded, indeed. We cannot leave. He shook his head, first chuckling softly, then bursting into hearty laughter. Master? No worries, no worries. It's just that I'm getting old and tend to overthink. You will surely surpass me in the future. The old man smiled. Since we won't be leaving, you should attend to your duties. Please instruct me, Master. Zhong Yuan replied with utmost seriousness. However, upon hearing the old man's next words, her brows gradually furrowed. Conduct a thorough investigation of all the spirit manipulators in Linjiang County, including those from the Public Security Bureau and the City Hall. This means there is an insider. The old man regained his former poise, his eyes narrowing. Li Wenshu has received news that he has been ambushed. Someone intends to see him dead. This assailant must be very familiar with Linjiang County. They calculated the distance and timing perfectly for the ambush. Yet, they are unaware that Li Wenshu has not entirely lost his prior capabilities. Thus, the old man, with a smile that was both enigmatic and playful, gazed at the woman. This is the loophole. Uncover it for me. Zhong Yuan bowed deeply yes. The culinary standards of the Spirit Manipulators Association's eateries bore no relation to the term high-end. They were merely ordinary small restaurants, serving commonplace rice dishes. Therefore, no one could have anticipated that this seemingly humble establishment was simultaneously hosting the current wealthiest individual in Linjiang County. The director of the admissions office of Chuntang Military and Political University, a prodigious child, and a distinguished Baltan person. Zhou Chang remarked, I merely pouted a bit. And this matter cannot be overlooked, can it? I grew up eating this kind of rice dish. Zhou, the owner, spoke first. His face filled with nostalgia and a hint of reluctance for the passing of youth. Back then, my father worked on construction sites, and my mother often had me sit in the back seat, taking me along to deliver lunch boxes to my father's co-workers. His words were laden with emotion. Jiang Zheng listened intently, but not to his ramblings. Rather, he was amused by the way his son undermined him in his thoughts. Zhou Chang's heart was filled with disdain for his father. He uttered profanities. To his knowledge, his grandfather had once been a contractor on construction sites, and his grandmother was the chairwoman of the Women's Association at the Linjiang Duitsuan Joint Office. When he did take his father, it was indeed in the back seat. But that was in a car. Delivering lunchboxes? He again uttered profanities. That was merely taking the lunchboxes prepared by the Duitsuan office to the busy workers. Jiang Zheng listened with great interest. It was amusing. The older generation expressed genuine feelings, while the younger generation dismantled them decisively. Yet, why did he not dare to speak up? How delightful that would be. The youth smiled slightly, lowering his head appropriately, and casually pulled out his phone for a glance. His pupils instantly constricting before he naturally tucked it back into his pocket. His uncle had replied with a single message, I'm fine, but I need to return tomorrow morning. The abrupt appearance of the words I'm fine could only imply one thing. There is something amiss, but I'm okay. Considering where his uncle had gone, piecing together the context was not overly difficult. The youth took a sip from the glass bottle of walnut milk. It was likely that something had indeed gone awry in the village where Hunter Wang resided. Xiaojiang. The call from beside him interrupted the youth's reverie. He lifted his head to see Zhou, the owner, smiling warmly and gesturing towards the dishes on the table. Don't hold back. Eat your fill. The youth remained calm for a moment before once again presenting a perfectly timed smile. Zhou, the owner, took another 2 bites of food before suddenly remembering something and hastily setting down his chopsticks. Although the chef here was a bit nervous, resulting in the food being somewhat salty, Zhou, the owner, appeared to eat with great ease. At least, it seemed so. He smiled and extended his hand, directing his attention to the man in military overcoat, who merely smiled at Jiang Zheng. Xiaojiang. This gentleman is a teacher from Chuntang Military and Political University. Most people don't get the opportunity to meet him. What do you mean by most people? Little friend, you can just call me Uncle Jun. The man casually waved his hand, appearing very amiable. It seemed that years of exposure to the sun had rendered his skin quite dry and yellowed. I'm several generations older than you, just like old Zhou. Calling you Xiaojiang is perfectly fine. The youth smiled amicably in response. The little maneuver was quite effective. Having someone of status elevate him made him appear even more exceptional, while he himself exhibited a humble demeanor, subtly bridging the gap between them. This tactic was quite common throughout history. He never expected it to be applied to himself. Since Zhou, the owner, had specifically mentioned his identity, was it his intention to recruit him into the school? Jiang Zheng wore a beaming smile, yet internally he was already forming conjectures. Young man, have you considered where to pursue your studies in the future? Indeed, this was the very question. Not yet. It's too early to think about this matter. Not too early at all. The man set down his chopsticks, looking earnestly at the youth. I 1T beat around the bush. I'll be direct with you. I have my eye on you. This declaration made the youth almost want to meld into the chair. However, he also understood that the other party did not mean it in such a way. Zhou, the owner, leaned back in his chair, remaining silent. His gaze was not directed at the two, but instead focused on his phone, as if there were an endless stream of messages to address. Observing this, Zhou Chang rolled his eyes. At this hour, you're still checking trade messages? The family business has long been on track. If every little thing still requires your personal attention, then all those years of effort were in vain. Must you put on such a fade to listen in? It would be far better to be straightforward like I am. Zhou Chang even contemplated requesting a plate of sunflower seeds from his employer. Chapter 65, Achieving Collaboration. The military officer, with a sincere demeanor, continued, Times have changed. One must make choices well in advance. Our university is a prestigious 985 institution in the northern region, a focal point for national defense experiments. In the past, we did not recruit externally, but this policy has only recently shifted. The prospects here are exceedingly bright. The admission threshold is slightly higher than that of typical first-tier universities, and although our regulations may be somewhat stringent, the benefits afforded are considerable. Are you familiar with Zhang Donghua from Sichuan? The young man nodded lightly. He is a prodigy we have high hopes for. He has already decided to enroll at our institution without needing to take the special entrance examination. A smile spread across the man's face as he continued. Of course, you too could follow in his footsteps. I previously served in the military as an inspector, and I can discern your talent, which is comparable to his. Should you wish to join us, we would welcome you with open arms. Are you interested in a military career? The youth smiled and nodded, expressing his interest. The man's eyes sparkled as he slapped the table emphatically. Then you should definitely consider our university. As long as you excel during your studies, you could seamlessly transition into the military upon graduation. Observing the man's growing excitement, the youth interjected, military uncle, if I may interrupt. Transitioning directly into the military, yes? I do have some thoughts about serving. After all, which child hasn't dreamed of joining the military to serve their country? The young man's demeanor shifted, his tone turning grave. This matter is not to be taken lightly. However, my interest does not extend to the present moment. Jiang Zheng fixed his gaze upon the man, speaking with earnestness. I do not wish to keep you in suspense. I will be candid. I understand myself well. I have aspirations. Yet I find it challenging to adapt to military life. He spoke no falsehood. Trust among comrades is paramount in the military, and he found it difficult to embrace that principle. The man paused, taken aback by Jiang Zheng's unflinching gaze. He had undergone interrogation training, while not infallible. Discerning the truth from an untrained youth was relatively straightforward. Moreover, Jiang Zheng was not masking his intentions. Meanwhile, Zhou, engrossed in messaging, hesitated briefly before pressing the send button. Dispatching a dinner menu that had undergone 3 revisions, each merely altering the type of rice, to the proprietor of Linjiang Tower. He then nonchalantly tucked his phone away. After a moment, the man sighed, scratching his head in resignation. In the past, a mere directive would suffice for any student, yet that is no longer the case. He was not nostalgic for those days, but felt a tinge of melancholy. Even in a seemingly ordinary competitive scenario, he could discern the young man's exceptional qualities. To see such a promising student slip through the fingers of his institution was a poignant realization for a diligent admissions officer. Very well. The man fell silent for a moment before suddenly rising, extracting his wallet, and placing 2 red banknotes on the corner of the table. This meal is on me. Xiao Jiang. Should you ever reconsider joining our school, do not hesitate to reach out. With that, he personally handed the youth a business card, unremarkable in appearance, bearing only his name and a string of digits. I shall take my leave now. The man nodded to the youth and Zhou, expressing his gratitude. No need for such formality, Zhou replied as he stood, picking up the 200 yuan from the table. Having you pay here would be quite embarrassing for me, wouldn't it? I apologize, military regulations, you understand. Understood, but you cannot decline my invitation for dinner tonight, can you? We should dine together. All right. But I intend to bring someone along. The little one you have your eye on, I presume? No problem at all. The 2 men gradually made their way out. The youth also stood, quietly observing their departing figures. What a pity. Were it not for his own circumstances, perhaps attending that institution would have been a remarkable opportunity. Regretful? Zhou Chong leaned back, casually crossing his legs, wearing a teasing smile, yet feeling an inexplicable complexity within. His reluctance for the youth to go stemmed from jealousy, for he understood all too well that he did not meet the standards required for admission into Chuntang Military Academy. While it was true that Chuntang was in need of a leading figure, that did not imply they would accept subpar candidates. Though he regarded himself quite capable, the standards set by Chuntang were far more elevated. Perhaps had he been his brother, there might have been a chance. After all, it is among the 4 newly established military academies of the Shenzhou. However, upon the youth's firm rejection, he felt an unexpected pang of discomfort, for he knew that the boy had forsaken a remarkably promising path given his background. Damn it, I must be losing my mind to entertain such thoughts. Zhou Chong shivered involuntarily, quickly feigning calmness and echoing his previous remarks. You still have time to reconsider. You know, you pauper. What's the matter? Is your pride wounded? Upon hearing this, the youth cast him a sidelong glance, refraining from retorting this time. Instead, he returned to his seat, resuming his meal. Look at you. Starving like a beggar, Zhou scoffed, though a jolt of unease coursed through him. Something felt amiss. Why was the youth not retaliating? Oh, has he discerned my true thoughts? You've been given an inch. If you keep prattling on, I'll slap you. Hearing this blunt remark, Zhou unexpectedly felt a wave of relief wash over him. Finally, something relatable. Just you? Humph. Zhou chuckled derisively, yet his body obediently moved away as he called out loudly to his returning father. Dad, are we heading home? Take me with you. Not yet. Zhou's father glanced at him before addressing the youth. Xiao Jiang hasn't finished eating yet. Let him be. Xiao Jiang, would you like a ride back to Niluoxiang after you're done? Sure. The youth wiped his mouth with a napkin and suddenly said, Uncle Zhou, may I ask you something? Of course, what is it? You mentioned before that you wanted to invest in me. Is that still on the table? The moment those words left his lips, Zhou's father's expression shifted noticeably. Even his posture became more serious. Absolutely. He fixed his gaze on the calm youth. It remains valid. Without any alterations. Then how about we discuss it? Very well, let us head to my office. All right. Their conversation progressed at a rapid pace, and they moved quickly, entirely oblivious to the disheveled figures nearby. What is going on? Why are you going to the office? Hey, what about me? Zhou Cheng's eyes widened as he rushed after them. I haven't even gotten in the car yet. Dad, your son is still waiting. Zhang, don't go too far. October 3rd. This very morning, all participants in the Tri-County Joint Duel competition received notifications on their phones regarding the conclusion of the preliminary round and the subsequent schedule. Some rejoiced, while others wept. As everyone was preparing to embark towards the competition venue, a sudden notification chimed on their phones, revealing a terse message of merely 12 characters. The competition is entirely suspended. Resumption time to be determined. I propose to halt the event. The meeting room within the municipal hall was teeming with officials from Lingjiang County, their expressions ranging from bewilderment to furrowed brows as they glanced at the man standing at the forefront, who was addressing them with grave intensity. Otherwise, it may incite disaster. What a farce to summon us here at such an early hour only to utter nonsense. Do you comprehend the gravity of your words, Li Wenshu? I do. What is your rationale? The man stood tall, seemingly unscathed, his demeanor unusually solemn, yet he refrained from responding immediately. Instead, he cast a glance at an elderly gentleman seated prominently at the head of the table. The elder, clad in a Taoist robe, maintained a serene gaze, seemingly oblivious to the scrutiny directed at him. He had just unequivocally revealed his widely recognized identity. The man observed him silently, aware that the hermit's intent was to prevent him from disclosing any information. The repercussions of the massacre in Tu village were too significant. Should he speak of it here, even if all present vowed to remain tight-lipped, it would not be long before the entire county learned of the matter. After all, the officials in attendance were not without relatives residing beyond the county's borders. Furthermore, the issue of an insider could not be publicly investigated, especially at this juncture. Unity was paramount. Sowing seeds of suspicion among one another would be disastrous. Nevertheless, the man had already resolved to act, for he had safeguarded this county for 8 years. He understood the local customs and knew precisely what choices would benefit the citizens most. Wangjiakan, 30 miles beyond the county, had been ravaged by malevolent forces, and it was plausible that other villages had also fallen victim. I suspect their ultimate aim is Lingjiang County, within a day at the shortest, or 7 days at the most. Li Wenshu's voice rang out, clear and resolute. Lingjiang County is destined to face an assault. This declaration sent shockwaves through the room. Some questioned its veracity, but their doubts were swiftly countered by colleagues, for Li Wenshu was not one to fabricate tales in such matters. Although many harbored disdain for his unyielding demeanor, they nonetheless respected his professional integrity. The hermit, however, remained silent, regarding the man with a cold gaze. In his view, this was not a prudent course of action, yet the man did not waver. To him, making the news widely known was paramount. Based on his past experiences, that band of marauders would undoubtedly seek to infiltrate the county under the guise of the National Day festivities. When that occurred, it could very well erupt into a greater calamity. Without publicly declaring the situation and merely dispatching peacekeepers and local official spirit masters to scrutinize personnel, such actions could only transpire if those brigands did not intend to commit further malevolence in the vicinity. Their restraint suggested a desire to remain undetected. They might even resort to stealthily entering to rescue others, striving not to attract attention. If this were the case, perhaps the local spirit masters, deemed ineffective otherwise, could yet prove useful. However, it was now evident that these villains had become utterly deranged. They not only dared to slaughter Wangjiakan, but also attempted to assassinate him, which surely indicated their grand designs. Enough. The hermit raised his hand and struck the table with force. The tumult in the room gradually subsided, and all eyes turned toward him in rapt attention. The competition is entirely suspended. I must report this matter to ascertain the outcome. He spoke slowly, his tone remarkably calm. The headquarters places immense importance on these events. We shall await their response. For now, all participants may return home. He rose from his seat and ambled towards the door. Simultaneously, Zhong Yuan opened the door and stepped aside, perfectly embodying the role of a bodyguard. And thus, with a resounding thud, the door closed behind him. The individuals within the room exchanged glances, some turning to Li Wenshu, hoping he would offer further commentary. Yet, Li Wenshu merely gazed silently at the door, the lingering image of the man's unfriendly countenance echoing in his mind. His brow furrowed tightly, remaining speechless as if deliberating something profound. Upon exiting the taxi, Jiang Zheng immediately received the notification regarding the competition suspension on his phone. The driver, seemingly eager to distance himself from the vicinity, accelerated with haste. The youth calmly stowed his phone. After receiving a message from his uncle during dinner the previous day, he had anticipated that his uncle would devise a means to halt the competition. Hence, he had chosen not to attend the venue but instead made his way to the Public Security Bureau. His uncle had informed him that he would remain there that day. Xiao Jiang, the security officer stationed at the entrance of the bureau, evidently recognized the youth, yet his expression was laden with concern, starkly contrasting with their previous camaraderie. He must have learned of the massacre beyond the county, Jiang Zheng surmised. Knowing his uncle, he would undoubtedly opt for transparency rather than concealment, making the most suitable choice for Lingjiang County. After all, this county was filled with simple folk. Failing to inform them in advance would result in utter chaos should calamity strike. Xiao Jiang, a young man, emerged from the courtyard, none other than Ping Ge. His countenance mirrored his unease as he seized the youth's arm, parting his lips as if to speak, yet ultimately sighed, shame etched across his features. No, something has gone awry. With this thought, the youth activated his Eye of the Serpent. Wait, Xiao Jiang, please remain calm. I have something to tell you. What happened to Wang Daniu? Upon hearing the youth's sudden inquiry, Ping Ge momentarily froze. However, he quickly shook off his astonishment and gritted his teeth. Last night, a short-haired woman unexpectedly arrived, claiming to seek Li Zhuban, but he had yet to return to the county. Just as she was about to leave, Daniu's cries drew her attention, prompting her to inquire about the situation. Initially, we had no intention of confiding in her, but she presented a patrol badge from Shandong province. She forbade us from following her and entered alone. Shortly thereafter, Daniu ceased his crying. She commanded us not to disclose the events of Wang Jiakin to prevent stirring up trouble. After she departed, I checked on Daniu, and he was sleeping soundly. But then, as he spoke, Ping Ge's eyes suddenly reddened. Earlier this morning, when I entered to bring Daniu his meal, I found him pale and struggling to breathe. At that moment, both Li Wenshu and the woman had hastily arrived from the municipal hall. Ping Ge felt a whirl of confusion as the youth vanished from sight. You actually poisoned and harmed a child. Do you possess no conscience? Are you not afraid of divine retribution for such deeds? How cruel, how utterly cruel. The gathering of security officers stood in the hall, their arms raised in unison, all aimed at a single direction, towards the entrance. Several red hounds had locked onto a position, their gazes fixed intently on the woman at the center, as if awaiting a command. Yet the official spirit masters behind them remained silent, their expressions fluctuating between uncertainty and resolve. They did not engage in the encirclement, yet neither did they relinquish their positions. In the center, all eyes were fixed. Zhong Yuan merely furrowed her brow slightly, yet her demeanor exhibited no trace of panic. What do I have to fear? This is not my doing. Why should I be troubled? Furthermore, she reiterated, sweeping her gaze across the assembly, ultimately resting upon the man at the opposite end. I am not the perpetrator. If not you, then who else could it be? Came the retort. Enough of this, Zhong Yuan scoffed, raising her chin defiantly. Everyone present at the Public Security Bureau yesterday is a suspect. One of the official spirit masters, unable to contain himself, interjected, but among all, you were the last one. Fool, Zhong Yuan interrupted him, her voice laced with scorn. They are not spirit masters, yet you, as one of them, should know what it means to delay poisoning, shouldn't you? You, the spirit master, caught off guard by her merciless reprimand, was about to advance, only to be firmly restrained by a colleague. He turned, seething with anger, but met only the subtle shake of his companion's head and a gesture towards another direction. As he shifted his gaze, he noticed Li Wenshu stepping forward. What is it? Zhong Yuan sneered, her fingers beginning to rub together. A flicker of light glinting. Li Wenshu, could you be so foolish as well? You make a valid point. Li Wenshu observed her subtle movements, yet wore an expression devoid of fear. He halted before Zhong Yuan, his robe billowing as if agitated by an unseen wind, suggesting he concealed something within. Yet you remain under suspicion. What do you intend to do? Arrest you? The color drained from Zhong Yuan's face at the mention of the word, as if it were a taboo. Her expression darkened further. What? If you cannot uncover the true culprit, will you hold me indefinitely? I could search your soul. In your dreams. Zhong Yuan retorted fiercely, raising her hand towards Li Wenshu. Li Wenshu, you treacherous coward who disregards the lives of your wife and child. Do not feign righteousness here. Heaven knows whether this is your doing. They may not know, but I certainly do. Have you forgotten what you did in Nanshan Town? Have you forgotten how the records document the fate of your wife and child? Enough. Li Wenshu strode forward, nearly colliding with her, his visage contorted with rage. He trembled. You understand. He seemed on the verge of articulating something, yet the words remained unspoken. Their exchange instantly heightened the tension in the hall. Countless doubtful gazes now fixated upon the man. After a brief pause, Li Wenshu stepped back, his breaths coming in quick succession, struggling to regain composure. But in the next moment, his eyes suddenly hardened, and he bellowed, "Zhong Yuan, I, as the highest-ranking military officer of Linjiang County, hereby inform you to cease your resistance until the truth is revealed. If you are innocent, I shall clear your name. Should you harbor resentment, I shall bow before you. But it is best if you truly did not commit this act." His words were deliberate, laced with venom. "Otherwise, I shall kill you." Zhong Yuan clenched her jaw, clearly seething with rage. "Li Wenshu, you speak with such bravado." Upon hearing this, many around them held their breath, shifting their gazes between the two. Just then, a commotion erupted from a room at the corridor's end, followed by the slow emergence of a tall, frail elder. He coughed intermittently as he walked, appearing quite weakened. All eyes in the hall were fixed upon him. Seemingly oblivious to the charged atmosphere, he came to a halt, meeting the collective gaze. He rasped, "I have administered the spirit elixir. The child is not in mortal danger. However, the poison is particularly insidious, having damaged the child's physical foundation. Henceforth, he may suffer from frailty and illness." Qing Shan Zi covered his mouth and coughed for a moment, then lowered his head to glance at his palm. His expression noticeably dimmed. At present, his voice faltered, as if the words were difficult to utter. "It is challenging to prepare a special furnace for alchemy for him." Upon this declaration, a multitude of relieved sighs echoed through the room. As long as he survives, the rest is secondary. Regarding the difficulty in preparing the furnace for alchemy, many exchanged glances with the frail elder, already discerning the underlying implication of his words. It was not a matter of difficulty, but rather the current state of the elder, particularly when facing a formidable enemy, rendered it unworthy to prepare a special furnace for Wang Dinyo. Although the sentiment may sound harsh, it was commendably sincere. Otherwise, he could have chosen to remain silent on the matter. Qing Shan Zi. The moment the elder appeared, Li Wenshu closed his eyes. Ultimately, he released a long breath. Appearing calm, though his chest still heaved with agitation, he fixed his gaze upon the elder, controlling his emotions as he inquired, "Can you sense the source of the poison?" Zhong Yuan, too, turned her gaze toward the elder, her eyes alight with anticipation. However, Qing Shan Zi did not respond immediately. Instead, he glanced first at Li Wenshu, then at his own student. Finally, he closed his eyes and sighed heavily, simply shaking his head. "Cannot discern?" Li Wenshu scoffed, voicing his disbelief. His own fate had been rather well cultivated, yet merely to a satisfactory degree. The poisoner's technique was exceedingly refined. After considerable scrutiny, he ultimately conceded he could find no trace. Yet, even in his current diminished state, the elder had once been at the pinnacle of the third rank as a medicine dispenser. How could he yield nothing? Contemplating this, Li Wenshu's gaze returned to Zhong Yuan. For the sake of his nephew, he had previously been willing to heed the elder's instructions. Was it not possible that the elder would do the same? "I have said it is not me." Perceiving the man's gaze upon her, Zhong Yuan huffed coldly, locking eyes with him unwaveringly. Neither party showed signs of retreat. "Enough. We face a formidable adversary. What manner of conduct is this?" Ultimately, it was Qing Shan Zi who raised his voice. "This matter has nothing to do with Zhong Yuan nor Li Wenshu. The fault lies with my own aging folly. I failed to uncover the true culprit, and the responsibility lies with me. Zhong Yuan. Master he. Go. I fear for my safety. I cannot be without you." With that, the elder flicked his sleeve and strode forward. The red hound grew somewhat restless, but did not yield its position. "What?" The elder halted, expressionless, as he regarded the official spirit masters before him. "Is there something else?" The latter exchanged glances, gritting their teeth, trembling with apprehension. However, after a brief pause, they ultimately stepped aside. The elder snorted softly and advanced. Yet, as he reached the door, he caught sight of a youth lingering outside, head bowed, concealing his expression, leaving none to discern his thoughts at that moment. Chapter 67. Such is fate. When Jiang Zheng entered the hall, his uncle had already vanished, presumably having ascended the stairs. Jiang Zheng did not head directly to the staircase, but instead made his way toward a room along the corridor. Upon pushing the door open, he beheld Wang Dinyo lying on the bed, breathing steadily. The pulse is severed, but the poison has been purged. There is no mortal danger. However, he is frail and may find it difficult to tread the path of a spirit master henceforth. Pausing at the threshold, the youth regarded the message resonating in his ears. He refrained from entering the room for a closer inspection, for the eye of the tale would not deceive him. The path of a spirit master is fraught with difficulty. In the young man's mind, memories suddenly surged forth. The image of Hunter Wang, presenting the last snow wolf pelt with a look of restraint on his face. The genuine joy that radiated from him upon acquiring the ice bear's egg. the moment when Hunter Wang and Wang Danyu exchanged glances. Jiang Zheng remained silent, absorbing the scene for a while before turning away in silence. Is this destiny? He found himself at a loss for words. Although Li Wenshu did not possess a private office within the general administration, the director often relinquished his office to him. Thus, the young man made his way directly to the office. He paused at the doorway and raised his hand to knock. Uncle, it's me. Erlang. What brings you here? Only his uncle occupied the room, standing by the window gazing outside, watching as King Shanzi and Zhong Yuan gradually disappeared from view. It was only when their figures vanished from sight that he turned his head to regard his nephew. However, before he could speak, Jiang Zheng had already approached him, circling around him. Rest assured, I'm fine. Li Wenshu recognized what the youth was scrutinizing. A smile cracked upon his face, though I encountered an ambush. The old python-esque scales were tough and provided me with ample protection. Though the young man held doubts about this claim, he could discern no signs of injury upon the man. Not even the air bore any scent of perfume. It was devoid of any fragrance. If there was indeed an ambush, it implied the presence of a traitor. The youth raised his chin and inquired directly, "Who is it?" Uncertain, but that individual may not necessarily be a traitor. It could also be a branch hall master. Li Wenshu squinted, an image flashing through his mind. Yet he ultimately spoke calmly. Its strength is barely adequate. While it should have succumbed to my ultimate attack, the feedback from the old python was rather peculiar. It felt as if I hadn't struck at all, which is, in a sense, fortunate. Had it been otherwise, I likely would not still be standing here. With that, he spread his arms, his tone noticeably relaxed. The youth lowered his gaze. There are lies. Even he, having witnessed the events unfold, felt a growing suspicion regarding the traitor's identity. Surely, his uncle was well aware of this too. Yet he refrained from making this matter public, instead sighing, "Uncle, you must inform me if anything is amiss." "Do not worry." Li Wenshu placed his hand on the boy's head, ruffling his hair. "If I am ever completely certain, I shall not keep it from you. Now, let us speak of serious matters. An incident is imminent in Linjiang County." As expected, the youth nodded. "I can sense it. Is it severe?" "Indeed, and the issue is considerable. Can the county withstand this?" "Initially, yes, but I fear that may no longer be the case." Li Wenshu stated candidly. The official spirit masters in the county possess rather mediocre abilities, and the culprits this time are exceptionally fierce. Just look. With that, he handed over a photograph depicting only the lower half of a body, already frozen. The youth accepted the image, his gaze dimming. He recognized the wolf pelt skirt belonging to Hunter Wang. Even the slightest detail was unmistakable. It was evident that the individual in the photograph was indeed Hunter Wang. Li Wenshu allowed Jiang Zheng a moment to process the information before slowly stating, "The bite marks on this body are from a spirit beast known as the Shadow Maggot, a second-tier talent from the southern regions. While its direct lethality may be lacking, it is a master of assassination, and the county's officials will not withstand it." Upon hearing this, Jiang Zheng suddenly raised his head. "Uncle, can you withstand it?" "Logically, yes. As the destiny best suited for the Shadow Maggot is the way of weapons, cease hostilities. I was once a practitioner of the way of weapons, so I possess a strong confidence in killing it before my demise." Li Wenshu replied. Yet, after a brief pause, he added, "However, seeking assistance remains indispensable." Jiang Zheng fixed his gaze upon him, discerning the underlying message in his uncle's words. "Before your death, you can." The room fell into a contemplative silence. "Uncle, can that tall, thin elder not withstand the culprits either? How do you know him?" Li Wenshu's eyes sharpened instantly. "Did he come looking for you? Was that woman present?" "It was yesterday when I went to the association to find you. He called me over and even handed me a token. It seems he holds me in high regard." The youth produced a token engraved with intricate designs and presented it to Li Wenshu. The latter accepted it and rubbed his fingertips over its surface, as if the object had stirred memories from his past. "Keep it safe," Li Wenshu said hoarsely. "It's numbered, indicating that King Shanzi has high expectations for you. This may prove useful in the future." Jiang Zheng, however, was indifferent to the item. "Uncle, can he not withstand it either?" "Cannot." Li Wenshu shook his head. "His vitality is severely depleted. I am certain he is at the end of his tether. His rank may exceed that of the culprits, but how much strength remains within him is completely uncertain." "And the woman?" "Oh." Li Wenshu pondered for a moment before slowly responding. "Coming from a prominent family, she undoubtedly possesses various means. She may be able to, or she may not." Such words were akin to saying nothing at all. Yet they solidified Jiang Zheng's suspicions regarding the identity of the traitor. It must undoubtedly be that woman. Since King Shanzi had sent a message, Linjiang County might not be as perilous as it seemed. Thus, you should return home to rest. We shall manage any issues that arise. Return now. I understand your concerns for me, uncle, but my mind is swift. Just instruct me if there is something you need." The youth did not heed the man's advice to leave, but remained steadfast, gazing earnestly at him. "You can trust me completely." The two exchanged a silent look. As Li Wanshu observed the resolute expression in his nephew's eyes, he opened his mouth to refuse, yet he realized that the youth was not boasting. After a moment of contemplation, he finally spoke slowly. "Then I entrust you with a task. Go to the Association's archives. I cannot go myself at the moment. Use my credentials to gain access and help me find something. What should I search for?" "Look for the complete intelligence on the Banshan family." The youth turned to leave, while Li Wanshu leaned against the desk. In truth, it was not only Wang village that had suffered a massacre. He had also visited numerous nearby villages last night. The situations were eerily similar to that of Wang village. Apart from a few bodies that had been utterly dismembered, there were no intact corpses. This was highly suspicious. What purpose did the culprits of the 6th Hall have in collecting so many corpses? Li Wanshu pondered for a time, but found no answers. The capabilities within the pathways of destiny are varied and peculiar. He was not well versed in every ability tied to each pathway. After all, some pathways are exceedingly mysterious, with very few awakeners, and information about them is deliberately concealed and not commonly known. He could only prepare himself thoroughly. A storm is brewing. Li Wanshu shook his head and reached for the jade pendant around his neck. It was covered in numerous cracks yet remained intact, showing no signs of shattering. As he gazed at the pendant, he gradually fell into a deep silence.